he has experience and he's not been reckless with the truth as well. I see himself as the best candidate among other committee members. Peter Ramphahlela Mashid, good morning.
Well, that's all we have time for today. From the team this morning, Molobokeng Sabidi, Tracy Boomgart, and Marumo Kakana. He was also the newsreader today. The senior producer, Ronald Petty, technical producer, is not here today. And executive producers, Butsi Lokoto, I'm Elvis Preslin. We'll see you in the morning. In fact, the technical producer is Tandon Tooley, if I can recall correctly. Lutuli, not Ntuli. That's where we got to leave it. From myself, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Ciao for now. Arrivederci.
Thanks, Elvis. Top stories at 6. Sinona back at the Matlanga Commission, and Johannesburg Metrobus reduces operations from today. Good morning. I'm Eva Chipa. The suspended KZN Hawks, Leseja Sinona, is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission inquiry in Pretoria this morning. He's a central figure in the investigation into the mysterious disappearance of 541 kilograms of cocaine worth 200 million rand in 2021. Sabatla Mota has more.
The Commission, which has since handed its second report to President Cyril Ramaphosa, is expected to continue from where it left off with evidence relating to the Port Shepstone drug bust. General Sinona is expected to respond to questions relating to his alleged involvement in the missing consignment. Previous witnesses before the Commission have testified that Sinona gave instructions for the more than 200 million rands consignment to be stored at the Hawks Port Shepstone facility, despite there being insufficient security at the premises. I am Sibahle Mota in Pretoria.
Taxi boss Joe Ferrari Sebanyoni and co-accused Bafana Sindane will no longer proceed with their urgent application to interdict the police from executing warrants of arrest against them. The MPA confirmed yesterday that the two men had withdrawn their application. This follows the MPA's decision to re-enroll the two men's criminal case, which was struck off the roll of the Kwaggafontein Magistrate Court in Mpumalanga after the prosecutor failed to appear. Sebanyoni and his co-accused are facing charges of extortion and money laundering. This after they allegedly demanded 2 million rand in so-called protection fees from a businessman. In other news, the Johannesburg Metrobus is to reduce its operations from today due to financial constraints and surging diesel costs. The service cuts are expected to affect off-peak routes. Musa Mhlongo reports.
The bus company says changes will affect selected routes during off-peak hours, especially during the middle of the day, while peak hours services will continue to help workers, learners and other passengers get to their destinations. Metrobus says it has faced budget cuts over the past few years, and higher fuel prices have made the situation worse. No routes will be completely closed, but fewer buses will run on some routes for an unknown period as the company works to keep the services running and avoid further financial problems. Musa Mhlongo, Johannesburg.
Residents of Siloma View in Katlehong, east of Johannesburg, are calling on law enforcement agencies to urgently conduct inspections of spaza shops in the township. Last week, several spaza shops and supermarkets in Vosloorus, Katlehong and Dunator were issued with non-compliance notices for operating with expired licenses. Pilane Motlapeng is one of the concerned residents.
The MMC of Health to come again and check in their stores. If ever their food, it is okay so. And then if ever they can do so, we won't have a problem along with them. Then that's why we can speak with them and say, as you are here in South Africa, you are running a business, kindly employ one or two in the area of which they can work along with you than to go in Bangladesh or in your certain area and collect certain person to come and work here.
And lastly, South Africa's national football men's team will leave for the Americas for the 2026 FIFA World Cup this afternoon. The departure of Bafana Bafana has been delayed due to visa issues. Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie is scathing of SAFA for the administrative bungle that led to the delay. He posted on X last night that all the players were now in possession of their travel documents. The only members of the touring squad still waiting for the visas are the assistant coach, team doctor, the head of security and an analyst. Bafana Bafana was supposed to leave for Mexico yesterday morning. They take on Jamaica in a warm-up match in Mexico on Friday. That's before the opening match of the tournament against the co-hosts in Mexico City on the 11th of this month. Recapping the top story for this hour, the suspended KZN Hawks head Leseja Senona is expected to take the stand at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. For SFM News, I'm Eva Chipa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SFM Sports headlines. It is soccer. Bafana. They have resolved their visa drama as they depart for North America. And we also have rugby, the Blitz Box. Well, they were denied victory while the Springbok women retained their African title. We'll have the details around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start in Mpumalanga with very heavy mist reported across the eMalahleni region to the south down towards sort of Bethel and really extending right through to Standerton. That whole side of Mpumalanga from eMalahleni right through to Standerton via sort of Bethel, Creel areas very misty. Do take it easy, please, out that side. No overnight roadworks on the N3. It's a clear run between Edenvale and Galulies and Bedfordview and Galulies. There is a bit of a backlog on the N3 coming inbound at Sprayview. Queues up towards the Heidelberg Road exit, so watch for that. Durban, going to be fun and games around the M7 N2 highway. Truckers crashed there, plus there are no traffic lights at that intersection. That's going to be really crazy. Lights are also out M7 at Flower Road, a little bit closer to the Bluff side. Cape Town also pretty misty as well. Mist around the particularly Khayelitsha area along the N2 corridor, but it is quite widespread this morning, coming in through sort of City Bowl and up through Maitland area. Take it easy. Keep those lights on once the sun comes up if it's misty where you are. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7 after 6 o'clock. A very good morning to you. Welcome to the National Briefing. It is the 1st of June, Monday. The 1st of June, we're starting off a brand new week and a brand new month. Thanks for tuning in. A pleasure to be with you. As always, my name is Kathy Mutlatlana. I'll be with you until 9 o'clock as we get you ready to step into your day. So what can you expect coming up on the show this morning? The Madlanga Commission returns to its public hearings. This is basically in terms of the work that has been commissioned following those revelations by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, who this weekend, by the way, was named, the Press Club National Newsmaker of the Year for 2025. While the Commission has so far heard 32 witnesses over 64 days, 14 officials have been flagged for action. That was in the first report. And on Friday, they handed over the second report to President Cyril Ramaphosa. One, he says, is helping to clear the rot out of the justice system. So this week, expecting the evidence to get to the heart of how more than half a ton of cocaine vanished from a police facility in Port Shepstone. A witness who says testifying in the open could get him killed, and a former officer in court today over the murder of the witness. So we're going to be in conversation with the Commission's spokesperson. That will be in the second hour of the show. And then follow the money. The Electoral Commission has laid bare who is bankrolling our politics. And I wonder what you make of these numbers, right? More than 97 million rand in just 3 months. The DA banked almost 6 in every 10 of those rands that were donated to political parties. And then there's one party that quietly turned a 30 million rand loan into a donation. The IEC is now asking for answers. So we're going to be trying to follow that money map, and all of it ahead of the local government elections that are set to be held on the 4th of May. Now, talking about elections on the continent, we're going to see 50 million Ethiopians expected to vote today. However, this will not apply to those that are in Tigray and also not in parts of Amara. This is where the guns have not gone silent. Advocate Sipho Mandula will unpack that for us in his segment. As always, we'd love to hear from you as we get into the show. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your voice notes and text messages. 0614 104 107. Rob is standing by with your traffic. Zai has your sport, and Ndauleng with your market update. So the entire team standing by to tell you everything you need to know as you kickstart your week.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation.
All right, it's 12 after 6 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. We're going to be bringing you the newspapers shortly. We're going to start off, however, with the weather report. So I do apologize just for this slight adjustment while we get the papers ready. Taking a look at the weather then for today, we have impact-based warnings for Wednesday and Thursday. There's an orange level 5 warning, disruptive rain leading to danger to life, flooding of roads and bridges, danger to life due to fast-moving streams and rivers, causing major roads to be closed over the eastern parts of the Garden Route district of the Western Cape, as well as along the coast and adjacent interior between Plettenberg Bay and East London in the Eastern Cape on Wednesday and on Thursday. A yellow level 2 warning, disruptive rain leading to localized flooding of settlements, roads, low-lying areas and bridges. That's expected in places over the eastern parts of the Western Cape, as well as the southern parts of the Eastern Cape on Wednesday, the 3rd of June, and Thursday, the 4th of June. And another yellow level 2 warning, damaging wind and waves resulting in localized disruptions of small harbors or ports are possible, as well as difficulty in navigation for small vessels and personal watercraft between Cape Point and Plettenberg Bay between the 3rd of June and Thursday, the 4th of June. There are no fire warnings for this morning. Advisories, very cold, wet and windy conditions are expected over the central and eastern interior of the Western Cape and southern parts of the Namakwa district of the Northern Cape, as well as of the Eastern Cape from Wednesday the 3rd to Thursday the 4th of June. While taking a look at your weather then in Pretoria, fine, a low of 9, a high of 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. Johannesburg, fine, a low of 8, high of 20. Vereeniging, fine, a low of 5, a high of 21. Mbombela, cloudy in the morning with fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy, 11 and 22. Polokwane, cloudy in the morning with fog patches, otherwise partly cloudy, becoming fine in the evening, 10 and 20. Mahikeng, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 8 and 23. Vryburg, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 8 and 25. In Bloemfontein, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 5 and 23. In Kimberley, fine, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon, 9 and 24. And in Uppington, fine, a low of 20, a low of 10 rather, and a high of 27. So just to be clear, Uppington, fine, a low of 10, a high of 27. In Cape Town, cloudy with morning fog patches, wind light to moderate northwesterly, a low of 13, a high of 19. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. In George, cloudy, wind light to moderate northerly to northwesterly at first, otherwise light southwesterly, 16 and 23. In Gqeberha, fine, wind light to moderate northwesterly, coming southwesterly in the afternoon, 13 and 30. In East London, fine, wind moderate to fresh northwesterly, becoming southwesterly in the afternoon, 13 and 30. In East London, fine, wind moderate to fresh northeasterly, becoming southwesterly in the evening, 16 and 28. In Durban, partly cloudy in the morning, otherwise fine, wind light northwesterly, becoming moderate northeasterly towards midday, 18 and 25. The expected UVB sunburn index is low. And in Richards Bay, partly cloudy in the evening, otherwise fine, wind light northwesterly, becoming moderate northeasterly towards midday, 14 and 26. And in Pietermaritzburg, partly cloudy with morning fog patches, otherwise fine, 12 and 25.
It's not about the score. It's about the moment. The sun sitting heavy on our shoulders. The lights humming above us. All that matters is this. A crowd lifting together. Strangers becoming friends. Family being family. This is what it means to be a cricket fan. We share the moment. And in that sharing, we become something more than the result. We become unbreakable. The Proteas 2026-27 tickets are now available. Book today at cricket.coza. Unbreakable spirit lives here.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is an all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Well,
there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X, it just got real.
In case you missed it.
What we are seeing in South Africa is that corruption is systemic and it's well organized. So it's not the act of an individual who maybe escapes the system. The system itself has been corrupted. And that means that anybody who speaks out, a police officer, an employee, somebody in procurement who was asked to favor one group over the other, they are risking quite a lot because they find themselves having to perform according to the rules in a system that has created sub-rules, which are corrupt rules, maladministration rules.
Lebogang Ramafoko, Executive Director at Corruption Watch.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
All right, it's 18 after 6 o'clock. You're listening to the national briefing. So let's take a look at what's making the front page news on some of the country's dailies. I'll start off with the Citizen this morning. Broke Joburg borrows billions. Financial challenges don't stop for the city of Joburg's big spenders to sink all of a nearly 4 billion rand German loan into city power. And this is for its infrastructure refurbishment, maintenance and modernization backlog. So the DA gave the massive loan a conditional nod, one being the bonuses and salaries of the entity's executives being frozen for 2 years. And that's the story that you can expect there. And then there's a big picture. Make us proud. Bafana Bafana. This is a picture of a fan during the team send-off at Wanderers on Saturday. And of course, Bafana Bafana are now World Cup bound. However, we did see a delay in their departure after visa problems disrupted the team's travel plans. Zaya Khan will be unpacking that a bit more in her sport. Also then on the front page of the Citizen, a Sasha blow for Stormers. Sasha Feinberg Ngomezulu, he's out for the next 3 months due to injury. At least that's what's being reported. Let's go to the front page of the Business Day. Flood of illegal number plates. Law enforcement creates a further fertile ground for criminals. And that story there, South Africa facing a new security and law enforcement crisis caused by a proliferation of illegal number plates sold without proof of vehicle ownership or registration. The sales are undermining the integrity of the country's registration system. And a Business Day investigation finding that procuring or cloning number plates on South Africa's black market can take as little as 20 minutes depending on the demand. And the test to test the ease with which motorists can obtain these number plates from unregistered operators, the publication visited 3 businesses, and really all that was needed to obtain the number plates was to write down the required number plate details on a piece of paper. And this, of course, opens the door to cloning. And we're going to be following up on a number plate related story, right? This is in the second hour of the show with the SARS commissioner. This is now around the registrations that are needed for vehicles coming into the country. And it's also around those vehicles being properly registered. Why do people need alternate registration plates? Clearly, this is something that many South Africans are subscribing to. People cloning number plates. Why don't you want to travel with your own number plate? Why do you want an alternate number plate? And let's have an honest conversation, right? Let's have an honest conversation. Declare. Please declare to me. Why are you not traveling around with your own number plates? It doesn't always mean that those that are cloning the number plates are participating in criminal activity. Of course, getting the number plate itself is illegal. So with that out of the way, but why would ordinary citizens not want to use their own number plates? 086 000 2032. That's the number to dial. Please, you can call in and let me know on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your voice notes. I'd love to hear what you know of this issue.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
Well, on our global briefing this morning in Singapore, defense chiefs gathered for the Shangri-La dialogue with budgets climbing and at times tempers flaring. The talk was about building trust. That's even as the spending spree points the other way, especially across the Indo-Pacific. Joining us to unpack the global briefing this morning, Sanusha Naidu, who's a senior research associate at the Institute for Global Dialogue. Sanusha, let's talk about the takeaways from this year's gathering and what you think it tells us about the state of global security.
Good morning, Kathy. I think it's a very, very interesting time that the Shangri-La dialogue happened, particularly if you think about your point about global security. I mean, earlier this year you had the Munich Security Conference, and again there was a lot of debate about what kind of architecture are we looking at from a global perspective when it comes to defining but also kind of maintaining security. And we see the challenge of that in the context of what's happening with regard to the conflict in the Middle East, other conflicts around the world, in particular intrastate conflict and interstate conflict. So I think in the case of the Shangri-La dialogues, what's very important is that the securitization of the Asia-Pacific is also very important. We call it the Indo-Pacific. But if you look at, for example, issues around island states, issues around sovereignty and who claims some of the territorial integrity of islands, challenges around Taiwan, questions of military bases that are basically being used in particular areas that then can help to forge ahead levels of how do you manage, how do you define and plan your attacks and so forth. So I think the question of trust is something that is very minimal in this whole context, and whether or not the Shangri-La dialogue had achieved that is something that we need to explore further.
Sanusha, the one thing that can't be denied, just briefly, is the fact that defense budgets globally are on the increase. But are we seeing this quietly becoming a new arms race amongst countries and amongst regional blocs?
Well, I think it's been on the rise for a couple of years now. And we've seen that not necessarily as something that is surprising, particularly given that we are sitting in it's not an arms race only. It is a military, technological, industrial complex. In other words, the use of technology in now defining what your military strategy is about and using software and hardware to actually define how you go about your strategy and your expenditure in terms of your defense architecture.
Let's take a look at the Democratic Republic of Congo. Unfortunately, Ebola is back, and we now have the head of the World Health Organization that's flown himself there. Is this a sign of just how serious this outbreak is becoming?
Yeah, and I think if you contextualize the outbreak of the Ebola crisis in the Eastern DRC, you'll note that this is not a first time or a second time. This is the 17th outbreak of Ebola in the DRC. And of course, the challenge is right now the country is experiencing it, where there's been a kind of pullback from the global financing for things like Ebola and other kinds of medical and disease issues. So with the countries that have not continued to support the global fund on disease control and so forth, you're seeing this becoming even more important and more kind of critical and significant for the head of the WHO to be there and having to take a decision and talk about how is it that you're going to deal with this? Where is the money coming from? We know the EU and the US have committed, but again, this is something that also has to be looked at in the context of the African Center for Disease Control. What are the responsibilities of African countries towards that kind of intervention, whether it's a pandemic like COVID, but in the case of the Ebola, there's no kind of intervention that they have right now to deal with it. So again, these are some of the critical issues that need to be discussed.
And Sanusha, if we move on to South America, there's a diplomatic row that's brewing there. Colombia is accusing Ecuador's president of meddling in an election. Now, how serious is this allegation, and what is the threat then that it poses to the relationship between these two neighbors?
Well, I think it's quite a serious threat, because when you have another country claiming that there's external influence in their political and democratic space, then it does raise questions. And I think the allegation or the factors that surround that allegation of interference has to do with the border management between the two countries. It has to do with questions around dealing with the overlap of issues when it comes to things like drug trafficking and so forth. But also, I think it has to do with a bigger regional dynamic in the context of Latin America, particularly where the domestic architecture is also, this election is also about its relationship with the U.S. And of course, we know that relationship between Colombia and the U.S. is not that great. But we also have the factor of the Venezuelan question, the abduction of Maduro earlier this year, and that also plays into that space. Now, whether or not this is about unfriendly neighborhood is a different issue, but it's definitely a serious question, particularly in terms of how the outcome of that election will play out.
Sanusha Naidu, let me thank you for your time on the global briefing. It's now 6:30. Eva Chipa is standing by with the latest news update. Eva, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. In news making headlines for this hour, the DA's Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate Katuchero Rarisingwane will today lay criminal charges against former city manager Imogen Mashazi and her alleged bankroller. This after reports link them to a 3.5 million rand private jet trip that Mashazi undertook to London in 2022. In other news, the suspended KZN Hawks head Leseja Senona is expected to take the stand at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, which resumes in Pretoria this morning. And lastly, residents of Siruma village in Katlehong, east of Johannesburg, are calling on law enforcement agencies to urgently conduct inspections of spaza shops in the township. I'll be back at the top of the hour for SAfm News. I'm Eva Chipa.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's a heavy one for Joburg. Motorists coming in from Spruitview queues on the N3 passing Spruitview to Heidelberg Road, and then more traffic backlogging through Elon's interchange up to the long-term roadworks around Heldenace. There are some delays leaving Soweto with a breakdown on the M1 North near Maresburg. The Golden Highway out of Eldorado Park through Devlin, really jam-packing through there as well this morning. Durban, faulty traffic lights, M7 at the N2, but there's also a truck crash there, so a lot of congestion around that M7 highway and N2 system. Also the N2 North packing out already up through Spaghetti Junction into Westwood Mall. Also a breakdown, not helping matters, a breakdown in the construction zone there, adding to some delays routing north through 4 level. Cape Town, fairly heavy mist this morning, widespread and thick in places, so make sure you're going with plenty of extra time. It is Monday, it's the beginning of the month, volumes are high, already queuing on the N2 Airport through to Mowbray Main, the N1 from Brackenfell right the way through to Sable Road at Century City, already very slow. It's going to be a high volume day across Cape Town. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:32. Zai Khan is standing by with your sport. Zai, I won't lie. When I saw the first headline about the story, I thought, say it ain't so. After all the celebrations, everybody knew that this moment was going to come. Let's talk about this visa bungle. How does it happen?
How many major administration embarrassments have we had with this organization? It is just, yes, someone's they've dropped the ball again.
No, and that's precisely the point. And that's why I'm saying my first thought was, say it ain't so. Because what are the chances that we just keep having these amateurish administrative bungles, right? So how was this latest one explained?
I can't even... This is an unwanted start, by the way, after a visa delay grounded the Bafana squad at OR Tambo. Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie saying the team will now depart today, while Deputy Minister Peace Mabe has called for accountability, saying heads must roll over this administrative blunder.
SAFA's administration, they were sleeping on the job.
I mean, they haven't even kicked a ball yet. What?
They got stuck at the airport. So unpack it for me, Zai. Did they all arrive at the airport, and then as they're going through immigration, one of them is flagged, and you know those immigration officers, if it's your day, it's your day. They're not going to smile with you. They're going to say, "Ma'am, sir, produce the documents or you're not going anywhere."
And I mean, this is our Bafana. It's okay if we stand in that queue and get told these things, because it's accepted, we can get it wrong. But sorry is not enough for this kind of paperwork being, not lodged. And imagine missing a major international assignment like this, even before the ball kicks off.
So I want to know what our listeners also make of it. Please do send us some WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. I'd love to hear your take on this administrative bungle.
Oh, yes, we would. Let's move on swiftly now to the Kaizer Chiefs ladies. Ruthless was their performance. They hammered future stars 7-0 in the Gauteng Women's Provincial League. All happened at Naturena Village. After losing their opening match to Mamelodi Sundowns ladies, the Kaizer Chiefs ladies have now gone 3 matches unbeaten, and they've secured back-to-back victories. Let's go to the Springbok women. They are champions of Africa once again, defeating the host Kenya 35-20 at the Rugby Africa Women's Cup decider in Nairobi. South Africa women trailed 8-7 at half-time before producing a dominant third quarter, scoring 3 tries in 17 minutes to take control. In the meantime, the Blitz Box just fell short of the HSBC Sevens Valladolid title after a 26-19 defeat to Australia in the final. Despite leading 40-0 earlier on, South Africa were undone by missed tackles and missed opportunities. Coach Philip Snyman refused to blame a controversial TMO decision, saying his side simply wasn't clinical enough.
Yes, definitely not our best weekend, especially day 1 and day 2. I think the one thing that we can't fault the guys on was the effort and the attitude that they showed, but we weren't clinical at all. Once or twice we were a little bit lucky, but still to play in a final, we know how difficult it is to play in finals on the 7th circuit, and especially now in the championship. So I'm happy with the final. Unfortunately we couldn't pull this one through.
In the meantime, the Blitzboks remain top of the World Championship standings heading into next weekend's final event in Bordeaux, France. And tennis 4-time French Open champion Iga Swiatek suffered a shock 4th-round exit on her 25th birthday, losing 7-5, 6-1 to Ukraine's Marta Kostyuk. Kostyuk reached the Paris quarterfinals for the first time. Meanwhile, Romania's Sorana Castilla advancing to her first French Open quarterfinal since 2009. And finally, golf. Chile's Joaquim Niemann claimed the LIV Golf career title, defeating the American Taylor Gooch in a playoff in Busan. Niemann birdied the first extra hole to secure his first victory of the season and 8th LIV title overall. The win comes amid uncertainty surrounding the future of LIV Golf, with Saudi Arabia's public investment fund expected to end its financial backing after the 2026 season. That's your National Briefing Sports. Swing back for more at the top of the hour. I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Well, let's get into our market update for this morning. Daoleng, good morning. I trust you had a good weekend. So we start off the week with China's factories. They keep growing, right? Although the pace slowed somewhat in May.
Good morning, Kathy, and happy Monday. It has been a good weekend, but yeah, getting right into it. Now, China's manufacturing sector remained in expansion territory last month, with the rating dog China General Manufacturing PMI printing at 51.8. Although that's down from 52.2 in April, the reading beat expectations and signals continued growth in factory activity. Now, export orders dipped modestly and employment levels edged lower, suggesting some pressure remains despite overall resilience. Now, manufacturers are also benefited from lower input costs for the first time in 6 months, although energy prices, raw materials, and supply chain disruptions continue to weigh on businesses. The figures contrast with China's official manufacturing data, which pointed to weaker momentum across the sector. Now, the mixed signals are significant because the world's second largest economy's manufacturing sector is often viewed as a key barometer of global economic demand and growth. Now, shifting focus to another country within Asia, South Korea, where we saw exports surging by 53.2% last month, marking the fastest annual growth in over 4 decades and comfortably beating market expectations. Now, the jump was driven by booming demand for artificial intelligence infrastructure, with semiconductor exports climbing nearly 170% to a record monthly high. The figures highlight South Korea's growing role as a global AI hardware powerhouse, thanks largely to chip makers Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix. The two companies are among the world's leading suppliers of advanced memory chips used in AI servers and data centers. Computer exports also soared on strong AI-related demand, while factory activity expanded at its fastest pace in more than 5 years. The data suggests investment in AI infrastructure remains robust, supporting broader global economic growth. Now, sticking with Asia and looking at markets, stocks starting the new month in positive territory, with AI-driven optimism helping to offset those Chinese factory data and ongoing concerns over Gulf supply risks. Now, that uncertainty continues to keep global investors cautious, particularly after reports of a possible ceasefire extension, which had previously supported a rally in U.S. equities last week. That momentum initially filtered through to the JSE, but sentiment reversed into the close, with the local bourse ending May in the red. The all-share index slipped 0.4%. as late session profit taking weighed on its performance. Then over on the currency front, the rand continues to strengthen, supported by a softer US dollar and easing oil prices, with Brent crude trading around $93 a barrel this morning. Now, the local currency is currently sitting at 16.22 to the dollar, 21.83 against the pound, and 18.89 versus the euro. That's your market brief this hour. Catch you with more business updates just after 7:30.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
Refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula.
Refreshing morning, Sisketi and Jumbo Africa, to the listeners as we enter the Soweto Uprising Month, known also the Youth Month in the African continent, known as the Day of an African Child. Let's begin with this clip just to remind them of those leaders of the June 16, 1976.
I don't really think 1976 today is commemorated correctly in a manner that we can say, those of us who are in the forefront of it, can say the new government, for example, the new institutions are actually doing something that, may not necessarily be 100% enough, but we understand that, but we are in the right direction, particularly when it comes to the youth.
Siskhethi, that was just to enter the Soweto uprising month. 2 weeks from now, we'll be giving our listeners a lot about the 1976 to 2026, 50 years on.
Absolutely. So, Advocate Mantula, let's go into Ethiopia, right? Ethiopia finally decides today. We've been tracking some of the conditions that surround this election. Tigray region not participating in this election?
Absolutely. Tigray not going to be participating today, as you have said. Their figures are not clear. We talk of 130 million citizens, but 50 million expected to cast their vote today. Other 8 regions in the Amara region will not also able to vote due to insecurity. The incoming president or prime minister Abiy Ahmed is expected to vote in his hometown, Beshasha, where he'll be casting his vote today at the age of 50. It is expected, like I've said, Siskhethi, on Friday, the 11th of June, we might have an outcome of those elections in Ethiopia. So today it is also a public holiday, as people will be on the queues to cast their votes.
So, Advocate Mantula, I'm curious, you say the incoming. How do we know?
Incumbents, this notion of incumbency sits when you look at 2021, and others say there's no strong opposition so long. So normally in electoral language you use the word incumbency, So we are just speculating for now.
Let's talk about Zambia. The government now saying that it will abide by a court decision in the Lungu burial matter.
June is also marking 1 year since Edgar Lungu passed away in South African medical hospitals. And now the government, through Mulelo Kabesha on Friday, saying no matter what, if the judgment comes, they will abide with it. But they are still emphasizing that, they will want to bury him in terms of legal, constitutional obligation. It's a matter of public interest, national legacy. It is a state protocol. On the other side of the family, the senior councillor, Tembeka Ngokatobi, arguing that the wishes of Edgar Lungu was that he wants to be buried in South Africa, and he doesn't want the government of Zambia to be involved in his funeral arrangement. Like I said, it is an urgent matter. The Supreme Court of Appeal will come up with a ruling at a later date.
Yeah, unthinkable that it has literally been on the court roll for a year, right? This is not an indictment on the courts, but certainly on the fact that these two parties, the family, the government, have not been able to find some form of common ground on this matter. And then President Ramaphosa is going to be hosting the Kenyan President Ruto.
Absolutely. Getting to the president's diary, I hope that in his desk today he will mention that visit on Wednesday. President Ruto will be landing in the country on Wednesday on a state visit for almost 2 days, from the 3rd to the 5th. And also, Siskhethi, before the president comes, you have that business forum that will be hosted between the two countries, just to look at the mutual partnerships, exploring trade, investment. And others are saying since 1994, South Africa and Kenya have been partners on issues of regional trade between Southern Africa as well as East Africa region.
And let's dive then into our historical archive. 1st of June, 1937.
This man will have been 89 years old. He passed away in 1999, just at the back of SABC. That township is called Fitas, Vredendorp. Ezram Kgobokanyo Sebata Legae was born. This is a South African sculptor, a draftsman, a teacher. He taught at Fuba Center in Soweto. He went to the U.S. in early years to on the travel scholarship on issues of art. 2025, if you are in Georgia, Atlanta, you have the Beast as one of exhibition of Ezrom Legae. The Goodman Gallery in Cape Town, 2025, there was also another exhibition of Ezrom Kgobokanyo Sebata Legae that was called To Protect These Fragile Things. Asante sana Siskhethi, as was leading the True Conversation, SAFM observing the Soweto uprising month at
FlySafair's winter win-back has officially landed. For 60 days straight, one lucky traveller every day will win the value of their flight back. Simply book flights in June or July for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAfmRadio voucher. Don't just chase the sunshine, chase the wind this winter. Book at SAfmRadio.co.za and you could be getting your bucks back soon. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAfmRadio, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Bit of a hold-up leaving Soweto this morning with a breakdown by Maresburg. So traffic coming up from Rancho Road, passing Soweto on your way to Rudaport and Randburg. Very slow getting through that. Crash and a breakdown leaving Benoni in some heavy mist this morning. So Davidson through Tom Jones. That section of the N12, very heavy by its sort of recent standards. You're all backed up getting out of that Benoni area this morning. The N1 through Midrand, fairly busy. It's beginning of the month, isn't it? So, and it's a Monday morning. It's back to work. It's jam-packed from Brockfontein down to New Road. And what we're seeing on the N1's a barometer for everywhere, really. Just a very busy Monday. Durban, that truck crash on the M7 going towards the bluff at the N2, causing a big delay through the Queensborough area. Week 2 of roadworks on the R102 between Verulam and Phoenix. So you're jam-packing through there, just generally through that Ottawa area. And Cape Town, very heavy mist this morning. That coupled with a high volume of traffic means you need to go early and have some time because it will be busy and you don't need to be running late and pushing too hard in these misty conditions. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:49. Let's get into this story now. Over the weekend, South Africa's left tried to find its voice again. In Boksburg, the Communist Party convened a conference of the left under a single banner, Building Working Class and Popular Power. The EFF was there, the MK Party was there, the PAC was also there. The ANC, however, was not. Its Secretary General, Fikile Mbalula, dismissed the gathering as not genuinely leftist at all. So is this a revival of the left or is it a coalition of the frustrated? We're joined now by the SACP's Mbulelo Mandlana. Mbulelo, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Of course, the big question is ahead of the 4th of November local election date, how is the left going to turn its partnerships, its coalitions, its conference outcomes into tangible votes?
Good morning, Kathy. That is not our point of departure, that we want to turn our discussions and our agreements and our program of action that we have taken out of the conference of the left into votes necessarily. That would be a minimalistic perspective. Our intention really in maximizing the value of the engagement we've had over the last 3 days is to build, as you say, a much more organized left, a much more capable left, capable of campaigning, capable of making demands, capable of coordinating between sectors of the working class, capable of creating the sort of pressure that is necessary for the working class to have its demands met by the bosses. That is the main issue. It is not really a tool for the individual interest from a campaign standpoint for the organizations involved. But of course, still, there's a matter of power on the table. We want the organizations that are participating to be strong in their own name, in their own categories, in the areas of campaigning and the areas of where they work, where the same constituents they organize to be stronger. That would be positive still.
The ANC has all but dismissed, right, this particular gathering, saying that there's nothing leftist about it. What's your response to that? And what did you make of the fact that they didn't even bother to participate?
It is completely unfortunate that the ANC has decided that position is a choice they should make. And as far as it has to do with the argument they are making that this is not left, what is really not left is the decision they are making, which is the decision to stay away from engaging many organizations that are part of the constituency that they ought, historically speaking, to be organizing, to distance yourselves from the motive forces, if I can use the language that the ANC understands, to distance yourself from the motive forces because you are suspicious of their ideological purity is foolhardy, to say the least. And we think that it is unproductive for the purposes of the ANC, the National Liberation Movement, whose historical mandate is uniting the totality of the oppressed under
Mbulelo,
progressive
is
agenda.
the SACP trying to find an in with some of these other parties, whether it's the EFF or the MK party? Because what we know is that the election outcomes, just even by means of, whether it's by-elections that are taking place in municipalities, they stand to have a much stronger showing than you at the polls.
No. That is not true. The Communist Party is going to the election for the first time, of course. This is not an attempt to find new friends in anticipation for elections. We reject that construct.
So how does all of this translate then? Because we are in an environment, right, where there's coalition politics, and surely that too would be part of the point of conversation, discussion, especially coming after the 2024 elections, where we know the SACP was so vocal about the decision around coalition partners that the ANC entered into. So I don't see how it doesn't become a point of discussion.
I appreciate your insistence, Kathy, on the election line, but the conference is not about that. The conference is much more about the working class more broadly. This conference would have taken place even if the Communist Party was not going to elections. In any case, the idea of the conference was conceived way before the Communist Party confirmed in the Special Congress that it will be going into elections. We're fulfilling our Congress decision.
Okay.
As we expect to COSATU to be fulfilling its decision too in convening the conference. To minimize the elections is to devalue its meaning.
Okay. Mbulelo Mandana, spokesperson of the SACP.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Well, also this weekend, we got to see who is doing the talking, particularly where money is concerned in politics. The Electoral Commission's latest declarations show parties banked just over 97 million rand in 3 months. The DA alone took more than 57 million. That's close to 60% of the total. Rise Mzansi declared a single 30 million rand donation that started off as a loan but was converted into a donation. The IEC is now questioning that particular transaction. And of course, the disclosure threshold has now been raised to 200,000 rand, while the annual cap has doubled to 30 million rand. Michael Atkins joins us for more on the story. He's an independent election analyst. So, Michael, we have, with these declarations, the bulk of these contributions sitting with the Democratic Alliance and with Rise Mzansi. What does that tell us?
Hi, good morning. Yes, it's certainly an interesting set of figures. Clearly, there is the preparation for the local government election, and the donation to the DA is probably unsurprising. The donation to Rise Mzansi, in a way, is not a fresh donation. It's as you mentioned, it's a conversion of a prior loan to a donation. So, really, what it tells us is that the other parties are not declaring donations in the build-up to a sort of highly contested election, which in itself is a little unusual.
Mike, has Rise Mzansi been able to answer very clearly around this "We Are the People" NPO? And because if we go back to the record, there have been questions previously around Rise Mzansi receiving money from this particular funder.
Look, There are questions. I'm not aware of anything amiss that has arisen from the prior discussions. And obviously, we now have a fresh situation. The IEC can get documents, any information that's required from Rise Mzansi. It's not improper, for example, to convert a loan to a donation. In itself, that's not improper. But yes, the IEC does have the power to obtain any documents or information relevant to the situation to ensure that what is being declared is an accurate reflection of the facts. And time will tell whether there's anything in the story or whether it's just a routine matter.
This, of course, also opens up the question around, full transparency when it comes to the declarations that these political parties are making. With the increase of the cap to now 30 million, do you get a sense that political parties are going to be forthright, or are there many donations that are going to fly below the radar?
It's very difficult to tell. We have an excellent legislative framework. There's no question about that. This is a real advancement for democracy to have this openness. But clearly, many parties are spending substantially more money than they are declaring. So when it comes to election campaigning and operational costs, the spending is clearly much higher than the declared donations. So we still have this sense of uncertainty as to whether the existing laws are catching other forms of donations that are going through the net, so to speak.
Michael Atkins, we'll leave it there for this morning. He's an independent election analyst. I wonder, what questions would you want political parties to answer about who is funding and who is bankrolling their activities? I'll take some of your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. You can, of course, also dial in on 086 000 2032.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Top stories at 7. DA to lay charges against former Ekurhuleni city manager, and Johannesburg Metro Bus reduces operations from today. Good morning, I'm Eva Chiba. The DA's Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate Katuchero Rarisingwane will today lay criminal charges against former city manager Imogen Mashazi and her alleged bankroller. This after reports linked them to a 3.5 million rand private jet trip that Mashazi undertook to London in 2022. The reports have also linked Mashazi to tender-related irregularities in the city of Ekurhuleni. The DA says the criminal case will be opened at the Germiston police station and has argued that the allegations warrant a full investigation. The suspended KZN Hawks head Lesetja Senona is expected to take the stand at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. He's a central figure in the investigation into the mysterious disappearance of 541 kilograms of cocaine worth 200 million rand in 2021. SAfmRadio reports.
The Commission, which has since handed its second report to President Cyril Ramaphosa, is expected to continue from where it left off with evidence relating to the Port Shepstone drug bust. General Sinona is expected to respond to questions relating to his alleged involvement in the missing consignment. Previous witnesses before the Commission have testified that Sinona gave instructions for the more than 200 million rands consignment to be stored at the Hawks Port Shepstone facility despite there being insufficient security at the premises. I am SAfmRadio in Pretoria.
Hundreds of Johannesburg commuters will be affected when the city's Metro Bus reduces its operations from today due to financial constraints and surging diesel costs. The service will affect off-peak routes. Musa Hlongo has more.
The bus company says changes will affect selected routes during off-peak hours, especially during the middle of the day, while peak hours services will continue to help workers, learners and other passengers get to their destinations. Metrobus says it has faced budget cuts over the past few years, and higher fuel prices have made the situation worse. No routes will be completely closed, but fewer buses will run on some routes for an unknown period as the company works to keep the services running and avoid further financial problems. Musamhlongo, Johannesburg.
Residents of Siluma View in Katlehong, east of Johannesburg, are calling on law enforcement agencies to urgently conduct inspections of spaza shops in the township. Last week, several spaza shops and supermarkets in Vosloorus and surrounding areas, including Katlehong, were issued with non-compliance notices for operating with expired licenses. Pilani Motlapeng is one of the concerned residents.
The MMC of Health to come again and check in their stores. If ever their food, it is okay so. And then if ever they can do so, we won't have a problem along with them. Then that's why we can speak with them and say, as you are here in South Africa, you are running a business, kindly employ one or two in the area of which they can work along with you than to go in Bangladesh or in your certain area and collect certain person to come and work here.
And lastly, looking further afield, police in Nigeria have warned against reprisals targeting South African nationals or businesses in the country. This after reports of attacks on of Nigerians in South Africa. The BBC's Mako Ochi Okafor reports.
The Nigerian police have tried to reassure the public, saying there's no cause for alarm, but they also warn that any attacks on South African citizens, businesses or diplomatic facilities in Nigeria will be treated as a criminal offense. The warning comes amid rising tension in South Africa, where there have been weeks of demonstrations calling for immigration reforms and for undocumented migrants to leave the country by the end of June. Previous episodes of xenophobic violence in South Africa have triggered retaliatory attacks in Nigeria, where some South African-owned businesses were vandalized and looted.
Recapping the top story for this hour, the DA's Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate Katuchero Radisengwane will today lay criminal charges against former city manager Imogen Mashazi and her alleged bankroller. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour. For SAfm News, I'm Eva Chipa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
If your data plan was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 35-year-old Zanai a whopping 1,180 on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, soccer, Bafana finally cleared to take off as visa drama ends ahead of the World Cup campaign. And in rugby, the Springbok women crowned Queens of Africa. The details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. It's a busy Monday. Heavy. Soweto through Rudaport on the M1 North. Big queues up to Gordon Road this morning. N1 jam-packed. That's a sign that it is busy. Traffic sitting from Brockfontein Interchange down to New Road this morning. And delays coming out of Benoni from Davyton. You get to Pitfontein. Then there's a crash before you get to Tom Jones. It's all very heavy through there. Durban this morning. Truck crash on the M7 heading towards the Bluff. That's a big queue of traffic as you arrive into that scene from Queensborough. Also a broken down vehicle a little bit earlier this morning on the N2 at Westwood Mall is being cleared, but it's a big backlog coming up from the M7 highway. Verulam through to Phoenix, busy again along the R102 and generally through Ottawa because of the roadworks. And Cape Town, very busy, high volumes and very heavy mist across parts of the city. Give yourself time to get through. Also a collision on Bosmansdam Road at Montague Drive, causing major delays out of that Boortlesak and Edgemead area, and badly backlogging N7 towards the off-ramps. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Eight after 7 o'clock. A very good morning to you. You're listening to the National Briefing. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Coming up in this hour of the show, the Madanga Commission is back in session today. We go straight to the Commission and we ask what its second report tells the President and what happens next. Also from this morning, the rules change at our borders. If you drive a foreign registered car in or out of South Africa, there's something that you need to know before you actually get to border control. The SARS Commissioner joins us to explain the latest changes. And of course, in our reality check, we've got a brand new contributor for the week. And you can expect Dr. Lebohang Peko to lead the conversation on the reality check this morning. All that and more coming up within the next hour. As always, we'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial to reach our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
SAF's winter win-back has officially landed. For 60 days straight, one lucky traveller every day will win the value of their flight back. Simply book flights in June or July for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAF voucher. Don't just chase the sunshine, chase the win this winter. Book at flysafair.co.za and you could be getting your bucks back soon. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAFair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend? It's my way, Jomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month. My way insurance? Yes. Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to my way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way. Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
It's 12 after 7 o'clock. Let's get into our big story this morning. The Madlanga Commission resumes public hearings days after handing President Cyril Ramaphosa its second interim report. The president says it's helping clear the rot from our justice system. The Commission's spokesperson, Jeremy Michaels, joins us over the line. Jeremy, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning. So the president talks about this rot in the system, and I guess it's a rot that many South Africans have been exposed to through the work that the Commission is doing, without really breaking the confidentiality here. What is the headline message contained in this second report?
Good morning, Kathy. As you say, the public has been able to see and hear for themselves the evidence before the Commission. And I think to answer your question, it's important to go back to 6 July 2025, when, of course, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi had made those explosive allegations regarding the alleged infiltration of South Africa's law enforcement agencies by criminal syndicates. And that really lies at the heart of this inquiry by the Madlanga Commission. Of course, the second interim report, which was delivered to President Ramaphosa on Friday, is for his eyes only. In terms of our mandate, the terms of reference, the interim reports, the first one, which was delivered on the 17th of December last year, and the second installment are strictly confidential for the president to update him on the progress. But again, as I was saying, the public has had the benefit based on the transparency that Justice Madlanga had committed the Commission to right at the outset. The public has been able to get all the detail of the allegations and the testimony by a number of witnesses. To date, we've had 60 witnesses since the Commission started its hearings on the 17th of September last year. And I dare say that as much as it has been captivating, I saw a story in one of the international publications saying that this is South Africa's new Netflix. But on a serious note, it is, of course, extremely disturbing, the allegations of serious criminality within our law enforcement agencies, and particularly the SAPS.
And Jeremy, I don't want us to skirt over the issue, right, as far as the transparency is concerned. It's a hurdle that I don't think that we're quite over yet. Yes, these hearings are being held in public. South Africans are seeing real time what the state of some of the institutions is, the relationships, and the fact that we still don't have line of sight of these reports. It has a big question mark over it, especially because this is in the public interest.
Yes, indeed, Kathy, I think that is to be expected. The final report, however, will be public according to the terms of reference. The Commission, of course, has until the 31st of August to finalize its work and its report. We have a very intense period certainly over the next 2 months, June and July, of public hearings. We do have one in-camera application for tomorrow's hearing, but again, as has been the case before, the application is largely for the witness for the witness's face to be concealed, but that the witness's voice be heard. And so I think going forward, as I say, it is going to be quite an intense program. The Commission is seeking to cover as much of its mandate contained in the terms of reference as possible. Then, of course, we will need time to write that final report before the 31st of August.
The first report that you issued to the president had officials that you had flagged. There were matters that you flagged for action. It's now 6 months on. Can you tell South Africans about what has happened to those matters that you had flagged?
Well, I think, as you know, the president instructed once he had received our first interim report, and I can't speak on behalf of the president, but it is known that he instructed that a task team be set up by the SAPS as well as the National Prosecuting Authority. Whilst we don't obviously have control over that task team, it is a matter of public record that the task team has been working to execute on the recommendations of the Madlanga Commission, which the president had issued a lengthy statement on in January after he had.
But how far is that accountability running, Jeremy? You know the apprehension that South Africans have towards commissions of inquiry. What is their real purpose? Yes, beyond just giving us information, are we seeing accountability that flows directly from the commission right into tangible action? And the reason I'm asking this is because the commission has also been clear to come out and say that the arrests that we are seeing are not arrests that are necessarily driven by the commission. And, you wanted to create a disassociation, between this narrative that these arrests are taking place because the commission is doing this work.
I think it's important, as we have done in recent months, for the public to understand that the commission is a judicial commission of inquiry, and the separation between the commission's powers and that of a task team run by the SAPS and the NPA. That distinction is important. Having said that, it doesn't mean that the Commission is necessarily distancing itself from the consequences. I think all South Africans want to see consequences flowing from the work of the Commission, and that has actually been happening. We've seen numerous suspensions. The recommendations of the Commission are being implemented by the task team. Numerous arrests have taken place, and I think in quite a number of cases we've seen serious consideration of the bail applications. In a couple of cases, bail has been denied. And so the consequences certainly are flowing. I don't think there's any doubt that the work of the Commission, whether directly or indirectly, has had significant consequences for those implicated. And that will continue over the next few months and certainly going forward, I have no doubt, because it is it's clear that those implicated individuals, where there are serious cases against them, having compromised the integrity of the law enforcement agencies for which they work, and other individuals who are complicit allegedly at the stage, there must be consequences for them.
Jeremy, given the scale of corruption that has been unearthed and the fact that there just is not enough time, do you think that the Commission's terms of reference should be extended, that the Commission should run longer?
Well, Kathy, that's not for us to say.
Well, of course it is for you to say. You're sitting with the evidence. You understand just what it is that you may or may not be able to get to by the 31st of August.
Yeah, let me put it this way. The Commission's terms of reference, and we said this right at the outset, on the 28th of July, when we had our first media engagement, Justice Madlanga himself said that the terms of reference are very wide. And so I don't think in the framing of the terms of reference, there's any issue with the mandate that the Commission has received. It is a question of time, practically. And we, for our part, have been pushing as hard as possible, working day and night to ensure that we cover as much as is practically possible. To date, as I was saying, we've had 60 witnesses, and just in this year alone, in 2026, the Commission heard 32 witnesses over 64 days of hearings.
Okay.
So I think, the fundamental question, which we are in the process of answering, is whether South Africans can trust the law enforcement agencies that are meant to protect them. And of course, critically, what must be done to ensure that those law enforcement agencies are clean of these allegedly corrupt elements. Because if South Africans can't trust the individuals, certainly at the top of, let's take, for example, the SAPS, we've had
Jeremy?
numerous generals.
We're going to have to wrap it up there. Unfortunately, we're completely out of time for this conversation, but I think we certainly understand the perspective of the Madlanga Commission.
Fly SAF's winter win back has officially landed. For 60 days straight, one lucky traveller every day will win the value of their flight back. Simply book flights in June or July for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a Fly SAF voucher. Don't just chase the sunshine, chase the win this winter. Book at flysafair.co.za and you could be getting your bucks back soon. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. Fly SAF, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
If your local car wash was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved a 30-year-old Dineo an unbelievable 1,094 Rand on her 2025 Kia Sonet. Get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information online.
It's not about the score. It's about the moment. The sun sitting heavy on our shoulders. The lights humming above us. All that matters is this. The crowd lifting together. Strangers becoming friends. Family being family. This is what it means to be a cricket fan. We share the moment. And in that sharing, we become something more than the result. We become unbreakable. The Proteas 2026-27 tickets are now available. Book today at cricket.coza. Unbreakable spirit lives here.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into our second big story for the morning. From today, all foreign registered vehicles entering or leaving South Africa must be declared through the South African Revenue Services Traveller Management System. This is before crossing the border. Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service, Dr. Johnston Makubo, joins us this morning. Dr. Makubo, thank you so much for your time. So tell us about these changes and what can, I guess, those that are involved in cross-border travel, what can they anticipate?
Good morning, Kathy, and morning to your listeners. The work that we are rolling out today is part of the drive by SARS to modernize, and we are specifically looking at modernizing our customs systems. We've modernized largely the movement of goods in terms of declaration before you come to the port, so that we are able to seamlessly process you at the port if you are bringing cargo across the port. However, the travelers we've not focused on in the last while, and now we have completed a technology that allows us to give that opportunity to travelers as well to declare through a system as opposed to the manual declarations that we had before. So what we are doing today, we are launching the traveler management system through which you are able, if you are bringing a vehicle cross-border, that you are able to declare that vehicle so that you can then be granted a temporary import permit. This system has been ongoing for SADC countries, and for those of us that are in the SACU, which is the Southern African Customs Union, we had deferred the implementation of the system. But today we are activating those 4 countries, Eswatini, Namibia, Botswana, and Lesotho. So what is required of them is to declare before they come to the port. And then when they come to the port, they then have their temporary import permit that will be issued. We've seen about 35,000 of such cases in the last week in terms of applications.
Commissioner, the travel between these countries that you've mentioned, right, is often, I think, where many people have become quite relaxed. There's ease of movement. So what are you finding in terms of the implication, and what are you expecting will be the implication at the actual border posts? There are many people that don't even declare to their banks that they're crossing the border, and there's sort of a way in which it has become allowed because there is such frequent movement between these countries.
Look, again, I think there is this issue of SARS carries a mandate. One of the mandate objectives that we carry is to facilitate trade and protect society. And in as far as goods that move into the country, whether it's vehicles or otherwise, we need to execute that mandate. So what is likely to happen at the ports of entry today? I'm actually at one as we speak. Travelers are going to be asked to produce the declaration, and at the back of producing that declaration, they would then be processed and be given their temporary import permit if everything checks out. If they rock up, and we do believe some are going to, if they just arrive without having done that, we have deployed additional capacity from the likes of Beitbridge and Libombo, because we know that those borders have already been on that system for some time and there is familiarity with the system. We've moved some of those to the Free State and to the Northwest so that they can be able to assist. So the likely thing to happen is that somebody may rock up at the port of entry unaware, despite the fact that we've communicated extensively. If they do come through, we will help them manually through iPads and the like. However, if they've already declared, we will simply just process them. It takes no more than 5 minutes to issue them the permit.
What impact do you believe this is going to have, particularly on the hijacked vehicles that we see going across the border, Commissioner? Do you think it's going to help deal with that?
Our view is that it's going to, and I must be quite clear in that some vehicles that are hijacked in the country may not actually move through the port. They may move through the borderline, as we have seen in the likes of Mozambique in the past. And of course, we continue to work with our colleagues in other law enforcement agencies to be able to still have impact along the borderline. But I think in general, for us, what we are looking for in terms of cars that are coming in is to make sure that these cars do not mingle with the cars in South Africa to an extent where our industry in South Africa, car manufacturing industry, is affected. So for us, it's important that we know what vehicles have crossed the country, how long they're in the country. This is common practice, by the way, Kathy, with our neighboring countries. If you travel into those countries as a South African, you'll be expected to get the permit. To some extent, you'd actually be asked to pay for road insurance in those countries. But in our case, we want to know what vehicles are in the country. If those vehicles are found committing crime, our colleagues in SAPS and in the road management space can enforce the laws of the country.
All
So
right.
we believe that it gives us visibility of these vehicles, and we are able to then collectively enforce the laws of the country because of that visibility.
Dr. Johnston Makubo, the Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service, thanks for that update. So note those changes then, particularly if you're going to be traveling across borders coming out of South Africa. Eva is standing by with your latest headlines.
Thanks, Kathy. In your news making headlines for this hour, Parliament's Impeachment Committee is scheduled to meet this afternoon. 21 members of Parliament appointed to the Section 89 Impeachment Committee are set to meet for the first time to elect a chairperson. In other news, the DA's Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate Katuchero Radisengwane will today lay criminal charges against former city manager Imogen Mashazi and her alleged bankroller. And lastly, police in Nigeria have warned against acts of retaliation targeting South African nationals or businesses in the country. I'll be back at the top of the hour. For SAfm News, I'm Eva Chipa.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's beginning of the month and it's Monday. It's back to work. It's a high volume day right across the country. Make sure you got plenty of time to get through. The N1 Soweto to Roodepoort remains heavy. Crash on the N12 near Tom Jones Street. Big traffic coming through Davyton, Pitfontein and Benoni at this stage. N3 fully loaded. Elon's interchange to Van Buren. And then some delays as you pop out from Giluli, setting up towards Modderfontein Road. Plenty of traffic on the Mike 1 between Boysons and Sandton. And the N14 on your way to Pretoria. This is the Krugersdorp Highway. Big traffic jams there from Pretoria West up towards the M1 Brockfontein interchange. Durban's N2 heavy this morning. Cement factory side right through to Westwood Mall. The M4 Southern Freeway Umbulo Kongela into the city centre. That's heavy. Inunda Road out of Newlands bad towards the N2. Kwamashu Highway bad across the N2 on a Chris Harney, and of course it's the week 2 that we kicked off between Verulam and Phoenix with those roadworks on the R102. Cape Town crash on Bosmansdam Road at Montague Drive. That is having a major impact out of Boortesark, out of Edgemead, and on the N7 both ways towards that Bosmansdam exit. And the R300's heavy today from Delft, Kales River, all the way up that R300 jammed until the N1. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Oh, Zaikan, Bafana finally cleared for takeoff. The visa drama, which so many of our listeners are talking about this morning, has been cleared.
I know, Kathy. Most of us forget a toothbrush or a charger. We forgot a whole visa. Imagine telling Mexico, sorry, we couldn't make it.
No, I can't even imagine. I mean, yeah.
Anyway, let's go. Their travel plans for Bafana back on track after a visa mix-up delayed the team's departure to Mexico. Sports Minister Gator McKenzie confirmed all players have now received their travel documents and the squad will leave on a charter flight today. Several players and officials were unable to travel as scheduled over the weekend, forcing the team to remain in Johannesburg just days before the tournament. McKenzie labelled the situation embarrassing and has called for accountability, with South Africa set to open their World Cup campaign against host Mexico. That's on the 11th of June. So yeah, Bafana nearly missing a World Cup flight because of paperwork. We've got some voice notes coming in from you this morning.
Good morning, Oskethy. Oops, they did it again. Oskethy, you know, Safa, they will never stop to do shenanigans. As long as that man is still there, that old man, as long as still there, we're not going to beat around the bush. That Denny Yoran need to leave. They had only one job, get the visas ready on time. They had all the time to prepare. Somebody was sleeping on their job.
Morning, Kathy, and your listeners. Kathy, what happened to Bafana? It's unspeakable. It just shows you the leadership we have in the country. South Africa has a crisis of leadership. A crisis. Thank you, Anonymous.
Good morning, Kathy and SAfm listeners. Marco Masegui and Ferre. You know, when talking about the issue of Bafana, it is so disappointing, even though we don't know what really transpired, but it's so embarrassing to always have such issues when we have to go and play. They are demoralizing our players even before they start kicking the ball. Thank you.
Yeah, the players have done their job by qualifying, and the administrators just had to do theirs. But at least now the story ends with boarding passes secured. Also, Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie confirming that the 6 players excluded from coach Hugo Bruges' final Bafana squad will travel to Mexico for the team's opener against the hosts. Brandon Peterson, Patrick Maswangani, Tabiso Monyane, Tapelo Morena, Lebohang Mabu, and Brooklyn Pochenpoel had been cut from the provisional 32-man list, but now they will join the group, and that's thanks to a sponsorship from proudly South African brand Old School. The announcement comes amidst the SAFA visa delays. But Bafana are scheduled to depart tonight. Let's go to the Springbok women. They're champions of Africa, once again defeating the hosts Kenya 35-20 in a thrilling Rugby Africa Women's Cup decider in Nairobi. The Blitzboks, they just fell short in Valladolid, Spain after a 26-19 defeat to Australia in the final, despite leading 14-0 early on. And cricket, Virat Kohli hit the winning 6 as the defending champions, the Royal Challengers Bengaluru, retained its Indian Premier League title with a 5-wicket victory over the Gujarat Titans. Bengaluru reached 161 for 5 in 18 overs after winning the toss and restricting Gujarat to 155 for 8 in 20 overs. And finally, tennis, João Fonseca triumphed in yet another epic match at this year's French Open, defeating Casper Ruud. It's the first time Fonseca has reached the quarterfinals.
Well, it was tough. Casper plays good here. I mean, he's a very experienced guy and he knows how to play here in this amazing court. So, I mean, he has 2 finals, so it was tough to the beginning, but I played really good in the important moments in the first and second set, and I was very happy because of that.
That's your sport on the National Briefing. We'll serve it up some more. Top of the hour, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning again. So South Africa has retained the S&P positive outlook. That's despite the global headwinds.
You're absolutely right there, Kathy. The ratings agency has affirmed South Africa's credit ratings, keeping the country on a positive outlook despite global uncertainty linked to the Middle East conflict and higher fuel prices. Now, S&P Global maintained its long-term foreign currency rating at BB and local currency rating at BB+, both still in sub-investment grade territory, meaning junk status. However, it signaled the possibility of a future upgrade if fiscal consolidation continues and debt stabilizes further. This comes after S&P upgraded SA's credit rating late last year, which was the first upgrade in almost 2 decades. Now, the agency sees modest growth improving over the coming years, supported by reforms in electricity, logistics, and infrastructure, although near-term momentum may be constrained by inflation and higher interest rates. This decision follows Moody's one where it revised South Africa's outlook to positive, signaling growing confidence in the country's reform path and fiscal direction. Moving over to corporate news, in an attempt to gain even more market share, Dis-Chem is accelerating its expansion, planning to open 34 new stores in its current financial year, rolling out its health hub model, integrating pharmacies, clinics, financial services, and digital care. This comes despite reporting a slump in earnings, missing analyst expectations, as its investment in its new store model came at a cost. Investment in its ecosystem, including better rewards and digital health platforms, total 445 million rands, aimed at long-term returns by 2027. Results, however, were overshadowed by reputational pressure after the South African Human Rights Commission launched an investigation into racist social media posts linked to shareholder Mark Salzman, intensifying scrutiny and boycott calls as management moved to distance the company from the remarks and reaffirm that they do not reflect its values or governance. Checking in on markets, local equities remain largely driven by global developments, although a busy slate of company earnings and economic data will keep domestic investors engaged this week. In Asia, markets are trading in positive territory as investors digest fresh manufacturing data out of China, while US futures are also in the green despite ongoing uncertainty around a potential agreement between the US and Iran, which continues to cloud the global risk outlook and keep geopolitical tensions in focus. Oil, in the meantime, remains steady, trading around $93 a barrel amid those supply side concerns. In currency markets, the rand has started the week on firmer footing, currently trading at 16.23 to the dollar, 21.85 against the pound, and 18.91 versus the euro. That's where I leave things with you this morning. I'll be back tomorrow with your market moving headlines. I'm Ntauleng Lechela for the National Briefing.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
7:43, you're listening to the National Briefing as we bring you clarity, context and conversation. I know you're probably waiting for the reality check. We're going to be getting into it shortly. In the meantime, though, I just want to take some of your calls and voice notes on the different issues that we've been raising. For those of you that are traveling across borders, how's the process been? This is of getting your permits ahead of time, and the new platform then that has been developed by SARS for you to actually register, right, your vehicle and get that permit. We'd love to hear how that is also unfolding. David, you're in Zanin. Good morning.
Casey, how are you?
Good. Go for it, David.
Yes, Casey, I just want to talk about the Bafana debacle. You know, Casey, soccer, it's one of the sporting codes in the country which is not doing very well. I think, Casey, it all starts from SAFA boardrooms. This might look a small thing, Casey, but believe you me, I think it has got a very negative impact on the players mentally, even before they kick the ball. You know, Kathy, with all due respect, I think Dr. Jordan has done enough for the country, particularly in soccer, but I think the old man has overstayed his welcome in SAFA.
Do you think this is yet another clear sign, at least the way that some South Africans read it, that he should go?
Yes, Casey. You know, lastly, I think the whole organization, SAFA, needs some serious overhauling.
Okay.
That's all what I wanted to say, Casey.
David, let's leave it there.
It's an embarrassment.
Yeah. Absolutely. David out in Zanin. I understand we also have Cameron Dugmore on the line. He's an MP. Mr. Dugmore, I understand that you want to respond to the conversation we had on digital funding. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Kathy. Yes, thanks. I did send a voice note, but apparently it was a bit long. I'm not aware of, should it be a minute? But to get to the point, I must admit, Kathy, I was disappointed in yourself and, you know, whoever's producing, that your so-called analyst on election funding was not asked at all about who is giving over 50 million to the DA, who's giving 30 million or converting a loan to Rise. And then the implication that your analyst made was that others are simply not declaring, whereas at the same time he acknowledges that donations of under 200,000 don't. So on what basis can he then say that people are not declaring? And secondly, why wasn't he asked who the funders are? Because that is actually now public knowledge. So I was just very disappointed and surprised that that question wasn't asked.
Yeah, look, Cameron, the reality is that we've got such limited time for these interviews. I do have a full list of who the donors are. I mean, the DA, if we look at it, they've received donations from some of the usual donors. You've got, you know, Main Street 1564, Fynbos, Equitate, Miss M Slack, Fynbos Capital. These are some of the funders that have been publicly disclosed before. And I did ask about, in particular, the NPO, We Are the People, in as far as Rise Mzansi's declaration is concerned.
Yeah, it's just that, for instance, something like if the analyst is being brought on and is supposed to be an electoral funding analyst, he needs to be able to say, who is we the people? Give people a sense. And obviously, from where I'm sitting, people need to declare. Obviously, there's a law and people must declare.
Yeah.
But I think the real issue about funding is who's funding who, what interests are going into the different parties. So that was the reason for my call,
Okay.
Kathy.
All
Thanks
right.
very
Fair
much.
enough. All right, Cameron. Thanks for that. Thanks
Take
for that
care.
feedback and input. Let me take some of your voice notes.
Good morning, Kathy. It's Velim Mjoli of Richards Bay. Kathy, you see, this thing of these political parties is just all nonsense. They should just all come together, all of them, because they're only doing one thing. They talk. So their name should be Talking Party. Yeah. Opposing the organization like March and March. Yeah, because those are the people that's fighting for the rights of the people of this country. These political parties are all nonsense. Just name one thing, Talking Party. Thank you.
Good morning, Auskhethi. Ke Shatha ko mokgalong wa Molechi. Give SACP positions. You'll never hear anything about the left and everything.
Yeah, it's interesting how this just won't go away. This idea that part of the reason why the SACP has been so vociferous, right, in its stance and in its position on the coalitions, that comes down to the fact that there are certain individuals in the SACP that didn't get positions in cabinet. Love More, you're in Port Elizabeth. Good morning.
Hello, Siskil. How are you?
Go for it, Love More.
Siskil, please, man, just help us, man. Over the issue with the road, M17 and the M19, there is big potholes and there is accidents there on that road every day. I mean, like each and every minute you get an accident. Cars are hitting those big potholes and it causing accidents. Yesterday, I think there was one fatality, one person died because of those big potholes. If you can, just help us to call one of the local municipalities to explain why they don't fix those potholes, because they are so dangerous to the communities. That's what I want to say this morning. Thank you to everyone and the listeners.
Sure, Love More. Thanks for that. Yeah, look, the issue of the roads it's such a difficult one. Remember, in Joburg, I think the Joburg Roads Agency, they have a deficit now to the tune of, I can't remember, but it's hundreds of millions of rand that they say is going to be needed just for them to be able to catch up with the maintenance backlog. And if that's in Johannesburg, you can only imagine what that means for the rest of the country too.
And the road is so busy. I think it's from Kariega to PE, and the one is from Motherwell side going down to the other location, but the road is so busy and it's causing a lot of accidents. And the municipality have to do something about those potholes. They are so big. You can't even run away from them when you drive on the road.
Yeah.
Either you go head on or you
Sure.
damage your car.
Okay, Love More. Thanks for that. Love More on the potholes in Port Elizabeth. Yeah, it's certain. It's a risk, right? It's just a safety risk for vehicles on the road. Let me take you over to the traffic desk. Rogburn is standing by.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Thanks, Kathy. Live from the traffic desk, we've got some queues on the N14, the Krugersdorp Highway this morning between the R55 Pretoria West exit and the N1 Brockfontein. If you're on your way to Pretoria, that's quite heavy. There's also a backlog on the N1 North from Old Joburg getting into Brockfontein, so it looks like an issue right in that interchange area this morning. The N12 from Daveyton, you get to Pitfontein and it all grinds to a halt out of Benoni, a crash at Tom Jones, and then delays right through to about Rondebolt Road. Mike 1's pretty heavy from Boyson through to Grayston Drive up in Santa. Make sure you've got some extra time to get up through there. Traffic lights down again on that Greyston Drive Mike 1 bridge. That is just a regular occurrence, isn't it? It happens way too often. Durban's N2 heading north slow from the M7 through towards Westwood Mall. There's also been a crash on the N3 going inbound between Pavilion Mall and Spaghetti Junction. So if you're coming from Pinetown, all of a sudden that's getting quite heavy. And the M4 from Clarewood up through Umbilo into central Durban, very slow on the Southern Freeway this morning. Cape Town quite misty, particularly around the Brackenfell, Kraaifontein area. That N1 inbound is just slow from sort of Justenburg this morning all the way through to Brackenfell Boulevard. R300 is as heavy as it's been for a while. Queues effectively really from the sort of Delft side all the way through towards the N1. And a crash on Bosmansdam Road earlier at Montague Drive. That's probably one of the worst places for congestion that could happen anywhere in the country. So that crash there causing big delays from Boortesak, big delays out of Edgemead, holding up the N7 badly, coming south from Plattekloof, and bad queues on the N7 north to get off of Bosmansdam with queues from the heart of Goodwood. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Well,
there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Those buy one, get one free specials save money, but you could really save by switching to OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance made for older cars. 43-year-old Qeniso pays only 510 Rand a month for his 2012 Hyundai Sonata and gets third-party cover of up to 1 million Rand. Get OUTsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 Rand. That's car to 43185. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, so this is the first time that we're having an encounter with this since we took over the show. And I must admit, it's caught us a little bit ill-prepared for this moment. We've been having difficulty reaching our guest for the reality check for this week. I'm sure it'll all be explained by the time we get off air at 9 o'clock. But it does mean that for today, we don't have a reality check. We're going to have to write it off just for today while we try and figure out what has happened with our guest. I do apologize. And the reason I'm saying this is because I know some of you even send me WhatsApp messages. If we go to the reality check at 7:42, you're like, where is the reality check? Stop talking. So I must apologize and disclose up front that we are having difficulties with reaching our guest for this morning, but we will continue with the reality check tomorrow. That said, let me continue then on the lines. Pule, you are in Matlosana. Good morning.
Morning, Casey.
Yes, sir.
Casey, mine is very brief, straight to the point. These people that they call themselves with the left, where were they during the term of ANC for the past 30 years? Abu Malach, Abu Jacob Zuma, Abu Tony Ngeni, Abu Julius Malema, where were they for the past 30 years? When they call the convention, they call the Congress, and they are saying they are representing the marginalized, they are representing the working class. Where was Isma Hashule? And some of them today, they are running courts. They are dodging and diving to go to court.
But
now is in court.
Surely they deserve a right to try and reclaim the work of the left because of all of these challenges that they've experienced in the last 3 decades.
They were in government, they had opportunity to do that, they didn't do it. Zuma today is promising us that he will create a job. Zuma today is telling us that he's going to liberate South Africans. He was a president for 9 years. He was a deputy president for 7 years of the country. He has been in government since the inception of democracy. He has been in power, he has been in government why he didn't deliver the Israelites from Egypt.
All right, Pule
So Neil was in government. Why they didn't do that? They had opportunity. Now they are on the left. They call themselves the leftists. Then they can deliver us. They can give us democracy. Zuma had full 9 years in power, including being a deputy president for Thabo Mbeki.
All right, I guess Pule, like the alliance partners, the ANC, is simply not convinced around this conference of the left that was held over the weekend.
Good morning, Sis Kathy. Listening to Dr. Makubo, does it mean all the cars that are coming here, they don't pay any road insurance? When you go to Gaborone for starters, in and out, you're going to a funeral and coming back, it's about 400 plus. Wow.
Good morning, Kathy Lukman, Cape Town. Why is he concerned about the DA's funding? It's there, it's open, it's transparent. They didn't hide it, it's there. Why is he concerned? Did he call in whatever when Maslanka Commission, when we want accountability? Did he call in for the Zondo Commission? Did he call in for for Peter's assassination? Did he call in for this destruction of the ANC in this country? He never called in for that. Thank you.
Katie, good morning. Good morning. Katie, 65 is the year for these old people to retire and to vacate office. Johnny Jordan and Abangani bakhe, they need to now leave office. What kind of blunder is this? Making us look bad. Always. I always forgetting things. Always. I know these guys must take us serious. No. Can't accept this.
All right, I'll take Moloi in KZN. You'll be our final caller for the hour. Moloi, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
Moloi, go for it.
I know, Kathy, I was just speaking to your producers, and I was just telling them that for me, there's something that one has picked up from our politicians, and it's very insidious to the development of this country. Whenever our politicians, including the SACP, the communists, COSATU, the likes, they all use this word or these words in their speeches. We must do something. We must develop the country, but nobody is doing anything. It's like standing in the kitchen with all the resources and saying you must cook, but nothing happens. You don't cook. Our politicians have the capacity to act. They have authority, but they're still saying they must. They must just do something instead of using these rhetorics that we must. That's what I wanted to communicate.
Moloi, thanks for that. They are in a position of power, and I guess it goes back to Pule's point that when you have been given the opportunity to influence decision-making, including at the highest level, you must show us results. You can't speak like ordinary members of the public who don't have that access, who don't have that influence, right? Who haven't been empowered through the power of the vote to ascend to certain positions. I guess there is a fatigue of the talk, lots of talk, little action. It's 8 o'clock, time for your latest news update with Eva Chipa. Good morning, Eva.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid with 5 working days and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
Thanks, Kathy. Top stories at 8. Impeachment committee to meet today and charges to be laid against former Ekurhuleni city manager. Good morning, I'm Eva Chiba. Parliament's impeachment committee is scheduled to meet this afternoon. 31 MPs appointed to the Section 89 impeachment committee will meet for the first time to elect a chairperson. The MPs will also map out a process to investigate the Parapara scandal involving President Cyril Ramaphosa. Last month, the Constitutional Court found that Parliament's rejection of the Parapara Section 89 report in 2022 was unconstitutional. The DA's Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate Katuchero Radisangwane will today lay criminal charges against former city manager Imogen Mashazi and her alleged bankroller. This after reports link them to a 3.5 million rand private trip that Mashazi undertook to London in 2022. The reports have also linked Mashazi to tender-related irregularities in the city of Ekurhuleni. The DA says the criminal case will be opened at the Germiston police station and has argued that the allegations warrant a full investigation. In other news, the Tsietsi Mashinini Community Centre in Soweto is appealing for urgent assistance in documenting children of migrants. The centre, which houses mostly unaccompanied migrant minors, says many of them are unable to access basic services such as education and healthcare. Bishop Paul Vervrein is from the Methodist Church, which runs the centre.
There are children who've been in this country for 19, 20, 21 years from Zimbabwe, for instance, and have got no place to go back to in Zimbabwe. And so the ideal would be that they be granted permanent residence. I happen to think that just as South Africans, every South Africans, irrespective of gender, irrespective of race, is a gift to this country.
Now to the Western Cape, where police in Mossel Bay say they will remain on high alert following unrest in the town, allegedly relating to protests against undocumented migrants. Police spokesperson Chris Spies says there's a possibility that 2 people killed at the weekend were linked to the sporadic violent incidents which erupted in the area from Friday. He adds that officers and other role players in the Garden Route area are ready for any incidents.
Investigations into the circumstances surrounding the death of 2 men aged 27 and 43 on Saturday morning continues. The police also arrested 2 suspects for public violence, as well as 3 men after suspected stolen property were found in their possession. The suspects remain in police custody and will appear in the local magistrate's court once charged.
And lastly, police in Nigeria have warned against acts of retaliation targeting South African nationals or businesses in the country. This after reports of attacks on Nigerians within South Africa. The BBC's Makuochi Okafor reports.
The Nigerian police have tried to reassure the public, saying there's no cause for alarm, but they also warn that any attacks on South African citizens, businesses, or diplomatic facilities in Nigeria will be treated as a criminal offense. The warning comes amid rising tension in South Africa, where there have been weeks of demonstrations calling for immigration reforms and for undocumented migrants to leave the country by the end of June. Previous episodes of xenophobic violence in South Africa have triggered retaliatory attacks in Nigeria, where some South African-owned businesses were vandalized and looted.
Recapping the top story at 8, Parliament's impeachment committee is scheduled to meet this afternoon for the first time to elect a chairperson. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
Flying economy saves money, but you could really save by switching to Outsurance Essential car insurance made for older cars. 51-year-old Evelina pays only 474 rand a month for her 2013 Hyundai i30. And has no upfront access payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Get Outsurance Essential car insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 130,000 rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Outsurance licensed insurer in FSP, TCs, and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports Headlines, cricket, Kagiso Rabada has been named the top bowler in IPL 2026 to win the purple cap. And in rugby, the Bulls and the Stormers are through to the URC semi-finals. We'll find out more at around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, N14. Heavy on the way to Pretoria. This is the Krugersdorp Highway. There's a big backlog coming through from the R55 Pretoria West exit as you line up through towards the Brockfontein interchange. The N3 fairly sluggish between Elands and Galuli's. Got the permanent roadworks there. And the N12 this morning from Pitfontein through Benoni down to Boksburg. N12 slow all the way through to Rondebolt Road territory. Durban, the M4 is under pressure. This is the Southern Freeway from Clarewood moving up into the city centre. An earlier crash on the N3 inbound Pavilions being cleared. If you're coming through from Paradise Valley, hopefully that traffic will get a move on shortly. And Cape Town Bosselensdam Road out of Boortessuck through Edgemead over the N7 down to Montague Drive is heavy. Coming out of Edgemead, that is bad on Edgemead Drive. And the N7, both north and southbound, clogged up into that Bosselensdam exit. Also the R300, very slow this morning. Cales River up to the N1. And misty conditions around Kraaifontein and Brackenfell means the N1 inbound slow from Justenburg through to about Brackenfell Boulevard. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 8 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the third hour of the show. If you've just tuned in, I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. We're with you, of course, until 9 a.m. Coming up in this hour, should the Human Rights Commission still exist? Should the Human Rights Commission, a Chapter 9 institution, still exist? Well, tens of thousands have signed a petition calling for it to be shut down. We'll hear arguments for and against on the briefing debate coming up shortly. And then the Department of Tourism answers criticism from one of our listeners who says the government is failing to take tourist safety seriously. And we'll end off the show with Built in Mzansi, where we meet the people standing between vulnerable children and harm, often with very little recognition, but with life-changing impact. That's what you can expect coming up on the show within this hour. I'll, of course, also be taking your calls. 086 000 2032 is the number to dial to reach our studio. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. You're invited to be part of this conversation as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
11 after 8 o'clock. Let's get straight then into our briefing debate for this morning. A petition to disband the South African Human Rights Commission has gathered over 30,000 signatures. Its backers say the commission is slow, partial, and no longer speaks for all South Africans. Now, we're talking about a R1 billion institution, right, that seemingly has lost touch with the constituency that it's meant to serve. The Commission says it remains the constitutional guardian of the rights of the country's citizens, and continues to hold power to account. Now, the Human Rights Commission is a Chapter 9 institution. It's written and governed by the Constitution itself. So where does this cry for accountability or greater accountability stem from, and why is it that there's this view that it is an institution not only no longer fit for purpose, but that it does not deserve the right to continue to exist? Joining us for this conversation is Lwazi Gwijane, who is one of the founders of this petition. He's an activist and entrepreneur. Lwazi, good morning to you.
Good morning, Kathy.
Karam Singh is with Good Governance Africa, and he heads up liaison and advocacy. Karam, good morning to you. All right, I understand.
Good morning, Kathy.
There we go. I understand Karam is not on the line yet. Or was that Karam?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Good morning, Karam. And we also have Dr. Dale McKinley, who is from Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia. Dale, good morning to you. Good morning, Dale.
Yes, good morning, Kathy.
All right. Thanks for that, Dale. So let me start in studio. Lwazi, you've been able to garner over 30,000 signatures for this petition. What specifically do you feel the Human Rights Commission has failed in doing, and does shutting it down fix that?
Okay, Kathy. So we believe, or also I believe, and most South Africans believe, that they've failed us in the 7 rights pillars that they're supposed to protect, in terms of housing, healthcare, food, water, and security and education and the environment. Because the position that the South African human rights holds is in any position when people have grievances, they position themselves to be more an ally of illegal immigrants. And in all of their documents, they, as they say, that for dignity, they undocumented, the type of language they use, they never mention what the people are mentioning, which is illegal immigrants. This is the main agenda, because this is the position that they are holding. Because if you're coming into the country illegally, you are illegal. Why must we try and fancy it around so that you feel some type of way that you're not coming in the country legally, and not having a problem with someone who comes into the country the legal route? But this is the position that they've held, and the petition is mainly because of this. Activists who speak up against this in the community, the Human Rights Commission the South African Human Rights Commission takes them to court. So the position is on that, Kathy, and we feel they're failing us not to hear our position. Even the reports that they've compiled has never addressed these issues, and now we find ourselves with this ticking time bomb, of illegal immigration, and they've just been bystanders. In matter of fact, they've been encouraging it.
Speak to me about the people that are behind this petition. So yourselves and others, what really brought you to this point?
I mean, it's the point where even on the Imbizo that they recently have, and even the reports, they just do not mention the problem that South Africans have, which we have a problem with. Basically, it's an ethnic cleansing at this point. We have an invasion of illegal immigrants. That's why no one knows even the amount, because in the cities, wherever you are, you're outnumbered. So even when I was on SABC News, I mean, I said 50 million. I'm not even surprised it could be that, because no one can actually dispute it at this point. We're sitting in a situation where we don't know how many illegal immigrants we have in the country, because every day there's people entering the border.
I'm interested in your use of the term ethnic cleansing in this context. Maybe
Yes.
just unpack what you mean by that, because of course ethnic cleansing has a particular a meaning, and I'm just struggling to understand
Yes.
the use of it in this context.
So ethnic cleansing, it's when you change, the physique of the country, and I'm speaking from this position where Ethiopians are as deep as in the rural areas, and they are having they have entrenched themselves because when you have finances now, you can easily now abuse that power, because you have women coming to you and you can give them imali, you impregnating women left and listen to me when I'm saying this, because the more illegal immigrants come in, right, the citizens of the country and the physique,
But Lwazi,
the shape of the shape or
Lwazi,
yes,
ethnic cleansing speaks to things that we have seen, and perhaps parts of the continent give us better descriptions of what is meant by ethnic cleansing.
Yes.
It really often relies on the forced removals of certain groups, whether based on ethnicity,
Okay.
race, whatever, from particular areas, which is quite contradictory to the situation that South Africa finds itself in today. I'm not aware of people that are being, so at this point I don't even know who this applies to. Who does the ethnic cleansing apply to? Because the systematic killings, the physical violence that accompanies ethnic, that comes with the characterization of ethnic
So
cleansing.
now it's come in a different form, because the weapons that are used against us now, it's drugs. Like even Johannesburg, our cities, you go to a place where people have created their own enclaves, over little Lagos, there's places, Abuja, where when you go there, you understand that you are the foreigner in your own country, which is unacceptable, because, you can't come into a place and look at Joburg, how it look. If you go to Joburg, go to Hillbrow, you don't feel... You even the languages, everyone talking, you don't feel like it's South Africa. So that is a term to take over the whole city, and it's been happening for years in front of our eyes. Even if you hear the most of the people that are saying the asylum seekers and the Ghanaians that have left, some of these people had no papers, and they're talking huge numbers. They've been here 16 years, 20 years. For how do you stay in a country for that long? And then on top of that, everyone is calling their cousins Ethiopians. They've been found even in Sandton in numbers, in huge numbers. So what? And these are men that are coming to South Africa. They're not coming with their children. So there is an agenda to take over.
Lwazi, let me then bring in some of the contributors to this debate. Karam, you've heard him explain why they are running this petition and why they believe that this failure sits at the door of the Human Rights Commission. Your own impression of it all?
Gosh, Kathy, I have to disclose that I, used to work at the South African Human Rights Commission. I was there from 2012 to 2016. And I think that there is a discussion we need to have in the country about the effectiveness of Chapter 9 institutions, of not just the South African Human Rights Commission, but the Commission on Gender Equality, the Commission dealing with culture and languages. Once upon a time, there was something called the Osmal report at Parliament, which talked about the need to, pull some of these Chapter 9s into one body. The South African Human Rights Commission has lots of challenges. There's some incredible people and work that's been done there over the years, and I think the hearings when we had xenophobic attacks and non-nationals were killed in South Africa, the types of hearings that the Commission had in relationship to that, I think were absolutely critical. I would support a democratic debate that talks about the reform of Chapter 9s in the country. But you don't tear down institutions without having a clear idea of what you're going to put in place of them. I think this was the lesson that we learned from the disbandment of the Scorpions. So, that would be my fundamental position. If the petition is being motivated by saying that the Human Rights Commission is at the heart of the problem around unlawful migration, syndicated organized crime, some of which is being driven from outside of South Africa, I would say that that is a very misplaced analysis. We've got a rule of law problem in the country. We have a problem of porous borders. We have a problem of unlawful migration. But to place all of that at the door of the Human Rights Commission, I think is badly misplaced.
There's something that Lwazi has touched on, and it's around how the Human Rights Commission names or problematizes the situation that South Africa finds itself in on the issue of illegal migration, that they position themselves, the organization positions itself more as an ally, and in so doing is unable to very honestly deal then with the impact and the consequences of the challenge we're dealing with as a country. How much does language matter here? Because Lwazi wants to see and hear we have an illegal immigration problem, if I'm hearing him correctly. Just because it's not said in that way does not necessarily mean that the problem is not being recognized by the Human Rights Commission.
Yeah, I my experience working at the Human Rights Commission and reviewing their reports is that they exercise their mandate through the lens of the rule of law and human rights. I think it's way too broad strokes to say they're an ally of one community against another community. We have a constitution in the country. The constitution in the country gives people particular rights. It gives non-nationals particular rights. There are lots of rights that non-nationals don't have, such as the right to vote. If you're unlawful in the country, then there are other challenges around what kind of rights you have, and what rights can be upheld and what rights can't be upheld.
Sure.
But I think the analysis is wholly misplaced, and those that have a challenge around unlawful migration should be looking at other challenges within the state, including the way Home Affairs functions and how our borders are managed.
Dale? Dale, let me give you a chance to come in here.
Yeah, Kathy, I really don't even know where to start, because the first thing is to say I think that Lwazi is making a case without any factual basis of information. So I can give you several examples. So, for example, the court case that he refers to, this was a court case that the Human Rights Commission took up because certain individuals in eThekwini were trying to illegally prevent school children who were foreign nationals from going to school at the Addington Primary School as well as the Addington Clinic. There was no indication that any of these kids were illegal, and in fact, they were never asked whether they were illegal. They were just assumed. So there is no bias on that part. They're doing their job. The second thing is that the Human Rights Commission, whatever its weaknesses, and I might have critiques of the Human Rights Commission, its ability to do the things that I think we would expect of it, the bottom line is that they are bound by, as Karam said, by the Constitution. And in that context, the Constitution, and let's just go right to the Constitution itself, so we don't have any debate here. The first line of our Bill of Rights says all these rights, all the rights that are mentioned, housing, education, healthcare, whatever they are applicable to all those who live in South Africa, all of those who are in South Africa. So the issue, as we pointed out, is a documentation crisis. If Lwazi and the crew, by the way, who have instituted this petition, would be honest with themselves, they would have said in the petition on change.org, if you go there, the petition says we're concerned about bias, but they don't talk about illegal immigrants. Not once do they mention in the petition that this is really about illegal immigrants. And this, we wonder where the politics of this comes from. Because if you're concerned about the issue of illegal immigrants, then go to the Department of Labor, go to the Department of Home Affairs, go to where the state is failing the communities and ask those questions. The second thing is that the factual information that is being thrown around needs to be fundamentally questioned. So there's no indication. Our own Stats South Africa indicates that the maximum amount of non-nationals in our country, according to the 2024 stats South Africa, is about 5 million people. You start throwing around 15 million and you create this, we're being overrun, we're being taken away, the nationals are trying to take over our country. This is precisely the kind of language that leads to ethnic cleansing, that leads to the kind of violence that we've been seeing. If we want to have a serious debate about illegal immigration in our country, then let's have that debate. But we have to have it based on facts. We have to have it based on our constitution. We have to have it based on our law.
Dale, this idea of ethnic cleansing, even a reverse form of ethnic cleansing, as Lwazi has tried to describe, that's at play here?
Well, as you mentioned, Kathy, I mean, if you want to talk, what does ethnic cleansing mean? It means taking out people who are of a particular ethnicity or a particular identity. So if there's any ethnic cleansing that's going on, ethnic cleansing is against those who are considered to be non-South Africans. We've seen the attacks that have taken place. Let's take examples just of what happened in eThekwini last 2 weeks, where the refugees, mostly Malawians, came when trying to seek protection from the South African police. They were called all illegal immigrants. They must be deported immediately. Well, Home Affairs took them and verified their status, and 99% of them had papers. So if we're going to, and once again, this is very dangerous kind of talk when we start throwing around unfactual and allegations that are not based in reality. Okay. And then you put a petition on board and you get people to sign this. This is precisely what led to 2008 to 2015, where people died as a result of these things.
Lwazi?
So it's very problematic because Dale speaks about stats of illegal immigrants. There is no stats. There is no stats. We do not have stats. We need to be clear on that one. And then with the eThekwini case that he's speaking about, we have over the amount of children, even in Johannesburg, who are not admitted in schools in Gauteng. South African kids who are sitting, even now, the number is shocking, of learners, South African kids who have not been placed. And this is what I was saying again, like eThekwini, that Eddington, specifically that place in the city center, because illegal immigrants have taken over the city center. So now you want to place your child in that school because they have formed the enclave of Lagos and whatever place that they've started in that area. Now that they have, now they're getting first preference because however they are occupying those buildings and being there illegally, it's illegal.
So Lwazi, let's come back to the issue of the stats, right? We do have stats. I mean, Stats South Africa does produce on a very regular basis migration statistics, right? And at last count, Stats SA put those figures at around over 3 million.
3 million of illegal immigrants.
No. Of 3 million immigrants in South Africa.
That come through the border legally. Okay.
So the point is that there are stats. Now, whether or not South Africans believe those figures and the extent to which those figures represent a fair or accurate picture of the situation, that's a debate that we can have. But the point is that there are stats. And I guess your point is that you don't believe those stats.
Because when we see when migration, and Home Affairs, when they go to town, like now, if you go to Johannesburg, even eThekwini, even in Norwood, shops were closed when immigration is coming. Whole shops were closed. And when you go to Johannesburg, when it's busy where you can't even walk. So this is what I'm saying. So now you're taking stats of people when Stats SA goes and conduct these things, you will never find those people because they're going to run away. Those illegal immigrants are going to be nowhere to be seen. So how do you expect someone who's legal to tell you that I'm here legally?
So what then we've established, Lwazi, is that the basis and the contention of your call for the disbandment of the Human Rights Commission is based on its handling around illegal immigration in the country and how it frames that particular issue in its reports.
Yes.
And the extent to which you feel it is or is not taking enough accountability for it or looking more deeply into the issue.
Even from the reports, the Section 184 reports.
Okay, so it's one issue that you seemingly have. Does that justify closing down the entire Human Rights Commission, given the fact that their work is not limited to just issues of migration.
Yes, so you see their work is tied into all these things. Social security, illegal immigration affects this. Healthcare affects this. That's why you have lines and the health. Our clinics are problematic.
Okay.
Education, as he's just addressed the whole. Why are they taking people to court is because of the whole school situation. So these whole things are linked, and they've been writing reports, right? They've been sitting writing reports. We don't know even these reports who benefits and who's, because there's a lot of advertising and money. We all don't know how what are they benefiting from these things. But these reports come out, right, and they don't mention these ticking time bombs. Look now, because of that school situation, if they had written about this and held these government institutions accountable and gotten information from them, like we're having a crisis here in education, why are you not addressing this? So we don't.
Apologies for that. We're going to have to leave it there, Lwazi. We're completely out of time for this briefing debate. I know we're going to get lots of calls on it. I'll be taking those shortly. It's just after 8:30. Time for your latest news update with Eva.
Thanks, Kathy. In your news-making headlines, the IFP says it does not have any political party preference to chair Parliament's impeachment committee. This as 31 MPs appointed to the Section 89 committee will meet for the first time this afternoon. In other news, the DA says the former Ekurhuleni manager, Imogen Mashazi, is facing serious allegations that warrant a full investigation. And lastly, the Mossel Bay municipality in the Western Cape say calm has been restored to the area. This follows weekend unrest allegedly related to protest against undocumented migrants. I'll be back at the top of the hour for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Heavy on Joburg's Mike 1 straight through the middle of town from Boyson's right through to about Marlborough Drive. A crash up by Marlborough and faulty lights at Grayston Drive causing that delay. N12 but only through Boksburg, at least as far as Atlas Road stays busy. N14 under pressure approaching Brockfontein interchange. That's driving into Pretoria towards a crash. So the Krugersdorp Highway under pressure. That collision also impacting the N1 North heading up from the old Johannesburg Road. If Victoria bound, there's a bit of pressure there. N3 between Pavilion Mall and Spaghetti Junction, earlier crash just causing a delay. It is the second week of these roadwork delays between Verulam and Phoenix this morning. The R102 under pressure both directions, sort of Phoenix through to Palmview if you like. And Cape Town very misty. In fact, the mist has got worse around the Brackenfell-Kraaifontein area this morning. N1 inbound slow from Justenburg, Old Paarl Road, Okavango, Brighton Road, Brackenfell Boulevard, all those routes just slow because of poor visibility. R300 from Kales River up to the N1 slow, and the N7 North queued up from Goodwood to Bosmansdam Road. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
All right, Zai Khan. So, Kagiso Rabada. Wow, excellent news. IPL's top wicket taker for 2026.
Kagiso Rabada did his job, Kathy. 29 wickets. Purple cap is almost like a World Cup. Somewhere South Africa's sports administrators should take notes, okay? Because this is what excellence looks like.
Yes.
and the kind of sports story we want.
Oh, wait. I'm saying yes. I missed it. You know, the shade you threw had just gone over my head, but I caught it just before.
Yes, Kathy, you know exactly what we're talking about. Nice to talk about South African making headlines for taking wickets instead of, missing the visa deadlines. But yes, Kagiso Rabada is the man of the moment. He finished the IPL season on top of the bowling charts, claiming the coveted purple cap despite the Gujarat Titans falling short in the final against the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. Rabada took 1 wicket in yesterday's decider to finish the tournament with 29 wickets from 17 matches. The achievement marks a remarkable comeback for the Proteas fast bowler after a difficult 2025 campaign. Soccer, Bafana's World Cup travel plans finally back on track after a visa mix-up delayed the team's departure to Mexico. Sports Minister Gator McKenzie confirming All players have now received their travel documents and the squad will leave on a charter flight tonight. Let's go to rugby. In the United Rugby Championship, the Bulls and Stormers booked semi-final places after home victories but now face trips away to Glasgow and Leinster. Defending champions Leinster hammered the Lions 59-10 in Dublin. Cycling, Jonas Vingegaard won the first Giro d'Italia, becoming just the 8th rider in cycling history to complete the career Grand Tour sweep. The Team Visma Lisa bike rider finished ahead of runner-up Felix Gall in the general classification to add the Italian trophy to his previous Tour de France and Vuelta España titles. Jay Hindley of Red Bull Hansborough Hansgrohe rounded out the podium in third. Here's Vingegaard.
It's amazing. It's something I dreamed of my whole life, and to now be able to do it is something special. It's a special day for me, and to win this race is something I dreamed of. Yeah, I'm lost for words, but.
And finally, golf. Russell Henley won the PGA Tour Charles Schwab Challenge at the Colonial Country Club in Fort Worth, Texas. Henley finished on 12 under par, but even with Eric Cole taking the two to a playoff on the par 4 hole 18th, which Henley won with a birdie as Cole could only get par. That's your sport. We'll have John Gericke teeing off around 12:30. For more, I'm Zai Khan.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable. You receive up to 745,000 Rand worth of legal services per year. Our range of plans include cover for you, your spouse, children, and extended family. Plans include cover for civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Whether it's protection orders, gender-based violence, uncontested divorce, or poor service, your Clientele Legal lawyer will be there to assist you. Our services are convenient. Simply pick up the phone and call your lawyer or send us an email and we'll get back to you. All plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Plus, Clientele Legal offers you 24-hour telephonic legal advice. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
FlySafair's winter win-back has officially landed. For 60 days straight, one lucky traveller every day will win the value of their flight back. Simply book flights in June or July for travel anytime and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a FlySafair voucher. Don't just chase the sunshine, chase the win this winter. Book at flysafair.co.za and you could be getting your bucks back soon. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
8:39. This is the National Briefing. All right, so lots of your responses coming through to that debate on the Human Rights Commission. We will be taking some of your calls on that shortly. But before we do, we're going to turn our attention to this story. On Friday, we interviewed the Minister of Tourism, Patricia de Lille, just on some of the work that the department is doing. And the focus was also around tourism safety and what it is the department is doing just to create safer spaces, particularly spaces that we know are frequented by tourists that are coming into the country. Now, one of our listeners, Neil, who does work extensively in the tourism space, called in and accused the minister of simply being unaccountable on matters of tourism safety. He said there are a number of documents that he had shared with the minister that talk about strategies the department should be implementing, particularly in the Eastern Cape, but he says these have fallen on deaf ears. Well, to then respond to the claims that Neil made on air is Aldrin Sampier, the spokesperson for the Department of Tourism. Aldrin, good morning. We're going to try and make this interview as unawkward as possible. I don't know if there's a word unawkward in the dictionary, but of course, being a former colleague of ours right here on SAFM, I must get into these waters quite cautious of myself, aware of myself, right? And put out my, I must disclose, right, that I might be conflicted on this one. But it's quite a serious issue, Aldrin, that Neil has that Neil raised, and it's not the first time that he's raising it, that he feels the Department of Tourism simply does not prioritize the safety of tourists.
Yeah, and that for me is one of the concerns, because if you listen back to the interview, Kathy, that you had with the minister did speak about safety and some of the work that is being done by the Department of Tourism with the private sector in the tourism industry. And just look, for instance, at the 5 key priorities of the Tourism Growth Partnership. Safety and security around tourists is also on with one of the 5 key priorities. So, which does indicate that this matter is being taken seriously. On top of that as well, Kathy, is the minister has delegated the chairmanship or chairpersonship to the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Maggie Suki, and you know that the Deputy Minister is also the former Deputy Minister of Policing, and that's why this matter has been taken so seriously, just to show that it is important. The Safety Forum,
sorry, Neil had raised a particular issue that the constituency that he represents from the Eastern Cape, right, of different groups of people that are working in the tourism industry, that they've written countless emails to the minister, they've tried to get in touch with her, but those have fallen on deaf ears. Are you aware of the interactions that Neil in particular has had with your department, the accountability that he has been calling for?
I'm not too sure. I haven't seen any of those emails, but I'd encourage Neil to, he can forward some of those emails to me as well. My email address is asampierre@tourism.gov.za, and we can have a look at that. But you'd remember, Kathy, in that interview or his comment, he said that he was invited to the Safety Forum, the very same Safety Forum that the Deputy Minister of Police is chairing. And that is the platform that has been created for people to come up with ideas, people who are in the sector. The private sector is also represented in the Safety Forum. So this is a platform where people like Neil can come and say, these are the ideas that we have. Maybe we should change the approach and do 1, 2, 3, 4. And the Safety Forum meets every 4th month. So on a quarterly basis, every 3rd month, on a quarterly basis, there is a meeting. So it doesn't, for me, where I'm standing, the minister is taking this matter seriously. Even if you look at the tourism monitors, for instance, there are tourist monitors that are being deployed into the Eastern Cape as well. And the minister had said before that safety is not the constitutional mandate of the Department of Tourism. However, because crime also affects the tourism sector, we have said, what is it that we can do? And these are some of the efforts that have been created.
Aldrin, let's do this. I'm going to put you through to the producers. Let's try and get you in touch with Neil, because I certainly am keen to understand the work that Neil has been doing in as far as it relates to the Department of Tourism and the extent to which his concerns have or have not been addressed, because he does represent a very important constituency of employers and others whose guests who have guest houses, etc., that are in the tourism ecosystem in the Eastern Cape. So that's where we'll pause it with that particular matter, but we will come back to it in the coming weeks. Well, let me then quickly go to the phone lines. Tapelo, you are in Kuruman. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. KP Dumela, the SAFM family. Sis Kathy, I'm one of the people who signed the petition regarding Human Rights Commission, because we only, when us as South Africans raise our concerns, cry to our government, to our leaders, we hear nothing of the Human Rights Commission. But when South Africans now get tired, take to the streets, do marches, then the South African Human Rights Commission, now you hear about them. And another thing that I wanted to raise is South Africa is not the only country in Africa that can help or that has opportunities. Why are these migrants, why are they not going to places like Morocco, Egypt, Algeria, Cape Verde, and the rest, just to name a few?
Okay.
Why are they only coming to South Africa?
Thapelo, I want to find out from you, at the point of signing the petition, were you aware that so much of it actually hinged on this issue of illegal immigration?
Why now?
No.
When-
No.
Yes,
I'm asking.
yes, I'm
The
aware.
question that I'm asking you is that were you aware that that was one of the key driving factor behind this call?
Say it again, Sis Kathy.
So what I'm asking you, because on the website and on the petition, it does
Yes.
not talk about illegal immigration, right?
Yes.
After this interview, that is something that has become clear. Were you aware that what was driving the petition in the first place was not around broad failures of the Human Rights Commission, but it centered largely on how the Commission has dealt with matters of illegal immigration?
Yes.
Okay.
All of us, we are aware of it.
Okay, all right.
We
Okay.
we are not, the problem that we have as South Africans is people coming into our country illegally.
Okay,
But
all right,
the
Thapelo.
government and everybody, they are not talking about that.
Okay, Thapelo, let's leave it there. Hassan in Joburg, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy.
Yes, sir.
Kathy, I want to make 2 points. One about the Human Rights Commission, and as an activist working in this space, I must say the government is doing a good job in minimizing the effectiveness of the Human Rights Commission. They are under-resourced. Their decisions are not binding. They give opinions, as the court recently ruled. And a number of cases that we take up, right, the corporations simply do not want to answer, about why they pollute people's homes, why people are dying of hunger and they're living next to prosperous mines. The Human Rights Commission cannot change that. The government can do that. So these guys are misplaced. And my second point really about, and Kathy, I must say that you raised the issue about the so-called annihilation of black people. I think that Lwazi has to read South African history. Our foremost leaders, Albert Luthuli, was born not in South Africa, outside this country, in Bulawayo. So we have to start thinking. The Mfatane, the Fakane, they are Africans from this part of the world spread out. I recently met Xhosa-speaking people in Zimbabwe. Over 200,000 apparently are there.
Okay.
Indigenous communities. So we need to just start thinking of the region. And if they want to simply survive on their own, they must tell Lesotho not to give us water here in Gauteng. They mustn't give us water.
Let's leave it there. Parks in Cape Town, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Trust you well. The Human Rights Commission is, number one, misplaced in its mandate. Secondly, Human Rights Commission, together with Kopaneng and all of these other organizations, they want to very quickly advocate for human rights. Never have they come to actually say these are the solutions where human rights are being impeded or violated. In this case, migration and illegal immigrants. They never come with solutions to say, in order to circumvent or prevent what's going on with the hardships that immigrants face, not just in South Africa, but the world over. Here are the solutions for them to not face those difficulties.
Okay, Parks, we're going to leave it there. I think really a diverse set of responses to the debate. Let me hand you over to Rob Byrne. Rob, I imagine it's 9 o'clock, so the traffic not as hot as our phone lines are right now in response to this debate.
SAfm. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Nothing's as hot as the phone lines on a daily basis, is it? Even the traffic, which was hot earlier, is starting to ease off as we get towards that back end of rush hour. It has surprised me. I thought there would have been more around today. We've still got a couple of problems. Mike 1 from Melrose up through to Grayston Drive. There's no traffic lights there at Grayston Drive. And then southbound, coming off Buccleuch down into Marlborough Drive. So if you're heading to Sandton both ways, it's still fairly sluggish. Bit of traffic on the M1 South for New Road, but even that's easing up quite quickly. Pretoria section looking okay. Durban going from Verulam down to Phoenix. You're still stuck in the roadworks. In fact, it's been slow both ways this morning on the R102 between Phoenix and Palmview, if you like. But everything sort of spreads out off that R102 and jams up routes like Chris Harney and alternatives through that Ottawa area. Cape Town, bit of sluggishness on the N2 inbound from Langa into Hospital Bend. The big queues on the N7 to Bosmansdam have all eased up as that earlier crash on Bosmansdam at Montague Drive is being cleared. And still very misty. In fact, the mist has got heavy the further morning's got on through Brackenfell, Kraaifontein area. So there's a bit of pressure on the M1 highway through that area, and the R300 north through the mist still heavy from Old Powell heading, or from about Van Riebeek Road heading up towards the N1 highway. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation.
If your data plan was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to OutSurance saved 35-year-old Zanai a whopping $1,180 on her 2017 Mercedes-Benz GLA. Get a quote now, and if OutSurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 Rand if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Morning, Kathy. You know, you're talking about the rot in the Moslanga Commission, how people must be brought to justice. I'm thinking about the Zondo Commission and all other commissions where people were pointed out as being corrupt, but we have still not brought them to book. We still haven't seen any prosecutions with regards to the Zondo Commission. So in other words, those people are still there in the rot doing corruption in Cape Town.
Good morning, ladies. Grant from the Free State. Did the players not bother to check their passports to see the visa in their passport? Why would you go to an airport without the correct visa?
Yeah, look, I don't know, but if you've ever traveled as part of a mission or as part of a team before, often what happens is that everybody submits their passports and it's done sort of as group applications, and then the agreements of whether or not you get those passports when you arrive at the airport or whatever arrangements have been made. So, yeah, it's not surprising to me. I think we've even had one of the major gospel choirs, right, who talk about how they will then get their passports at the airport just so that people don't claim to have forgotten it. It all comes down to the administration of a team, really, and how the team runs itself.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
All right, we're getting ready to get out of here. That's what you know every time you hear Built in Mzansi. And of course, we're tracking those South Africans that are making a difference, but quietly so, right? These are the people that are building our country with the work and interventions that they do on a day-to-day basis. Now, this week is a Child Protection Week, and I guess it couldn't be more fitting that we have our next guests on. Africa Tikkun Bambanani reaches more than 40,000 young children, not only teaching them, but also making sure they feel safe, seen and heard often before they can even reach. Pascal Bakos is the head of communications at Africa Tikkun Bambanani. He joins us on the line. Pascal, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. Firstly, just introduce us very briefly to the work that you do at Africa Tikkun.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. So at Africa Tikkun, we focus on cradle to career and empowering these young children from when they're very young until they enter the workforce. And at Africa Tikkun Bambanani, we focus on their early childhood development, and we empower them with the skills they need to one day enter school. And whether they are playing on the playground or in the classroom, or we are giving them a meal, we really nurture and look after them during these young years. We call them the first 1,000 days, when they are often the most vulnerable, and people underestimate how important these years are in their education. We really empower them. We empower their teachers. We believe that their teachers are not babysitters. They are proper educators. And we really, really focus on these young minds who are the future of South Africa.
I want to talk about just the different centers that you have. I mean, I've visited the center that you have out in Diepsloot and the work that that you're doing there. I'm quite interested to know, is there intentionality behind this, or are you finding that, yes, in some places you'll be in the communities that you serve, but in others not so much?
So I think that we are certainly very present in the community that we serve. And, the theme for Child Protection Week, this week put forward by the Department of Social Development, is working together in ending violence against children. And that working together part really rings true with us at Africa Tikkun, because we work with the community. We are within the community. We employ teachers and practitioners and staff members in that community and empower that community. And we really have our finger on the pulse of the people in that community, whether it's Diepsloot, whether it's in town at our Utando Center, regardless of where we are, Alex Township, we really, really focus on community and really embed ourselves within the community in which we build this and empower this ECD center.
What have you found to be one of the biggest gaps that perhaps society is not fully mindful of when it comes to just how society is fractured, and what it is that these children, the environment, the ecosystem that they're having to grow up in?
So I think that there are so many issues and it's hard to pinpoint just one. But I think in keeping with Child Protection Week and that theme, I'd like to focus on taking care of our children and the best interest of our child. And I think that often we forget to do that, and we forget to make our children feel safe. I think that word safety is very important. And we forget that these are very, very young, vulnerable minds that need to be protected and taken care of. And whether it's their transport and getting them to school safe, or making sure they have a good meal, they really need to be kept safe and away from trauma.
Pascal Bakos, head of communications at Africa Tikkun Bambanani. What she says is so basic. Remember to take care of your children. Just take care of them. Make them feel safe. And they, as an organization, are certainly doing great work with that. And I know there's a whole host of programs that they run within different communities in the country. So thank you for joining us today, Pascal, from Africa Tikkun Bambanani. It brings us to the end of our show on this Monday morning. We'll be back with you tomorrow between 6 and 9 o'clock. Be sure to catch us bright and early. We can't be the only ones waking up so early in the morning. So be sure to tune in as you get into your day. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
Top stories for this hour. The SAPS silent on suspension of 4 officers, and Zelensky accuses Russia of training abducted Ukrainian children. Good morning, I'm Eva Chipa. The South African Police Service has declined to comment on reports that 4 officers have been served with notices of suspension. This is alleged to be in connection with the police tender, which was awarded to Medicare 24, a company that alleged underworld kingpin Vusimuzi Katmatlala owns. The SAPS awarded the contract in 2024, but withdrew it the following year. 12 police officers are facing charges of fraud and corruption relating to the awarding of the contract. The DA says the former Ekurhuleni manager, Imogen Mashazi, is facing serious allegations that warrant a full investigation. The party's Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate, Katuchero Rarisengwane, will today lay criminal charges against Mashazi and her alleged bankroller. This after reports link them to R3.5 million private jet trip that Mashazi undertook to London in 2022. Reports have also linked Mashazi to tender-related irregularities within the city of Ekurhuleni. The DA says the criminal case will be opened at the Germiston police station. In other news, the IFP says it doesn't have any political party preference to chair the Parliament's impeachment committee. 31 MPs appointed to the Section 89 committee will meet for the first time this afternoon. They will elect a chairperson and begin the formal process of the Parapara impeachment inquiry. The committee was set up to determine if there's enough evidence for President Cyril Ramaphosa to face impeachment over the theft of approximately $580,000 from his Parapara farm in 2020. IFP Chief Whip Ntantla Hateb.
We do not have any political party preference. Any capable member we will support. All what happened in the past, the Constitutional Court has given a new mandate of what is expected of the National Assembly this time around. So everyone, including the IFP, should abide by that Constitutional Court ruling.
Now to the Western Cape, where the Mossel Bay municipality says calm has been restored to the area. This follows weekend unrest alleged to be related to protest against undocumented migrants. The municipality says it's now concentrating on providing humanitarian aid to displaced families. 2 people died and several others fled their homes in Asla Park informal settlement in Kwanonqaba. Police are investigating the possible link of the killings to the sporadic violence. The Community Safety Portfolio Committee Chairperson, Leon van Dijk.
Unfortunately, a number of wood and iron structures have been torched, which has led to the displacement of residents. Since Friday, the 29th of May, the municipality has made community facilities available to provide temporary shelter. For safety reasons, these locations of these facilities are not being disclosed. Displaced persons are receiving humanitarian assistance at these facilities, supported from the Department of Social Development and various non-governmental organizations.
And lastly, looking further afield, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says his government has evidence that Russia is training abducted Ukrainian children to fight against their own country. The accusation goes beyond previously documented evidence that Russia has taken thousands of Ukrainian children for re-education under a state-sponsored program. In an interview with CBS, Zelensky described the situation as worrying.
These children grow up and they push these boys to the battlefield. We have such examples.
You have evidence of that?
Yes, we have evidence of it, yes. They taught these children to hate their native country, to hate native people and Ukrainians. Can you imagine such young Ukrainians, young boys, come to the battlefield and kill Ukrainians?
Recapping the top story for this hour at 9, the South African Police Service has declined to comment on reports that 4 officers have been served with notices of suspension. This is alleged to be in connection with the police tender, which was awarded to Medicare 24, a company that alleged underworld kingpin Vusimuzi Katmatlala owns. I'll be back at the bottom of the hour for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipa.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
The public is invited to nominate persons who have expertise or knowledge in the field of broadcasting, journalism and media and or broadcasting law and related fields for an ad hoc appointment to the Appointment Committee of the Broadcast Complaints Commission of South Africa. 3 committee members will be appointed to serve a 4-year term from August 2026 to 31 December 2029. Persons with a financial interest in the broadcast or printed media industry are not eligible. Motivated nominations, nominees' acceptance and a short CV should be addressed to the registrar email bccsa@nabsa.co.za. Nominations close on the 17th of June 2026. For more information on the tasks of the Appointment Committee for the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, visit www.bccsa.co.za and see the Constitution. Only the best qualified nominees will be called for an interview.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation, only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to the first edition of the show for the week. Great to be with you. My name is Joanne Joseph. And of course, we're going to be having another set of fascinating conversations over the course of the day, I have no doubt. The team is with you today. Melissa and Gineowe producing the show and taking your calls. Patrick is on sound. Bulelani is behind the camera today. Lovely to have the entire team in attendance. All right, remember, our lines remain open throughout the show, and we always kick the week off with an open line. Our studio line number 086 000 2032, WhatsApp 0614 104 107. Keep those voice notes short, 30 to 45 seconds long, please. I'm going to prioritize those voice notes and make sure they're audible so we can hear exactly what you are saying. Remember, you can also listen to us in several ways. You can listen on your radio, obviously, but you can also listen to us on DSTV channel 814. We are streaming live on X, on formerly Twitter, on YouTube and on Facebook. So if you'd like to see what's happening in the studio, you're welcome to do that as well. We're going to have a packed show today. We really are. I'm looking at the lineup and it's already making me breathless, I must tell you. But one of the big stories we're tracking, the Phala Impeachment Committee in Parliament is going to have its first meeting today. 31 MPs joining that committee. They're going to elect the chairperson of the committee, and we're going to be touching base with various political parties over the course of the next 3 hours as they become available, because I think that getting this process off the ground is going to be quite an important one for Parliament, and that starts today. And you know, this has all got to do with the Phala saga, with the Constitutional Court having said to Parliament, you didn't do what you were supposed to do. You should have taken the Section 89 panel report. You should have actually discussed that, and you should have, instead of just voting it down, you should have actually started up a committee that's going to actually look into the issue in more detail. And so that is what is happening right now. We know that the President is still taking it on judicial review, but Parliament is pressing on with this work, and we'll speak to lots of political parties involved in that over the course of the morning. And then there's a new policy that's being looked at to protect the lives of prosecutors who become targets of those accused of high-level crimes. You know that one of the big stories that we ran over the last couple of weeks was that story about the Joe Sibanyoni extortion and money laundering trial, and that bail application was supposed to have got underway towards the end of May. And what happened was that the prosecutor, Nkuselin Tapa, did not show up that morning. And the judge the magistrate, I should say more correctly, held him in contempt of court, and she issued a warrant for his arrest. It was a very unusual course of action. It's not something that you see done often here at all. It was a first in many ways. And, the NPA at first said they couldn't contact him, and they were going to try and get his side of the story, but they suspended him immediately. And then afterwards, they kind of did a slight about turn, and they said, well, we are now asking that we're laying a complaint against the magistrate, and we're asking that her course of action be looked into, because Kaya Khanyago told me on one of my programs that the prosecutor had actually been in contact with his line manager. He had said that on the way to the courtroom that morning he received death threats, and so he decided not to go into court. He made the judge aware via a prosecutor. It appears that the judge heard this in chambers, and she still went out anyway and decided that he should be held in contempt, and that warrant ought to be issued for his arrest. So we're going to look into that today. How do we protect our prosecutors? Is enough being done right now to make sure that they're safe? And then bad news for fuel retailers. I was very sad to see this report that many petrol stations may close. I should say fuel stations, because you get petrol and diesel there. But, imagine that the price of petrol, what has happened halfway across the world, has had such an effect on our retailers in this part of the world. And essentially, their margins are actually very small on each litre sold, and consequently they don't make a huge profit. They don't control the kind of profits that they make. Of course, they can set the price of diesel, unlike with petrol, but that still leaves them with a very small margin of profit, and that means that many of them can't afford to stay open. We're particularly talking about the ones in rural areas. So we should definitely have that conversation, which we are going to do a little bit later on in the show. We're speaking to the chair of the South African Petroleum Retailers Association, and he's going to talk us through exactly what the issue is, and whether perhaps even reduced hours could make a difference. But it would be better than seeing those petrol stations closing down and watching all those people lose their livelihoods who are working in the industry. That would really be awful. All right, so that is some of what is coming up. There is so much on the program today. As I said, after 9:35, having that conversation with the Public Servants Association of South Africa and the NPA spokesperson, Kaiser Khanyago. And of course, we've got other content coming up on the show as well in this hour. We're looking at the fuel issue in this hour. You might want to comment on that as well if you own a petrol station. What are your margins right now, and do you feel that there's enough patronage right now to keep it going? Right? Are there enough customers coming in, or are people making other plans? Are they traveling in groups, perhaps to save petrol? Are they sharing the costs of petrol? Share your experience with us on that. And then, of course, it is the start of Youth Month. It is the 1st of June today, and we're looking at the issue also of 1976. You remember what happened in the country during that time. The protests of 76, the 16th of June being the day when so many of our children felt the full might of the apartheid government's violence. And we'll be reflecting on that throughout the month, and I'd love to hear from you on that. We're asking the question today, what would the youth of 1976 think about South Africa today? What would the youth of 1976 think about our country today? Give us a call and let us know exactly what's on your mind in regard to that. Right now, I'm taking some of your calls. David in Pietermaritzburg is on the line to us. Good morning to you, David.
Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I want to talk about the study that has been conducted by UCT and another university, I think in Berlin, that has dispelled the myth that most black people that are unemployed are as a result of lack of certain skills. It is clear that it's based on discrimination and racism, more especially on the issue of the private sector. I'll take an example of former Model C schools that are seen to only be employing black people when it comes to indigenous languages only. Here in Durban, you can go to any of these former model schools, you will discover that black teachers that are there only teach isiZulu, which for me is a discrimination. So I would request that you invite the Department of Education, specifically in KZN, to tell us their role, since the employment of black people, there is a policy for that employment equity, as to what are they doing about it. Another example is the issue of private hospitals. You can go to any private hospital here in Durban and surroundings. You will see that they're highly dominated by Indians and white. Black people are excluded. It doesn't only stop on the issue of employment. Some of us that are trying hard to access the private sector as service providers, we discovered that we are highly excluded. So that is why I said that I was happy to read about that study that was conducted by the UCT. It has dispelled the myth that the high unemployment faced by black people is based on lack of qualifications or certain skills. It's not based on that. You can Google and find that a study that has been conducted by UCT together with another university, I think in Berlin.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I will look for that. Thank you so much, David. And it's always very interesting to see what comes out of these studies. And I think, I was, funny enough, also in Durban on the weekend, and I was sitting on the plane last night and overhearing a conversation. There was a white woman sitting next to a black man, and they were having a discussion. They had a few laughs about it, at least. It wasn't a very serious conversation, but I heard the white woman say to the black man, we've lost all our opportunities in democratic South Africa. Now you get everything. You get all the money. And I mean, he was very good-humored about it. I don't know if I'd have responded that way personally. But here we have an example of a study that's been done on that. And it shows that exclusion is still a reality for black people in post-democratic South Africa. And that is why when people ask about why is there still a need for broad-based black economic empowerment, it's because transformation hasn't taken place to the level that it should have. It has given us a larger black middle class. And I think prior to the Jacob Zuma administration, the black middle class was growing very fast. But I think that came to a halt around about 2011-ish, if I'm not mistaken. 2011, 2012, we saw a bigger drop-off there. And that is a great pity, because we really do need to. It's a numbers game, right? We've got a black majority in this country. Obviously, the people who are supposed to benefit the most from work and from everything else is the black majority, right? It's because it's a numbers game that would stand to reason. And the fact that we've still got those skewed numbers is still a problem in our country. Loid Ngiani is on the line to us. Loid, you want to talk about the Conference of the Left?
Yes, my dear sister, and then happy new month to yourself and everyone else.
Thank you. To you too.
Good, my sister. I'll try not to conduct a monologue.
Thank you. What did you think about this conference on the weekend?
Yes, the Conference of the Left, from my vantage point, was absolutely nothing than an agenda to castigate and criticize the African National Congress. Because, I concur with our SG Malula that there was absolutely nothing left about that Conference of the Left. South Africa, as a country, we are neither a communitarian or a liberalistic state, but we are a mixed economy, which supposedly leaned or is leaning towards the Western economies. You can say capitalism to that effect. Even the Chinese government, they have realized that remaining ultra-left in the ideology of being socialistic does not work. Hence, they've adopted a mixed kind of economy, and they are prospering as we speak now. You can show me or indicate to me, dear sister Joanne, a single country around the world which claims to be advocating for pure socialistic ideologies and prospering as a consequence. Just have a look in the Latin American countries. Most of those countries, they are struggling there because they are leaning towards that ideology, which surely it cannot advance any economic advancement to such country. Even Russia itself, it cannot be said to practicing a communistic economic ideology, not at all. That's why Russia is one of the most stable countries in the world as we speak now. So for me,
Thank you. No, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us on that. Now, we're talking about the value of a mixed economy, and should we be thinking more clearly about that and blending elements of different types of economies to make this one work? 21 minutes past 9, we'll take a short break. We'll take more of your calls and listen to your messages when we come back.
Missed your favorite SABC education program on SABC Radio? With SABC Plus, you can catch up on all your favorite SABC education programs anytime and anywhere. On your phone, simply open the SABC Plus app, tap on demand, select radio, find SABC Education, select the podcast of your choice and press play. Or if you're on your computer, visit the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Click on demand, choose radio, scroll to the SABC Education podcast section, select the podcast of your choice and press play. It's simple, convenient and always available when you are. Brought to you by the SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
I saw a boy of about 11 going down at the police fire. I could not believe it. Apparently, when Hector was shot, the students ran back, and I was left with Hector and a girl. I was feeling scared, and I wanted to run away too.
For those who worked before us, your Hector Peterson, we honor them even this day. Because even if you're fighting a different fight, they paved the way for us now to continue the fight. It may be in a different form, but it's still the same fight. As a black young child, you are fighting systems, you are fighting politicians, you're fighting. So I think we do have the fight. It's just different.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
Exactly 23 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse, taking your calls on our studio line 086 000 2032. Konde in Cape Town is on the line to us. You also want to talk about the coalition of the left, Konde. Good morning.
Yes, JJ. Quickly, I must agree with the previous caller by saying that China, there's two economies in one country. My niece was there last year. Shanghai, would be capitalist, right? And Beijing would be communist or socialist, if you like. Right? And in Shanghai, there are more millionaires than anywhere in the world, to my point.
Yes.
A coalition or conference on the left, really, Joseph, I'm tired of this optics, gymnastics, hieroglyphics paid by politicians, right? Whether they call it left, center left, far left, right, far right, center right, really, the child will be stillborn, And John, I will end it right there. This thing is going nowhere. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you for that call. It's a caller you were holding for a while. Thanks for your patience. You're coming to us from Harrismith, I believe. Good morning. You want to talk about SAFA?
Yeah.
The embarrassment. Is that what you want to talk about? I can't. It boggles the mind. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. Go ahead, Sokolo. Have we lost our line to you? I hope not. I'm pretty sure that, Sokolo is there. No, he's not there. Okay, we're going to try and get him back on the line now. I know what you wanted to talk about, Sokolo. You and I want to both have a rant about what happened with the visas, Bafana's visas. How did they get there? How did they get to the airport and realize they didn't have the visas to travel? It is beyond embarrassing. Bishop Ntambo is from Benoni. He's on the line to us. Bishop, good morning. You want to talk about this petition to end the South African Human Rights Commission?
Hi, JJ. Good morning. How are you, ma'am?
I'm so well, thanks. Go for it.
I'm currently in Botswana, but
Okay.
luckily my phone is not. I'm not too far from the border,
Oh, I
so
see.
it's still
Great,
still have
great.
network. JJ, I signed the petition.
You did?
Because I believe Human Rights Commission failed to protect South Africa. Human Rights Commission have a vast majority of things that they're supposed to be doing to protect South Africa. Besides this, they took a stand to protect illegal foreigners. That's another issue. But there's a lot of things. But this morning when I was listening to Kate Mhlashana with Lwazi, trying to prosecute Lwazi, trying to push the agenda that Lwazi did not put in the petition that is about illegal foreigners. It was so sad, man. It just shows that Kate Mhlashana have an agenda when it comes to illegal foreigners. And she's trying, by all the shows I listen from her, she's trying all the best on those talk shows to protect the illegal foreigners. We can't have a presenter for the South African Broadcast Commission, that the public broadcaster, trying to take a stand all the time to protect the criminals in the country. It's so sad, JJ. And this is not.
Yeah, Bishop, you know what, I hear you, and a lot of people are reading it that way. And I must tell you, because I get lots of those messages as well. We get tons of hate mail. We get hate calls on the show every day. People shout at the producers, and they're very, very abusive about this. We play devil's advocate. That's part of our job, right? And so we ask the tough questions, and we often ask questions that people don't want to answer, or we ask questions that people don't want asked, right? And sometimes the fact that we push people hard gives the impression that we've got one kind of agenda or the other, when actually we're just trying to do our jobs by getting to the bottom, by excavating, getting to the bottom of what we have to. And I can assure you, I've worked with Kathy for years. We worked in TV together. She's been in radio for ages. You've got a very balanced broadcaster there. The thing is, often we are going to say things on air that people don't agree with, right? We're going to push people hard. We're going to ask uncomfortable questions. We're going to make you question your own ideas. We're going to question our own ideas and let you question those as well. So it's a two-way thing that's going on. But I think, there was a reason that this issue came up. It's because there's this very strong feeling the South African Human Rights Commission has largely, that's the feeling among people. We're getting calls from people telling us the South African Human Rights Commission has let us down by standing for undocumented migrants, by standing on their side. And it's really an issue of the South African Human Rights Commission, like all the courts, including the Con Court, being guided by what's in our law. The South African Human Rights Commission has got to respect that law, and any of the cases it takes on and the way it fights, all of those things are based on the law. It cannot take a side. It can only take the side of the law and try and do it in the most humane way possible. So we always come back to the issue of the law. And my question is, as opposed to getting rid of the Human Rights Commission, should we not actually expand it? Should we not do the opposite so it can be more effective? Because a lot of people are going to call for certain things, right? So we've got 30,000 people signing a petition saying away with the South African Human Rights Commission. If you put a question to people about the death penalty, for example, you'd probably get more than 30,000 signatures in favor of the death penalty. And it's because people in this country are so overwrought and so burdened, but so overwhelmed and defeated and crushed by the issue of crime that they feel the death penalty should come back. But no matter how many people put their signatures to a referendum or a petition of that kind, it's not going to happen in the current dispensation. And that's because the Constitution enshrines the right to life. So nobody's going to kill anyone. The state is not going to end up killing anyone as a result of what is in the Constitution. And often these bodies, all Chapter 9 institutions that have been built in order to defend the Constitution, are going to do exactly that, unless there's a constitutional review or there's a change in that law in the Con Court and thereby in Parliament. Or the other way around, that is the only time we're going to see these Chapter 9 institutions defend the law in a different way, is if the law itself changes. So that's a conversation to have, and let's have it respectfully. Let's have it without insulting people, and let's have it in a robust way, But we can do that. We can hear each other's points of view on this. It's quite important that we do. 9:30 it is on the Daily Discourse. We always get your news headlines. At the bottom of the hour, Eva Chipper is standing by with your latest headlines.
Thanks, Joanne. Top stories for this hour. The Madlanga Commission says the suspended KZN Hawks head, Lesetja Senona, will not appear before it when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. Senona will appear on a later day as he does not have access to his devices, including laptops. In other news, the South African Police Service has declined to comment on reports that 4 officers have been served with notices of suspension. And lastly, the IFP says it doesn't have any political party preference to chair Parliament's impeachment committee. This as 31 members of Parliament appointed to the Section 89 committee will meet for the first time this afternoon to elect a chairperson. I'll be back at the top of the hour for SFM News. I'm Eva Chipper.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
31 past 9, and I'm urging you to use that studio line number 086 000 2032 or the WhatsApp line 0614 104 107 to chat to us on the program. Let's listen to some of your voice notes before we take our next call.
Good morning, Joanne. The impeachment committee should not be chaired by the ANC member. I know now the biggest bone of contention is who should chair the impeachment committee. But that chairperson should not come from the ANC. Must be chaired by a member from opposition parties to ensure transparency and impartiality.
Thank you so much for that. And tell me what you think of that. I mean, it's a numbers game again in the committee. The ANC is going to hold the majority in the committee, but let's see what happens there. One of you says, Joanne, the youth of 76 were about Afrikaans. Today, 32 years down the line, Afrikaans is being forced down the throats of African kids, while the speakers of Afrikaans are not forced to speak African languages. Tell me what you think about that too. It absolutely was about Afrikaans. Have you seen any kind of change in the way Afrikaans is managed at schools? Are you still finding that your children are forced to choose Afrikaans over an African language, if that is what they would prefer? What is interesting to me is that the majority of Afrikaans speakers in the country now, I believe, are coloured speakers. They're coloured Afrikaans speakers. And I think that's pretty important. You know, it becomes a factor in who the language belongs to in a way and who carries the language in daily life when we look at these kind of statistics. Let's listen to one of your voice notes on the issue of border management.
And hi, well, this is JCK Kaunda from Sina. Joanne, this Tabaya porous border is compromising us gravely, especially in Musina. Illegal immigrants are terrorizing the community. Each and nearly every day, people are shot and killed in Musina. Something must be done. Something must be done. This thing of porous border is compromising us heavily. Be it smuggling of illicit firearms, hijacked vehicle. Something must be done, man. In Musina. Let me rest my case for now. JCK Kaunda from Musina.
Thank you, JCK. Let's take a call from Tsukolo in Harrismith. Tsukolo, sorry, your line dropped a little bit earlier while we were talking to you. You want to talk about Safa and Bafana?
Yeah, what is embarrassment, and how are you again?
I'm as equally embarrassed as you, Tsukolo, as a South African, in fact.
Yeah,
yes.
No. We don't know now who should take the blame on this. Because it didn't happen against last time with the war, and now it happened with the visa. So we've been trying a big time about this management. There is no action. That they said there was an action last time that happened, but we don't know what happened. You understand?
It sounds like pure incompetence to me, to be honest, Sekolo. That's what I think it was. And I think people working for government organs and arms have got so used to being incompetent and getting away with it in many ways. And this doesn't apply to all of them, obviously. There are pockets of competence. But I'm saying this kind of thing happens all the time, and people get away with it repeatedly. And that's why we can be embarrassed on the international stage, because some bureaucrat who was supposed to have signed a form and got the visas going did not actually do what they were supposed to do. That's what I suspect the problem is. I could be wrong, but I suspect it is. But you're right, it's an international embarrassment for our soccer team, and that is not the way they should be starting a World Cup. All right, it is 9:35 here on the Daily Discourse, and let's look at this story now. The safety of prosecutors has come under the spotlight after the Joe Sibanyoni extortion and money laundering case. The issue drew public attention a couple of weeks ago when State Prosecutor Mkhuseli Ntaba didn't pitch up, and he was held in contempt of court and had a warrant of arrest issued against him. Now, the NPA later laid a complaint against the magistrate, so I want to speak now to the Public Servants Association's Assistant General Manager, Claude Naicker, who joins us on the line. Mr. Naicker, good morning to you. We're seeing a number of cases in which prosecutors who've been threatened ended up dead in recent months. Do you think the NPA is doing enough to protect its prosecutors?
A very good morning to you. Thank you for having me. Well, look, this is not something new phenomenon. I think because it's a high-profile case, it's come to the public knowledge. But you remember a year ago, Prosecutor Tracy Brown was assassinated in the Eastern Cape.
Yes.
And we decided to bring issues of this nature to the NPA, citing that there was not adequate protection for our prosecutors, and especially when they come to work on a daily basis and they are made targets. And now the Department of Justice, for almost a year and a half, is now set to unveil a formal policy of trying to protect these officers of the court. I think this has been needed far too long, and it obviously arrives at a backdrop of violence that has shaken the legal profession. And this is just one case that where prosecutors are threatened simply because these are high-profile cases. I think no matter what we say, Jan, is that you can have all the policies under the sun for every conceivable department, for every justice department or law fulfilling department. At the end of the day, when the prosecutor steps out of court, he's left to his own devices, meaning that he doesn't have the security that was provided to him as court. So I think what needs to be done from our point of view, apart from having a policy in place, I think what we need to do is capacitate these law enforcement agencies. Currently, NBA has a serious shortage of prosecutors. Yes. If we do capacitate them, what then happens is that these cases are obviously finalized as quickly as possible. Yes, we know that some of these cases take longer to investigate, so that in order to get a conviction, you need proper and thorough preparation for these cases. But if you capacitate the NPA with more prosecutorial staff, I think we are able to find conviction rate much higher, and then we can get rid of these so-called perpetrators that assassinate or attempt to assassinate our prosecutors in the justice system.
You know, Kagisho from your organization told me in an interview the other night that Mr. Ntaba did actually inform his line manager of the death threats he'd received before the case began. If that were true, what would the line manager have been able to do to protect him in that situation, Mr. Naicker?
Well, look, the problem is that we were told that he did have protection. Whether that was sufficient protection or not, like I said, you can have all the protection in the world. There are times where you have to step out of the court. You need to go visit the garage. You need to visit a shop. You need to buy bread and milk. You don't get that protection all the time. When you're at home, you get threatening phone calls. How does one protect officials itself? So as I said, you can have all these policies in place. At the end of the day, it will help you to a certain extent. But I think the sooner we have the NPA capacity to the extent that they are able to get conviction rate much quicker and higher than what it currently is, I think it will save a whole lot of problems. You might not get fully 100% get rid of these threats, but to a certain extent we can try and avoid it. And I think, as I said, capacitation is one of the most key things. On this issue, it is true, we have ascertained that he didn't inform his employer. I think NPA because the publicity this case had drawn up, they felt they were on the back foot, and they haven't come out clearly and indicated that they were informed by the prosecutor that he received threats. All they could mention was that, yes, he did good security. We don't know what security detail that he did have, whether it was sufficient enough to protect him and his family. But at the moment, the fact that it was such a high-profile case, there's no way that the prosecutor would not have turned up court, despite having told the magistrate that he was double-booked and he couldn't attend court. I think if he looked at the other cases that he had and looking at this high-profile case, surely he would have been at court knowing full well that this is in the public domain compared to the other case that he had. So I don't think the NPA is coming clean here to say, listen, that yes, the prosecutor did inform them of the threat itself. So I think we need to be honest. At the end of the day, these are lives that are involved. And if you're unable to protect your staff, we're unable to protect the prosecutors that come to court and deal with these high-profile cases, then what are we saying? Do we just let criminals go off the hook simply because we're unable to attend to court? These are law-abiding citizens, the prosecutors, that want to fulfill their duties. But imagine coming to court. We've seen the court case. This looked like a movie out of Hollywood where the accused, apart from bodyguards, he had throngs of people, supporters that were there at court. There's nothing wrong with that. But if an ordinary citizen, like a prosecutor, gets into court, surely he's going to feel intimidated. Surely his life is going to be at risk. And on that basis, they informed NPA, listen, I think it's not safe for me to come to court on Monday. Despite me being overbooked, it's not safe for me to come to court. I need added protection. At that stage, an application should have been made to postpone the matter. I know the magistrate has discretion to decide on the case, but what is more important? Is it the life of a prosecutor or simply postponing the matter itself?
So, Mr. Naka, do you agree that the NPA was correct in laying a complaint against the magistrate?
Look, I'm not a legally qualified person to comment on that, but I think in hindsight, if I was an ordinary citizen sitting at home and looking at the television and saying to myself, here's a prosecutor painstakingly trying to tell the magistrate, I'm double booked, I cannot make it to court simply because my other case was pre-booked. It's like me entering the CCMA and telling a commissioner, I cannot be there on Monday simply because I have an eye on the matter. Surely the commissioner will take that into account and say, listen, okay, let's look at our diaries and see which is the most convenient date after Monday so that we can set the matter down. Had the magistrate had hindsight and done that, surely by now we probably would have started with the case instead of this preliminary issues that we're facing with now, where the matter is simply being delayed simply because the magistrate could not use her discretion on the day. So to answer your question, I think she should have obviously taken this into account, postponed it to the nearest possible date, and we probably would have started with this matter by now.
All right. Thank you for speaking to us today. Claude Naicker, Assistant General Manager at the Public Servants Association of South Africa. Let's bring in the National Prosecuting Authority spokesperson, Kaiser Kganyago. Good morning, Mr. Kganyago. Good of you to join us on the program today. You've heard what Claude Naicker's had to say about the protection of prosecutors. He says it's all good and well having a wonderful policy, but when that prosecutor steps out into the street, their life is at risk if they're not protected around the clock. Do you think the policy is going to provide sufficient protection for your prosecutors?
Thank you very much, Joanne, and thank you to your listeners. Yeah, you see...
Mr. Kganyago, are you still with us? No, we seem to have lost the line there. We're going to try to get Mr. Kganyago back on the line. Let's just see whether we are able to do that. All right, the line did indeed drop. But tell us what you think about this as well. Is there sufficient protection for prosecutors? There's a new policy coming into play, and hopefully when that policy comes into play, it will enhance the kind of prosecution or protection rather, that can be given to our prosecutors. Right now, we're in an era where they are prosecuting extremely difficult cases, which has upped the stakes in terms of what is required for their prosecution. Mr. Kganyago, I believe you're back on the line with us, and you were answering that question about sufficient protection.
Yes, I was just saying, when we have high-profile cases,
yes,
and we then, not only is the NPA security involved, we also involve the other law enforcement agencies like the police and so on, because we not only protect the prosecutors, but we protect all the people that are involved in the matter for a period of that case. And we do that, without having to worry about the cost and whatever, because it is important to safeguard the lives of the prosecutor and all the court officials that are involved. Therefore, it's a difficult thing. Obviously, in some of the instances, you find that people are not used to having bodyguards around with them all the time, and they want some time, especially when they are at home. But we will not know when these people are going to attack. And it's a similar situation that happens all the time. Therefore, the unfortunate part is we cannot protect the people around the clock forever. There must be a time limit for a specific case when it happens. And in this particular case we're talking about, Joanne, the protection was given to the prosecutor. It's not like it wasn't. And I heard the guy from PSA saying, we have not come out clear that he informed us that he was threatened. But that cannot be true, because if you remember, the head of the NPA, the national director of the NPA, was clear to say that when we got information from the prosecutor that he felt threatened, because feeling threatened doesn't necessarily mean you will feel not threatened when there is security around you, because it depends on how these people are threatening you. And that was clearly communicated, and that is why we are investigating the whole thing, so that we get to the bottom of everything that happened, so that we then know what actions to take going forward.
Mr. Kganyago, in another development, I see the Magistrates Commission has agreed to investigate that formal complaint that the NPA laid against Chief Magistrate Donjeni on the 26th of May. What exactly are you accusing her of there?
Yeah, the matter that is before the Magistrate Commission is focusing mainly on the conduct of the magistrate, because our worry is, for example, the use of language and that everybody had in court, how the magistrate was addressing the prosecutor. But also there were other things that were done, for example, starting the court without the prosecutor, even though the prosecutor is the one who's supposed to be the one who brings the matter to court, and all of that. And the mere fact that when the prosecutor realized that he is not going to arrive, he communicated this matter to the prosecutor that was in the court to go and tell the magistrate in the chambers, which we believe was done, and therefore, but to tell the magistrate, but the magistrate, even after being told in the chambers, still came back and continued the matter as if nothing is happening, just indicating that the prosecutor has gone AWOL.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you very, very much for your time on the program this morning. Kaiser Kganyago is the NPA spokesperson.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Heading towards 10 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and Top Auto is reporting that petrol stations in South Africa may be among the first business casualties of the higher fuel prices. The publication says they may either be forced to cut back on staff or shut down if fuel prices don't stabilise soon. We're going to speak to South African Petroleum Retailers Association Chairperson Henry van der Merwe, who's on the line to us now. Mr. van der Merwe, good morning to you. Please explain to us what the effect of these fuel prices is likely to be on petrol stations, particularly those in rural areas.
Good morning. Yes, the most significant affected people are in the rural areas because of the huge increase in the petrol price and the diesel prices. Our sales have gone down, and the rural areas are really struggling to stay open. So the smaller sites, they're considering closing at night to save costs on staff, and that's not what we want to do, but that's at this stage what's happening.
Tell me, what margins do fuel retailers charge on every litre sold?
So we are in a regulated market. We don't charge. We get depending on which oil company you belong to, you get a margin of between R2 and R2.50, depending on your what you own and whatever. So whoever incurs the cost gets a reward, and so it's a small and it's regulated. It's a small margin. So when the fuel price increases, we don't get anything more. We still get the same margin, but the sales decrease.
Right. And are you finding that that's happening more and more, that people are filling their tanks, filling their tanks and trying to make that last as long as possible, or doing lift clubs and the like, doing their best basically to avoid filling their tanks as often as they used to?
We can clearly see that the litres have decreased. So the people are doing lift clubs. They are planning much better. They are most certainly driving less.
And can you tell me this? Is it true that some people are filling their tanks then driving off without paying for fuel?
Yes, unfortunately, the trend is that the higher the fuel price is, the more we get that. We call it drive-offs, and that happens normally between 10 and 3 at night.
That is shocking. When that happens, who foots the bill for the petrol that was filled into the tank?
The owners fit the bill because we can't blame it on the attendant.
Yes.
I must say that South African Police Services, we've all got cameras and they are assisting a lot, and people are being arrested. They see this as serious.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. I note that it's the start of June now, so government's relief measures are going to end soon. How much worse will this make the situation for your industry?
So, fortunately, the diesel price is going to decrease probably by about 3 rand a litre. This morning, the oil price has gone down to just over 93, and the rand has strengthened. So, hopefully, the oil price might decrease by about 3.50 rand. And that's after they've taken the relief levy back.
Just a last question. Oh, yes. Sorry, your line.
Unfortunately, the fuel price is going to increase because there's less of a decrease on the fuel price, on the petrol price. Yeah. So I think that the petrol price is going to increase because of the levy that's been taken away. And remember, it was a 3 rand levy, which they're taking 1.50 this month and 1.50 next month.
Right. Mr. van der Merwe, a question about support for your fuel retailers. I don't know if any of this kind of thing exists in your industry, but is there any kind of mechanism to support them through crises of this kind?
No, there's no mechanism. Every fuel retailer is on his own. I'm not aware of any oil company or government or anything that gives assistance in these difficult times. No, there's no assistance.
This is a worrying thing indeed. Thank you very much for putting us in the picture as to what is happening. Mr. Henry van der Merwe, he is the chairperson of the South African Petroleum Retailers Association. That is very worrying indeed. Do you have a relative, a friend who runs one of these fuel stations or who works at it? What are you finding? Is their job under threat? Is the future of their business under threat? I'd like to hear from you on our studio line 086 000 2032. Listening to your voice notes now as well. One of you is echoing the call for the protection of prosecutors.
Good morning, JJ and your team. This is Sakile Nsugwini from Kwamhlabialingan. Hey, JJ, do you remember a prosecutor who was gunned down outside her home in the Eastern Cape? I think it was last year, if I'm not mistaken. That is evident enough that prosecutors are not protected. Thank you.
JJ, I believe protecting the prosecutors is just a short-term event. You know, the best thing is to clamp down the syndicates. Thank you, Siraj Limpopo.
Thank you for keeping those short, sharp, and making your points so well on the WhatsApp line. Zola in Bloemfontein is on the line to us. Zola, you want to talk about Mr. Ntabo, who didn't show up for this hearing?
Yes, good morning, Adrian, and good morning to fellow listeners. I just feel that the magistrate was a bit harsh. My understanding was that this was their first appearance, Mr. Sibanyoni, and this matter was going to be postponed anyhow. So if the prosecutor informed the other prosecutor that please tell them I'm late, they should have used another prosecutor because it was going to be a mere postponement for further investigation. So the magistrate was a bit harsh, and we know that the prosecutors' lives and the magistrates, police, their lives are in danger. The magistrate is a court official, just like the prosecutor. Why could he not understand that the person did the right thing by saying, I cannot come because of 1, 2, 3, just like a person who will just disappear without notifying what happened. So the magistrate was a bit harsh, and so proper investigations must be conducted, to correct the conduct of the magistrate. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you, Zola. Nice, clear call in terms of your stance on this. And I wonder what you think about this. What doesn't ring true to me is that if someone has told you, if the prosecutor has come to you and has said to you, look, there's a problem. My colleague, Mr. Ntaba, received these death threats on his way to the courtroom this morning, and therefore he is too afraid to appear. Why would you still go out there and issue a warrant of arrest for him and hold him in contempt of court? That doesn't make sense to me. You were aware of it. You sat in chambers with the fellow prosecutor and they told you what was going on. And if you've been informed as to what is going on and the line manager has been informed, why would you continue with that action? That's the question I'd like to have answered for me. I will play more of your voice notes now.
Good morning, Ask Johan. Ask Johan, you have summarized it very well. These groups, they want everybody to agree with their narratives. And we shouldn't say what we feel and what we know. They only want us to run. It's either you are against or you are for them. So it's not going to happen that way. These 30,000 people who have signed this petition, let them sign. And let the other 64 million people in the country say how they feel as well.
A very good morning, Jojo. And good morning, South Africans. The HR Commission must not be dispensed of. Rather, it must face drastic changes. It must be changed fundamentally. It must focus on us South Africans. It must assist in changing our very flawed constitution. It must not be accommodating to criminals and even more accommodating to foreigners who seemingly have more rights than we have in this country. My name is Moloki Koloi from the Northwest, and I represent the UCDP party.
Thank you very much for those voice notes. And I'm loving the length of the voice notes this morning and how clear they are on your stance. Keep them coming.
Hi, Joanne. Well, any member of the impeachment committee qualifies to be chairperson of the committee. I don't care if it comes from the ANC or DA. I mean, there will be rules there guiding that committee. It's not going to be about the fact that someone comes from the ANC, therefore they will do their own thing. I think sometimes we really just complain about almost everything when we shouldn't really be.
Good morning, Johan and SAF listener. It's David here in Klerksdorp. Yes, Afrikaans is still dominating and they're still forcing kids to do it. Let me say here in Klerksdorp, the private schools, most of the private schools and the old modern schools, large schools and rural schools, instead of having only English at schools, they will have English and Afrikaans. Why they don't use like dominant language? Like they must have English, Setswana, and Afrikaans. So they will tell you that only Afrikaans and English, and majority they are more African kids. So that's a problem. It's still they're forcing it. I think they have to have 3 languages.
Good morning, SA. Good morning, Juan. Laura Stenberg, Juan, we are not being xenophobic or attacking to our own fellow Africans. We just want to install peace, and the laws of this country must be implemented and seen active. So people must stop saying we are taking our fellow brothers and sisters. No. The government is failing us. We are trying to install good governance in this country.
Good morning, JJ and SAFM listeners. People have this tendency of calling here on radio and tell us we should read the history. Leader Mamang of the ANC was born in Bulawayo, leader Mamang. Therefore, and they are bringing this thing now. Why there's borders? All we are saying, we're not saying they are wrong to be here. We say they must have legal papers. We need legal papers for them to be here. Doesn't tell us the leader who was born. We don't care who was born where. If you don't have papers, you must go. You must leave South Africa. It's Marumo in my care.
Marumo, thank you. And thank you to everyone else before Marumo who has sent their thoughts in on the various stories that we're running today. That brings us to 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. And that means that Eva Chipper has your latest news bulletin.
Thanks, Joanne. Top stories at 10. Sinona to appear before Madlanga's commission at a later date, and Parliament's impeachment committee to elect a chairperson. Good morning, I'm Eva Chipa. The Madlanga Commission says the suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesetja Sinona will not testify when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. The witness will testify on a later day as he does not have access to his devices, including laptops. Sinona is a central figure in the investigation into the mysterious disappearance of 541 kilograms of cocaine worth 200 million rand in 2021. Today, new witnesses will take to the stand. Meanwhile, the Commission has remained mum on the context of its second interim report that it submitted to President Cyril Ramaphosa. Jeremy Michaels is the spokesperson.
The second interim report, which was delivered to President Ramaphosa on Friday, is for his eyes only. In terms of our mandate, the terms of reference, the interim reports are strictly confidential for the president to update him on the progress.
Meanwhile, the Brakpan Magistrate Court east of Johannesburg is today expected to deliver judgment in the bail application of Matipandile Sotheni. He's accused of killing Marius van der Merwe, who was also known as Witness D at the Madlanga Commission when he testified before it. Sotheni is a former SAPS Special Task Force member who now faces 16 charges linked to the murder. Calvin Mabasa reports.
During bail proceedings, Sotheni denied any involvement in van der Merwe's murder and told the court through his legal team that he intends standing trial to prove his innocence. His lawyer argued that van der Merwe's testimony before the Madlanga Commission did not implicate Sotheni in any wrongdoing, and therefore there was no apparent motive for him to have orchestrated or participated in the killing. The state, however, argued that Sotheni's alleged close links to the late Viandre Pretorius and other evidence gathered during the investigation place him at the center of a broader conspiracy surrounding the murder.
The South African Service has declined to comment on reports that 4 officers have been served with notices of suspension. This is alleged to be in connection with the police tender, which was awarded to Medicare 24, a company that alleged underworld kingpin Vusimuzi Katmatlala owns. The SAPS awarded the contract in 2024, but withdrew it the following year. 12 police officers are facing charges of fraud and corruption relating to the awarding of the contract. In other news, the IFP says it does not have any political party preference to chair Parliament's impeachment committee. 31 MPs appointed to the Section 89 committee will meet for the first time this afternoon. They will elect a chairperson and begin the formal process of the Parapara impeachment inquiry. The committee was set up to determine if there is enough evidence for President Cyril Ramaphosa to face impeachment over the theft of approximately $580,000 from his Parapara farm in 2020. IFP Chief Whip Nhlanhla Hateb.
We do not have any political party preference. Any capable member we will support. All what happened in the past, the Constitutional Court has given a new mandate of what is expected of the National Assembly this time around. So everyone, including the IFP, should abide by that Constitutional Court ruling.
And lastly, looking further afield but staying on the continent, Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo have celebrated the recovery of 4 survivors of Ebola. They're among the first to be discharged in the current outbreak. The Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, says the survivors have proved that the outbreak can be stopped. He was speaking at a ceremony which the survivors attended in Bunia. Some officials say that the recovery shows that early detection and treatment can improve the chances of survival. Recapping the top story at 10, the Madlanga Commission says the suspended KZN Hawks head, Lesaja Senona, will not testify when it resumes with hearings in Pretoria this morning. However, 2 new witnesses will take the stand. Onde Lambana will be back at the bottom of the hour with more news for you. For SAfm News, good morning. I'm Eva Chipa.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105.8 FM in Knysna.
The public is invited to nominate persons who have expertise or knowledge in the field of broadcasting, journalism and media, and or broadcasting law and related fields for an ad hoc appointment to the Appointment Committee of the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. 3 committee members will be appointed to serve a 4-year term from August 2026 to 31 December 2029. Persons with a financial interest in the broadcast or printed media industry are not eligible. Motivated nominations, nominees' acceptance and a short CV should be addressed to the registrar email bccsa@nabsa.co.za. Nominations close on the 17th of June 2026. For more information on the tasks of the Appointment Committee for the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, visit www.bccsa.co.za and see the Constitution. Only the best qualified nominees will be called for an interview.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation, only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter.
7 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse.
On SAfm. Weekday morning.
Thank you for joining us. I am Joanne Joseph, raring to get in there. As always, we are on the second hour of our show, our first show for the week, and thank you for joining us. It really is lovely to have you along. Remember, our studio line remains open throughout the show, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107, and you've done a fantastic job this morning of keeping your voice notes short, sharp, and audible, which we really appreciate. It's meant that we got through so many more than we usually do on a typical morning. One of the questions that we are asking you this morning as we enter the month of June, which is Youth Month, we are reflecting on the sacrifices that youth made for us in 1976, and we're asking you the question, what would the youth of 1976 think about South Africa today? What would the youth of 1976 think about our country today? Give us a call or send us a voice note on that. Let me tell you what's coming up in the next hour or so. We're starting off with a slightly feel-good story here, and this is about children with cleft palates and cleft lips and the work that Operation Smile South Africa has been doing. They did fantastic work over the weekend, a number of operations carried out on those children. We'll find out exactly what it entails, and please feel free, if you have a child or know of a child with one of these conditions, with this birth defect, please don't hesitate to give us a call. We're going to be speaking to Sarah Scarth from Operation Smile SA, and if you have questions about how they carry out these operations, how often they do it, why it is necessary, please feel free to pose those questions. Give us a call or send us a voice note, and I will try to put any of those questions you'd like to Sarah Scarth. And then we're having a a conversation with Jan de Villiers, a DAMP, at around 20 past, actually that's 20 past 11, I should say, 20 past 10, sorry, on the program about the issue of the impeachment committee. You'll know that committee is coming together for the first time today. They're going to elect their chairperson. So we will have a conversation as to what all these political parties are actually looking forward to getting off the ground today. We'll be speaking to many of them in the next hour and a bit, in fact 2 hours. And then at 10:35, we're looking at the issue of the city of Joburg, right? We're talking about how living in the city is just going to cost so much more in the next few months. The Finance MMC, Loyiso Masuku, presented her budget last week, and we've been going through that with a fine-tooth comb, and the tariff increases are going to be high in Johannesburg. Brace yourself for that. Whether the service delivery will be commensurate with that, I'm not entirely sure. So those are the questions we're going to ask. And I urge you to call in, please, at 10:35. If you live in the city of Joburg or have an interest in it, give us a call and tell us what you think. And then hopefully we'll also be able to speak to Mahashula Ghana a little bit later on about the issue of this impeachment committee. As I said, we're just touching base with all the parties involved. Give us a call, send us a voice note. We love to hear from you on the program. Let's take a quick call from Bonakele on the SACP conference. Good morning to you, Bonakele.
A very good morning, JJ. Yeah, I want to talk about this SACP conference.
Yeah, why did you start off by laughing, Bonakele? What does the laughter signify? Are you a cynic?
The reason I'm laughing, I'm checking all those who attended there are disgruntled members, and some of them are former, alliance of the ANC, and others were former ANC. They come from the ANC, but for them to come together discussing whatever they were discussing, it's not something that it's new. You understand? For them to think. I mean, we are left with how many months now going to the vote? I mean, perhaps someone said, no, they're not going to form a new party, but what is it that they were discussing? I'm very much interested. For instance, you look at Ishma Khashule was there, this MK party of Tatu Jacob Zuma. These are, I'll call it disgruntled members. Perhaps they want to form something that will be, and it's something that is not going to happen. Not now, not very soon. For what is it called? Far left or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's something that is not going to work, so to speak. That's why I'm laughing.
All right. Well, okay, thank you for that. Who did make me laugh last night was I saw a post that Ibrahim Fakir, the analyst, had put on Facebook, in which he said it's not the alliance of the left, it's the alliance of the left out. So that I think tailors very, very neatly with what Bonakele's opinion is on the issue as well. 12 minutes past 10, and I promised you this. Operation Smile SA had a busy weekend at the Nelson Mandela Hospital, performing surgery on a number of children with cleft palates and lips. The birth defect occurs when the roof of the mouth doesn't close completely when the baby is forming in the womb, and that leaves an opening between the child's nose and mouth. Let's speak to the Foundation's Executive Director, Sarah Scarth. Good morning to you, Ms. Scarth. Thank you so much for your time on the program today. I just want to start with a more general question, please. I want to ask you why it's important that children with cleft palates and lips are operated on.
Joanne, thank you, and good morning to you and the listeners. It's so important because a child born with this condition is going to really suffer the impact of having a hole in their lip or their palate or both, and that means that they're going to look different and they're going to sound different. And if they grow up in that way without it being repaired, they're going to suffer bullying, stigmatization, isolation, and not being able to live to their full potential, as well as the impact on their families, particularly their mothers. And so that's why early access to safe surgery is so critical.
I think what you're saying is so important, Ms. Scarth, because many parents, when they have their child, might be shocked by what they see when their child is born, and they might say, well, kind of surrender the child's health by just saying, well, this child is a lost cause because this child was born with a defect. And yet there are simple ways of fixing this if you just get some kind of medical intervention early on in the child's life.
That's correct. But the reality is that for many parents, access to this highly specialized surgery and then follow-up comprehensive care such as speech therapy, dental treatment, nutritional support is hard for many of our citizens and children to access. And so that's where Operation Smile works alongside government and hospitals to be able to help children to get onto the pathway as early as possible. Our patient coordinators in communities are holding hands with families right from when children are born to help them either to access surgery at a hospital where there is a cleft team, or to come on an Operation Smile program such as the one we've just delivered at Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital this weekend.
So tell me about this past weekend. I understand you performed a number of surgeries.
Yes, we started on Friday when all the patients and volunteers from around the country converged in Johannesburg for medical screening. And that's an important first step to being able to deliver surgeries. We have to first establish that the child is completely healthy for surgery to take place, and we need to understand what condition they're presenting with. Once that's completed, and on Friday we did that with the help of the team from Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital, 54 children arrived with their caregivers and 40 were cleared for surgery. And then the 2 very busy surgery days started early on Saturday morning. Patients were checked in the night before, the first 20, and surgeries happened throughout the day over 4 tables, a team of 50 volunteers giving up their time to help change these young lives.
That really is fantastic. Tell me a little bit, because you alluded to it earlier, the issue of both the nature of the operation, which sounds fairly complex, and then the healing period afterwards, as well as the follow-up visits. What is required there in terms of a commitment from parents or caregivers?
So, Joanne, as I said, it is highly specialized surgery, and it's not any plastic or maxillofacial surgeon that can do these surgeries. They really are super specialists, and that's what Operation Smile does, is find the very best surgeons and brings them together to be able to perform these surgeries. If it's a cleft lip, it could just be a single surgery that can take from as little as 45 minutes. Obviously, cleft palates, when you've got a big hole in the mouth, that's a more complex surgery, and that takes place if the child is born with a cleft lip and palate, will take place after the lip surgery is completed. Operation Smile will start doing these surgeries when children are 6 months, and for a child with a palate from 9 months. And many of the children that we see, we have been journeying with. They will receive multiple surgeries over their childhood because it's not a single surgery in order for complete care to be provided.
Okay, that's very important to note. I also know, Ms. Scott, that you do these operations periodically, starting with that call to bring children forward for these surgeries. Do you know when the next one will take place?
Yes, the next one we're going to be at Rob Ferreira Hospital at the end of July. We will have a team of around 40 volunteers, and we're looking to provide surgeries for around 30 patients. Again, it all very much depends on how the child presents on the day of screening, and it's critical that parents come forward, because even if they don't get surgery on that day, we can have them in our system and we can make sure that we're finding a future date for them, so that children with this condition are not waiting, because the longer they wait, the more damaging the impact of this condition, which can be fully repaired.
And should parents or caregivers want to get hold of the Foundation for assistance, how can they reach you, Ms. Scott?
The best way to get in touch with us is to go to our website, operationsmile.org.za. There's all our contact details for our patient coordinators, depending on where you live. There's also a lot of information on, frequently asked questions. Why does this happen to me? What can I expect from the process? How do I access care? So I really encourage people to go to that site. And even if you don't have a child, but it's important for us to be knowledgeable and be aware of this condition, so that where we see children with this condition, we can be good neighbors and refer them, because so often, especially for families in deep rural areas, they rely on communities to help them to get onto the pathway to access care.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us today, Ms. Scott. Sarah Scott, Executive Director of Operation Smile SA, and thank you even more for what you're doing for the children. I think it really is wonderful that an organisation like yours is making the surgery possible. So that is Sarah Scott, the Executive Director, and she has advised you to actually go onto the website. If you have a child, if there's a child in your care who has a cleft palate or cleft lip, it's worth going onto the website. It's one word, operationsmile.org.za, operationsmile.org.za, and their next consultation is going to be at the Rob Ferreira Hospital in Mbombela. So they clearly do go around the country, I know, and they help a lot of different children. And if you are feeling hopeless because your 6-month-old or your 9-month-old was born with this defect, it isn't the end of the world. As she said, sometimes it requires repeated surgeries, but it really is worth looking into this, going to see the doctors and trying to get their help, because Operation Smile really does fantastic work in the country. 20 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have a conversation about the impeachment committee.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
22 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse, and if you've just tuned in, we are in the second hour of our program and about to have a conversation with the Democratic Alliance. Of course, this is a big thing for the country today. 31 members of Parliament looking into impeaching the president are kicking off their work, and the group is doing the work that the Constitutional Court said Parliament should have done after its independent panel looked into the Phala theft from President Cyril Ramaphosa's Limpopo farm. Now, recently the president decided to take the panel report on review, but of course the work of the impeachment committee is moving forward. Let me invite onto the program Jan de Villiers, DA MP and national spokesperson. Mr. de Villiers, good morning, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. So to start off with, it really is a very big day for Parliament starting to look into this. Are all the processes, to the best of your knowledge, in place for the impeachment committee to begin its work?
Oh, yes. Good morning to yourself and to the listeners. It's a pleasure to be with you. Yes, everything is in place. The committee will sit today at 2 o'clock. It will be the first sitting of the committee. And they only have one agenda point for today, and that's the election of the chairperson for the committee. After that, the chairperson has been committed. The next meeting will then move towards setting the rules or the terms of the committee, because you have to. The next phase is to actually give the committee a framework of rules within which it will operate.
So I'll come to that in a moment, because it's actually a very interesting aspect of this whole process. But let me ask you about the election of the chairperson first. Where do you expect that person to come from?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and I mean, we can only speculate. The reality is that no party, including the ANC, has a majority in the committee. All I can say is that the DA wants this. So, I mean, if we actually think about the committee itself, before we get to the chairperson, the DA's position is that the committee must prioritize truth, and it must prioritize accountability and ethics without fear or favor. You know, the rule of law and process must be above any reproach during the committee's work. So the elected chairperson must therefore be someone who is impartial, really above reproach, and it can't be someone with a clearly set out, outcome set in mind before the time. So we would support any chairperson who we feel is impartial, objective, and above reproach, and can chair the committee in a way that does not assume a certain outcome before the committee does its actual work.
Who sets the terms of reference, Mr. de Villiers?
The committee itself, but the Speaker has written to the political parties and asked for input on how they think the committee must work, because the Constitution is actually silent on exactly how the committee must do its work. But there's lots of examples of, ad hoc committees and investigative committees that have been done over the years in Parliament. So there's good precedent for putting together a process and terms of engagement and rules, which I think will stand the test of thorough and process. The most important thing is the outcome of that process must be seen as administrative justice. That it must give a fair and transparent outcome in terms of the rule of law, so that South Africans will know that this very important, first of its kind impeachment committee sets the tone where truth will be prioritized above everything else.
I mean, there has been concern from certain parties that the terms of reference may be too narrow for you to do the work that you need to do. Are you concerned about that at all?
Look, the test will really be what unfolds in the committee. But the terms of reference hasn't been, it hasn't been finalised completely. So, only the second committee sitting will really see those terms of reference being finalised. So, I think it's a little bit early to make a call on that. But Parliament typically can only work in a certain way. So we must really judge it by the outcome, and not. I don't think it's fair to before the committee has done any work say that the terms won't work.
Tell me about this. Your party leader, Jordan Hill-Lewis, was on our program a few days ago. And one of the things he did tell us was that he'd had a number of calls from business and from within the ANC asking that however this ends, that the DA stand with President Cyril Ramaphosa on this. Do you feel the pressure of that, or does your party feel the pressure of that going into this impeachment committee?
No, we don't feel the pressure at all. This issue is not tied to our coalition government, and whatever we decide to, however we decide to vote, on whatever position we take at the end of the day, will be guided purely on the facts, on the evidence that unfolds in the committee. And the DA has built its brand and is a party that seeks accountability and seeks the truth. So we do not feel obliged in any way to protect or to indict the president. We do not go into this process with a set idea of what the outcome must be. We will go into it objectively, and we will let the truth reign supreme.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. That was Jan de Villiers. He's a DA MP and the party's national spokesperson. I just want to listen in to one of your voice notes on the work of the committee.
Joanne, a quick like what I say, is it an advice or just a request to the DMP and every MP that's going to be involved with the impeachment committee? I mean, what we saw in the ad hoc committee that investigated the infiltration of SAPS was a bit disappointing because a lot of MPs there were politicking instead of fact-finding, and I'm just pleading with them, please, can you take this country seriously? This is a matter of major importance to the country. Put the country first. Let's be honest. Everything that needs to be done there, let it be done with honesty, trustworthy, and transparency that it deserves. Thank you. It's important for you.
Thank you. And I think I'm with you on that. I think every South African is certainly hoping for fairness in this whole process and that we'll have some answers come the end of it. That brings us to exactly 10:30 here on The Daily Discourse. Here's Ondela Mbana with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the Brakpan Magistrates Court East of Johannesburg is currently delivering judgment in the bail application of Matibandile Sotheni. He is accused of killing Marius van der Merwe, who was also known as Witness D, when he testified before the commission. The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has ruled that the suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesija Sinona will appear before it on Friday, and the cash-strapped South African Football Association has resolved to strengthen its operation coordination during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
10:30 it is, and we're going to take some of your calls on our studio line in just a moment. I want to listen to your voice notes that have been coming in thick and fast. One of you concerned about the judge in the Joe Sibanyoni case, or this is the magistrate who held the prosecutor in contempt of court and issued an arrest warrant for him.
Good morning, Joanne and the listeners. This is Mike from Savannah City in Midvaal. In the case of the magistrate that issued a warrant of arrest against the prosecutor, the magistrate should have known that the prosecutor was rendered force majeure, and therefore, in issuing that warrant of arrest and holding the prosecutor in contempt, the magistrate acted unlawfully and with malice. And therefore, she should also be charged with defeating the ends of justice, because the action resulted in those guys in the court, the case not being placed on the court roll, and it had to be re-enrolled for them to appear before the court. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. One of you is making a comment on Tembisa Hospital. Let's listen in.
Morning, Joanne. Do we know that nothing has changed at Tembisa Hospital? The people who are stealing there are still stealing there. I mean, do the people of South Africa know this? Not only Tembisa Hospital, 90% of public hospitals in South Africa, this is happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do keep those voice notes coming. Some of you are commenting on people driving away without paying for their petrol or their fuel at garages, which I think is absolutely horrifying. What awful behavior. Many of you concerned about that.
Good morning, Joanne, and to the SAFM listeners. It's Selvin Kamda from Durban. Joanne, with regard to the Fuel Retailers Association and fuel retailers where people are driving away when filling up their tanks, just my suggestion, before the person fuels up, the attendant must take the key away. So when the attendant finish full, charge the customer, give the driver's key back. I'm not sure whether this is illegal, but it's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Good morning, John. I'm just listening to the guy who you just spoke to with regards to anything to do with petrol filling station. It's unfortunate that what he's speaking about, it's not a uniform. Some filling station, they make these guys who are petrol attendant to pay. I've got the proof of that, where these petrol attendants are made to pay it. After the guy is filling up the tank, in front of me, one of the days the guy filled up the Amarok and he went away.
Yeah, when they're trying to call him, he went away, with the full tank. He doesn't pay for it. It's unfortunate.
That is such shocking behavior. And what kind of person must you be to do something like that? And you know that petrol attendants, they actually did this survey, this research a few years ago. They're among the lowest paid workers in the country. So you expect someone who's already earning a pittance to pay out of his pocket for your bad behavior. This is appalling behavior. And when I say that as South Africans, we need to revisit our values, this is the kind of thing I mean. The fact that you would do that in the first place, never mind, do it to someone who is already struggling. That is a really horrible thing to do. There's no excuse for that kind of behavior. All right, the clock is nudging us towards 25 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and a big story if you're living in Johannesburg this week. Living in this city is about to burn a bigger hole in your pocket. Finance MMC Loyiso Masuku has presented a budget in which she's introducing a number of tariff hikes. The MMC joins us on the line now. MMC, good morning to you, and thank you very much for making the time to speak to us. This is a whopping 97.1 billion rand budget. Firstly, can the city afford it? Do we have the
Hello?
MMC on the line? Yes, I can hear you now.
I can
Thank
hear you
MMC.
now.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So I don't know if you heard my question. It was, can the city afford this huge 97.1 billion rand budget, MMC?
Morning, Joanne, and thank you for having me, and morning to the listeners at home. The city indeed can afford, because we went through the processes of National Treasury, which do require that as a municipality, we must prove that the budget is backed up by real numbers. So that's why we're saying that our budget is funded. It's a credible budget where we have passed the funding compliance test for 2026-2027, and we are presenting this funded credible budget where we are focusing on infrastructure so that we are able to invest in the work that we committed to do as it relates especially to energy security, water infrastructure, and sanitation.
MMC, there are lots of people who are looking at this budget and saying that Johannesburg is bankrupt, firstly, and this is going to be an unfunded budget. Why do they have those concerns if indications are quite the opposite?
Joanne, we have been transparent about we never hid that there were challenges. If you will recall, in the previous year of 2024-2025, the cities was sitting at 1.6 billion a net surplus. We are now sitting at 4 billion as at 2025. That's an over almost 80% on a year from in terms of increase. So we've got 4 billion in terms of cash reserves, but we don't fund our budget only on cash. There's other funding mechanisms, Joanne, where we get grants. So we've got the urban development finance grants, we've got the human settlements grants, and informal settlements grants. But we also have loan facilities that we get. You would have seen on Tuesday before the budget, we were able to approve a loan from a German financing institution, because we use different methods of financing our projects. And we also look at triple Ps that are going to enable us to work with private sector so we can invest on this infrastructure that we all know is much needed to make sure that our residents get the services that they deserve.
So that's a question that many residents will have for you, MMC, because people have been paying for services for so long. They're about to cost more. And people are saying, well, why should we pay more when we are not actually able to access all the services that we pay for in Johannesburg?
We don't take the issue of tariffs lightly. We understand that we are in an environment where the economy is not necessarily doing well. But remember, Joanne, there are also costs that we have to pay. So, for an example, we increase our electricity tariff on the basis of what NERSA would bring forth. The same with water. Rand Water would would impose tariffs on us, and they imposed 11%. We only added 1.5% on the Rand Water. But I think as an institution, we need to do better to engage communities over and above the IDP sessions that we do, to make them understand that there are pass-through costs that we have to pay, so that we are able to fund what we want to fund for the city in itself. And I must say that the issue of average tariffs completely for us is not something that we take lightly. That is why you will see we will try to cushion residents who may not be on the better side of affordability. So if NERSA makes an increase, it was done on the 4th of March, we have to put in that particular amount. However, we do cushion residents in the indigent households. We do have the expanded social package, and we do offer the first 6 kiloliters of water free of charge. And we've got rebates that we offer to our residents. They just need to follow the process of application so that they are able to be cushioned where necessary. And we always say this, Joanne, residents, those who may afford to pay, but if you can't afford to pay, come through to our offices so that we are able to assist you also with payment arrangement plans, acknowledgement of debt, because we know our environments may not be the same throughout the year. Our circumstances change. But this budget for us is more of an infrastructure investment budget where we're looking at making sure that we deal with the water supply, the roads, and the solid waste and the electricity infrastructure.
Please stay with us, MMC. We're going to continue the conversation with you right after this.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
These students have been raised in the framework of Bantu education, where they have been told that they are being educated for a place in their own community, a place which is politically circumscribed through the policy of separate development.
What I would like to see happening from here on forth is when we remember the youth previously has fought for, we need to look at what are we fighting for today to continue the fight. That's why I say we look back and we say, if they were fighting for us to have quality education, are we happy with it today? And if not, what are we doing? In 10 years' time, we should be commemorating what the youth of 2026 was able to achieve.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
Heading for 11:15 here on the Daily Discourse, we're having a conversation with Loyiso Masuku, Deputy Mayor and MMC of Finance in the city of Joburg. And we're talking about her latest budget, which was presented last week, in which she is introducing a number of tariff hikes. And let me just talk you through some of those. Water to go up by 12.5%, sanitation by 11%, electricity will go up by 8.63%, almost 9% there. Refuse removal by pick it up will go up by 6.2%, and your property rates are going to go up by 3.6%. But the Daily Investor is also pointing out that there are several issues that we need to be looking at residents of Johannesburg. The Auditor General having issued a qualified opinion on the city's separate financial statements because the statements simply could not verify 948 million rand in sundry debtors due to inadequate supporting documentation, is what it says. So let's bring into the conversation or back into the conversation, Loyiso Masuku, Deputy Mayor and MMC. Good morning once again, Ms. Masuku. For those of our listeners who've just joined us, I've come into this segment talking about this Daily Investor article that talks about the fact that the Auditor General issued a qualified opinion on your separate financial statements because you could not verify the 948 million in sundry debtors because you just didn't have the documentation to do so. Why not?
Joanne, on the issue of the sundry debtors, at the time we went through the audit, the Auditor General indicated that there was inappropriate audit evidence and it delayed. And by the time it was brought forward, their period had ended. And they did also raise an issue of expenses that were accounted for in the incorrect period. Now, this is something we don't take lightly. Consequence management is going to have to be installed. We've indicated to the institution that is led by the city manager, Dr. Brink, that people who are supposed to do their job must do their job because we play an oversight role. And we've also indicated in the budget speech that I will be introducing a process of interim financial statements where audit is not an event. Audit must be a monthly occurrence in the performance contracts of officials because you can't treat audit as if it's something that comes as an event, then you are rushing. It has to be institutionalized, and we have to make sure in line with our principles of good governance, we don't compromise because we have to take the AG's work seriously, and officials who don't want to do it must be brought to book. And where you are correct is that the AG raised these issues for our core, but what is an improvement is that for the city group, we've managed to do huge corrections and improvements. And you would have seen when we tabled our compliance last week, and the JSE was able to also lift the suspension because our tabling was done in the council meeting on the 29th.
I'm a bit concerned about your losses as well, MMC. Yes. We know that you've got this huge infrastructure backlog of over 220 billion rand. There's also the issue of the electricity distribution losses, so presumably through illegal connections and the like, 5.67 billion, technical losses 1.7 billion, and non-technical 3.96 billion, and then your water distribution losses. This is presumably through leaks and lack of maintenance on the system, running into 2.82 billion. I mean, these losses amount to 790 million rand, and they're largely due to the fact that you are not able to bring these illegal connections under control. You're not able to sort out maintenance in terms of water infrastructure. You're not able to get up to date with the infrastructure backlog in the city. What is going on in that regard?
On the maintenance side, Joanne, we are vigorously engaged in a process. If you look at our budget, you will see that already we increased just for city power. We almost doubled our allocation from 2025 to this financial year, precisely because we want to deal with that infrastructure. But also on the illegal connections, we've also gone out in our engagements with different institutions because we've established. I'll use the inner cities and some informal settlements. We have established that there is a certain level of syndicates that are operating in first of all the theft of infrastructure, but in also doing these illegal connections. And these syndicates, some of them work with external contractors, and some may also be working with officials. The mayor spoke very clearly that we are going to crack down on this, and we've started with in the inner city when we're doing live disconnections, and then we have patrol in terms of bylaw to go and make sure that, because people then have the ability to reconnect, where do they get the infrastructure to reconnect? So we're also working on dealing with that because it's theft, it's money that is supposed to provide provide services to residents who are paying and want the city to work. So we are dealing with that. And then on investment, I spoke earlier about the loan that we secured to be able to. It's a 3-year investment, which is very groundbreaking at a very concessionary rate of less than 9%, where we are now focusing on capital expenditure. It's ring-fenced only for City Power. We've already started engaging another development funding institution around the water infrastructure, and also as well as national government, so that we make these partnerships at an intergovernmental relations level.
A question from one of our listeners, MMC. Joanne, it's all very well that the city of Joburg has a budget, but how are they going to collect charges that residents can just no longer afford, asks Paulina.
I indicated earlier that tariff increases are something that we have to put out there. Small businesses, it looks at homeowners, and then it also looks at NPOs, NGOs, and churches. But you have to come forward. And I think one of the weaknesses is that residents think that if you don't come forward, because if you come forward, we're able to sit down with you, and then we don't institute level 1 disconnection without you having shown to us that I'm unable to pay. Can I enter your debt rehabilitation program for X amount of period? But you have to stick to it, because you are committing that you are acknowledging your debt. You have to stick to it. And those that do afford to pay and are bridging and are actually illegally connecting, we are clamping down on that, because we understand that there are those who are also just not paying and are using electricity illegally. But it's not everybody, and that's where we make the acknowledgement.
Just a last question, MMC, about the issue of this 10 billion rand wage increase that's on the cards, despite Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana's warning. Are you persisting with that?
Joanne, we have been very clear that everything that we do we are going to do it responsibly with fiscal discipline. The city council approved the politically facilitated agreement. We met with the minister, we take his counsel seriously, and we are continuously engaging with Labour to ensure that while we meet our obligations, we do it financially responsible, and we are doing it within the confines of the law.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thank you for speaking to us today.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you. Loisa Masuku is the Deputy Mayor and MMC of Finance in the city of Joburg.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 104.3 FM in Rustenburg. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
8 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. We're not bringing you news yet, but we are bringing you information. All right. Right now, we're going to go back to this earlier story on the Impeachment Committee's meeting today. It's their first gathering, and this is the committee, the 31 members of Parliament, looking into impeaching the president. They're about to start very, very important work again today, and a part of that work involves electing a chairperson. Rise Mzansi's Mahashula Ghana is on the committee and joins us now. Mr. Ghana, good morning. Thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Now that the committee's been constituted, what work begins today?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the SAfm listeners. So the only item on the agenda this afternoon is the election of the chairperson. So once the chairperson is elected, the preparatory work of the committee will then commence, because we cannot commence the preparatory work that is agreeing on the terms of reference, agreeing in terms of how the proceedings will unfold, the appointment of the evidence leaders, that will not proceed until you have the chairperson elected. So the first order of business is to get the chairperson elected, and that will take place this afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Who do you think should chair this committee, Mr. Garner?
For me, the person that has to chair this committee is someone that understands the gravity of the matter before the committee, also the seriousness of the matter. And also being able to ensure that all the parties, because all the parties represented in the National Assembly, PAC and Good are in the committee, they also get to participate. So it needs someone that will be able to take the concerns of all the members in the committee to ensure that they drive this process and restore the trust between the South Africa and Parliament itself.
I know you don't have a deadline as such, but how long do you expect this probe to take?
It's difficult to give a timeline because sometimes when you start a process, you might think that it will take 3 months. I mean, we had made that. Let me give an instance of two committees that initially was thought that they will wrap up quickly. One was the ad hoc committee into the allegations made by General Mkhwanazi, which has had a number of extensions, because as you start with the evidence, you realize that there's more that needs to be tabled before the committee. So the timelines are going to shift, and I think the best in.
Mr. Garner, I think we may have lost you. You might have a bad line there. Are you still with us?
Can hear you? Can you hear me?
Yes, great. I can. Thank you.
Yeah,
Please continue with what you were saying.
Yeah, no, I was saying to kind of estimate the timelines will be between the time that it has taken the ad hoc committee and also the time that, if you remember, the impeachment process of the then public protector advocate Mkhwebane, that gives you a kind of the time that we are looking at for this process. And it is so because maybe unlike the ad hoc committee wherein the witnesses did not have legal representation, there was no cross examination of the evidence given. In this particular process, the president will have legal counsel that will then cross-examine the evidence that's presented before the committee. So that in itself just makes it a bit longer than a normal committee.
All right. Tell me, how do you feel about those parties represented on your committee who've already come out to say they don't believe the president is guilty before the committee's even done its work?
I think it's normal commentary in politics that political parties will adopt a different post that will be the same. Say, for instance, when the Madlanga Commission was instituted, people made up their mind before the commission had said, but as soon as the commission started working, people realized that no, this was a very important intervention. So for me, that does not, in a way, reduces what the committee needs to do. You know, once the process starts unfolding, people will realize that no, maybe the initial assessment that we made was not a correct one, and South Africa will move towards, because now it will be the work of the committee that they are exposed to, not just the normal commentary.
Even after the impeachment committee has finished its work, President Cyril Ramaphosa's future still has to be put to a vote. How do you expect that to end with the now reduced ANC majority in Parliament?
I can't think that far until the process is completed, Joanne, because remember, you don't prejudge to say definitely the impeachment committee will find one way or the other. There has to be evidence that's presented, and then you test that evidence, and then you make a recommendation to the National Assembly. So if I were now to say at this stage I know what the outcome of the committee will be, then what will be the use to have the committee itself? So let's allow the process to unfold. Today there will be the election of the chairperson. Once that's done, the rules of engagement of the committee will then be put to the committee, and then the actual work of calling witnesses to come and appear before the committee, interact with the committee, cross-examine their evidence, will then commence. Only then, once the report is presented, can we now say, all right, which way will this go? It's too early. It's too early to prejudge this particular matter.
All right, thank you very much for your insight into that, Mahashila Ghana, Rise Mzansi MP.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 104.4 FM in Durban.
And your listeners, could you please ask MEC Masuku if there's any people that the city of Joburg and ANC in particular have opened cases against with regards to failure to adhere to the policies? One person, just they must give us one case where they've opened a case.
Thank you for that, and it's such a good question. I wish that that the MMC was still here to answer that, but to the best of my knowledge, I'm not seeing any heads roll in that regard. Many of you are talking about the issue of stealing fuel, and you're quite taken aback by it. Let's listen in.
Morning, Joanne. 2 points I would like to make quickly. The fuel hijacking or the fuel stealing that has been happening. Unfortunately, I saw this one coming, and a lot more worse is still to come in this country. That's where poverty is taking us. People are still going to take out your gate in front of your house. People are still going to do worse. That's where poverty is pushing everyone. And unfortunately, some people cannot stand it. Some people are just born criminals. They take advantage of each and every situation. The last one that I would like to ask about is this thing of municipalities being put on administration. I cannot keep count. I don't even know how many municipalities I've had that they've been put on administration, but things are getting worse. What is this administration process all about?
Good questions there, and an interesting comment. Tell me what you think about that. Is it out of people's hands, the criminality at petrol stations where people are just filling their tanks and driving off without paying, or is that something in their hands? And the issue of municipalities. How do you feel about all these municipalities being put under administration? You can voice note us while we listen to our latest news bulletin. Ondela Mbana is standing by with your headlines at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, Sinana's legal team ordered to submit a sworn statement and a new witness expected to be called in the Meyiwa trial. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good morning. Malanga Commission of Inquiry has instructed the legal team of suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesija Sinona to submit a sworn statement by midnight tomorrow. Sinona, who was expected to continue to appear before the Commission in Pretoria today, will now return to testify on Friday. The postponement comes as the Commission continues to hear evidence related to drugs that mysteriously disappeared in KwaZulu-Natal in 2021. Sinona is accused of authorizing the removal of the 200 million rands worth of cocaine from the Isipingo police station to a Hawks storage facility in Port Shepstone. The Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga.
You have basically the whole of today because it's still early morning. I'm giving the ruling now. I'm no longer engaging you, Mr. Hawk. So you basically have the whole of today. You have the whole of tomorrow. That should give you, your instructing attorneys, and the general enough time to prepare and finalize the statement.
Meanwhile, the Commission has remained mum about the context of its second interim report that it has submitted to President Cyril Ramaphosa. The Commission, which was established to investigate all allegations of criminality and political interference in South Africa's criminal justice system, has already heard testimonies from over 30 witnesses. The Commission spokesperson is Jeremy Michaels.
The second interim report, which was delivered to President Ramaphosa on Friday, is for his eyes only. In terms of our mandate, the terms of reference, the interim reports are strictly confidential for the president to update him on the progress. I think all South Africans want to see consequences flowing from the work of the Commission, and that has actually been happening. We've seen numerous suspensions. The recommendations of the Commission are being implemented.
The Brakpan Magistrate Court east of Johannesburg has denied Matipandile Sotheni's bail application. He is accused of killing Marius van der Merwe, who was also known as Witness D, when he testified before the commission. Sotheni is a former SAPS Special Task Force member who now faces 16 charges linked to the murder. The state is opposing bail, arguing that he is a flight risk and would interfere with witnesses. The defense is expected to call a new witness when the Senzo Meyiwa murder trial resumes in the High Court in Pretoria this morning. This afternoon, Tabiseng Lilitlhaga, a sergeant stationed at the Valeria police station, concluded her evidence in chief on Friday. The defense was expected to call another witness, but the court heard that their commander refused to release him to testify without a court order. Legal counsel Sipho Ramusipele, representing one of the accused, Bongani Ndanzi, says the witness was important because he investigated another matter in which Ndanzi was mentioned.
My Lord, he's compellable witness. In what sense? My Lord, the section 179 that deals with these issues. What does it say? For witness to be subpoenaed by the court. If the witness doesn't want to come, as you're saying, or is he prepared to come? He's prepared to come, my Lord, but he said the procedure must be either the court order or that the state facilitate the process.
The cash-strapped South African Football Association has resolved to strengthen its operational coordination during the 2026 FIFA World Cup. This follows the visa debacle that led to Bafana Bafana postponing their departure to Mexico. SAFA has established a 3-member organizing committee to manage the team's administrative affairs during the tournament. SAFA, which held an emergency meeting last night, has apologized to the nation for the travel delays. It has also thanked the International Relations Department and the U.S. Embassy for helping to resolve the visa issue. Recapping the top story, Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has instructed the legal team of suspended KwaZulu-Natal head Lisija Sinona to submit a sworn statement by midnight tomorrow. I'm Mondlambana for SFM News. Headlines at 11:30.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
The public is invited to nominate people who have expertise or knowledge in the field of broadcasting, journalism and media, and or broadcasting law and related fields for an ad hoc appointment to the Appointment Committee of the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. 3 committee members will be appointed to serve a 4-year term from August 2026 to 31 December 2029. Persons with a financial interest in the broadcast or printed media industry are not eligible. Motivated nominations, nominees' acceptance and a short CV should be addressed to the registrar email bccsa@nabsa.co.za. Nominations close on the 17th of June 2026. For more information on the tasks of the Appointment Committee for the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, visit www.bccsa.co.za and see the Constitution. Only the best qualified nominees will be called for an interview.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I care.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation, only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter.
8 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse. We're into the third and final hour of our program. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Joanne Joseph, of course, and we are keeping you up to date on what is going on in the country. One of the big stories that we've been tracking since the start of the show is this constitution of the impeachment committee that is going to look into the Cyril Ramaphosa Phala affair. They begin their work today and they're about to elect a chairperson. So we're hoping to speak to Zaman Jona, an ATM spokesperson, about this. You'll remember that the ATM played an important role in bringing this issue to court, the issue of the Section 89 panel being voted down. And it's because of that court action brought alongside the Economic Freedom Fighters, the EFF, that this went to court in the first place, that the Constitutional Court handed down a decision, that the impeachment committee must continue with its work. And here we are today. We don't know about the terms of reference yet, so we don't know what's going to be looked at specifically in the terms of reference. That gives, of course, the scope to the committee to be able to do their work. But we'll find out in the next few days exactly how that unfolds. And we are touching base with all these political parties as they become available to find out what they think of this. I'm also taking your calls at this hour. Remember, our studio line remains open. 086 000 2032 is the number. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Ray in Durban is on the line to us. Good morning, Ray. What are your thoughts on the Joburg budget?
Morning. I listened to the conversation where I overheard the minister say that the economy is not doing very well. I just want to contribute in that regard.
Yes.
Obviously, local municipalities throughout the country are the basis of economic development. Some months back, the Minister of Trade and Industry said that he was going to open up all construction sites into building sites. What action has the political party or have taken against the local municipalities that don't have service level agreements for the officials to actually perform as per regulation? That was the complaint received by us, that municipal workers are not entitled to move fast because there is no service level agreement, but yet they get a monthly salary. Thank you.
Interesting question, Ray. Thank you very much for that. And perhaps we should look more into that because it's a very good question indeed. Mike in Newlands is on the line to us. Mike, you want to talk about African languages in our schools?
Yes, good morning, Joanne. I do, and thanks for a great show. Always enjoy it. I have a bugbear, and it's sparked by, I think, one of your callers earlier this morning commenting on languages in schools. And one thing I can't understand is back in the day under apartheid, one of the things the youth did, I'm primarily obviously talking about the black youth, was they protested against the fact that Afrikaans was enforced as a language to learn in schools.
Yes.
And, we all know the outcome of that, and happily that we've moved on. But what I can't understand is that we're not enforcing any African languages into the schools. The one thing I thought that would happen when the ANC took charge was the first thing they would do is insist that every single citizen must learn an African language. And I am now completely bemused and befuddled as to why my grandchildren are now going through school and they are not being, an African language is not compulsory. And I have a theory on this because I've inquired into this a lot, and I've actually taken it up with the DA, and apparently it's working its way through the system to try and get an answer from the government. Yeah. But I'm of the opinion, having done and read up on this quite a bit, that this is an ANC plan. They actually do not want white people to learn an African language because it keeps going, this kind of thing they love to do when they play the race card. It's election time, and then they've got the English-speaking, Afrikaans-speaking people against the African-speaking people. And I mean, it's I know this might be controversial, it might not be, I don't know. But all I know is that I cannot, for the life of me, think why any sane government would not insist that every single citizen speaks one of the first languages of the country. Only in South Africa do we learn Afrikaans, which, I mean, so few people speak that it's a nonsense, But I go to work, I'm going to work today, I'm going to speak and interact with black people, and I'm not going to be able to speak a word of their language. Not my fault, I wasn't taught it under apartheid, but my grandkids will have no excuse.
So, Mike, that's a very interesting question indeed. A couple of things. I mean, I think especially the more privileged among us can actually afford to go and find avenues to learn an African language if we want, right? And I think that as citizens, part of it involves taking that on ourselves and saying, I want to be able to communicate with my fellow South Africans, therefore let's do this, right? But I also sometimes I think you give the ANC government that was in power before the GNU too much credit for having wanted to orchestrate things that way. I mean, I think a lot of the time we actually have to put this down to the vision not being carried through. It would have been wonderful if in schools all an African language was compulsory, and you didn't have to just choose between Afrikaans and English. You maybe had to do Zulu, or you had to do Sesotho, or you had to do Setswana, whatever the case may be, depending on which part of the country you're living in. But I think they just were not able to carry through their vision. If you look at this revamping of the history curriculum, it should have happened 30 years ago. Right? Because the vision was there. The idea was that, okay, we're going to unite this country, and part of uniting this country and building reconciliation involves actually properly informing people of what our history was about, especially after the apartheid era, where such a lot of propaganda made its way into the history curriculum, right? And the stories of other people that did not reflect the stories of the majority of South Africans, for example. But they just didn't do it until now. And sometimes it is just pure, if you ask me, it could be incompetence at work, that they just never got round to it. Or it didn't become important in the greater scheme of things. Other things became more important, which is a real pity, Mike. And I think we should all make an effort to get to know an African language. Tsepo in East London is on the line to us. Tsepo, you want to talk about the SAHRC petition. Good morning to you.
Good morning, JJ. Yes, man. I listened to Katie this morning, and it's quite sad. The entire conversation of these Abambi people is misplaced, and it's quite sad to see other people. We've become very clever. The problem we have is government failing, JJ. We voted for government, and everyone knows that during the election year, the protests get heightened. People want to bargain to government that we voted for you 5 years ago. You didn't deliver. You want to come back to us now and campaign against. You want the roles you promised. You always get protests during the year of elections, but this year is different. The focus being shifted to migrants, who we didn't vote for. We didn't vote for migrants, and whatever problems we have about them, and the unemployment and everything else can be solved by government. And now you want to come and paint the Human Rights Commission of being biased towards migrants. The Human Rights Commission has a responsibility to uphold human rights of everyone who's here.
Yeah,
it's their duty. Yeah. So when you say people are illegal or whatever, they are not documented, but it doesn't mean must trample on their human rights. You can't beat them up on the streets because they don't have papers. That's not how it works. But what's more strange about them is that now once you start challenging them, what they say, they start telling insults. I heard one bishop talking about Katie, that Katie is biased. Everyone who starts to question them, they start to label them. You are protecting foreigners, protecting everyone. So you guys must not get tired, you and Katie, and they must ask these questions on these people's phone. They mustn't base whatever the hatred they have. They mustn't base it on lies. The country has got real problems. And you are shifting, you are giving government a free pass now towards election. Instead of putting pressure on government, you are putting pressure on non-existent things. And I also want to comment...
Tsepo, I'm going to have to end our call there. You've commented on quite a lot, and thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. I'd also like to hear from you if you would prefer to respond to Tsepo. I don't know if it's on the WhatsApp line or on the studio line, but we are taking your calls at this hour. It's nearly 18 minutes past 11, and one of the big stories we're watching today is this development of the impeachment committee coming together. It hasn't actually taken that long. Between the court ruling and now, Parliament has been hard at work pulling it together, and it kicks off its work today. Now, Zaman Chona is from the the Transformation Movement, and of course, the African Transformation Movement was among those who played played a role in getting this case to court in the first place. And the Concord ruling resulted from the fact that the ATM and the EFF brought this matter to the court's attention. So they are partly responsible for this committee beginning its work today. Ms. Njona, good morning to you, and thank you very much for making the time to speak to us today. So this must be a big moment for you as the committee kicks off its work today.
So much. Good morning to you and the listeners. Almost definitely. If you remember, even the impeachment process was started and initiated by the African Transformation Movement. The investigations of the public protector as well, the IP investigation as well, were amongst some of the initiated processes of the African Transformation Movement. Now, the Concord application becomes the latest in our aspirations of ensuring that the executive is accountable. We are pleased. We are pleased that we've gotten to this stage. If only we had a president that was willing to subject himself to a process, and if he believes that he has done nothing wrong, allow the process to commence without any impediments. Unfortunately, that is not the case. We know that he's taking the matter for review and he wants to interdict the process. That's the only downside of this. But in terms of the constituting of the committee and the committee starting its work, we are pleased as the African Transformation Movement.
What you mentioned there a moment ago is quite important, isn't it? Because you could start your work, and because this report is being taken on judicial review, it could actually bring your work to a screeching halt as a committee not long after you've begun.
Almost definitely. It is definitely a possibility that is not very far. If you look at the modus operandi of the president throughout this issue, he has been evading, and we are not shocked that he is doing that because he's not interested in actually ventilating the matter. If you look at the issue of Section 96, subsection 2A on members of the executive not getting additional pay, the president knows about that, but evaded. When it comes to issues of declaration of dollars, he evaded. When he was given 31 questions to answer, he suspended the public protector. When he was given an opportunity to represent himself to the new public protector, even using parliament to actually cover up this matter, the president has not been cooperating. He's not interested in that. I think the buck now stops. Yes, we will challenge this. We are talking to our lawyers. We are waiting for his move to interdict, and we will do what needs to be done. But at the end of the day, the citizens, the ordinary citizens on the ground, must begin to ask themselves the critical questions. And if parties can get away with covering each other's backs using the law, those parties do not deserve to be at the helm of leadership. So, yeah, it is true, but we are prepared for any eventuality if the president actually plays that card.
I want to ask you about the terms of reference. I had this conversation with Magashula Ghana, the Rise Mzansi MP, who's also going to be involved in this process. And I mean, it's unclear what the terms of reference are, although, you know, you are back and forth with the speaker on this issue. But this will be really central to understanding what your parameters are as a committee. Are you concerned about that at all, the terms of reference?
Remember that as a party that instituted this particular undertaking, there were 4 issues that we raised. We raised Section 96, subsection 2A on other paid work. We raised Bracket 34, subsection 1 on issues of reporting, which you will take into, you use Bracket 34, subsection 1, that says any criminality, theft included, of money over 100,000 must be reported to a DPCI. But go to 34 subsection 4E, that says the owners of the reporting is in the member of the close corporation where the president is the sole owner of the Ndabanyoni enterprise. And then the third issue was conflict of interest. And the fourth issue was the issuing of an unlawful instruction. And if you look at this, the Section 89 independent panel, the 4 issues that it raised that there was prima facie evidence for the president to answer was on those 4 bases. So those are the 4 issues that are going to come, that are contained in the report, which are going to be ventilated in Parliament.
Do you want to see SARS, IPID, the South African Reserve Bank also appear before this committee in order to perhaps even the public protector to give South Africans and Parliament a sense of exactly what their findings were in regard to this story?
Oh, that would be lovely. In fact, it is important, especially that the public protector has used a narrow definition when it comes to the issue of other paid work, where she came to a conclusion where she said the president does not have a contract with himself and therefore does not qualify to be an individual who's undergoing other paid work. Now, for us as the African Transformation Movement, the sole owner of the property, who by far the majority of the proceeds go to him, whether he pays himself quarterly, pays himself fortnightly, pays himself per year. But the issue is whatever millions he gets from the Ancolas are his. So it will be nice to hear what the public protector will say on that. SARS, that said, the president was compliant when the Reserve Bank said the transaction was imperfected. So it will be interesting for us to hear what compliant in the transaction means. Does it mean he did not need to pay the tax because the transaction, according to the Reserve Bank, was not completed? Or does it mean that he paid taxes on this transaction? And if he paid taxes on this transaction, how does he pay taxes on an unperfected transaction? And even the concept of an unperfected transaction, what does it mean when the man said, I am a farmer, I sell animals, the money from my farm were proceeds from a gain sale. He claimed that as his profits. Now, these are some of the integral, even IPID would love to see IPID take the stand. So there are gray areas even within the report. So it would be necessary for all those entities to actually come before Parliament. So for us, as politicians and trusted by the people of this country and the wider public at large, to get to be educated about how they went about in investigating the issues around the consolidation of the information and how they actually came to the final conclusion which gave the verdict.
Thank you very much for speaking to us today. You're hearing the voice there of Zaman Chona, the African Transformation Movement spokesperson. Thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. All right, so your calls are coming in at this hour. Luvo in Gqeberha is on the line to us. You also want to talk about the South African Human Rights Commission. Luvo, hi.
Hi, Joanna. You give me hope, Joanna. Do you know the song?
Yes, indeed. I've heard that one for a while.
Hey, Joanna, I have a major problem. Our Human Rights Commission.
Yeah.
They are nowhere to be found in South Africa, to be honest. Number one, come to the rural areas. There are still people who are drinking water with cows, with animals. There are still people using pit toilets, even in townships. Where's our Human Rights Commission? You know, TEPO must understand, TEPO must experience this and see it. When people are complaining about the people so-called foreign nationals, it's not that we are xenophobic, we're not. But we as South Africans, we are voicing out our anger to the deaf government. Our government is deaf. They don't listen to anything. I'll make an example. Why am I saying that? Where's our president currently? He is mum, quiet, nothing, but the country is burning. Now we do have human rights commissions who will always come up. It's like they are seeking attention. They're coming up when there's xenophobic attacks. Now they will come up like this. Looks like they want to make themselves famous, you know, with stance like that. They are not active, our Human Rights Commission, meaning it's one department in South Africa needs to be completely shut down. That's my point.
Luvo, you know, you're saying some interesting things there. I'm I'm a bit concerned, as to say that the Human Rights Commission is nowhere to be found is not true, because they've actually been involved in a number of cases in different provinces in the country. But they did make the point when they were speaking to us that they only have 10 people working in each province. Now, when you have a country with a serious history of human rights abuses and human rights abuses that continue to occur in the present day, how do you operate as an under-resourced organization when you've got all these issues to look at? There are so many human rights abuses taking place. How do they go about their work when they are so under-resourced and understaffed?
I do understand it, Joanne, but my challenge is they only surface when people are protesting against illegal foreigners.
But
now
that's
they
not
always
true.
surface,
Luvo,
and they always
that
and they
isn't
always
true.
taking sides. They're
Luvo,
always taking sides.
Luvo, that isn't
Yes.
true. Think about, I'll just name you one issue off the top of my head. Think of all the complaints they've dealt with in regard to racism in South Africa. They look at a lot of different things. They look at water supply. They look at all manner of things. And so it isn't only to do with the migrant situation. They look at anything to do with human rights in the country. So it's actually incorrect to say that is the only issue that they are seized with. It's
But
clearly
Joanna,
not.
let me just make an example. Can I make an example?
Yeah.
One example.
Yeah, go ahead.
You get someone who's illegal and come and give birth in South Africa. That person came in illegal, number one, and just gave birth because came like 8 months, 9 months pregnant. I'm talking from the experience into our hospitals.
Yeah.
And that person is not supposed to be giving birth here, number one, but they will say it's her rights. And then after that person was supposed to be jailed immediately because that person came in illegally, but still our human rights, they will still stand for that person. Why?
Do you know why, Luvo? Because there's a constitutional court ruling that says they cannot deny, hospitals cannot deny care to pregnant women, lactating women, or children under 6. Are you aware of that law?
It needs to be changed.
Okay, but that's a different conversation. The point that I made earlier to you was that they can only operate within the bounds of the law. If the Constitutional Court makes a ruling, they have to stay within those bounds. So let's think very carefully in regard to the law when we make these comments, and let's make founded statements, again, based on facts, research and information. 11:30 it is on the Daily Discourse. That means Ondela Mbana has your latest headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the man accused of killing a witness who had testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry will remain in custody after being denied bail. Madlanga Commission of Inquiry has instructed the legal team of suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lisija Sinona to submit a sworn statement by midnight tomorrow. And satellite images and videos that the BBC has analysed show that Iran has damaged 20 US military sites across the Middle East since the war began at the end of February. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11:31 on the Daily Discourse. We'll be continuing the conversations in just a short while here on SAFM. And of course, Madlanga junkies, your commission is underway again, right? After a 2-week break, the Commission of Inquiry resumed proceedings at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College in Pretoria after that slight break to compile its second interim report. The Commission says the report has now been handed to President Cyril Ramaphosa under strict confidentiality, and spokesperson Jeremy Michaels has insisted the inquiry is already having an impact through suspensions and the implementation of recommendations. You may have heard him on Kathy's show this morning. Now, also this morning, lawyers for suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks boss General Lisija Sinona challenged the Commission over 3 conflicting summonses issued between November 2025 and May this year, while also asking for more time to file a sworn statement after receiving key documents late. The Commission conceded there had been an administrative blunder. It said a duplicate subpoena was mistakenly reissued before being corrected a few days later. Evidence leader Advocate Sikakane maintained that the witness statements and transcripts were supplied at Sinona's own request and argued that his affidavit should be filed sooner ahead of his expected appearance on the 5th of June. The later confirmed that Sunona would not appear immediately. It cited his lack of access to electronic devices, including laptops. Sunona remains a central figure in the probe into the disappearance of 541 kilograms of cocaine worth 200 million rand in KwaZulu-Natal in 2021. Well, at the same time, the legal team of businessman Suleiman Karim also applied for a postponement. They said he's ill. He's now expected back before the commission on the 25th of June. Right now, taking the stand is Hawks Warrant Officer Carl Sander, who has warned of the serious dangers linked to handling narcotics. And he's, of course, described the chemicals as highly toxic and hazardous for investigators. His testimony is continuing on the stand right now. SABC News telling us that Sander says he thinks he was moved as he was stepping on the toes of people above him. So we will keep you updated on that and the developments at the Madlanga Commission throughout the day here on SAFM. I'm taking more of your calls as the clock nudges us towards 25 minutes to 12 here on the Daily Discourse. Max in the Eastern Cape is on the phone to us. Max, you are phoning us on the SAHRC issue as well. What are your thoughts on that, Max?
Good morning, Joe, and good morning to the listeners. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I caught your conversation with Luvo, midway. However, I agree with what Luvo is saying about the Human Rights Commission.
Yeah.
Partly, I agree with what you are saying on the legal basis of what Luvo is saying. Luvo's sentiment is that of many South Africans, that the Human Rights Commission is quiet a lot of the times. Not that they're not working, but they're quiet a lot of the times. However, whenever protests like the March and March, what's currently going on in the country, only then now they are elevated, then we see it. Now, the reason we're seeing them is because of the media, because now there's a lot of media presence, around them, saying that now they are coming into defending illegal foreigners or foreign people and all of that. However, you made a point that actually sparked an interest that the Human Rights Commission has got 10 members in every province. No?
Yes.
And then they are looking at a lot of things. Well, part of the things is water supply issues. I am touched with that because I work in the water sector in the Eastern Cape. And,
interesting.
And in the time, I've only been here not so long ago, a few years.
Yeah.
In the time that I've been around here, I have not heard of the Human Rights Commission working in the water sector. And if you visit areas such as Maluti, visit areas such as Stekspruit, where there is plenty of water, but then there's no delivery of water to the people. You understand? There's illegal connections and all of that. Where is the Human Rights Commission right there? If possible, if you could connect me with the Human Rights Commission in the Eastern Cape, then I can take these issues up with them, as part of my job.
Yes, that would be useful.
Yeah, but really, what Luvo is saying, I echo the same sentiments that you don't see these people anyway, the commission anyway. However, whenever there's protests, only then you see them. Protests against foreigners in particular. And what Luvo is saying about pregnant women that come into the country and give birth is true, because after COVID, I think 2021 was in Zimbabwe at the Beatrice border. There's a clinic there. There was heavily pregnant women who were waiting to cross into the country. You understand? Because because our foreign, Africans in particular. I am patriotic. I love my country. I love my people. I hate everybody else. And I'm not apologetic about it.
You hate anybody else? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
You hate other Africans?
Everybody else. I love South Africans. My blood is South African. It's cold.
No, we're all South African, but to hate other people.
I love all South African, but other people, our problems, the bulk of our problems, I also, as a South African, I also blame foreigners, whether black, white, African, Asian, European, all foreigners. They've come to this country to advance the interests of their own country, not the interests of our country. You understand? That's why I would choose a South African over any foreigner any day. Now, the point that I was making is that they have come, all of them, Americans, everybody, they have come and exploiting this country, and it's not the good of the people of this country for their own gain and their own government's gain. That's my point this morning.
So do you think even people who come into the country, I mean, there are lots of people who are brought into this country by multinationals, right? And they have skill sets that we don't necessarily have in the country. Do you think those people are coming in as agents of their governments, or they're coming? So nobody
not all
comes.
Not all of them, but some of them. In fact, maybe most of them. Let me give you a simple example. Do you know that South Africa is hosting the second largest number of high commissions, embassies in the whole world? second only to the US.
And what's wrong with that?
Yeah, you know what's wrong with that? Why is it that, ask yourself, why is it that everybody wants to come to this country? What is that we have that other people don't have? What is that they want here?
Well, they want relations with our country. You don't think it's a good idea for us to have relations with other countries and to have their ambassadors operate from our countries so that we can have bilateral relations with these other countries?
On that front, yes. However, many of our problems, remember that these people are here not to advance our interests. They're here to advance the interests of their own countries.
Well, obviously, that's why South Africa also has commissions and consulates in other countries. It also wants to advance South Africa's interests in other parts of the world.
But our laws should be respected.
No, but they're not disrespecting your laws. But the ambassadors come to this country and they present their credentials.
And they follow the law. But then, especially African immigrants, they come into the country, don't respect our laws.
Okay, but those are different ambassadors, Max. Ambassadors serve a different purpose. I'm not clear who you're speaking about here. A moment ago, you were talking about consuls and ambassadors. Now you're fudging that with ordinary citizens. No, there's a reason. There's a reason that people are represented in other countries in terms of ambassadorship.
Legal and
so
illegal.
I'm
illegal
talking
people.
about. Please listen carefully, Max. I'm talking about ambassadors because you started that conversation. There's a reason that South Africa has ambassadors in other countries. We're not trying to take over those countries. We're not trying to foment unrest in those countries. We're there to build relationships with those countries. That's why we are represented there in terms of ambassadors and consuls.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay,
But
let's leave
the
it
point-
there.
but-
no,
okay, let's leave it there.
let's leave it there, Max. I think you've mixed up too many issues there. But I mean, you were making some sense for a moment, but I think you're a bit confused about relations with other countries, and this is a completely different conversation from undocumented migrants. Ambassadors, different field to undocumented migrants. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we'll take a call from France in the Free State.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Treurnicht, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
We're heading for 11:45 on the program, and I'm still taking your calls on our open line. France in the Free State is on the line to us. France, good morning.
No, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm here in the Free State province. I'm very attracted to this conversation that we have this morning about the Human Rights Commission. It is on consecutive times that I've mentioned the matter about the Khoi and San communities that are struggling in South African context, and the report has been portrayed and distributed, but nothing is happening outside of that report.
Right.
And I think the bigger challenge, as I can hear in your conversation, that we are sitting with and we are faced with in the country, it is after our democratic state has been taken over in 1994. We have never made proper accommodation for all these issues. To look in how the Human Rights Commission has been constituted in the Constitution, looking vis-a-vis the changes that is going to come in, and all those type of things. It's the same like indigenous languages. How are we going to accommodate indigenous languages? And we've never realized how expensive those will be. But the reason why I'm calling in today is there is a Khoi and San communities in South Africa still sitting in the court after 30 years of democracy, and nothing is happening with them. And every time when I throw this out to the floor, nothing is happening. And I'm glad that we hear now the issues that the Human Rights Commission has been confronted with. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Franz, for making us aware of that issue. I mean, there are so many issues that we need to tackle post-democracy. Remember, 30 years ago, we lived in a country without human rights, except for one particular group, right? White South Africans enjoyed their human rights. The rest of us had compromised human rights. And so to fix that and to rectify what happened in the past is a mammoth task. It's gargantuan. And if you are going to appoint a Chapter 9 institution to deal with that Chapter 9 institution, its resources, the way it is built and constituted and what it looks at during the course of its work, needs to actually be proportionate to the task it has lying ahead of it. And if it just doesn't have the people, if it's not able to access the lawyers, if it doesn't have the money to be able to run the way it ought to, it cannot employ people to look into these issues. How does one expect any Chapter 9 institution? Never mind just the Human Rights Commission. There are other bodies as well. The Public Protector. There's several other Chapter 9 institutions that require resourcing. If you are serious about changing the human rights record in this country, resource those institutions. I just wanted to point out about the issue. Point out to you because you raised this issue. One of our listeners raised this issue, saying the South African Human Rights Commission only concentrates on the issue of migrants. And I just looked up quickly the kind of issues that it's been dealing with. Right, key national and provincial topics. Right, they've had hearings on water, sanitation, and service delivery, on food systems and malnutrition, healthcare rights, land and housing rights, education and infrastructure, equality and social justice, vulnerable populations like older people, farming communities and so on, mining and environment. These are some of the issues that they're currently looking at or that they've looked at in the past. So it hasn't factually only been the issue of undocumented migrants that it's looking at. It's looking at a number of issues at the same time. Let's listen to some of your voice notes on this.
Joe and Joseph, please stop defending the indefensible. The Human Rights Commission is really not what you call championing South Africans' rights. They are championing foreign national rights, and that is wrong at all levels. And you can't defend the indefensible. We as people are tired of how the Human Rights Commission has been behaving. That is why we are calling it for disbandment of it. So you can't be coming up and trying to convince us otherwise because of what has been happening. They are wrong. They shouldn't be championing foreign nationals above South Africans. See from Kamalake.
Look, John, the reality of the matter is that the human rights does not exist. It exists for the selected few foreign nationals. It's a fact. It's impossible that almost the whole 60% of South Africans will say human right doesn't exist, and it needs that whole organization itself need to be disseminated. It should not exist. It's a reality. These guys, they are not existing. Children are dying in South Africa every day. But do we have human rights? No, those guys, they don't exist.
No, it's true that people's human rights are very much compromised in this country. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But the space exists for us to have human rights. And let's be brutally honest, even though it doesn't filter down to every aspect of our lives, we are living in a democracy with human rights we did not have before. As Black people, we must be honest about that. And we must say that although we have not been able to we've not been given the opportunity to access all of our human rights, we do have more human rights than before. right? Our ability to move into public spaces, to marry whom we want, to marry across, to have same-sex relationships if we want. There are all sorts of ways in which human rights are actually in place. We may not experience them in every way that we should, but we do have more human rights than we did under the apartheid government. And now we just need to work at entrenching those human rights, implementing them, and make sure that all of our citizens have access to them. That is where I'm going to leave it on the show for today. Thank you so much for participating in these conversations. We'll do it all again tomorrow between 9 and 11 here on the Daily Discourse. I'm going to say goodbye to you. We are going to move into the daily book reading, after which Sakina Kamwendo will have your update at noon. I'll see you tomorrow. From the team and me, take care. Have a lovely afternoon. Bye-bye.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Chapter 6: Organization, Administration, and Competitive Golf. From the beginning, life has not been a bed of roses for black golfers. They have been faced with difficulties and challenges, and the battle to overcome these challenges is still ongoing. Remarkably though, once blacks discovered the game of golf, whenever that could have been, they fell in love with it. Evidence of this can be deduced from the proliferation of golf societies that were formed throughout the then 4 provinces of the country. This, in turn, gave rise to a burgeoning membership of the golf clubs. With the game of golf clearly gaining popularity among black people across the country, and with clubs arranging games among themselves and sometimes provincially as well as nationally, it seemed only logical that proper local, regional, and national structures be put in place to administer and regulate the sport with uniform rules. Club competitions. Aside from the gambling as described earlier, the golf clubs actually organize more meaningful competitions for members, and these were usually played over 18 holes. These competitions were always marked by great excitement and enthusiasm by the participating club members. Competition would be stiff not only in the field of play in terms of skill with the club and golf ball, but also intensely with golfing attire. A kaleidoscope of colors would brighten the fell golf courses. Notably, American influence was most visible in the attire of the golfers as golf, despite having first been played in Scotland, United Kingdom, United States golfers were the dominant role models for the South African black golfers. Of course, competition was not only between members of a club, but also extended to other clubs. The competing clubs would challenge one another to a match, with the game taking the format of either a 2 or a 4-ball knockout matches. There would be intense competition between the golfers in these sorts of matches, marked by a great spirit of camaraderie between the golfers. Local structures. Given the living conditions of black people at the time, this resulted in the development of 2 categories of golfers. Firstly, those who played social, and secondly, those who played and competitively with a view of making extra cash from the game. Thus, existed a situation wherein, wherever there was a vacant land, golf courses were constructed and societies formed. Golf would be played over weekends, and golfers normally would meet at the golf course without any prior appointment. Once there, they would group themselves into either a 3 or 4 ball, then start playing. The competition would be among the players in a 3 or 4 ball. They normally agreed on a stake money, which they handed over to one of them before the start of the game. The basic rule was the winner took all the stake money. This was regarded as an innocent gambling among acquaintances who belonged to the same golf club. Non-members were also accepted. Gambling was more popular amongst most players. Provincial structures. It followed that due to popularity and spread of the game, with clubs interacting widely with others across the region, regional structures were formed in each province of the country and named after the relevant province. At that time, South Africa had 4 provinces: Transvaal, Orange Free State, Natal and Cape Province. However, unlike the other provinces, the Cape had 4 substructures. There were Western Cape, Griqualand West, Eastern Cape and Karoo. It is not entirely clear why this was the case, save for the speculation that this could have been due to the fact that the province was vast. Stretching from the southern banks of the Tamvuna River in the wild coast of the Transkei, along the borders of Natal, up to the then Southwest Africa, now known as Namibia. Depending on the proximity, golfers would play in the championship hosted by other provinces. For instance, Transvaal players would play in provincial championships in Bloemfontein, Orange Free State, just as Eastern Province golfers would play in a provincial championship of the Western Province and vice versa. Bloemfontein and Kimberley, Cape Province golfers played at each other's provincial tournaments. Occasionally, inland and non-coastal players would travel to the coastal areas, the Cape Province and Natal, to participate in their provincial tournaments. It was the case as well with national championship, as these areas were considered. Papua was one of the few players who traveled throughout all the provinces, including the little-known Griqualand West, where he won the local championships a record number of times. Provincial tournaments comprised of 36 holes and were played over one day. By some accounts, including one by the website www.historysaga.co.za, non-European golf was much bigger than the average golfer would have imagined at the time. To illustrate the point, the said website indicates that the Transvaal Non-European Golf Union, under the leadership of Snowy Molefe, was made up of more than 300 golf clubs, and with the help of the European friends, it was able to publish an annual report on competitions and tournaments held in the province. National structure. All the provinces held annual provincial championships. The national structure, South African Non-European Golf Association, formed in Bloemfontein in 1948, was at the apex of the provincial structures. It had elected officials who were not only golfers, but also respected members of the community. The national championship was organized by this structure and was hosted by the different provinces. The national tournament comprised 72 holes and was played over 2 days. Nationally, the South African Open was the most prestigious tournament for the black golfers. Those who had the means would travel wherever it was held, be it the coastal regions such as Western and Eastern Province and Natal, or Orange Free State and Transvaal. It remains unclear as to how the National Association determined which province would host it, but the national competition was held each year in rotation between the provinces. According to a former official of the then Orange Free State, organizing the national championship was the responsibility of the host province, and this was a demanding exercise. Among other things, the hosting province had to arrange accommodation for the visiting golfers. During that time, there were no hotels in black areas. At the same time, blacks were not allowed to sleep at hotels in white areas. For some reason, the Free State was the only exception, as there was a hotel for blacks in Bloemfontein. Otherwise, where there were no hotels, accommodation for black golfers would be arranged with township residents. In terms of organizing tournaments, the Transvaal province was the busiest of all provinces, Apart from the official Transvaal Non-European Championship, it organized many other tournaments. These tournaments were the initiative of organizations, well-known and influential individuals and companies. The Western Cape also organized tournaments outside the official ones. The other provinces did likewise, but not to the same extent as the Transvaal. Formation of Tournament Players Association, TPA. The Tournament Players Association was formed in 1973, and the following were the members of this organization: Jerry Buthelezi, Lawrence Buthelezi, Gladwell Kakisani, Theo Daua, Aaron M. Dludlu, George Diamond, Benjamin Dlamini, Johannes Dlamini, Reggie Dlamini, Thomas Dlamini, Jerry Lepu, Michael Dube, Simon Kyakala, Moses Hadebe, William Jones, Elijah Cabello, Franz Kekana, and many more. There were 134 members of the Tournament Players Association, TPA, all mentioned in this book.
There was another episode of The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patal, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuruma.
Monday, 1st of June 2026. So very welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
And this was frozen chicken coming from South America into South Africa. And here we had information, and there was a shipment of cocaine hidden in between the chicken.
The Madlanga Commission has resumed its work after a 2-week recess, with Warrant Officer Carl Sander of the Directorate for Priority Crimes, that's the Hawks, in KwaZulu-Natal on the stand. And
community and society as a whole needs to make child abuse their business to ensure that there's implicit protection of children.
NGOs and civic organizations are calling for strong measures to protect our children from abuse. Coming up in sport,
SAF announced they now have a committee to make sure that Bafana Bafana's World Cup preparations and matches go ahead. We'll explain that in a moment. Also, plenty friendlies today, so we can see how the nations are prepping for the World Cup.
Oh, we can't wait to hear that. John Hirika coming up with the details in the second half of the show. In the meantime, let us know what's on your mind. 41391, that's the SMS line number, charged at R150 per SMS. You can also get in touch via X at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082 692 3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Monday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, is your latest news with Ondelambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, witness the murder accused denied bail and Karim medically unfit to testify before the Madlanga Commission. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The men accused of killing a witness who had testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry will remain in custody after being denied bail. Matibandile Soteni, who appeared in the Brakpan Magistrates Court east of Johannesburg this morning, is accused of shooting dead Marius van der Merwe, also known as Witness D, in November last year. Soteni is facing 16 charges linked to the murder. The court also said the state had a strong case against the accused. This is how the magistrate made the ruling.
I find that the applicant failed to discharge the honors and to demonstrate to the court that there are exceptional circumstances which, in the interest of justice, permits his release on bail. His application to be released on bail is refused. Thank you. then the matter is postponed until the 30th of July 2026 for further investigations. The accused is in custody, no bail.
Northwest-based businessman Suleiman Karim will not appear before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today. That's after being declared being medically unfit to testify. Karim now will testify on the 25th of this month. He's accused of lending alleged underworld kingpin Vusumuzi Ketmatlala 10 million rand to service an SAPS tender, which has since been cancelled. Karim's legal representative, advocate Camille Premid, submitted an application to the commission in requesting that his client's appearance be postponed. Evidence leader Matthew Chaskelson informed the commission that a medical report detailing Karim's condition had been provided to support the postponement application.
It's been a fairly lengthy toing and froing in correspondence, the upshot of which was that on Friday a current medical report was furnished, a fairly detailed current medical report was furnished indicating that Mr. Karim is not fit to appear today. And I do want to emphasize that we've given an undertaking to Mr. Karim through his legal team that we won't disclose details of what's contained in the medical report.
3 suspects are expected to appear in the Hoedspruit Magistrates Court in Limpopo today. They were arrested at the weekend for allegedly dealing in dagga. Officers also seized 130 bags of dagga worth 11 million rand. The drugs were allegedly being transported from Eswatini for distribution in South Africa. Police spokesperson Malisela Lidwaba.
This seizure has prevented substantial quantity of illicit drugs from reaching the communities and demonstrates the effectiveness of joint operations. She concluded by pointing out that criminals must know that law enforcement remains determined to disrupt drug trafficking networks and protect our communities from the harmful effects of drugs.
A refugee from Burundi who uses a bike to deliver online orders says he's scared of living or working in the Durban CBD after being attacked. 28-year-old Omar Atumani is now living with other refugees outside the Home Affairs Reception Center in Umbilo. Atumani was a young child when he and his elder brother fled from the conflict in Burundi in 2010.
Yeah, I feel more safe than being around town. Yeah, because here there is my brother, my people, we all here. As you can see, there's so many people here behind me, and also that side. There's so many people here. So while I'm here, I feel much better than being in town.
Satellite images and videos that the BBC has analysed show that Iran has damaged 20 U.S. military sites across the Middle East since the war began at the end of February. It suggests that the attacks have been more extensive than public acknowledged. The BBC's Marilyn Thomas has more details.
Iran has targeted key U.S. facilities across 8 countries in the Middle East since the war began in February, causing millions of dollars of damage to state-of-the-art air defence systems, refuelling aircraft and radars. Experts say while Iran started off using sprawling barrages of attacks, it shifted to more precise, targeted hits on high-value equipment. Among the US hardware damaged was 3 state-of-the-art anti-ballistic missile battery systems, each of which cost more than $1 billion. The US declined to comment on our findings, citing operational concerns.
Recapping the top story, the man accused of killing a witness who had testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry will remain in custody after being denied bail. I'm Wandilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks, Andela. Good afternoon, everyone. At 7 minutes after 12. Welcome to Update at Noon, 1st of June, a brand new month, brand new week, and I hope it just brings everything that's better your way. Right, let's take a quick look at some of the stories we'll be following up on this afternoon. The Madlanga Commission has resumed its work, and this in terms of the sittings. Today is day 110 of the Commission sittings, and again resuming with those drug busts that we heard of before the recess. And those were 2 particular drug busts that they were focused on. The one that took place in KZN, where the drugs were stored in Port Shepstone, but then subsequently was stolen from a strong room at a Hawks office. And then the other one here in Gauteng at Aeroton. And in both instances, some of the drugs in the Ayrton case, more than 100 kilograms of cocaine went missing. And in the case of Port Shepstone, around 541 kilograms of cocaine stolen from police custody. So that particular trend, trend of evidence continues at the Madlanga Commission. Today, they were supposed to have Yunus Karim back, but of course, his legal team had been in communication with the Commission's team, so that has been set out for a later date, among others. So we also heard at the start of the Commission's proceedings the other matter that they dealt with, which is that of Major General Sonona. And he was, of course, the person who had the keys to that strong room from which the 541 kilograms of cocaine was stolen. He is due back, expected to take the stand on Friday. So that's in a nutshell some of what has happened. But we also heard earlier from Colonel Sanders about how drugs have been smuggled into the country. We'll play some of that for you. We'll take you live to the Commission, as well as he is now talking about allegations that were made against him, what he was accused of, statements prepared for him that he was expected to sign. So that is currently what the Commission is listening to. Also bring you up to speed with some court stories. The Brakpan Magistrates Court, they have just delivered judgment in the bail application of Matipandile Soteni. And Soteni, of course, a former SAPS Special Task Force member accused of the killing of the Madlanga Commission witness Marius van der Merwe, also known as Witness D. And then the Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources, they are to announce the fuel adjustments for the month of June. And also foreign nationals in Durban have resorted to living on the streets, and they've now asked for protection from the government. So we've got our reporters out there just monitoring that situation and speaking to some of the people who are affected. And the Minister of Agriculture, John Steenhuisen, is also to brief the media to provide an update on the department's response to a foot and mouth disease outbreak. And a few other stories, and also keeping an eye on what's happening further afield. The United Nations Security Council are convening this afternoon in New York for an emergency session in relation to Israel's military expansion into southern Lebanon. So those are some of the stories that we'll bring you updates on.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
And we start on Gauteng's East Rand, where the Brakpan Magistrates Court has denied bail for murder accused Matipandile Soteni. Soteni is accused of the murder of Marius van der Merwe, who's also known as Witness D, when he appeared before the Madlanga Commission. And Soteni is a former South African Police Services Special Task Force member and faces 16 charges linked to this murder. Our reporter Calvin Mabasa joins us on the line for more. Calvin, good afternoon. So what were the reasons given by the court for the denial of bail for Matipandile Soteni?
Yes, the Brakpan Magistrates Court denied bail, finding that he failed to prove exceptional circumstances that would justify his release. The court rejected that the defense argument that the state's case is weak is ruling instead that the prosecution has a strong case, and the court and the strong case, and that the seriousness of the charges create an incentive for the accused to evade trial. So the magistrate further found that Soteni is likely that is a likelihood that Soteni could interfere with the witnesses.
The state, in opposing bail, Calvin, had also argued that Soteni might be a flight risk and that he could possibly interfere with witnesses. What evidence did they present to back up these assertions?
So we do know that Soteni has special skills in terms of his training, as he was trained as a SAPS member, or trained with given very special training in terms of shooting. So the state argued that Soteni might be given an offer outside of the country that could have him leave the country and offer a job offer that could make him leave the country when he he goes and have and go outside the borders of South Africa and in accepting the job offer.
And what was Sotene's reaction after bail was denied, Calvin?
After the bail was denied, Sotene was removed from the box immediately. And what the other reaction that we have noticed was the family of Marius van der Merwe, as his sister was there and holding tears and telling the media, members of the media, that this is just a small victory, as this will not bring his brother back to life as he lost his brother.
Well, thanks so much for that update, our reporter Calvin Mabasa at the Brakpan Magistrates Court.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources has announced the fuel adjustments for the month of June. Now, as of Wednesday this week, both grades of petrol, brace yourself, will go up by another R1.43 per litre, and diesel will drop by between R3.25 and R2.62 per litre, depending on the grade. The department has also confirmed that illuminating paraffin is set to decrease by R7.95 per litre, and this while the maximum retail price for LP gas will be lowered by 17 cents per kilogram countrywide and 20 cents per kilogram in Saldanha in the Western Cape. Now, here's the Director of Communications and Media Liaison for the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, Lerato Ntsoko.
The Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources has announced the adjustment of fuel prices based on current local and international factors with effect from the 3rd of June 2026. South Africa's fuel prices are adjusted monthly, informed by international and local factors. International factors include the fact that South Africa imports both crude oil and finished products at a price set at the international level, including importation costs. Based on current local and international factors, the fuel prices for June 2026 will be adjusted as follows. Both grades of petrol, 93 and 95, will increase by 143 cents per litre. Diesel 0.05% sulfur will decrease by 324.96 cents per litre. Diesel 0.005% sulfur will decrease by 261.96 cents per litre. Illuminating paraffin for wholesale will decrease by 596 cents per litre. Single maximum national retail price for illuminating paraffin will decrease by 795 cents per litre. Maximum retail price for LP gas will decrease by 17 cents per kilogram and 20 cents per kilogram decrease in the Western Cape.
And that, of course, was from the Department of Mineral and Resources, their Director of Communications and Media Liaison, Lerato Ntsoko. And for reaction, we join on the line now by the Fuel Retailers Association CEO, Reggie Sibia. Mr. Sibia, thanks for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sakina, and good afternoon to your listeners.
First off, your reaction with petrol price increasing and diesel seeing quite a sizable drop.
Yes, I think it's actually on the diesel side some news that brings relief, and it's, in the past months, diesel has really been escalating to the level where everybody was just feeling the pinch. And unfortunately, petrol, we still have that increase. But overall, if you look at the trends, we're still in the season of price increases, even with the, the slight, decrease on diesel. I think these are pressure points for motorists. These are pressure points for business people who run the service stations. And as you know, the petrol and diesel business is a volume business. with very thin margins. And what we've experienced, and reports have confirmed this, Sakina, that the fuel volumes are actually declining in South Africa while they are actually increasing globally. It's quite an interesting phenomenon. And really, we can just point this to two things. Firstly, is the affordability. Consumers are actually spending less and less. And then, of course, is the issue of, the issue of efficient vehicles, that you're getting more of those coming in. So it's a combination of things, but overall, it's actually not good news currently for both the motorists and the fuel service station owners. So as the association, we are looking at this trend, and like last week we had a summit that was looking at, well, what are the other ways we can actually try and assist our consumers? So we had a summit on convenience retailing, where we're really now starting to focus. And because, Sakina, if you look in the markets, as they move from regulated markets to deregulated markets, contrary to what people think, as you move towards deregulation, prices actually tends to just escalate and go up. So that is not a solution for motorists. I've always been, an advocate for that if you think that deregulation is going to bring, lower prices, you're probably just dreaming a bit. And diesel is actually showing us that, because diesel is completely deregulated. And currently diesel is more expensive than petrol. And globally, diesel is actually the issue about prices going up. So we are looking at the convenience, and we're saying, well, for us also, margins are really just decreasing day by day, because as this pump prices increases, our margins diminish even further. So we need to now start looking at convenience retailing to see how we can assist, consumers to make up with they are very constricted and, a wallet. Because that's a kind of a challenge at the moment.
And to your point earlier about the volumes and demand patterns across the different fuel types, surely that raises concern then about continued employment for people employed by the service stations.
It's a great point you raise in Sakina, and I'm glad that you're raising it, because we hardly talk about it. But the industry has actually had a significant number of retrenchments since COVID, actually, and really what is happening now is that retailers, obviously, when there is a vacancy, they first try and see how they can optimize with the current, people that they have. So it is a biggest problem, I think, for us in South Africa, the issue of jobs and the issue of fuel prices going up. But again, we're facing a future of electric vehicles, and we don't know where is that going to take us, as a country in terms of jobs specifically. Now, if you're addressing that, that's actually something that keeps us awake at night as the industry, because when the electric vehicles comes into South Africa, which they will eventually at some point in time, they are actually here, but not a significant, number to worry about. But I think 10 years from now, we're going to be seeing more, of that electric vehicles coming in. And maybe that will also be a future relief for some of the motorists, but depending on the affordability again of electricity, as you know, if you compare South Africa to countries like China, China has excess electricity. So in China, they are actually able, the government, to incentivize people to buy electric vehicles because they've got surplus, electricity, and electricity is much, much cheaper in China. So we don't know what that is going to take shape like in South Africa, with the current challenges we even have across energy as a whole. So it's an interesting dynamic for us to watch. But for now, we have to look at the convenience retailing, the stores, to see, the promotions that we can do and try and just, bring some relief to the motorists. That's why we've been having the summit that we had last week.
So there's the convenience retailing. You spoke to the unregulated price of diesel and what the repercussions could be should they look at petrol in the same way. But with that being said, do you believe that the current pricing formula for petrol, for example, is still fit for purpose, Mr. Sibiya?
Yeah, look, there's different schools to that thought, and and both of them are not wrong. Let me put it that way. So the current one, which is the parity pricing methodology, is just really benchmarking what are the cost of transporting the product, from source. You add all of those costs until it lands into South Africa. That won't really change much, because even this increase that we're seeing is not the local elements of the fuel pricing, like your margins. These monthly adjustments are really the cost of sourcing the product to South Africa. Now, the other argument is that, well, instead of using the formula, why don't you let the market, to compete and source these products, at more cheaper prices? And there's nothing wrong with that, because, competition as well can actually bring, some of these costs down, depending on where you're sourcing it and your networks globally as well. So there will be some benefits as well if we do away with the formula and we leave it to the suppliers, to charge us according to what they source. But again, then you cannot have this monthly fixed pricing, which sometimes shelter the South African consumer. I always make this example that when, the geopolitical, conflict started, other countries were already crying. Motorists were in the streets up in arms because prices were immediately up on a daily basis, and they were skyrocketing on a daily basis. So for a month of that, start of that geopolitical conflict, the South African consumer was protected. So there are benefits on all of these things, but I don't think we've had as an industry the opportunity to really sit down and look at all of them and say, we believe this is the right one. There's never really been that kind of discussion as an industry. What we've been focusing on, which we finally actually, managed to get, was just to do the current pricing review. So we have not looked at, what are the alternatives to actually make the life easier? But I don't think those alternatives are just, what is a silver bullet. As I say, if you actually allow the producers and the wholesalers to source the product directly and then transfer the cost to the motorist, how do you actually control that? That, as I say, as we're moving towards a deregulated space, prices just go up. So in a way, the South African motorist is in a way protected if you look at other markets where there is no regulation.
Well, Mr. Sibiya, thanks so much. Quite a bit to ponder upon there, but thanks so much for your input. That was the Fuel Retailers Association CEO, Mr. Reggie Sibiya.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, NGOs and civic organizations are calling for stronger measures to protect children from abuse. They also want more effort to ensure perpetrators are held accountable. The organizations say that lengthy court delays, inadequate resources, as well as gaps in support services continue to undermine justice for child victims. Now, these concerns were highlighted as the country celebrates a Child Protection Week from the 29th of May until the 5th of June. And children accompanied by adults and Gauteng Department of Social Development marched with Chief Justice Mandi Samaya in support of children's rights to safety. Calvin Mabasa was there.
Songs, dance and colorful activities filled the streets as hundreds of children gathered for the march to the Constitutional Court to observe Child Protection Week. Beyond the excitement, The event created a platform for young people to raise concerns about abuse, safety, and their rights.
Make child abuse and statutory rape cases move faster in courts. Make sure people who hurt us are held accountable. Give us a safe space where we can speak without fear.
We are calling for them to change the age of consent into maybe 18 or 21, because at 16 is where you actually get puberty. At 16 is where you got your puberty, and that's where you're still learning about your body, you're still developing. So we feel like that is not enough. They should take it to 18.
Teddy Bear Foundation Director Dr. Shahida Omar says addressing this crisis requires a coordinated response from government, communities, law enforcement, and the justice system to ensure children are protected and offenders are held accountable.
It is a collective effort that all sectors of society, not only government, but every other sector, community, and society as a whole, needs to make child abuse their business to ensure that there's implicit protection of children, and that the Minister of Justice addresses the issue of the National Sex Offender Register, where there's consistency in sentencing and convictions, and that perpetrators are brought to book and held accountable.
Gauteng Social Development's MEC Nomantunko Moralehoko says the department is strengthening support for child victims of abuse by linking them to NGOs and care centers where they can access social workers, healthcare services, and protection.
We continue making sure that we do the work that we're supposed to do through the NPOs, because remember again, NPOs are an extension of the Department of Social Development. That is why you find a social worker in the NPO, you find an auxiliary worker, we find some nurses and doctors that are attached to that. But now the key thing that we have discussed with the Department of Health is to attach them to the clinics that are nearby those NPOs and hospitals.
The Office of the Chief Justice spokesperson Bongiwe Kambu says government departments continue to work together to address challenges affecting children.
There are always and constant conversations, but also important work that is being done intergovernmentally that is meant to ensure that issues such as these are taken care of through collaborative efforts.
The children called for urgent action to end delays in child abuse cases and for stronger protection systems to keep them safe. They say justice must be faster, more effective, and ensure that perpetrators are held accountable. Calvin Mabasa, SABC News, Johannesburg.
I'd love to hear your thoughts on all of these stories. Get in touch with us either via SMS. You can write to us via X or send us a WhatsApp voice note. It's 12:30. Here's Onde Lambana with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, there's both good and bad news for motorists. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has announced that the price of petrol will go up by R1.43 per litre. The man accused of killing a witness who had testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry will remain in custody after being denied bail, and Northwest-based businessman Suleiman Karim will not appear before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria today after being declared medically unfit to testify. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, at the start of a brand new week and a brand new month, let's get an update from Zimele Mbanjwa, who's investment analyst at FNB Wealth and Investments. Good afternoon, Zimele.
Afternoon, Sakina. Thank you for having me. Yes, just looking at the markets in general right now, I think, the same theme is currently setting the temperature, which is that of US and Iran, negotiations and what's currently going on there. So we got reports over the weekend of fresh new strikes that are being exchanged. But at the very same time, there's also apparently a memorandum of understanding with the points that are needed to sort of be agreed upon so that the deal can be finalized. So I think there's still that stalemate, and the market is just wary of that. And I think it's pretty much reflected on that. We saw the Asian markets today in the morning closed mostly lower, because of that uncertainty. And the European markets right now, they're currently mixed. However, looking at the futures markets, which are mostly linked to the main indexes in the US, mostly positive. I think there's also that hope that some kind of diplomacy will be reached sooner rather than later, as the exchanges that were being made don't seem to be protracted. But the expectation is that perhaps some kind of a deal can be struck. Just honing in specifically on South Africa, we are seeing again that uncertainty. That uncertainty. The market is mostly down. The JSE, in fact, all the major sectors are trading lower, particularly the resources. We've seen gold trading lower this morning. Again, it's because of that uncertainty. But I think sentiment also in South Africa is being driven by some data points and some corporate releases. So data point being the ABSA PMI index for March, which is a purchasing manager index, which showed we're still in expansionary. We remain in expansionary form. However, much lower than last month. So the seasonally adjusted purchasing managers index fell to around 50.8. From 52.6 in the last, in April, and this is in May now. And again, as I said, we're still in expansionary environment. However, we're seeing fading demand. Coming out of April, we're seeing weaker new orders, higher input costs coming through because of these higher oil prices, of course, and production in general also sort of contracted over the month of May into contractionary territory. So that sort of paints a picture of where we are heading to, and that's pretty much the signs of what's currently going on right now. Just on corporate releases that we've seen so far, locally, we've seen Momentum put out a trading update for the 9 months ended on the 31st of March. That's mostly positive. The market is reacting very positively to that. The stock price is up some 4.7%. Tiger Brands also released results for the 6 months ended on the 31st of March. The market hasn't been that positive on that. That stock price is down about 1.3. We also saw operational updates coming from Pan African Resources. The share price there is down over 10%. So the market's not impressed by the miners' performance for the period. Also, we also saw Merafe announcing that they've received the proposed electricity tariff that they've been working on, so they can continue functioning the smelters. So that's a positive that has also come out of there. Otherwise, yeah, as I said, the markets in all a lot of uncertainty. JSE trading lower, the Rand holding up pretty well, though I have to say, but resources down for the most part. Precious metals, particularly gold, that's down. Oil has crept up again, as I said, because of the uncertainty and the fresh news strikes. But yeah, that's the market for now.
Thanks so much, Zimele Mbanjwa, investment analyst at FNB Wealth and Investment.
SAfm Sport with John Gericka.
Have a good weekend.
I did. Not probably slightly better than you, but that's okay. You'll be fine. Eventually. I'm fine. One day is one day.
I got something.
All right. Can we tell you about SAFA? Shame, man. They've established a three-member organising committee now to manage the team's administration during the World Cup. This is because of the visa saga that happened. Bafana's bags are being packed. They should be heading off to Mexico today.
Unnecessary.
So now, Bafana head of delegation, David Mulwantwa, SAFA chairperson of the finance committee, Mxolisi Sibam, together with team manager Vincent Tseka, will deal with logistical or administrative matters from now on. The three of them will work together. SAFA say they are satisfied that the matter has now been substantially resolved. Yet here's Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Peace Mabi.
Well, I would not be able to tell at the moment as to what really happened, but it is really embarrassing, and it's a shame that when young people are expected to be representing the country, they are now being disadvantaged because of poor administration processes of SAFA. And, sometimes if people are not held accountable, they continue to commit mistakes because they know they did this, then so what? they will be able to be talking back to us. But we feel that this is a grossly mistake that is unforgivable, because, for you to miss a flight as well, there are cost implications. So I hope it will not even go to that.
Let's go on to the field today. Some friendlies. Sweden and Norway both in the World Cup today. They play against each other at 7. Turkey in the World Cup. They meet North Macedonia as a warm-up 7:30. Austria against Tunisia, both in the World Cup. That'll be a fascinating one to watch at 9:15. Colombia against Costa Rica tomorrow morning at 1 o'clock. And Canada and Uzbekistan kicking off at 3 o'clock today. Canada is the host. Meanwhile, remember last week I was telling you about Lionel Messi? He's going to be in his 6th World Cup along with Cristiano Ronaldo. Tick another name. Guillermo Ochoa hopes to play in a 6th World Cup. He was named in Mexico's squad for the tournament. He's 40 years old. He joins Messi and Ronaldo as the first players to play in 6 World Cup tournaments. Locally, Magesi have kept their premiership hopes alive. 2-0 win over 10-man Cape Town City in the playoffs at the Sheshego Stadium on Saturday. City have now lost both of their opening matches. They are on the back foot with 2 more games to play. Milford host Magesi on Wednesday in a match that will probably decide the outcome of the promotion playoffs. Arne Slot says he's leaving Liverpool exactly where it belongs, amongst Europe's elite, after he was sacked as head coach on Saturday. He won the Premier League title in his first campaign, but he was dismissed after they failed. They reached 5th in the league this season, 25 points behind the mighty Arsenal. Liverpool will open formal talks with former Bournemouth manager Andoni Iraola over becoming their new head coach. In France today, Flavio Caboli starts things off against Zachary Svadja in a wide-open Roland Garros this year. Qualifier Maya Kwaltlinska takes on Diane Perry. Then in the night tournament, Philippe Auger-Aliassime takes on Alejandro Tabilo. And for the first time in 2 years, there will be a women's match in the late high-profile game, and it's a big one as well. Arina Sabalenka up against Naomi Osaka.
That's a big one.
It's Osaka's best run at Roland Garros. It might end today as she's up against the top seed.
I think I'm just a lot calmer now. I feel like, in the previous years, I just wanted it so much. And now, obviously, I do want it, but I accept that it's a process and maybe it'll eventually come and maybe it won't. But I just have to, enjoy it while it lasts.
A couple of great results for women's rugby this weekend. The Springbok women secured their 5th successive Rugby Africa women's title. They beat Kenya 35-20 in the final in Nairobi. And at the IOB Sevens tournament in Spain, the women's side beat Brazil 19-12 to earn 9th place. South African men's side beaten 26-19 by Australia in the final of the Sevens. Blitzboks retained the top spot in the championship, though. They're 4 points ahead of Argentina, who placed 3rd in Spain. Here's Coach Philip Snyman.
Not our best weekend, especially day 1 and day 2. I think the one thing that we can't fault the guys on was the effort and the attitude that they showed, but we weren't clinical at all. Once or twice we were a little bit lucky, but still to play in a final, we know how difficult it is to play in finals on the 7th circuit, and especially now in the championship. So I'm happy with the final. Unfortunately we couldn't pull this one through.
Semi-finals for the URC was decided this weekend. Glasgow host the Bulls and Leinster take on the Stormers in the 2 semi-finals coming up this weekend. In netball, semi-finals there as well. In the Netball League, the Crinums finished unbeaten top of the table. Golden Fireballs, Southern Stings and Jaguars making up the rest of the places. So the Crinums meet the Jaguars. The Fireballs come up against the Stings. Playoffs are in Durban from the 12th of June. And Denmark's Jonas Vingegaard became the 8th rider to win all 3 of the men's Grand Tours. He secured the Giro d'Italia in Rome. 29-year-old adds his Giro win to last year's Volta and the 22 and 23 Tours de France. Vingegaard's overall winning margin was 5 minutes 33 seconds over Austria's Felix Gall. Australia's Jai Hindley was in 3rd, 63 seconds down.
Guess who watched the cycling?
Did you enjoy it?
And the netball. Listen, those villages are so
That's
picturesque.
so nice, eh?
Like, you just want to
Which one did you watch? Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday,
yeah, good one.
I was like, wow. Okay.
It's like, let's open a little store or something in one of those
I could
little
live
villages.
there. I could retire there.
Yeah.
It really is picturesque, but the cycling was good.
It was good racing as well. And you got to watch those mountain stages and just the effort they put in.
So,
okay.
I thought I'd tell you I watched some
Thank you.
cycling.
Well done. Yay! Mission
netball.
accomplished. Okay, bye.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Right, let's listen to some of your voice notes, and this is what you had to say.
Says Sakina, how are you? Well, this Jesse K. Kaunda from Sina. Says Sakina, this issue ya SAFA vis-a-vis visas for Bafana. Man, it's so embarrassing, man. It's so embarrassing. It's like we South Africans were not organized, man. We just want to wake up on the 11th hour. Don't we know, don't we have people, but the travel agencies who can sort the things? Shonisa, man. It's so embarrassing to see Sakina, man. The whole SAFA. Today we getting stranded because of visas. Man, a stitch in time saves 9. Let me rest my case for now. Jesse K. Kaunda from Sina.
Good afternoon, Sakina. All these Burundi migrants, everybody migrants who is illegal in South Africa, seek protection. How can you protect criminal? The only protection they're going to get is to be at home. Their living condition is so unfair there where they are staying because there's no pollution, nothing of Sakina. I don't know why, and they take advantage of going home, doing the right thing, get the documents, and come back and apply nicely. Check now how Bafana struggle to go out of South Africa, but they just want to come in like this, so easy. Pity on them. That's why I've been preventing.
Good afternoon, Sakina. This is Matribula. Sakina. Talking about petrol that is going up again. It is so painful. We don't know what to do. Food is expensive. It is tough to be South Africans. While our politicians, they are fighting pala, who's going to be a chairperson, who's going to be doing and what. Everything is not working in South Africa. While our politicians, they don't care. They don't even feel it when it comes to petrol. They don't even feel the pain of how much the liter of petrol it is. But what can we do? We're suffering as South African. Electricity is too high. What must we do? Good afternoon, Sakina. It is Akmatebo.
Good day, Sakina. I'm Sweden. Rulin. Parliamentarians are not legal authorities but politicians in that institution. Therefore, they cannot override the Public Protector, SARS, and Reserve Bank's reports. Only the courts of law can do that. And the president cannot just subject himself in a process that he doesn't believe that it is generally informed in terms of legalities, whereas whilst he has other legal avenues to explore. The opposition parties must know that. Thank you.
Good morning, Sakina. Bongo Sundi Sambuisa. Sakina, I think these much leaders, the government should sit down with them and then tell them the benefits that South Africa is getting, like from these foreign countries. For an example, electricity, we get electricity from Mozambique. What will they do if Mozambique switches off their electricity? Hi man, people must think.
Afternoon, Sakina Moses. Sorry, Sakina. You didn't wake up today to be champions of Europe. See, your time is not here yet. Wait, next season you will meet Manchester United. They saw themselves. Was a Steben.
Sakina Aiko, naman Latin America is rotten with drugs. Almost all these countries, maybe except Argentina, but the Colombia, the Brazil, you name them, the icon, Mexico. Look, Mexico now, one Mexican they were caught out in Zwartreges in Northwest with loads and loads of drugs on a farm, manufacturing a drug, company there. And now the chickens from Brazil also were found having drugs inside. It's terrible, Sakina. Thanks, William Kuma.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal offers professional legal services to all South Africans. Our plans are affordable, and you receive up to 745,000 rand worth of legal services per year. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a 5,000 Rand bail benefit. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Right, 13 minutes before the top of the hour, let's take you to the Madlanga Commission, where Warrant Officer Carl Sander from the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal has testified about how he was moved from the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, that's SANEB, to support services after being charged with corruption. Sander, who has extensive experience in drug-related crimes, also developed a specialized narcotics investigations learning program for police officers, focusing on identifying illicit narcotics and tracing their origins. Sander has also testified that he was served with the charges by the suspended KwaZulu-Natal Hawks head Lesecha Senona during a meeting with other Hawks members. Let's take you live to those proceedings.
I will say I'm the one sitting here right now. I'm of the opinion that it doesn't support him. It actually makes it look worse. But as it may be, that is what has been requested of me. I've complied.
Yes. Okay.
So if I can say that, Commissioner.
Okay, that's fine. That answers.
And of course, you are being truthful with regard to that incident.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Baloy, Colonel Jacob's explanation for this statement is in section 3 of the witness bundle, paragraph 9, page 9, paragraph 52, where he references the statement as well. Okay. You may proceed with just tell us how you got involved. Take us step by step through it.
Commissioners, on the day in question, I have colleagues that work at the SARS or Customs Narcotics section. One of their seniors phoned me and he said he's got an issue. There was an amount of mandrax that had been found at CHC depot, and he was of the opinion that the exhibits were being moved, irregularities. He said, please, can I come and help him? But I must come quick. I said, fine, I'm on my way. I believe at that time I might have been at the office or we were busy with another operation. I called a colleague of mine from the Metro Police, Captain Greg Bevan. Him and I have been working together forever. I know that he is stationed close to the Brighton Beach and Wentworth area, which is across the canal. So I said, can you meet me? Can you help me? He complies. We arrive at CHC, we check in at the main gate. There's an access control at Isipingo going into CHC depot. We ask where the containers were, we get directed to the back. I've worked there before, so I know the layout pretty well.
Sorry, Warrant Officer, just to confirm, CHC depot is the same depot where the 541 kgs of cocaine was found?
It is, Commissioner.
Okay, so same scene. Your Mandrax bust and the June 2021 bust happens at the same depot?
Same depot, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
My vehicle was a VW Caddy. I'll use an Afrikaans word. Maybe I'm more paraat than everyone else, but I have a mobile crime scene lab in the back of my vehicle. I've got PPE, bags, you name it. I don't have to leave. I've even got a coffee machine in there. So you can stay on the scene and work. The scenes do not pack up in 5 minutes. You're going to be there for hours. That's what I'm trying to say.
So just tell us, when you get the call, what preparatory work are you undertaking in terms of what do you need to take with you in case you do find something at the scene?
Everything, because we don't know what the scene's going to be.
And what would some of everything be?
PPE, personal protective kit, hard hat and reflective equipment, which we must have in that working environment. It's an operational health and safety compliant facility. It's the same as going into the harbour. notepads, pens, paper, exhibit bags to put all your exhibits in, gloves so we can handle. And if I'm correct, at that stage was COVID. So we had to be COVID compliant as well.
It was just before, yeah. February 22, yeah. But can I just ask you on the exhibit bags, you're dealing with, what are the sizes of the exhibit bags? How would you know what size to take?
You don't. You take everything. So literally I've got a couple of skips. I modified the vehicle that I used, and I had a big black skip, and I have different size exhibit bags in it. The ones that we usually use for large exhibits, you can put in 30, 40 blocks, but they break. So you only put 10 or 20. Mandrax, it's usually 1,000 tablets for a bag, then I know I'm good. It's from experience. So I have those bags at my disposal.
And where do you get those bags from? Are they available at DPCI offices, or would you have to get it from the police stations?
Oof. Commissioner, those came from our own office. They are still there. We've got lots. We have a storeroom on our third floor. It is packed.
Okay, so they are available at your offices too?
Commissioner, there have been scenes where there was possibly bags that didn't fit, or some of these things we get from government tender, they don't work. So the seals don't seal. So I would be able to make the necessary phone calls. I believe on this scene, or it might have been another, I have phoned other police stations, and then one of the members will just quickly drive there. We'll go and take all their stock, and we just bring it to our scene, and we work from there. I know I've dealt with Sydenham like that. I know I've dealt with Maiden Wharf, not Maiden Wharf, Cater Manor like that, and Pinetown. You develop a working relationship with the different stations to obtain the necessary equipment on the scene.
Warrant Officer, what you're describing as the package, I'll call it your work uniform, the stuff that you take and you keep at the back of your car, minus the coffee machine. What you're describing, is that a required standard for people who get involved in these kind of operations dealing with narcotics? Are there any rules, any prescripts that say this is what you should have with you as part of your, I'm going to loosely say, as part of your sign-in uniform, if you like? You're going on to an operation like this. This is what you should have.
Commissioner, it's a good question, Commissioner. This question that you put to me now is now in that new training manual, where we say to the policeman, don't think of going to a crime scene unless you've done X, Y, and Z. It is, and it's difficult when you're in a space where the public is also involved, because they always criticize you after the fact. But that is also how we learn. And I think from these things we've now learned, and we've included that as, and you'll see all the national instructions, but none of the national instructions will say to you, take X, Y, and Z with you. And remember, Commissioner, you can't just take everything and not know how it works. I cannot take, Commissioner, for instance, in 2 minutes ask you to put on a crime scene suit. You might put the wrong crime scene suit on. Then you might tear it. And if you had to put on a gas mask with the right filter, you might put the wrong filter on, or your filter wouldn't seal properly. Or if you didn't know what you were doing, and you were walking around the crime scene as like a media liaison or something like that, you would have it all on your shoes, and you didn't decontaminate leaving the scene, and you got sick, you blame me. So the Commissioner's question is there a prescript for it? The answer is no. Why did I take it with? It was my passion. I taught myself, if I'm going to do something, do it properly. And then how do you do something properly? You take the tools.
Thank you.
Maybe you watch too much CSI.
Commissioner, CSI taught us a lot. It's an open source. It's a lot. And then the next question is, who pays for that?
For yours, you paid for it.
Anything external, maybe a different type of face mask, different type of gloves. Yes.
So anything that's not DPCI issued, you paid for it?
Let's not say DPCI, let's say SAPS.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I can say I've gone to FSL. they've given me different gloves. I've gone to Pretoria, they've given me Tyvek suits. Nick tests we'd get from the Americans. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but they would give us a test that we use to predict what samples are there, whether it's a precursor or the actual substance, and the training that came with that as well. So with each item, you need to not only have it, but you need to be able to use it and explain it. And I believe I do that in my work.
And I saw in your CV that there was the joint SAPS DEA training. Is that where you learned it from?
That is
the American Drug Enforcement Agency or something?
It's one of the courses, Commissioner. I was following that procedure prior to that course, and maybe some of the successes we had in detecting different techniques and identifying laboratories and stuff, that was also discussed on those courses. So we were used to that environment.
Thank you, Warrant Officer. You may continue. You were telling us you got the call, you packed and you were going out.
When I arrived on scene, the customs officers had parked. If you come into the depot, you come through the access point, you turn right through the stack. From there's inspection bays. There's possibly maybe 10, 12, 15 inspection bays. In the far right-hand corner is the bonded section of CHC. The bonded section is where everything that has been seized, detained, or hasn't been released due to a query from customs, not police, customs. That's their section. I was told, please go look. And he showed me, here's one box. I do believe it still had a torn customs sticker on it, and I could see it straight away. It was Mandrax. Mandrax is very unique. It comes in a tablet form. It has a color. It usually has a logo, a marking. But also, I could smell it because the bag had been torn. So I asked what's going on. They said they'd put a narcotics dog in. I know the narcotics dog, it used to be Tequila. It was a brilliant dog who used to work with us. Phenomenal narcotics dog, Cocker Spaniel. Tequila reacted there in seconds. It was positive. So, right, okay, we were happy. Then I was briefed that it was suspected that there were more boxes hidden in between the bonded warehouse. We had to find them. I got the team together. The warehouse gave us their cooperation. We shut down that section of the operation. The rest of the operations continue. It's a massive place. It continues. Where we were, we parked our vehicles. We were safe where we were. We then set up a man search, not a dog search, a man search. And from my observation, I noticed on the box, the packing tape in the shipment was different to the packing tape on the other side of the yard. So I asked, is this the same shipment? They checked on the packing notes, the SADs, and they said, yes, there's supposed to be so many boxes. I said, we got a discrepancy here. So I went to the box outside, the colored tape matched what I said. I said, there's our boxes. Look for this tape.
Oh, that's where we leave it for today. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll do it again tomorrow. Warrant Officer Carl Sander from the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal testifying before the Madlanga Commission. It's 1 o'clock. Here's on Lambana with your latest news.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, fuel adjustments announced for June and witness the murder accused denied bail. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good day. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has announced the fuel adjustments for June, with petrol and diesel prices moving in opposite directions. With effect from Wednesday, both grades of petrol will go up by R1.43 per litre, and diesel will drop by between R3.25 and R2.62 per litre, depending on the grade. The department has also confirmed that retail price of illuminating paraffin is set to decrease by R7.95 per litre. The maximum retail price of LP gas will be reduced by 17 cents per kilogram countrywide and 20 cents per kilogram in the Saldanha area in the Western Cape. The department spokesperson Robert Make.
The reasons for these adjustments are the international product prices decreased on average during the period under review, despite the slightly higher oil prices. The rand strengthened against the dollar during the period under review. The amount of general fuel levy relief has been reduced by R1.50 per litre for petrol and by R1.96 per litre for diesel, in line with the announcement by the Minister of Finance. The slate levy increased by 35 cents per litre from 122.7 to 157.74 cents per litre in the price structures of both petrol and diesel.
The latest ABSA Purchasing Managers Index shows that factory activity took a hit in May, dropping by 1.8 points to 50.8. That's down from 52.6 in April. Economists say a recent slump in demand and stubbornly high input costs are driving the slowdown. Several businesses surveyed that warned that this weak demand could drag on for months. On a positive note, overall business confidence saw an uptick. However, sentiment is still low. Nothando Magudulela reports.
The survey showed that while the sector performed notably better than the first quarter average of 48.3, the underlying survey results pointed to a deterioration in conditions from April to May. In April, manufacturers benefited from demand being brought forward in anticipation of further cost increases, but this effect faded in May. Nothando Makutulela in Johannesburg.
The man accused of killing a witness who had testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry will remain in custody after being denied bail. Matipandile Soteni, who appeared in the Brakpan Magistrate Court east of Johannesburg this morning, is accused of shooting dead Marius van der Merwe, also known as Witness D, in November last year. Soteni is facing 16 charges linked to the murder. The court also said the state had a strong case against the accused. This is how the magistrate made the ruling.
I find that the applicant failed to discharge the honours and to demonstrate to the court that there are exceptional circumstances which, in the interest of justice, permits his release on bail. His application to be released on bail is refused. Thank you. Then the matter is postponed until the 30th of July 2026 for further investigations. The accused is in custody, no bail.
A new witness, a warrant officer from the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal, has detailed how he was moved from the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau to support services after being charged with corruption. Carl Sander is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. Sander, who has extensive experience in drug-related crimes, also developed a specialized narcotics investigation learning program for police officers. It focused on identifying illicit narcotics and tracing their origins. Sanders says the suspended provincial Hawks head Lisi Jasinona had served him with charges. He told evidence leader advocate Lee Siegels Ncube that he was also accused of supplying drugs to a syndicate.
I was told that an email had been sent to the national head office that I was accused of supplying or facilitating the supply of narcotics to the Florida Road nightclub syndicates.
And did you ever get an outcome of what the investigation?
No, Commissioner.
Formally, no.
No, Commissioner.
Unofficially?
Yes, Commissioner.
Unofficially, you were informed of the outcome?
No, Commissioner.
Polls have opened in Ethiopia's parliamentary and regional elections. The ruling Prosperity Party is expected to win despite unrest in much of the country. The BBC's Caleb Mogis reports.
Polling stations opened early in the morning in the capital Addis Ababa and other major cities where voters were seen lining up to cast their ballots. However, elections are not taking place in the Tigray region, where tensions between the regional leaders and the federal government remain unresolved. Voting has also been suspended in several constituencies across Oromia and Amhara due to ongoing clashes between armed groups and government forces. Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's ruling Prosperity Party is widely expected to retain power.
Recapping the top story, the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has announced the fuel adjustments for June, with petrol and diesel prices moving in opposite directions. I'm Lambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 105.1 FM in Johannesburg.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on heala.org. That's HEALA.org.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
It is Bongiziwe Mabandla coming through with Ndogulandela. That is how we kick off the show this afternoon. He paid us a visit about 2 Fridays back. We had ourselves a whirl of a time ahead of his new project, which actually is out for streaming at the moment. He's already on the circuit promoting it. Hope you had a great weekend, managed to get some rest and relaxation. It's a brand new month. What do they say? A pinch and a punch for the first of the month. It is June 1, marking halfway into 2026. How quickly this year seems to be galloping by. Also today, the Madlanga Commission coming back after that short 2-week recess to finalize matters of that second report, and they're coming back to continue taking testimony from old and new witnesses that are set to be before the commission. We've got a jam-packed show from our end. When Madlanga is in, you know that we are catching up with Usibahle Mota, and we're looking at day 110. And then it is Monday, so we'll focus on careers. And for Career Monday, why do some people work hard for promotion only to feel overwhelmed once they achieve it? Maybe you are some people and you've gone through this particular experience where you've worked so hard, dedicated yourself, sacrificed and focused to get that promotion, to get to that next level of your career, the next level of your organization, only once you get there to feel overwhelmed by it all. And some folks even going so far as questioning whether or not they've made the right decisions. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. If you want to send through a WhatsApp voice note, you're more than welcome to do so. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, we're looking at the ongoing economic uncertainty and contributing to, well, rather the ongoing economic uncertainty that's contributing to heightened anxiety and stress for South African employees. That conversation is coming up on the other side of 2. A quick pause. We'll be right back.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
If your streaming service subscription was becoming too expensive, you'd switch, right? So why pay more rather for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance has saved 32-year-old Perushka a whopping 729 Rand on her 2020 Haval H2. So get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, ask for 500 Rand or 1,500 if you've been claim free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Why wait? SMS out to 30754. That's 30754. Outsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, as we get into a brand new week, we're catching up with Usibahle Mota, getting a rundown of all things Madlanga Commission. Usibahle, welcome back. How are you doing?
And thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for the time, much appreciated. So we've been on the 2-week break with Madlanga, and some things have happened parallel to the processes outside of the commission. But it was essentially a break for the commissioners to be able to compile that second phase report.
So what we have confirmed and have confirmation of is the fact that the Madlanga Commission has been able to submit its second interim report to President Cyril Ramaphosa. I think even the presidency spokesperson, Vincent Magwenya, stating that they have received it, and now it's time for the president to study that report. But what we can expect to hear from the recommendations, this is me assuming that it will be like the last time. If you remember, the first interim report was that the Madlanga Commission had made recommendations as to which police officials should be investigated by the task team, and we can expect, I think, similar nature regarding the second interim report, where we saw, allegations of corruption within the city of Tshwane, within the Tshwane Metro Police Department, the city of Ekurhuleni, as well as these Hawks drug busts that transpired here in Johannesburg, as well as in KwaZulu-Natal. So I am anticipating that the president will make, or rather the Madlanga Commission has made similar recommendations to President Cyril Ramaphosa, saying that certain individuals that were implicated with corruption within the second interim report must be investigated. So it seems like the ball is rolling, and we are hopefully in the last phase of the Madlanga Commission. As you know, they are supposed to bring in the final report by the end of August.
And with us being or officially entering what is the third and final phase of the commission, doesn't mean that the work of the commissioners is complete, because even today, this morning, there seem to be a lot of housekeeping matters that spoke to scheduling and postponement of witnesses, including one Karim, also Suleiman Karim, asking for yet another postponement this morning.
Definitely, Bridget. I mean, this morning was very slow. We had 2 applications before the Madlanga Commission, where I don't know if I should say even General Lesedi Sinona's request was also application. But there were 3 events that actually transpired. The first being General Lesedi Sinona's testimony being moved to Friday, where now his legal counsel is expected to sort out his witness testimony, or statement rather, that is meant to be filed before the commission tomorrow at midnight. And we had yet another, application of a witness that is set to appear before the Madlanga Commission partially in camera. That was granted. And then we also have the one of Suleiman Karim. As you know, Suleiman Karim has, been unable rather to appear before the Madlanga Commission because he did fall sick and he was hospitalized. And now his legal counsel has actually submitted health reports that details, his kind of ailments that obviously the Madlanga Commission cannot divulge. So what we did hear from Advocate Matthew Shackleton, who's the evidence leader at the Madlanga Commission, is that they have found common ground with Karim's legal counsel, Advocate Permit, to say that he will be appearing before the Madlanga Commission later this month, which is the 25th of June 2026, and only if he is well, if he is better. So I guess it's a waiting game until then to see if Karim will actually be appearing before the Madlanga Commission.
Yeah, it definitely is a waiting game. And, I hate to be the pessimist in the room, but if past behaviors is anything to go by, and that's not discounting the alleged medical attention that he's currently undertaking and seeking. But if past behaviors is anything to go by, I wouldn't be... Well, it wouldn't sort of be beyond my thoughts in thinking that the strategy for this particular legal team is to drag this out until the very last day of the commission.
No, definitely. And I think it was also apparent in the commission statement by Jeremy Michaels, who's a spokesperson for the Madlanga Commission, where he said, we had various witnesses who tried to duck and dive their appearance before the Madlanga Commission, even bringing an application to hear their testimony in camera. And one such a person was Suleiman Karim. So there is some, level of even the commission alluding to the fact that people don't really want to take accountability before the Madlanga Commission. And if you remember, there was a time when Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga was speaking so sternly against doctors, saying that the Commission might even consider giving them or getting a subpoena against these doctors to come and testify and say what is actually the matter with their clients if they are actually sick, and trying to get to the bottom of their health conditions, if I could say so. So because the Madlanga Commission, I think, doesn't have enough time, it's only 2 more months that we are expected to listen to testimony. I think they thought against it, because if you decide to subpoena doctors before the commission, then it only means that you are delaying other witnesses from appearing and giving testimony.
Well, we'll leave it there for this afternoon, Sibahle, but good to hear your voice again, and hopefully, I know on the break you were utilizing the time to catch up on your own personal academic studies. Hopefully you were able to focus on that. That was Sibahle Mota, SABC News reporter. It's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock. A quick pause on our end, and then we'll come back and we'll get into our next conversation.
Protecting your family means staying one step ahead. And that starts with knowing the facts about human papillomavirus. HPV is linked to over 99% of cervical cancer cases and claims the lives of more than 5,000 women in South Africa every year. HPV doesn't discriminate and will at some point affect both men and women, young and old. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Ask your healthcare provider about vaccination. This message was brought to you by MSD.
South Africa, the countdown is on, and SABC3 is your official home of the FIFA World Cup 2026 from 11 June till 19 July. That's right, 34 matches live on SABC3, streaming on SABC Plus. and bringing the action straight to you on SABC radio stations nationwide. From the opening ceremony to the first big clash, South Africa versus Mexico. This is more than football. This is our moment. All of us, all in. Go Fela. Don't miss a second. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, let's get into our next conversation now. We are catching up with Anya van Beck, who's a leadership strategist and executive coach, founder of the Whole Leader Collective. And the conversation today is focused on why some people work hard for promotion only to then feel overwhelmed once they achieve said promotion. And then, as I said, you might be some people and identify with the discussion. So our lines are open for you on 061-410-4107. That is our WhatsApp line if you'd like to share your perspective. Anya, good afternoon to you. How are you doing today?
Hello, Bridget. I'm well. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. Good to have you back.
Thank you.
I mean, let's have the conversation, right? Because it seems like it's those things that we kind of hear, we eavesdrop on, or our friends share about, they've been wanting this promotion, they've worked hard for this promotion, they've been dedicated and sacrificed for this promotion and to get to the next level. And then when they are there, there's a sense of being overwhelmed. There's a sense of being disconnected. There's a sense of being emotionally exhausted by it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Bridget, when we look at some of the research done by Gallup, based on the Global State of the Workplace report, there's a little bit of insight into that, because what we see is that the group currently struggling the most are the middle managers or the line managers. And if we think about them absorbing the pressures from the executive or the shareholders, and they supporting the team that reports into them. So imagine now you're a new manager. It sometimes feel overwhelming, and I think that is one thing that the listeners need to remember, that even though there's a positive change, I mean, it's something that you might have worked hard for, you're so proud, and then it's that email announcement and you think it's going to be smooth sailing. But any change, even if it's a positive one, goes through, I almost want to say, a predictable dynamic where it is a little bit challenging in the beginning. And you were spot on to say sometimes we feel disconnected. And I think what we need to remember is that individual goes from being responsible for their own work, being in control with everything, and now they need to transition into not being the expert, but rather focus on coaching a team, and not being on control of their own destiny, but influencing the behaviors of others. And what I often see with the clients that I'm working with, Bridget, is people are so confident when it comes to policies and processes, and I want to look at the operational side of the work. But when it comes to the human side, that's when it's easy to feel overwhelmed, because we might not necessarily be trained in that area.
So then does that suggest, Anya, that in the preparation for the next level, the next tier, there should be adequate attention paid to not only what you require from an operations perspective, all those tick box exercises that we do, but also what you require now moving into this new sort of dynamic where your team becomes bigger, where the sort of the structure becomes multi-tiered, and you are the overseeing person. So do we need to focus as much? Do people need to focus as much in harnessing that human element as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Bridget, you said it so well, because when we look at who's usually appointed in a management role, it's the individual that's the best accountant or the best engineer or the best from a technical or a functional area. And if they then beforehand focus on, but what might be some of the leadership skills required? And when we look at leadership skills, it really starts with managing yourself. It starts with how do I manage my stress and how do I manage my overwhelm and perhaps those emotions that's sometimes very uncomfortable, especially in the work environment. But also thinking of aspects like emotional maturity and emotional intelligence and how do I motivate and influence other people. Because I think what we should not forget is when you're appointed in a management role, especially in that first 90 days, all eyes are on you. And everyone is looking at you to solve, whatever the issue or the challenge is. And I think for them to remember that their teams need a sense of belonging and they need a sense of let's make a meaningful contribution. And if, as you've suggested, they focus on, let me understand the human, I want to say, responses to change, how can I better handle conflict, how can I motivate my team? Because, the reality in the world of work, there's lots of ambiguity, there's lots of change and pressures. And now how do I navigate and support my team through all these challenges that we face?
Very interesting questions to ask oneself, right? Because I think this also speaks to that hidden emotional load that managers may carry, and perhaps even compartmentalizing and managing some of their stresses and those pressures.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, especially in the world of work, what I often see is people shy away from that emotional side that you were just referring to say in a workplace there's no place for emotions. And I think what we often forget is that we're human first. And human first means even if you don't want to, you are going to experience some challenging emotions. Some people will call them negative emotions. But I always remind my clients that see emotions as a data point, as a messenger trying to tell you something. And if you stop trying to push that emotion aside and just, for example, look at, but where's this anger coming or frustration? Where's that coming from? What is the data that I need to see or the message that I need to hear? Then it's a step forward. So it's such an important part to focus on, but how do I regulate the stress? And just think of stress management. So often people feel overwhelmed, but then we need to go back to those practical steps that we can do that we ourselves are responsible for, to feeling less overwhelmed. And I think one basic thing that we all know, but so often we don't do, is just focus on prioritizing sufficient rest at night, sufficient movement during the day. And if there's a big task that feels too much, just break it down into smaller parts, smaller manageable steps. So that's perhaps one or two tips that I can leave.
Well, we'll come back on the other side, Anya, and we'll steal another few moments of your time. It's gone 1:30. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. If you'd like to share your perspective around this conversation, you're more than welcome to do so.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has announced the fuel adjustments for June, with petrol and diesel prices moving in opposite directions. An emotional Natasha van der Merwe, sister of slain Madlanga Commission witness D. Marius van der Merwe, says the court's decision to deny bail to the man accused of murdering her brother has brought the family a measure of relief. And U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to the leaders of Israel and Lebanon. This as the conflict between Israel and militant group Hezbollah continues to escalate despite a nominal ceasefire. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, it's gone 1:30 as a time check for you, if you perhaps are sticking to a schedule. Anya van Beck joins us now, who's a leadership strategist and executive coach, founder of the Whole Leader Collective. And the question and point of conversation is, why is it that some people work hard to achieve a promotion only to, once they get into that position of leadership or promotion, feel overwhelmed, suddenly feel the weight of the pressure of it all. And, that could even lead to other interesting mental and psychological issues for people in leadership. That, as we were going into the break, things like adequate rest, for instance, and I think that speaks to also managing your own emotional stock, right? Finding the ways to manage your own emotional stock. If it's a case where you need to rest and maybe reset and compartmentalize your thoughts and filter your thoughts, or perhaps you find solace and rebalance when you get active, or you have a close knit of people who can carry the emotional burden for you without judgment and without prejudice. People that you can go to and actually say, shoot, I thought I wanted to be in the C-suite, and I probably still do want to be in the C-suite. I just didn't expect that A, B, C, and D would be an issue or would be required from me, and I'm struggling to navigate, or it's becoming a challenge to navigate my way through.
Yeah, Bridget, and you are spot on with so many things that you've highlighted. And I think let's start there. So if you're currently being promoted or you've recently been promoted, the first thing that people can expect and that's predictable is that feeling of a sense of loss. I feel a lack of trust, even a lack of competence. I don't trust myself necessarily. I'm not sure if I can trust the people around me anymore, and that's almost a predictable dynamic. So I think the focus would be now, how do you regulate that? And such an important part, as you've mentioned, is let's have a look who is in my network. Who can I reach out to play a mentor role that can guide me through this transition? It might be that you want someone as a thinking partner. And as you say, just to think out loud about what's the challenge ahead. Because so often in that moment when our nervous system feels loaded, if we experience something as a form of threat, it's actually just our body's response to stress. And if we now learn to regulate that in a more effective way, and sometimes it's just let's pause. Let me put a full stop here or a comma here and ask the team to support us working through the challenge. So often, especially newly appointed managers and leaders, feel that they have to come up with all the solutions. And that's not necessary anymore. So again, going from that mindset of I'm doing everything to how do I enable the team? How do I structure the environment so that we can get all those diverse views and ideas and solution on the table? And from there, we influence a better solution. I think one part where I often see people struggle is yesterday you were part of the team. You were one of us. And now everyone is looking at you. And I think the part where people shy away often is handling conflict. And instead of just having a direct conversation, they now sugarcoat the message because they want to build on the relationship, or they don't want to harm the relationship. They want to maintain those trust relationships. And that's such an easy skill to focus on. But how do I deliver a message that I'm still candid, but I'm respectful? I don't need to sugarcoat anything. But I think the starting block for me is really how do you lead yourself? Because it starts there. People are not so much focused on what you have to say. They're more focusing on how you show up. And I think that's that part of being vulnerable and sometimes saying, but I don't know. I mean, team, I need some input here.
Yeah.
Is the first step in being successful.
Absolutely. When we have these conversations, Anya, with the likes of yourself and other folks who help leaders become better leaders and better individuals, I at times wonder if they've turned up the volume louder in their offices and they really are taking in what we are saying in real time, or at very least just sitting with it and letting it just marinate in their bone marrows for a second. 061-410-4107. Are you perhaps as some people who've worked so hard, you've given so much of yourself, your hours, your time, your dedication, and everything else to get to the next tier, to get to the next level, only once you get there, to feel the pressure of it, to feel the burden of it, and how have you navigated your way through it? And if you're still perhaps in the murky waters, what are you most preoccupied about? Let's go to WhatsApp and find out your thoughts.
Good afternoon, Bridget, and to the SAFM listeners, and to the honourable guest, it's Selvin Gamde from Durban. With regard to most of the companies today, nobody is actually promoted. People have to apply for the post, and most of the people, to my knowledge, apply for the post for the momentary value. And when they're into the post, then they realize they do not have enough people or management skills to run that division. And then where the work stress kicks in and depression kicks in and anxiety. And it's too late for them to step down because of their pride. That is my opinion. Thank you.
Bridget, it's Nicholas from Emakazin. I just remembered when I was promoted, I was one of those performing accountants. Then taking into account that a lot of those managers that were in that position that I was promoted into, they were not even there for a year or more than a year. Most of them, there was a high staff turnover in that position. Then when I took over, I've been there for the past 5 years. But in the beginning, one of the things that made it hard for me, one, was the issue of wanting to carry the load on my own, because I was an accountant, so I was familiar with how things were happening around me. So most of the time I wanted to do the job myself, and whilst I was compromising myself and compromising my health. But once I mastered the art of delegating and also having enough rest for myself, then I started enjoying the position.
We're going to come back on the other side and we'll reflect on these two voice notes. 061-410-4107. We're having a conversation around, getting that promotion, whether you applied for it, whether you were promoted into it. And I guess perhaps context actually does matter. But once you get there, you figure out that it's not as rosy as you thought it was. And perhaps it requires way more work than you anticipated, or you just realize you didn't actually want it. 061-410-4107. Let's go to break. We'll be right back.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
50 years later. Youth Month. The Voices.
I was not prepared to put down my cameras before everything had cooled down. I stayed on because it did not only happen in June 16, 17, 18, it carried on all over the country.
Like social media, you mentioned it, right? We are so much exposed to other people's lives than the 50 years ago when people, I'd only see you once a week and I would never see you again.
But to add on to that, it's also a thing of like, it's not just people you know, it's random strangers. So now you, as he's saying, you're going to compare yourself to these people that you've never met who might even be faking their lifestyle.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, let's continue our conversation. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Feel free to drop us a message if you can relate to the topic of conversation currently with Anya as we talk around just what happens once you get that promotion and then you realize that perhaps it's not the thing. Anya, and I think two different perspectives, right, from our previous voice note. Selvan talking about most people these days apply for the promotion. So it's not folks who have been identified for promotion, but they apply for it wanting that what he calls momentary value, that instant value. And the second voice note, I didn't catch the gentleman, but 5 years into his job, and funny enough, he's an accountant. We spoke about accountants earlier. Yeah, he's an accountant and he struggled at the beginning, and then he realized that what's failing him perhaps is that he wasn't delegating enough and wasn't prioritizing his own mental and physical rest. Anya?
Me.
Oh, now I can. Sorry.
I'm not sure what happened there.
No. It was Patrick on my end, not you. Don't worry.
Okay, no, that's good. Yeah, I think what's important about what Selvan said is that so often people apply for that new role, that management role, simply because of the monetary reward. And to understand that part of being a manager and a leader is the notice that, or the reminder that when you work in a team that is a positive environment. We know that organizations that have engaged team outperform those that has a toxic environment. And to understand that you have an influence on that. So if you only apply for the role because of the monetary value, you are going to be disappointed. Because, I mean, the pressure is a lot more and the responsibility is totally different. And even though your title change overnight, becoming a leader and a manager is a longer journey. And I think that is why I love what the second caller or listener mentioned, that, yes, he realized that he had to change his behavior. And that's the secret. I mean, when you appointed in that role, I love to think it as, what do I need to change with my head, my heart, my hands? Because with your head, you need to think more strategically. What's the bigger picture? How do I connect the patterns that I see in the past with things that I notice in the future? What's those patterns that I need to be mindful of? And not only what's the outcome that I need to achieve. When we think of the heart, that's where I need to connect with people and where emotional maturity comes into play. Do I read the room? Do I create space for others to think out loud, to be creative, to solve issues collectively, and to have that sense of belonging? And then with the hands, I think that's where the leadership's behavior come in. And he mentioned one about delegation. But there's so many different ones, like just adopting the coaching management style. Instead of telling people what to do, ask a powerful question so that they can come up with their own solution. So there's so many to do there. But I think in the end, it boils down to who are you as a human? How do you manage your energy? How focused are you on your well-being, especially under pressure? Because that sets the tone for the rest of the team. If you one that at midnight still working, still sending off emails, that's what they think is expected in this team. But if you one that say, yes, I have boundaries in place, I actually focus on myself and my health, it's not only work, then you set that as the tone for the rest of the team. And you have such a big opportunity to influence that positive engagement at work. Because they say that if you engage, it actually influences your team by 70%, or their engagement by 70%.
Yeah, no? So whether it's monetary or momentarily, depending, because whichever one is your gratification, hopefully you've thought about it. And you know, as you're talking, Anya, and we don't even have time to engage this particular angle, maybe in our next conversation as the year unfolds, because I just had a thought about the fact that we've not even touched the surface around. So then you get promoted, but you yourself now jump into a different line of management where you then answer to someone maybe who's completely different to the person that you were answering to before. And that could cause a challenge. I mean, I've seen it firsthand with a friend of mine who entered the C-suite in the financial sector. And his next direct line of authority from moving from one team to another team, someone completely different, and really caused him to go off axis for a second and question a lot of his decisions. But it was just about figuring out, how do I now work in this new dynamic with this new boss? And how do we find ourselves versus the relationship I had elsewhere with someone else where we understood each other, know? So, but that becomes a whole different conversation. Anya van Beck, I appreciate the time with you as always. Thank you so much for setting it aside for us. And Anya is a leadership strategist and an executive coach and founder of the Whole Leader Collective. A quick pause, and then we come back on the other side. We get into a different kind of conversation with Teresa, and she'll tell me if it's Teresa or Teresa. We'll come back on the other side.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You're listening to Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, my next guest is in studio. Teresa Blom is Blom, not Bloom, Blom is joining me. How are you, Teresa? Thank you so much for the time. Jacana Media's junior editor, and we're talking around the Gerald Gerald Kroc anthology and prize, and it's calling for submissions for their 6th anthology. I mean, first and foremost, give us some context around Gerald Kroc.
Yes, of course. So this is the Gerald Kroc Anthology and Prize. This is the 6th one that the other foundation, in partnership with the Jacana Literary Foundation, has run. It's been such a successful project. And it is a call for creative work, fiction, non-fiction, poetry, visual arts, including photography, from people in Africa, from citizens of any country in Africa, from the continent, in support of human rights, LGBTQ rights, gender and sexuality. So we have been running this for years now, and it is a fantastic opportunity for writers and artists. The winner will receive 30,000 Rand, the runner-up 15,000 Rand, and of course be published in the anthology, the book anthology. I actually have one in studio with me, and if listeners want to have a look, it's on our website, jacana.co.za.
I mean, it's a wonderful opportunity indeed, and I never propose to know everybody and all things. So Gerald Kroc, the legacy, the heritage that he has in literature?
So Gerald Kroc he was the founder of the Other Foundation. And he was an incredible activist. He was an anti-apartheid activist. He was an activist, of course, for human rights, particularly queer LGBTQIA plus rights. That is his legacy, his advocacy, his work in human rights. Of course, he has passed on now, but the Other Foundation is the foundation that he founded, and this prize, this book prize, is in commemoration of him. He in fact, Jacana published his novel Ice in the Lungs, and I think, what year was that? It was quite some years ago, but of course that book is still around. Wonderful book. But that was one of his wonderful novels. So this prize continues that legacy.
Wonderful stuff. I mean, you say it's open to basically creatives across various mediums
Exactly.
of African descent located on the continent and
African
on the
citizens, yes.
African citizens. But I can be living in the diaspora. I can be
We are.
in London as long as I hold a passport.
As
that
long as you
says-
hold the passport. And it is anyone of any gender, any sexuality who can participate. The theme for this year is lesbian, bisexual, and queer women.
Okay.
But that is not to say that anyone of any other gender or sexuality can't be writing on that theme.
Yes.
It's broad.
Oh, wonderful. Talk to us, because this is not the first iteration, Teresa. Talk to us about previous years, the kinds of works that have gone on to this anthology.
Oh, I'd love to. I've actually, I've got last year's winner, Vuyelwa Maluleke. She won with a poem. And I don't know, will you allow me to read a
we
short
will.
section?
Yes, absolutely.
So, excuse me. She was the winner of last year's, the 5th anthology, and she wrote a piece called Evidence Personal Effects, A Purse Full of Black. This is Vuyelwa Maluleke. She submitted an image, of course, a beautiful photograph, plus some poetry, and I'm going to read a section. I am born so many times. First I am a girl, then a teacher puts soap in my mouth for saying a black word, and then I am black. One day when I am a black girl and know what to do to keep the soap out of my mouth, my body bleeds out of spite. My aunt, who was always a black woman, tells me how to wash out the blood. But I cannot wash out the pain of the blood. That must stay. This is woman's work. My aunt tells me to stay away from pleasure, from chocolate and white pants and boys. And for a long time I am convinced that pleasure will make me look fat, so I do not allow myself to be touched. Am I a woman then? When I am a woman, I let men touch me, because it is one way to remain untouched. I let men touch me because I am a woman who loves women, and some of the men in my country will kill you to make you a woman that they can love. This is how we love each other here. There we go. That's just a short section. There's more. Read the book. This is We Shall Remain.
I mean, what a wonderful contribution. What a wonderful piece of work.
Isn't
also.
it?
Yeah. It just it antagonizes you in all the different ways, causes you to think for a second, pause and think for a second. I can imagine the kind of reflections on the individual, on the collective, and of society that you get through these submissions, and knowing the kind of work also that the other foundation is preoccupied with, and the conversations that they seek to have.
Yeah. I mean, this is all in support of increased human rights advocacy. And, at the moment, we're having a very tough time across the continent with LGBT rights, with human rights in general. I know that in Uganda, it's Wendy and Diana who were arrested for kissing in public, and they face life imprisonment. I know that in Ghana, they've just passed an anti-homosexuality bill, which also criminalizes any allyship, any sort of support of anything to do with genders and sexualities that are not cisgender and not heterosexual. And that, of course, criminalizes anyone who is in support of your family and your friends, which is madness, if I may say. And then we get some good news from Botswana, where they have just repealed their colonial law against sodomy. The anti-homosexuality law that they had has just been repealed. So that's some good news, and that's a colonial hangover from when they were colonized, of course, by Great Britain, as many of us on the continent, many countries were.
Absolutely. And work like this, I think, more particularly as the former countries that you've just mentioned, Uganda and Ghana, where voices could be suppressed.
They are.
Voices are suppressed. People are discriminated against. It becomes that much more important for those voices in those spaces to be amplified. Not to say that we've got things perfect here with our Rose Constitution.
Not at all.
Because what happens in practical lived life can be very different from what we say within the confines of our law. But so important to have those voices find footprints in other spaces and have those experiences shared in pages where other people can either find themselves, where they can build allyship, where their stories become immortalized, because you just never know.
So true. These are the voices that we must be listening to. These are the voices of people who are right now facing incredible amounts of oppression, and of course here in South Africa, discrimination, no matter, of course, what our laws say, that still exists.
Yeah.
And it should be said that we are very sensitive. The other foundation, the Jacana Literary Foundation, are very sensitive to the realities. And of course, you can submit under a pseudonym. If you cannot submit under your own name, there is no problem. I think at least these two organizations are one place where that is forefront. Safety, advocacy is at the forefront.
Absolutely. The important details around, submissions and entrance. I mean, we've covered that you just basically have to be African.
Yes, African citizen. That's it.
Where do we submit? How long do we have? I mean, do we also have restrictions on how long the work has to be?
I can give you all those details. So submissions are open now, and they will close on the 18th of August of this year. So they're open from now until August. You can submit through our online portal on Jacana's website, Jacana, jacana.co.za. Or you can type in Gerald Kroc Award and Prize, Anthology and Prize. It will pop up. So please submit through our online portal. Entries must not exceed 15,000 words.
Okay.
So anything under 15,000 words for written submissions, and for visual submissions, up to 8 images at 300 dpi resolution, so high resolution. You can submit 1 image if you like, but you can also submit up to 8 if you're doing sort of a narrative, sort of a photographic essay. Some people might want to submit like that. But of course, as we saw with last year's winner, a photo and accompanying poetry. So it's really open to the creative person, to the creative work. Font size 12 times New Roman, 1.5 spacing. But all of the criteria and guidelines are on the website, on the online portal. And that is where anyone can submit.
Wonderful stuff. Hopefully we get to have some interesting submissions. And you said first prize 30,000, second prize 15,000.
Indeed.
What happens to, because you're going to get so much work. Obviously, you'll get so much work, and then what happens to all of that?
We have a panel of judges, and while the winner and the runner-up are most 100% going to be published in the anthology, they are not the onlys published in the anthology. So the panel will select the works that go into the anthology.
Got you.
And it is lovely. It turns into a lovely book. And we've got all the previous years available, from the first anthology through to the 5th anthology, as we prepare for the 6th.
Wonderful
Very
stuff.
exciting.
Very exciting times indeed. That was Teresa Blom, Jacana Media's junior editor. www.jacana.co.za is where you can go, or you can just simply Google Gerald Kroc Anthology and Prize, and it will lead you to the right portal. You've got until the 18th of August, rather, to get those submissions in. It's almost 2 o'clock. Ondelambana is standing by at the top of the hour, and then we'll come back on the other side.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, fuel adjustments announced for June, and Marco Rubio speaks to the leaders of Israel and Lebanon. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has announced their fuel adjustments for June, with petrol and diesel prices moving in opposite directions. With effect from Wednesday, both grades of petrol will go up by R1.43 per litre, and diesel will drop by between R3.25 and R2.62 per litre, depending on the grade. The department has also confirmed that retail price of illuminating paraffin is set to decrease by R7.95 per litre. The maximum retail price of LP gas will be reduced by 17 cents per kilogram countrywide and 20 cents per kilogram in the Saldanha area in the Western Cape. Spokesperson Robert Make.
The reasons for these adjustments are the international product prices decreased on average during the period under review, despite the slightly higher oil prices. The rand strengthened against the dollar during the period under review. The amount of general fuel levy relief has been reduced by R1.50 per litre for petrol and by R1.96 per litre for diesel, in line with the announcement by the Minister of Finance. The slate levy increased by 35 cents per litre from 122.7 to 157.74 cents per litre in the price structures of both petrol and diesel.
An emotional Natasha van der Merwe, sister of slain Madlanga Commission witness D. Marius van der Merwe, says the court's decision to deny bail to the man accused of murdering her brother has brought the family a measure of relief. Witness D. murder accused Matipandile Soteni was denied bail at the Boksburg Magistrate Court in Ekurhuleni this morning. Speaking through tears after the ruling, she described the outcome as a small but significant step towards justice. However, she says no court decision can erase the pain of losing her brother in such a brutal manner.
It's emotional victory. Like, I'm happy at the same time that he didn't get bail. Happy with family. We all will be celebrating this. But with this, it comes emotions of why did they take my brother away? Why did they have to kill him in that way? The way I saw him in the coffin, and then I heard with all the previous court hearings that they shot him in the head.
The Democratic Alliance has opened a case of fraud and corruption against former Ekurhuleni city manager Imogen Mashazi and her alleged benefactor over tender-related allegations at the Germiston police station. The DA Ekurhuleni mayoral candidate Kgatutelo Rasilingwane says the move linking Mashazi's alleged 3.5 million luxury trips to companies that were awarded municipal tenders. The party argues the claims warrant a full criminal investigation into possible breaches of municipal procurement regulations and anti-corruption laws. Rasilingwane says the allegations raise serious concerns about governance, accountability and the integrity of procurement processes within the municipality.
That we should be concerned that the former city manager has violated not just the supply chain management policies of the city, but also key parts of the Municipality Systems Act, the MFMA, and the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. What we find highly suspicious is that the company involved in this matter, the XET Solutions, has won tenders from the city of Ekurhuleni to work on vital infrastructure-related electoral bill payments and is therefore involved within the city billing system.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has reiterated his call for all South Africans to rally behind Bafana Bafana. This as they kick off their campaign to win the FIFA World Cup game in Mexico in 10 days' time. Last week, Ramaphosa hosted a send-off dinner for the South Africa's men's football national team who have qualified for the 2026 World Cup. It's the first time they have qualified for the World Cup since the country hosted the event in 2010. In his letter to the nation, the president has likened the squad's breakthrough after a prolonged period of difficulty to that of the country whose democracy has matured. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to the leaders of Israel and Lebanon. This as the conflict between Israel and militant group Hezbollah continues to escalate despite a nominal ceasefire. Israel is pushing deeper into southern Lebanon as Hezbollah continues to attack northern Israel. The BBC's Lina Sinjab reports.
The key person who is giving guarantees to the Americans about Hezbollah's actions is Nabih Berri, the Speaker of the Parliament. And basically what he's saying, wanting the Israelis to stop hostilities first, and then he would give guarantees that Hezbollah will stop any hostilities against the Israelis. And this is something the Israelis are not giving, because they say Beirut will be safe, but no mention about what's going to happen to the south, the advancements of the occupation of the Israelis to South Lebanon.
Recapping the top story, the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has announced the fuel adjustments for June, with petrol and diesel prices moving in opposite directions. I'm Ondila Mara for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.1 FM in Bombela.
A world with respect is a world with no GBVF. I know violated women and men who stay quiet when it happens. It is not a distant reality, and our silence enables the abuser. Most women surveyed reported experiencing controlling behavior in relationships. Being a man is not about control. It is about responsibility. Choose to stop harm, call out, and change bad behavior. A world with respect is a world with no GBVF. No excuses. Refuse to be a bystander. This Youth Month, as young men and boys, we must lead the change against gender-based violence and femicide. Stand for dignity and safe communities. Join the movement alongside the GBVF Response Fund.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation, only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
The public is invited to nominate persons who have expertise or knowledge in the field of broadcasting, journalism and media and/or broadcasting law and related fields for an ad hoc appointment to the Appointment Committee of the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. 3 committee members will be appointed to serve a 4-year term from August 2026 to 31 December 2029. Persons with a financial interest in the broadcast or printed media industry are not eligible. Motivated nominees and nominees' acceptance in a short CV should be addressed to the registrar on email bccsa@nabsa.co.za. Nominations close on the 17th of June 2026. And for more information on the tasks of the Appointment Committee for the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, visit www.bccsa.co.za or see the Constitution. Only the best qualified nominees will be called for an interview.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Nkosi sikelela iAfrika maluphakanyiswa phondo lwayo yiswa imithanda Soweto sibe moya munye noma sekunzima emhlabeni sihlukunyezwa ngamabulu wenkosi sipha amandla okunqoba silwe nosatha ane wenkosi sikelela Nkosi sikelela iAfrika maluphakanyiswa uphondo lwayo Roma amandla Nkosi sipha amandla okunqoba silwe nosathane silwe nosathane
My team was trying to figure out when to play out of this song, and I said, this is one of those songs you got to run until the very, very last note. Keenan Mayer featuring Munei on Four List Prayer, bringing us to 2:15. And today is International Children's Day, which is widely celebrated to honor children, advocate for their rights and protect them from exploitation. We'll get some context around this day that dates back to 1925. And of course, what do we do in 2026? How do we begin to advocate for the rights of South African children? Talita Budram joins me now, Chief Impact Officer of MyDesk Global. How are you doing this afternoon, Teresa?
I'm good, thanks. And you, Bridget?
I'm good, thank you. Is it My Desk, by the way, or Me Desk?
My Desk.
My Desk.
Yes.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time, Talita. Much appreciated. Let's, I guess, firstly, maybe just get a little bit of context around My Desk Global. The kind of work and advocacy that preoccupies the bulk of your time, and how that obviously fits into International Children's Day.
Of course. So the My Desk, fun fact, actually started as my science project when I was 16 years old.
Oh.
And yeah, and it's now impacted over 5,300 children across 65 schools and as of last week, 9 hospitals in Gauteng and Southern Africa. So the My Desk is a wheeled school bag that turns into a desk and a chair and comes with a solar light.
Mm-hmm.
It is designed to have a 12-year lifespan, so it allows a child to use it at home as a homework station, pack it up, and take it to school and use as a workstation at school. So it's specifically designed for a child in a rural area with for ruggedized terrains. It's lightweight, durable, manufactured with partly recycled material, and is a registered proudly South African product. So the reason the My Desk was developed is that currently in South Africa there's 2.3 million children that do not have a desk at school and are still learning on the floor on this International Children's Day. And so the right to an education can't be claimed while they are sitting on cold, hard floors and writing on their laps. So it affects their handwriting, it affects their focus, their concentration, their homework delivery, and their overall academic ability if a child does not have a desk to write on.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's such a basic need, right, Talita, that if you go to a school whose infrastructure is halfway decent, you really don't think about the short and long-term impact of children in communities that do not have. It's not something that becomes top of mind, and it's not an experience that one can identify with. So for you as a 16-year-old, what was the catalyst? What was the spark of this idea and wanting to find a solution as well?
So when I was 16, my dad and I were watching the news, and I had a science project, as you do if you take physics or biology as a subject in grade 10. And so we were watching the news, and we saw a segment on children that didn't have desks at school. So that got us talking, and we said, if they don't have a desk at school, how are they doing their homework at home? On what surface or under what circumstances are they doing that? So I did a little bit of research and saw that the lack of desks globally are 400 million children that do not have a desk at school. And the effects of not having a surface to write on and how it affects a child's entire learning outcome. And so we went into the kitchen and we made the first My Desk prototype out of cat litter boxes and toy spade handles that we put together. And that was used at the science fair, which won gold. But then, as all science projects, they end up in the garage or in the shed when you're done with it. My mom then saw the potential in it, and she saw the impact it could have on a child's life. So she added the wheelie aspect, she added the solar light that comes with it to give a child a complete solution to learn on both at home and at school. And so she made it in alignment with 6 of the Sustainable Development Goals and got it out there. And so in the meantime, I had finished school and had gone off to study. And when I finished my honors, I came back and joined her, and this is what we do, and we have a goal to reach 1 million kids by 2030, which we are working extremely ferociously towards.
Absolutely. And I get the feeling that, whatever is the personal goal for My Desk definitely will be attained indeed. It speaks a lot, the work that you have done that inevitably now has become the family vision. It speaks a lot to a conversation around advocacy for children. the fact that the most vulnerable in the most desperate of situations need people like yourself. Sometimes we think that it must be multi-million-dollar organizations that must step in. But it can be one 16-year-old somewhere who sees a problem, whose heart gets touched, who reflects on a situation and decides that she's going to be the change that she wants to see, and she's going to advocate for other children. For them to have dignity and for them to have access, equal and adequate education.
Definitely. When you said be the change, that actually rang quite a bell for me, because it was my favorite quote growing up, is be the change you want to see in the world, by Mahatma Gandhi. And it rings very true that even a 16-year-old can see something that's wrong and want to fix it, and it can ultimately end up to create impact and change thousands, if not millions, of lives. We've recently done a study of the impact that we've had, and 100% of the schools reported an improved focus and classroom comfort. 90% reported improved attendance and maths performance, while 70% reported better handwriting. So our impact is measurable, consistent, and independently verified, which shows you something as simple as a desk to write on can have real impact on a child's ability to learn and succeed throughout school.
Absolutely. And those are very, very impressive results, by the way. Very, very impressive indeed. It does literally speak to the fact that half of the problem is infrastructure. If we can just get children safe, comfortable, and secure in these spaces, then we can deal with the other things, literacy and but half of the problem is one with infrastructure. Talk to me about the cost to production, per unit, and how are you mitigating that, and the kind of resource also that you require in order to make a significant dent on that 2.3 million children checkpoint that speaks to the problem.
Yes, so because the children cannot afford it, neither can their families or their communities, we at MyDesk Global get sponsors for it. So we work with sponsors across South Africa in terms of corporate social responsibility, but also philanthropy and grants from around the world, and other CSI or CSR spends as well from companies that want to donate towards impact in South Africa or Africa at large. So the cost of a desk is around 2,000 Rand, and that provides a child with the school bag, the desk, the chair, the solar light with a USB charging portal that a child can use at home and at school for their 12-year schooling career. So ultimately what we do is we have scaled up production on our side to reach our goal of 1 million kids by 2030. We are working on getting the funding and the fundraising in and the sponsors in to give it for us to raise the funds to give it to the kids for free.
Absolutely. And I hope that, this conversation reaches some ears that maybe sign off on checks and that are able to commit to a couple of thousand units as well. And whilst we're there, so to make this, I often feel that charity doesn't need to be loud. So if this is something that resonates with you, because charity is not a charitable act, you're giving someone's dignity back. And that should be done with a consciousness and a respect also for their circumstance. This is not for you, by the way, Talita. My little caveat is not for you.
No.
It's for those who wish to partner with you. Who hear our conversation and who wish to partner with you to make that 1 million dent that you seek to accomplish by 2030. Do it from the goodness of your heart. No need to splash your brand all over the desks. Just do it from the goodness of your heart. You will know that you did it. You will know that you gave Talita 1 million Rand or 500,000 or whatever the number is to put desks in children's hands and make children have a more pleasant and successful schooling career. No need to do the branding thing because we know what happened with that last situation. For anybody that wants to, that does want to partner with you, I presume in this instance, more than anything, funds is what, because you've got that manufacturing mechanism, you've got all of that. What you need is the money to put these desks into production.
Yes, and put it in the hands of the kids who need it most. We cannot expect children to learn effectively without the proper tools that give them the dignity, safety, and the proper learning environment to succeed. So I truly believe that a desk is not just a piece of furniture. It is a foundation of learning. And we are willing to work with absolutely anyone that wants to make a difference in the learning journey of a child and to ensure that they succeed in the future. So yes, if anyone could please reach out and help us get it in the hands of those who need it most, I'd be more than grateful to work with them.
Absolutely. Well, listen, congratulations on this endeavor. And just to reconfirm the most convenient ways for them to be in contact with your team, which would those be?
They can reach out via our website, which is www.mydeskglobal.com. That's MIDESK. Or email at info@mydesk.
All right. Let's just see that the phone just broke for a second there, Talita. So info@mydesk?
mydeskglobal.com.
All right. info@mydeskglobal.com. Thank you so much for the time, and more than anything, thank you to you and the family. The family that mom and dad who put the fire underneath your belt as well and went the extra mile. It could have just ended up being a good A+ science project that remained a science project, but look at the impact that it's had because the whole family decided to rally behind your vision for this one. Talita Budram, it's a pleasure. Chief Impact Officer at MyDesk Global, and you can contact Talita and her family on www.mydeskglobal.com or info@mydeskglobal.com. Be sure to get in contact with them if you feel there's a way that you can plug in with the necessary kinds of funds to get them to that 1 million learners goal for 2030. We're going to take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side. The song that I just played a moment ago was Keenan Meyer featuring Monet with Flawless Prayer, for those that are asking. That was the track.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
In Alexander Township, that was now on the 17th, a bullet went past my head, aimed at two young women who were saying, "Power, power." I fell to the ground, I got up and took the picture of this woman who was now shot in the stomach.
Hi, my name is Mo'aho Chauke. The June movement was very important because I, in my time, have been to a few protests, for example, for GBV and stuff like that. But I don't think I would have the bravery to be doing that on a daily basis, especially because I've been to peaceful protests. There wasn't police officers shooting at me or whatever. So I think the bravery to, at such a young age, do all of that needs to be commended and remembered.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Rise Mzansi MP Magashule Gana has been elected as the chairperson of the newly formed 31-member impeachment committee. The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has announced the fuel adjustments for June, with petrol and diesel prices moving in opposite directions, and demonstrations are taking place in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, over rising cases of femicide and violence against women. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Monday. It's time for Kids Corner. Today we're talking about something special, how children and adults can learn from each other. What do you think children can teach adults that adults may not know or may have forgotten? Do adults or elders in your life listen to you when you teach them something new? What is something you have taught an older person recently? Why do you think it's important for adults and children to learn from each other? How does it make you feel when someone older listens to your ideas or advice? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Hello everyone, my name is Matema Kos. I'm 7 years old. I go to Jabez Christian Academy. Adults can learn a great deal from kids. Mostly our curiosity, the ability to live in the moment, and our fearless imagination. Adults next to me listen to me when I teach them something new. I've taught my parents how to make cinnamon elephant ears. Adults and children learn from each other to foster continuous growth. When someone listens to my ideas and advice, I feel very happy.
Hey friends, my name is Sedi and I go to Law School Malan. What do I think kids can teach adults? I think kids can teach adults or their parents dance challenges from TikTok or how to be creative. Yes, adults in my life do listen to me when I teach them, especially something new from the world of technology. I've recently taught an older person how to use a feature on a cell phone. It is important for adults to learn from kids or to teach kids because they get to understand each other more. When an older person listens to my ideas, I feel happy and valued. Thank you, friends.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley Kabambai. I think children can teach adults many things, especially about new technology, trends, and sometimes even how to see life in a more creative and positive way. Adults in my life do listen when I teach them something new, especially when it comes to using phones or apps. Recently, I helped an older family member understand how to use a feature on their phone. I think it's important for adults and children to learn from each other because everyone has different experiences and knowledge to share. It makes me feel very happy and respected when someone older listens to my ideas or advice because it shows that my thoughts also matter.
Good day everyone, my name is Jawalo Mabuya. I am currently doing grade 5 at Mikateka Primary School and I'm 11 years old. Adults and elders always listen to me when I teach them something different. I recently taught an older person how to use a smartphone. I think it's important for adults and children to learn from each other because adults offer children wisdom and life skills, and also children help adults to adapt to new or relevant stuff. When someone older listens to my ideas, it really makes me happy and proud of myself.
What do you think children can teach adults that adults may not know or have forgotten?
They can teach elders about new technology.
Do adults or adults in your life listen to you when you teach them something new?
Yes.
What is something you have taught an older person recently?
I taught an elder on how to use a smartphone.
Why do you think it's important for adults and children to learn from each other?
So that we can learn new things from each other.
How does it make you feel when someone older listens to your ideas or advice?
It makes me feel confident.
So I do mind my tone when I speak to others and genuinely my elders, but sometimes they think that when I raise a point or something, but maybe they don't understand that I'm trying to raise my voice at them when I'm just talking normally. Maybe it's just, I don't even know. Maybe they think that I'm trying to yell at them even when I'm speaking normally. I don't get why people think I'm yelling when I'm just like speaking normally or speaking disrespectfully when I speak normally, unless they want me to sound like a little like 2-year-old when I talk to them, like, hi, you know, I'm not. And I don't think it's okay to shout at elders and to express how you feel, but I mean, elders also need to learn their place sometimes. This is not to offend anybody, but like if an elder person is like really, really rude or something to you and they expect you to be okay with it just because they're older than you, then that's not understanding their place. You have to be respectful to others if you want them to respect you. And when I do shout at my elders, which I barely do, it's because they irritate me. I'm not even gonna lie, because sometimes it's just irritating to like talk to people normally, like in this way, and then they get mad and they start yelling at me. Then I'll start getting mad because I'm talking to you normally. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. We often think that adults teach us everything, but the truth is that adults can learn a lot from children too. Children often remind adults about being curious, honest, creative, and seeing the world with wonder and excitement. Sometimes adults become very busy with work and responsibilities, and they may forget the importance of enjoying simple things, asking questions, or looking at life from a different perspective. Many children today also teach adults new things about technology, mobile phones, computers, apps, and social media. It is becoming more common for us as children to help our parents, grandparents, or teachers. This shows that learning can happen at any age and that everyone has something valuable to share. When adults take their time to listen to children, it helps us as children feel respected, valued, and confident. It shows that our thoughts and ideas matter. We should remember that our voices are important and we can contribute positively to conversations at home, at school, and in our communities. At the same time, we can learn a lot of things from our adults. Adults have life experiences, wisdom, and knowledge that can help guide us as we grow. This is why it is important for us as children and adults to learn from each other. When both generations listen, share ideas, and respect one another, stronger relationships are built and everyone benefits. As children, we should never be afraid to share our ideas respectfully or teach someone something new. Likewise, adults should remain open to learning from younger people. Learning is not something that stops when we become older. It is a lifelong journey. When an older person listens to your advice, asks for your opinion, or learns something from you, it can make you feel proud, confident, and appreciated. It reminds us that everyone, regardless of age, has something important to contribute. By listening to one another and learning together, we create a world where knowledge, respect, and understanding continues to grow. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
South Africa, on the 11th of June, history repeats itself. It all begins with a moment we'll never forget. South Africa versus Mexico. Relive the rivalry. Feel the pride. Witness the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Catch the opening match live on SABC3 at 9 p.m. Stream it on SABC Plus and follow every moment on SABC radio stations nationwide. This is more than a game. This is our story, our passion, our time. All of us, all in. Go Fela. Only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
In
case you missed it.
The toll on healthcare professionals that work in this sick system is quite immense. The toll on patients. You know how often I get calls where people can't get care, where people, South Africans, are queuing for cancer treatment and they die on the queue. But there's people that go through, there seems to be records about who gets in and who procures the services. The level of corruption in Gauteng is out of this world.
Sure.
Gauteng Health should be put under administration.
Dr. Jose Letlape, an MP of Action SA.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, our final conversation tonight, we are taking a look at 54 states. Or today, we're taking a look at 54 states. Kalogo, I'm so relaxed now. If you're live streaming us and you notice something has changed, I've changed chairs in the break because we've got some new chair infrastructure inventory, some testing it out and get relaxed. It feels very nice. We are catching up with Chioma Ude, founder and CEO of Africa International Film Festival, AFRIF, and Content Marketplace. The Africa International Film Festival is hosted in Nigeria, marking its history also this year at the 2026 Cannes Film Market. How are you doing this afternoon, Chioma?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for the time. Much appreciated. So perhaps just to give us some background around the Africa International Film Festival, from inception to where we are in 2026, how did this idea come to be?
Hello? I hate this.
Yes,
Hello?
Chioma, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yes, I was
What did you
saying
say?
perhaps a brief context, a brief history of the Africa International Film Festival. What necessitated you founding the festival?
So the festival is 16 years old, but really it's this 15th edition because of COVID. It's been so the festival did start up because I felt we needed a global reach. We needed more global recognition, understanding of who we are. And so starting an international film festival opened up that leeway to the rest of the world coming in and seeing us even more. We had played good around the continent, and I felt like we needed to be seen and heard. And so that's how AFIF came about, really.
Yeah. It's 16 years in. Just a reflection also on some of the stories and the themes that have come out from AFRIF.
So we've had quite a lot of themes. The one I would most say I enjoyed was the theme on uniting Africa with our stories. And that was sometime in 2014, I think. And then we had a lot of participation. We focused on more participation on the continent. So really, while exposing and opening up our stories to the rest of the world, we needed to unite within the continent, bring our stories together for them to really see us for who we are. The continent isn't about one country or two, it's about 54 countries. And so 54 different cultures, different stories, different experiences needed to be told. So for me, uniting Africa is the most powerful of all themes we've ever done, and we would have to do it again.
Yeah. So much so is the power of the festival and the impact of the festival in carrying those stories from all across 54 states that you are officially represented at this year's Goes to Cannes platform at the Cannes Film Festival.
Yes, that was historic for Africa. We had 5 films selected at the Africa Film market we had. And so those 5 films were also selected at the Goes to Cannes. The great thing about African stories, African film, African cinema, is that we've worked so hard. And so while it is exciting to be part of Goes to Cannes, it's also due. I won't say long overdue, but it is due. I mean, this is their 76th edition. And so in 76 years, this is when we get to go. So I think we are overdue for what we've just experienced. But it also shows that the world is listening and they're prepared for us. We've prepared the table. We've prepared everything about what we are long enough for them to now say, okay, fine. How do we get on board and how do we make this even part of the global story?
Absolutely. Deservedly so, right? For the festival and for the storytellers that you platform to have a presence at the prestigious Cannes Film Festival. What stood out for you the most, for yourself and the team? What stood out for you the most in as far as maybe the experience or even the reception of the stories and the storytellers that you platformed?
What stood out for me, for the storytellers or for the distributors, the people, the audience that were there to receive the films? I'm not sure which one you're asking after.
The audience
or
the audience, distributors as well,
audience,
because also an important part of the value chain.
Yes. So I'll tell you about the audience and I'll tell you what stood out for me. So the audience was great. We had from PAX to BBC to name it, right? They were all there, and also the investors. So the investors are looking at co-production. And I'll say this again, it's not about one country. It's about co-production deals between African countries and the rest of the world. There was a lot of talk around that. And for the films that were submitted, the films most liked were the films that were very focused on culture. Be it culture of love, be it culture of epic, or, but they were very curious and interested in those type of films. Now, there's a film from South Africa that was super interesting, and it's funny that the people that are very interested in it now are also from India. But it was a great story about an Indian boy, a true story about an Indian boy who playfully crossed the fence or boundaries into the Zulu tribe, which wasn't done back in the apartheid time. And this boy grew to be a favorite of a king, of the Zulu king. So it's a very uniting story. I love that story so much. And so that's a story that was, it picked up great interest from 3 big be it streamers or TV station.
Yeah.
3.
I just want to take a quick break here, Chioma. We'll come back on the other side and begin to wind down our conversation.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
Agitators who do not cease their activities immediately will be prevented from continuing with it by being placed in detention in terms of the Internal Security Act. Strong police units will be on hand to deal with any person. These units will have instructions to protect law-abiding citizens and property at all costs.
Hi, my name is Infanta. From 1976, what they did, I see the influence they had in the rest of the country, because I know it sparked more revolution in townships all over the country. My mom's from Eastern Cape, even they were fighting because of what was going on, you know what I mean? That's something that people don't really speak about the influence it had in other places. So I think that, if they weren't brave enough to fight, I wouldn't be living nice in Centurion, living comfortably.
South Africa, history repeats itself, and it all begins with the moment that we'll never forget. South Africa versus Mexico on the 11th of June. Relive the rivalry and feel the pride. Witness the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup 2026. You can catch the opening match live on SABC3 at 9 p.m. or you can stream it on SABC Plus and follow every moment on SABC radio stations nationwide. This is more than a game, it's our story, our passion, our time. All of us all in Gauteng, only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
As we begin to wind down on our catch-up with Chioma Ude, founder and CEO of Africa International Film Festival and Arif Film and Content Market. For 54 states today, we're reflecting on Arif making its showing at Goes to Cannes platform at the Cannes Film Festival. And Chioma, I wanted to also just reflect a little bit around funding, distribution, and international collaboration, for instance. Some of the takeaway conversations with yourself and fellow collaborators at the Cannes Film Festival?
So in terms of collaborations, there were so many people. And so, when the festival is over, then the serious ones begin to send emails, and then you begin to know who's more serious. In the moment, everyone is excited, everyone is talking, everyone wants to be part of. But I always say it's when the festival is over, those that keep in touch and reach out, those are the serious ones. And we've had a few so far. In terms of co-product, and what I like most that happened, there was a big South African production company that was in the room. In fact, they were part of the audience, but then they are going to be collaborating. They're going to partner with me on films and also maybe one of the projects. And so for me, uniting Africa for the rest of the world is most important. So we make the films together and then we sell it to the other side of the world. And so that was very important to me. Yes.
And just as we wrap it up, perhaps some reflections around the impact that African filmmakers and the influence that African filmmakers are beginning to shape in the world of global cinema and in the world of storytelling.
The impact we're having?
Yes.
So it's more about the impact our stories are having. As individuals, we're not ripe, we're not known, we're doing great. But from my own perspective, I think it's the stories that are being more impactful. Now, the American stories have been cycled over and over. They have no authentic stories left, really. And so they're looking towards our stories. And that's why we have to keep it authentic. We have to keep it real. And so our stories are being more impactful. They love the stories. Documentary is going to be a big part of the first steps of us going global. Because, from the Middle East, I always get, they want to know more about who we are. And so you know more about who you are, they will ask for the documentaries first. But basically, what I see is the stories are the impactful ones, not the makers yet.
On that point, we'll leave it here for this afternoon, but we appreciate the time. That was Chioma Ude, founder and CEO of Africa International Film Festival. And they platformed 5 projects at this year's Cannes Film Festival. Family Secrets, which was a Nigeria-South Africa collaboration, and Insight coming from Rwanda, Prostitute from Nigeria, Achalugu from Nigeria, and The Boy and His King, which was a South African-Nigeria collaboration. In our last 5 minutes of the show, we are going to just rewind back on the Madlanga Commission, day 110 at the Commission. They've come back. They've commenced after the 2-week break, which they took in order for them to just consolidate that second phase reporting. KZN Hawks Warrant Officer Carl Sanders has been the witness of the day as the Commission focused on the Potchefstroom drug bust this week, continuing from where they left off. And Colonel Sander or rather Warrant Officer Sander was stationed at the South African Narcotics Enforcement Bureau, which is a division within the Hawks responsible for investigating large-scale drug trafficking networks. Let's reflect back on some of the exchanges from today.
It follows on the next page. Do you see that your name does not appear there
I see
as
that.
it did in the first report?
Commissioner, yes?
Again, you weren't informed of the results of the polygraph.
No, Commissioner.
Okay. And
am I allowed to see this, Commissioner?
Yes. Then if you go to page 473 at 5.5, you see it says no opinion, NO was recorded for the following members due to examiner error, and your name is the second name there. So on this one it says that there was examiner error, so there was no opinion submitted in respect of your polygraph. You weren't informed of that either. No. Okay. So as of this date, you still don't know what the results of your polygraph.
I have it now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Do you know if any of the other members were informed of what the outcome of their polygraph tests were?
I do not.
Okay.
Sorry, Ms. Sigers, can you please make me understand this one and the earlier one we went through, where there was a result recorded, and that result was what? DI.
Deception indicated.
Yes. Can you explain how the two stand together?
Chair, all that we know at this stage is that the one is signed by FSL.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know whether it had been submitted to the DPCI, and we know the other one seems to be a feedback report, which should be based on the first report, but it is unsigned, and it seems that it was intended to be signed by the national head at the time, General Libya, either accepting it or approving it. We don't know at this stage, and we're still investigating the differences in the reporting.
The differences and the source, for example.
The source.
One. Yeah.
Correct, Chair.
So it's
possible that there could be a signed one somewhere?
It is possible.
Yes.
Just to then deal with that aspect, you say that you were not present. I was confused as to when you say you were not present. You weren't present when the theft occurred? Were you on leave when the theft occurred? Or you were on leave and then you get called in about you having to do a polygraph test? Just clarify that for me.
As far as I can recall, I was on leave when the seizure was made.
That was in June 2021.
Yes. And if I'm correct, I think I might have also still been on leave when the housebreaking took place, the theft.
So that would have been in November 2021?
Yeah.
Okay, so on both occasions?
I cannot recall, but my records are easily accessible, but I know that I was never at either of those scenes.
Okay, but when you came back from leave, is that when you were told that you have to undergo a polygraph?
That is correct. Our whole office was called in and we were paraded.
You were?
Paraded.
What do you mean?
We stand parade before an officer and they give us instruction. We were in the boardroom. It was quite a few of us. It was members from the Serious and Violent Crimes. I think there was other sections as well.
Okay.
All right, that's where we leave it from our end. The National Pulse are going to bring you the next update around the Madlanga Commission. It's just a few moments to go before the top of the hour. And before we say goodbye, I just want to remind you that SAFM's News with Momentum and those with financial advisors have a better shot at generational wealth. So speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your specific context. We'll see you again tomorrow, and more conversation continues on The Full Circle. Inshallah, God willing, we do it again.
Thank you, Bridget. And the team on the top stories. Makashule Ghana elected chairperson of impeachment committee, and Kenyans protest over femicide and violence against women. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. Rise Mzansi MP Makashule Ghana has been elected as the chairperson of the impeachment committee. The committee is going to implement the Constitutional Court order and look at the Section 89 independent panel's report that recommended that there was a prima facie case against President Cyril Ramaphosa following theft of foreign currency at his Palapala farm in 2020. Ghana defeated the leader of the United Africans Transformation, Dr. Wonderboy Mahlatsi, by 19 votes against 12. Secretary of the committee, Thembinkosi Ngoma, read out the votes.
And if I can start with the candidate that received the majority of the votes, that will be Mr. Makashule Ghana. And Dr. Mahlatsi received, Mr. Ghana received 19 votes. And Mr. Mahlatsi, Dr. Mahlatsi received 12 votes. Honorable members, it is a pleasure for me to now declare Mr. Makashule Ghana as a newly elected chairperson of the Impeachment Committee for Section 89 inquiry. And I would like to invite Mr. Ghana to come and take his seat and preside over the meeting. And would like to thank you very much, honorable members, for making this process as easy as it was for me. Thank you so much.
Earlier, various political parties in Parliament, including the GNU partners, said they wanted National Assembly Speaker Togo Didiza to be recused from overseeing the impeachment process. The 11 parties met ahead of the first meeting of the impeachment committee discussing the election of a chairperson. ATM leader Vuyo Zungula explained the reason they wanted Didiza to be recused from the impeachment process.
The Monday after the Friday in which the judgment was issued, the Speaker met with the legal advisors, not only of the ANC, but also of other people who we view that was going to taint the process. So with that being said, we agreed that we are going to move for the recusal of the Speaker for this process, for this particular oversight of the impeachment committee.
The Mineral and Petroleum Resources Department has announced the fuel adjustments for June, with petrol and diesel prices moving in opposite directions. With effect from Wednesday, both grades of petrol will go up by R1.43 per litre, and diesel will drop by between R3.25 and R2.65 per litre, depending on the grade. The department has also confirmed that retail price of illuminating paraffin is set to decrease by R7.95 per litre. The maximum retail price of LP gas will be reduced by 17 cents per kilogram countrywide and 20 cents per kilogram in the Saldanha area in the Western Cape. The department spokesperson Robert Make.
The reasons for these adjustments are the international product prices decreased on average during the period under review, despite the slightly higher oil prices. The rand strengthened against the dollar during the period under review. The amount of general fuel levy relief has been reduced by R1.50 per litre for petrol and by R1.96 per litre for diesel, in line with the announcement by the Minister of Finance. The slate levy increased by 35 cents per litre from 122.7 to 157.74 cents per litre in the price structures of both petrol and diesel.
Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen says that 3.5 million doses of Biogenesis Bago vaccine arrived in South Africa last week. It will help ramp up the country's efforts against foot and mouth disease, which has plagued cattle livestock. The minister says while the initial vaccinations was targeted to dairy herds, efforts will now be expanded to the feedlot industry, red meat producer organization, the stud breeders industry, provinces, as well as regional vaccination along the country's borders. Steenhuisen told the media in Pretoria that 14 million more vaccine doses were secured.
I can also announce that the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority has approved the Section 21 application for Junevax, a private company in South Africa whom we procure our Dolvet vaccine through, has given them the license to import 14 million doses of the Dolvet vaccine. The first consignment of 4 million of those will arrive during the course of this month. This vaccine pipeline that we have been able to now establish will ensure that we're able to deliver the booster vaccinations that are required. Remember, all animals have to be vaccinated twice within the 6-month period.
Demonstrations are taking place in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi, over rising cases of femicide and violence against women. Hundreds of protesters have gathered in the city centre carrying placards bearing the names of victims. There has been a series of gruesome murders in Kenya, including a musician and activist who was killed and set on fire. The protesters want femicide declared a national crisis. Recapping the top story, Rise Mzansi MP Makashule Ghana has been elected as the chairperson of the newly formed 31-member impeachment committee. I'm Lambana for SAfm News Headlines at 3:30.
And it's a very good afternoon to you. In your National Pulse Sport, we go to Bafana's Impekezeli Mbukazi predicting a wide open World Cup group for the squad. And we have good news in cricket. Kagiso Rabada claiming the IPL Purple Cap as South Africans shine on cricket's biggest T20 stage. All the details at around 3:30.
And that's the SAfm News with Momentum. And here's an insight. Those with financial advisors have a better shot at generational wealth. Speak to a Momentum accredited financial advisor for advice that meets your context.
Some say the squeaky wheel gets the grease. Well, sometimes it gets the grease, sometimes it gets replaced. Generic guidance only fits a few situations. That's why Momentum accredited financial advisors take the time to understand you and only then apply their expertise. Advice meets your context. Momentum, your journey to success. Momentum is part of Momentum Group Limited, an authorized financial services and registered credit provider.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 106.1 FM in Bombela. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
It has been that sort of last 4 days, isn't it? Not being here on Thursday because of the Muslim Eid al-Adha celebrations, right? And then the plan to do the same on the Friday, but that changed to a degree because my brother-in-law Farouk Garda passes away, so that changes it all. Then Saturday watching the Champions League football, and then Sunday night, would you believe it, playing paddle for my team, the Goats, as late and coming back at 10:30 at night. And then you get to work today on the first day after a 4-day break. And it's very clear the name Makashule Ghana will be talked about a lot today, tomorrow, and for a while because of his position now as the chairperson of the impeachment committee. My name's Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. Thanks for connecting. Lots to come through over the next 3 hours. So I'm giving you a thumbs up. Hopefully you'll do the same and send us a picture with you giving us a thumbs up as you join us on the show. By the way, one word, just one word to gauge your reaction on the appointment or the election of Makashule Ghana as the chairperson of the impeachment committee. What's your one word? Text, voice note, tweet. It's all yours. Welcome to the show.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfm Radio.
Right, so the impeachment committee on the Section 89 inquiry, well, they match up. They had the inaugural meeting, and as was very clear, there was just one item on the agenda to elect a chairperson. That'll be followed by a whole lot of other things in terms of rules, regulations and guidelines. Now, to recap, the committee was established following the Constitutional Court judgment which directed that Parliament investigate whether there are valid grounds to recommend the President, that's President Ramaphosa's removal from office. Let's just get to the action in this case here and reflect so you can hear the sound of how the MPs voted today.
For Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to call for Ms. L.S. Makubela.
I vote yes for the name of Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much. I'll then, in the absence of Ms. Maimela KJ, who's an alternate who would have had a vote in the absence of Mr. Likhanyana, I don't see her, so I will proceed to the Democratic Alliance. Mr. G. Mikalakis.
Thank you, Chair. I vote in favor of Mr. Ghana.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Bibi Notada.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good morning, voting. Good afternoon, voting yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. K.L. Khakau.
I, Karabula Rato Khakau, vote in favor of the Honorable Makashule Gala as Chair. Thank you.
I'll proceed to call Advocate G. Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair. I vote for Mr. Ghana.
Thank you, Advocate Breitenbach. I will proceed to call for Ms. N.K. Sharif.
Thank you, Chair. I vote yes for Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I will now proceed to the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party and will invite Dr. M.J. Hlophe.
I do not support Mr. Ghana, Honorable Ghana. I vote no.
No, thank you, sir. And I will now proceed to call for Mr. S.I. Gama.
I vote against. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I will now proceed to call Mo Africa, Dr. K. Litchfield Chabalala.
Ngiyabonga Mgcinisihlalo. Cha, ngala with spirit, body and soul. It's a no.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now proceed to the Economic Freedom Fighters and will call for Mr. J.S. Malima.
Thank you, Chair. I vote against the ANC candidate.
Thank you, Mr. Malima. I will now proceed to call for Ms. O.M.C. Mawotwe.
Thank you, Chair. It's a no. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I will now proceed to the Inkatha Freedom Party and invite Mr. N.M. Hadebe.
Thank you, Chair. I vote yes for Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much, sir. I will now proceed to the Patriotic Alliance and will invite Mr. M.V. Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. On behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, we vote in favor of a very impartial Honorable Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I will now proceed to the Freedom Front Plus and will invite Mr. W.W. Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I vote yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I will now proceed to Action SA and will invite Ms. L.M. Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chairperson. L.M. Ngobeni for Action SA. We vote against Mr. Ghana.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ngobeni. I will now proceed to the African Christian Democratic Party and will invite Mr. S.N. Swart.
Against. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay, that's how the voting went. Let me just put that give you perspective. 31 MPs had to vote. Makashule Ghana of the Rise Mzansi Party, he picked up 19 votes. The United Africans Transformation, that's UAT, their president is Dr. Wonderboy Maklatsi, received 12 votes. So therefore, the committee is constituted with Makashule Ghana now the chairperson of the committee. Let's get reaction. What does all this mean? How significant is it? It should be significant, but let's understand the why around it. With me, Professor Andre Duvenage, a political analyst from the Northwest University. Prof. Duvenage, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon. Nice talking again.
Thank you. Right. Firstly, what comes through very clearly, I mean, you've had parties like the ANC and the DA with significant support in terms of the 31, but ultimately the two nominees come from very, very small parties.
Well, yes, there's a very interesting thing in terms of the composition of this commission, and that is that all parties in the National Assembly should be represented. And what we are seeing is, proportionally speaking, that the minority parties are overrepresented in comparison to the bigger parties. And this is making interesting reading, especially if you think about the strategy of the ANC to accommodate minority parties within the government of national unity at the expense of the Democratic Alliance. So I am reading that some of these majority parties will stronger align towards an ANC position of some sort. That is to say, if the ANC is going to be a coherent group. And that is also an open question at this point in time. The fact that there's a minority party person in control, I think it is better than we have an ANC person, or maybe even a person of the not formal, let's call it informal opposition, the DA, or the formal opposition, the MK party. So this will give a bit of an independent status, although I'm not that sure. If it's completely independent, I think in a way the minority parties are co-opted in some way.
Okay. Tell me then about the election of Makashule Ghana himself, meaning how significant is it for himself and, in fact, for his party, Rise Mzansi?
Well, I think it is very important. It's the first time that Rise Mzansi really came to the fore. Okay, they won a seat or two in the National Assembly, but the fact of the matter is they didn't play a prominent role in the National Assembly due to numbers. And now, for the first time, there's an opportunity to direct a process that can be a very fundamental process in South African politics. It's very interesting. This morning I had a long conversation with legal experts, and they argued basically that from a legal perspective, it's going to be extremely difficult to prosecute Cyril Ramaphosa. Not only the two-thirds majorities, but also technical legal processes and things. But the political process is a completely different thing.
So would you then say that at this point in time that Makashule Ghana has been elected, besides other factors, the fact that he does have the support of the ANC? Without that support, he would not be elected.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That is the majority from the ANC. And I have no doubt, knowing politicians over many decades, that they would have played a political game behind the scenes. There would be some form of co-option in this regard. And he was probably being selected before the time and groomed to play that role under these circumstances.
Okay.
I have no doubt that the ANC and Cyril Ramaphosa is doing, let's call it danger management or risk management,
Okay.
crisis management of some sort.
How important is the role then of the chairperson of this committee? Meaning he chairs it, but how much power does he have outside the other members of that committee?
Well, my take on it is that if you have a strong chairperson, and this has a lot to do with personality, with style, with your academic and other backgrounds, and knowing processes, procedures, and so on, such a person can play a very decisive role, directing such a meeting in a certain line, working within the parameters set for this specific commission. So if you have a strong person, it can have an influence. I think this is going to be a big test for Ghana. There's
And
no
I mean,
doubt about it.
and we know there was the other candidate that received 9 votes, right? What would have happened if that candidate won this election or the nomination there for chairperson? That means, I think that the bottom line to the audience is, how would that then differ in terms of their work? Because ultimately it is about the actual decisions of the impeachment committee and the recommendations they make.
I think that the other candidate, and I was not there, I am speculating a bit now. I think the other candidate, Malatsi, was probably a candidate that was having the support of parties like the MK Party, the EFF, and a few others. And their take on Ramaphosa is a lot more tougher than these parties that are being co-opted in the political process.
So need I then say that upfront, that if we have a candidate who has the support of the ANC, then need I say that in fact that those compromises may be felt? And I'm not putting a slur on the person, we don't know. In fact, we'll chat to Makashule Ghana just now. But is that possible?
That is possible. That is definitely possible that Makashule Ghana can have an influence on that process.
But can the ANC have the influence? Can the ANC have the influence on the chairperson if they've supported him?
Yeah, they can have. There's no doubt. And they probably will have in some way.
Okay.
Because the ANC, as a political party, is working in terms of trade-offs. Assist me here and you will benefit there. That type of politics. They are doing the business model of politics.
Right.
I have no doubt that something is going on there. There is a link between the ANC and Makashule.
Someone may say, show us the receipts, but we'll see about that. Professor Andre Dubenacher, appreciate your time. By the way, we'll chat to Makashule Ghana, the newly appointed chairperson of that committee, coming up at about 10 to 4. Do not miss that. This is the National Pulse.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
I'm Samela Kilpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, let's get your calls immediately. So firstly, give me your one-word reaction, your one-word reaction to the news now that Makashule Ghana is the chairperson of this significant impeachment committee. It is significant, isn't it? Because the president's future, and in many ways the future of the political party he heads up, is invested in what comes out of that conversation and the recommendations they make to the General Assembly. Then beyond that, what about your thoughts with the conversation I had with Professor Andre Dubenacher? What came out of that? What are the insights that he shared that you'd like to share with us? Think about all of that and more. I'll take your calls right away. You can call in live. In fact, you can do it right away. You can WhatsApp us, voice notes or text messages, and you can tweet as well. While you're thinking about all of that, let me remind you of this, right? First of all, I have to tell you that there's always this point about people listening in for the very first time. If you are listening, tell me when you come on so I can give you a shout out. In the meantime, if your regular plumber was becoming too expensive, you'd switch right. So why pay more for car insurance? Switching to Outsurance saved 43-year-old Gloria an unbelievable 513 rands on a 2024 Audi Q3. So get a quote now, and if Outsurance can't save you money, we'll ask for 500 rands or 1,500 bucks if you've been claim free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Do it now. SMS out 30754. You got it? Out 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's and information online.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
Okay, in the world of global politics in Daychan, the word from Soviet is interesting. My one word for the shameful appointment of Mr. Ghana is stage. Well, in fact, you're saying two words, shameful and stage. Got that? Soviet years more.
Ashraf, the professor there, and fellow FM listeners, good afternoon. My name is Tulani Nzima in Croydon. I do not understand when we are being told that Mahashule Ghana was not going to win without the support of the ANC. Remember here, the ANC out of 31 has only 9. 9 is not majority. Majority on 31, it has to be 15 point something. So the ANC, they were not going to win with their own candidate for the chairpersonship, because 9 out of 31 would not have made that person or their preferred candidate to be the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but I think what we're saying is they don't have the majority. But if you take the ANC's 19, if you take the ANC's 9 away, then where would Ghana get the 15 plus that you're talking about to be able to get the position of chairperson, keeping in mind that 12 already went to another candidate? So that's the point we're making about their influence in getting them to be in this position. Here's another, let's see.
A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf. One way to describe this process of electing chairperson is cooked, simply because it was cooked from Lutuli House by the ANC and the Oppenheimers. Shotisnyola and Mafefe Limpopo. Thank you, Ashraf.
So what did you expect them to do then? I mean, you don't expect the ANC and the MK party and others to be in sync. And the EFF went the other way, so who cooked their position? You get my point. Parties, political parties, have a position, and I get a sense they clearly then instruct their candidates to vote along a certain ideological line, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Mbongo Sunday Samboyisa here. Mr. Ashraf, government has got a responsibility to educate the citizens about the importance of having good relationship with these other foreign countries, African countries. You see, South Africa alone cannot survive. Cobalt, we get it like from Congo. Electricity from Mozambique. And water, some of the provinces are getting it from Lesotho. So if those people, they close those resources, what will they do? We cannot survive alone. Hey, man.
Okay, man, dissatisfied. Here's another, right? Listen to this.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. It is clear DA and ANC are not going to vote for the impeachment of President Cyril Ramaphosa. Because if they do, and Apostolo Paulos comes in, they will be out. So DA will secure that. And they've got other members like Patriotic Alliance already. The IFP has already said something there like that. So President Ramaphosa is not going anywhere. But congratulations to Horizon Mzanzi's representative there, Magashule Ghana. I hope he will do the great job there. Good afternoon, it's Maruma in Maike.
Thanks for that, Maruma. And there's more. I'm going to try and squeeze them in before we get to the news headlines. Here we are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf. Mbongo Sunday Samboyisa here. Mr. Ashraf, government has got a response.
Sorry, I've done that already. Ashraf, good. One, the parties on the left were dealt a blow. They were expecting candidates from their Boksburg weekend gathering. Most disappointing is Malema and Zungula. Malema already calling him an ANC, I think it is. And here's interesting. I mean, Fikile Mbulula, the Secretary General of the ANC, ahead of the vote, said the ANC will not back Musi Maimani's bid for the position. And I'm quoting, listen to this one, because Maimani apparently was standing, and this is what the SG of the ANC said. We are not going into the impeachment process to defend. We are going into the impeachment guided by the rulings of the Constitutional Court and follow all matters step by step up to the letter. If at the end the president has to appear before the impeachment committee, we have acted. Even in the adult committee, we have acted without fear or favour against our own. Then about Musi Maimane. Where does this thing that Musi Maimane talks about and formulate an unfounded principle? I mean, Maimane has got ambitions to chair the committee. It's all in his own right. He must come forward about it. And then I can tell you, we will not support it. He then said, he's just formulating his own rules. I know he wants to chair the committee. He has made an overchoice to us, a man with one seat in Parliament. We can also argue we have given him more than what he can chew in that Parliament Appropriation Committee and one seat. Interestingly enough, Rise Mzansi, what have they got? 2 seats? Yeah. 3:30. Yes, the news.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Rise Mzansi MP Makashule Ghana has been elected as the chairperson of the impeachment committee. Warrant Officer Carl Sander from the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal has told the Madlanga Commission that he does not know how he became a suspect in the disappearance of more than 540 kilograms of cocaine from Port Shepstone in 2021. And Israel has ordered attacks against Hezbollah in the southern suburbs of Beirut, prompting many residents to evacuate the Lebanese capital. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Who says talking never solves anything? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Okay, Tumi's not around, which means Zai is in the hot seat. Zai, you want to talk about a young player off to the World Cup, one of our youngest, right?
Yeah, and a man who's on fire, Chicago fire, I might add, South Africa's defender, and he's looking forward to it. I mean, he just signed, a 50 million rand deal? So yeah, he's excited. He believes Group A at the FIFA World Cup could be one of the tournament's most unpredictable. South Africa have been drawn alongside co-host Mexico and South Korea, as well as the Czech Republic, in their first appearance at football's global showpiece since hosting the event in 2010. Now, the defender, who has enjoyed an impressive start to life in the United States, says Bafana have every reason to believe they can compete for a knockout spot.
The group ayikho lula izodinga thina ezibafana sihambe siyomela isizwe ngoba khethiwe ukuthi siyomela isizwe le esiwedlala as igroup vele kwa-tournament izoba nzima and i-group stage yethu inzima ngoba wonke umuntu ufuna ukuwina. Into ezosiza thina ezibafana ukubambisana, ukufayitha, ukulwa, yonke into kumele senze ngokuhlangana ngoba kuningi okuzokwenzakala kwi-tournament. Singalindela noma ngabe into ezosiza thina ukuthi sisondelane, sibambane, silwe, kungabikho igame ezizoyithatha kancane.
Let's go to more soccer news. The South African Football Association announced the creation of a 3-member emergency committee to manage Bafana's administration affairs at the FIFA World Cup. The move follows the visa debacle, which delayed the team's departure for Mexico and forced the sports minister, Gator McKenzie, to intervene, calling the situation embarrassing and grossly unfair towards the players and coaching staff. SAFA confirmed that while 4 visas were still outstanding, arrangements were made with the U.S. consulate and DIRCO to ensure all players could travel. The squad is now set to fly out this evening. Now, in a statement, SAFA apologized to the nation, saying the new committee will ensure logistical and administrative matters are dealt with swiftly during the tournament. In the meantime, Mexico's Guillermo Ochoa is set to become the first goalkeeper in history to appear at 6 FIFA World Cups after being named in the co-host squad for the 2026 finals. The 40-year-old, who is now playing for AEL Limassol in Cyprus, joins Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi as the only male players to feature in 6 editions of the tournament. And cricket, Kagiso Rabada has finished the IPL season on top of the bowling charts, claiming the coveted purple cap despite the Gujarat Titans falling short in the final against the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. Rabada took 1 wicket in yesterday's decider to finish the tournament with 29 wickets from 17 matches. And finally, Olympic news. Construction has officially begun in Brisbane's new 63,000-seat Olympic Stadium in Victoria Park. Despite days of protests from Indigenous and environmental groups, the stadium, costing billions, will host the opening and closing ceremonies and athletics during the Games before becoming the city's main venue for cricket and Australian rules football. Opposition remains strong, with the Save Victoria Park group warning of the loss of cultural and ecologically significant green space. The government insists more than 2/3 of the park will remain public green space once work is complete. That's your sport. That's on the National Pulse. I'm Zai Khan. More at the top of the hour.
Zai, did I hear you say that they've appointed a committee? So just can you tell me what that committee actually is going to do now?
We will have to wait and see about that, isn't it, Ashraf? Because a committee that's going to make sure everything logistically and administratively will be smooth. The proof is in the pudding.
Why would they appoint that committee now? Like, what have they been doing all this other time?
What were they doing all this other time is the
committee
million-dollar question.
So, and that committee will oversee a committee.
Overseeing that committee
well, there
will
there has to be an existing committee already. I mean, there's a management committee, so this new committee will have to oversee that committee. And before you know about it, we'll have a fact-finding mission.
And a commission.
Whether the committee is doing its job.
Oh, wow. Well, this was after an emergency committee meeting. They appointed this. Never mind.
All right. It is an emergency.
The jokes write themselves.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
In Alexander Township, that was now on the 17th, a bullet went past my head, aimed at 2 young women who were saying, "Power, power." I fell to the ground. I got up and took the picture of this woman who was now shot in the stomach.
Hi, my name is Mo'aho Chauke. The June movement was very important because I, in my time, have been to a few protests, for example, for GBV and stuff like that. But I don't think I would have the bravery to be doing that on a daily basis, especially because I've been to peaceful protests. There wasn't police officers shooting at me or whatever. So I think the bravery to, at such a young age, do all of that needs to be commended and remembered.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAFM Radio.
So we're going to chat to Pali Lahotla shortly. That's the plan. He delivered a presentation at the Conference of the Left, right? Then we'll also chat to Makashule Ghana coming up before the news, around 10 to 4. That's the plan. What is the plan is what is the plan right now is we're going to talk to you. Okay, so let's get further reaction now. How do you react? Because you are part of the Pulse community. You can call in live. You know the number, you should, but I'll give it to you if by chance you're listening for the very first time. Your season ticket to get on air, 086 000 2032. You can then WhatsApp as another option, text or voice note, 30 seconds please if you're voice noting, 0614 104 107. And if you're up for tweeting, just do that, hashtag the National Pulse and then tag SAfmRadio and myself. Here's more on the voting.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I think the ANC is one of the smartest parties, as much as they like it or they don't like the ANC. The ANC will always outsmart these parties, whether they think they know better or not. Makashule Ghana is a former ANC youth leader. I can tell you He knows and understands the ANC principles and policies. Whatever happens in that impeachment committee, it will also be guided by what he has learned from the African National Congress. Thank you. Bye.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Right, so a significant happening took place at the weekend. I didn't mention it. I mentioned Champions League football and a whole lot of other things. But what about the Conference of the Left? And it was noted by, I suppose the absence of the ANC in that, isn't it? Having said all of that, it was organized by the South African Communist Party, which may also question again about that relationship between the SACP and the African National Congress. Now, having said all of that, part of the conference were presentations. One of them was a presentation of the state of South Africa's economy by Dr. Padi Lahotla. So let's talk to him about it, the former Statistician General, as always. Padi, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
How are you, Ashraf? Thank you very much for inviting me.
Good to talk to you, right? First things first, yes. I mean, when you were invited, I take it, to present, right? Why did you feel important to say yes? That means, what were you trying to use that platform for?
Ashraf, how does the book refuse to be read?
And that's it. How does the book refuse to be read? Now, in terms of...
Because anyone who wants to read the book will read the book. And the book will be ready to be read.
Yeah, it's a good point. So let's then talk specifically on your presentation, and a lot of it I thought is very, very interesting because it turns upside down the way we measure economies with issues like GDP, inside out and outside in. Tell me more about it.
Well, I've measured the GDP for the 17 years I've been as a statistician general. I observed it over a number of years. I've done it when I was in Botswana, so you can say for 34 years I've been measuring the GDP the same way. But I've also been very cognizant of the fact that it's not a perfect measure. In fact, its origins were not to be what it has become now. It's been abused very much by politicians and modern-day economists who actually use it for rankings for all kinds of things that it was not initially intended for. It was a crude measure of just measuring the economies of countries. But then it has become a standard that is abused beyond measure. And in that respect, what I've provided is a corrective measure which fits in with Sarkozy's intention of beyond the GDP. People like Amartya Sen, who have been looking at freedom as development, and the other Frenchman, Piketty, who have been looking at inequality, Mazukatu on an entrepreneurial state, or Sabina Alkir, who is our boss at multidimensional poverty indices, which really try to challenge the question of the neoliberal measurement of the GDP, which has been extensively exploited by a person like Milton Friedman in advancing the nature of what business is after. So that the public good is a consequence of the greed of business and the trickle-down effect. Now we are putting public goods at the center. So all these measures are in-out. That is, they come from inside, from the GDP itself and out to society. They make the GDP as the starting point. And then the society measures it through the what is called social accounting matrix to try and distribute and interpret how the distribution has been of goods and services or the goodness of GDP on society. So, it doesn't ask the question, why is the distribution that way? And when I go out in, you are going to ask a question. Let me. Yeah,
I'll get to that. I'll get to that in a moment. Here's the point: when you talk about putting public good at the center, right? It suggests that public good at this point in time is not at the center, right? So if you put public good at the center of South Africa's economy, what would that economy look like versus what we have now?
Oh yes, what I've through this out in by putting the public good at the center and then looking outwards to saying how do we make that sustainable and where are the fault lines. The economy of South Africa has been robbed 14 trillion at the minimum, in the last 32 years. And so it means the economy of 5 trillion will be 18 trillion. And the consequences of that, everybody will be employed. We wouldn't have these xenophobic things. The danger at the moment is that our policies have created the conditions for making the poor fight the poor and being xenophobic against other nations. Capital has deflected its responsibility for exploitation, and they deflected it to the poor to fight each other.
Interesting you say that you do know that the issue of foreign nationals in South Africa is also very much center of our discourse in this case here, right? To what degree was that addressed in your presentation?
Well, the economy of South Africa is so integrated with this economy of SADC, and therefore Zimbabweans, Mozambicans, people from Lesotho, and I mean this has been a community that has built this country and this. And if capital extraction was not the central thesis of our South African apartheid capitalism that we have extended anyway, we haven't resolved that except at the political level where blacks are ruling. But at the material level, whites are still ruling. It pits those people who have built this economy against the poor of Africans. And we are reflecting centrally what should be at the table of capital. That this is your cost, this is your result. Now, the out-in resolves that problem because it says, this is what you have stolen. And now this has to be repaired.
Who's going to make those decisions?
Well, I suppose the issue around the conference of the left corresponds with the claims that they now have to have, and now have technically proven that those claims will be legitimate and prosecutable, because the validity of the assessment is beyond reproach. Perhaps the arguments could be, why didn't you use this other statistical method or that other one that basically is the same class of statistical method that will yield the same results or equivalent results.
You also touched on what is called the Lekgotla ledger. Very interesting. Tell me about that.
And that's why, I was trying to write my 8 volumes of 450 pages each. And I would sit there and say, oh, they are letter bound, now I've achieved, I've arrived. But in the course of doing that, I found that all my columns that I've written, because it was a collected works program of 3,200 columns that I've been writing since 2002. And coming across Moshomi, the Nagara Moshomi, which is the horn of Moshomi, or the prescripts, or the philosophy of Moshomi. It was 5 things that I had to deal with, and that's Moshomi what he did, which is know yourself, know the people that you want to lead, build positive alliances among stakeholders, ensure that you introduce new instruments of power, guarantee intergenerational value, which is the primacy of or the result of everything else. And then, of course, all that should be done through integrated reporting. When I looked at all those 5 things as I wrote and started writing and continued to write in the latter part of my career, I found that as I was working on the collected works, these are the 5 things that I was working with, which are the things that we are doing. Generating intergenerational value, creating intergenerational value. Are we using new instruments of power? Are we building constructive alliances? I mean, on all those 5 scores, I think South Africa scores less than the 33% as pass mark for matric. So,
okay. Yeah.
If we did, we would be in a different space.
All right, let's end with this then, right? Ultimately, what you presented at the Conference of the Left, right? Why does it matter to the Conference of the Left? Why does it matter to the people of South Africa? You got a minute.
Oh, it matters because we have to change. We have to create intergenerational value. We've got to implement the district development model. We have to get new instruments of power. We've got to make this economy going, and then we have to build friendly relationships with our neighbors and make Africa work.
Make Africa work. Is Africa working? Dr. Pandya Hotla, appreciate your time. By the way, feel free to maybe tag us if you like with your report if it's available for public consumption. I think it'll be great if we can share that with our Pulse community here on the National Pulse. Thanks for your time. Right, coming up next, we'll chat to the chairperson of the impeachment committee. His name is Makashule Ghana. You may call him Mr. Chair after this.
EFC is live this Thursday. The continent's most dominant women in MMA are set to collide in the Ultimate Champion versus Champion showdown. Reigning EFC flyweight champion Amanda Mad Dog Lino, a force behind some of the most brutal moments in EFC history, defends her throne against Nigeria's own Juliet Chukwu, the reigning bantamweight champion. EFC 134, live from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
In case you missed it.
I understand you've been using a GLP, Bonnie. How's it going?
The side effect is that I've lost weight. I've lost 21 kilograms. That's been the nice side effect.
Yes.
There are some bad side effects when you start. Another side effect, which my friends say now, it's a negative side effect, is that my alcohol intake got to be so low.
Listen properly.
My alcohol intake got to be so low.
That's a great side effect. I'm sure that saves you lots of money as well.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, there was lots of talk in the run-up to today's election of the chairperson of the impeachment committee that Musi Maimane was making a run for it. Well, you can now delete that name because the name we're going to be talking about today, tomorrow, and maybe for a while is that of Makashule Ghana, who's often comes on and talks about other issues like being anti-gambling, and he's made his views clear on that. But now it's about impeachment, which central to that is South Africa's president. He's been elected the chairperson of the committee. With me now is Makashule Ghana. Appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the SFM listeners.
Thank you. I saw a very cute tweet from someone just now to say, how does what you do sort of have an impact on your comrades' marathon race? But perhaps you don't have to actually answer it. The more important one is just that, a marathon has an end goal. What for you would be a win-win end goal in being the chairperson of the impeachment committee?
It's an important responsibility, Ashraf, taking into account that this is the first impeachment committee in democratic South Africa. So it's a responsibility that I accept with both hands. And the work of the committee has begun. I will be meeting with the team assigned to the committee tomorrow to start the preparatory work and also to start the scheduling, so that when the committee sits, at least we can start making some significant inroads.
And how do you see your role? I mean, we've had this conversation early on today from different people. Like, how do you see your role as the chair? I mean, I know what a chair normally does, but how do you really see your role?
My role primarily is to ensure that the proceedings of the committee adhere to the constitution, they adhere to the rules of the committee, and they afford every member in the committee to participate fully. There's no bias that's shown towards any of the political parties, but also considering that this is a kind of committee that will have evidence leaders, that will have counsel for the president, that they too feel that the process, the proceedings of the committee are fair, there's no prejudice, and also the witnesses that are going to appear before the committee, that they are treated with fairness, and also it brings the much needed trust in the parliamentary process to say that parliamentarians are taking this committee seriously. So that those responsibility falls on the chairperson to ensure that everything that is done at the end of the day, when the report is produced by the impeachment committee, it's a report that can withstand legal scrutiny and it will inform the members of parliament in terms of the decision that they'll have to take.
Okay, let's rewind just for a moment. I mean, your party, Rising Mzansi, has got 2 seats. The ANC made a big noise about Musi Maimane having just 1 seat, so he said, with his party. I have no doubt that there must have been some serious lobbying that took place for your party to have one of its leaders, in this case yourself, to be elected as the chairperson. There had to be give and take. Tell me about that.
It was serious lobbying, and considering that I'm the only representative of Rising Mzansi, I understood that in order to secure the needed numbers to get the position, I needed to speak to all political parties, and I did speak to all political parties so that people don't say we were not aware that you are interested in this position. And I advanced the argument in terms of my own experience. I've been a public representative for the last 16 years. I've served from council, I've served in the provincial legislature, I've served in parliament. This is my second term in parliament, so I do understand the legislative mandate. So that was something that did find favor with the majority of members of the committee itself, to believe that this responsibility, it's a responsibility that I need to carry.
I mean, people have been looking at the numbers. I mean, the ANC had 9 votes, effectively 9 MPs in this grouping of 31 that includes just about everybody represented in parliament. There's a sense that for you, therefore, to be elected, you had to get the vote of the ANC, and therefore you would be compromised as the chairperson because the ANC expects something from you in the way that, the MK party and the EFF and others don't.
So I thank the ANC for nominating me. I thank the DA for seconding my nomination. I thank the IFP. I thank the PA. I thank Al Jama and Freedom Front Plus for supporting my nomination. So it's not just one party that supported my nomination. It was supported by a majority of members in the committee. If the only support that I had was from the ANC, I was not going to be elected. It's thanks to the support that we have received from the GA, the support we have received from the PA, from the IFP, Al Jama, Freedom Front Plus, and the IFP that secured this victory. And we will remain loyal to the Constitution. We will remain loyal to the people of this South Africa in how we execute this responsibility.
So those who say that you will be under pressure to perform to your bosses, and I'm using those words in inverted commas, you're very clear about it, that's not going to be the case.
My boss is the South African people. So the pressure that I will receive is from the South African people. Those are my real bosses.
What about, take me through the processes. So you're the chairperson now. You said you're meeting the people tomorrow. Just run through very quickly in terms of step by step what happens next.
So what happens, obviously, because this is not a standing committee of parliament, so staff members will need to be seconded to the committee. This will be your content advisor, your researchers, your legal advisor, because this is going to be a legal process, so there needs to be a legal advisor that's seconded to the committee. So we first need to establish that team. Once that's done, you start preparing to say what are the roles of engagement within the committee in terms of when the witness appears, what is the order in terms of asking questions from the evidence leaders to the members of parliament, to the council of the president, but also the time that each political party will be allocated. So we need to start formulating those options that will then be presented to the committee itself to adopt, because it's not just my wish, it's to say, all right, these are the various options that we can adopt as members of the political party. Then once that's done, then you start the process. There's also the task of appointing the evidence leaders, and that's what the conversations that will ensue this week will start focusing on, so that one understands the process of appointing the evidence leaders, what are the options that are available, and so forth. So that is the preparatory work that needs to take place.
All right. You spoke about, the people, right? That phrase, yes. We the people. I think I have a sense, and I'm just judging a barometer of the nation here. Their expectation is that ultimately, whatever happens at impeachment committee level, ultimately they would want a vote at the National Assembly. Anything less, and people will feel shortchanged more so because of the Concord ruling. That's a pressure that suggests that ultimately it would have to go to that, don't you think?
The work that we'll do as a committee will result in a report that will go to the National Assembly. And ultimately, it will be the representative of the people in the form of MPs that will then decide the outcome of the report. So it does not end with the impeachment committee. The report will be submitted to the National Assembly.
Now, let me end with this, and it's slightly off track here. You know, we're into Africa Month. It's actually Youth Month. We're into day one of Youth Month, and what we're doing is asking certain people just their thoughts on South Africa's youth. I thought what's appropriate for you is, considering your position now, right? How did the struggles of the 1976 generation impact on you?
It impacted greatly in terms of also one getting involved in politics, wanting to be part of keeping the democratic project alive, but also taking inspiration from that generation in terms of confronting injustice to ensure that we live in a just society, so that we live in a safe South Africa that is prosperous, and that ultimately we can get to unite South Africa behind the goals that enshrined in our constitution.
Let's leave it at that. Makashule Gana, thank you for your time. MP of Rise Mzansi, but perhaps now the first title which will come up would be Chairperson of the Impeachment Committee. Appreciate you joining us here on the National Pulse. Let's get the news now. It's 4 o'clock. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Makashule Gana elected chairperson of impeachment committee, and Israel orders attack against Hezbollah. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. Rise Mzansi MP Makashule Gana has been elected as the chairperson of the impeachment committee. The committee is going to implement the Constitutional Court order and look at the Section 89 independent panel's report that recommended that there was a prima facie case against President Cyril Ramaphosa following theft of foreign currency at his Palapala farm in 2020. Gana defeated the leader of the United Africans Transformation, Dr. Wandaboy Mahlatsi, by 19 votes against 12. Secretary of the committee, Thembinkosi Ngoma, read out the votes.
And if I can start with the candidate that received the majority of the votes, that will be Mr. Makashule Gana. And Dr. Mahlatsi received, Mr. Gana received 19 votes. And Dr. Mahlatsi received 12 votes. Honorable members, it is a pleasure for me to now declare Mr. Makashule Gana as a newly elected chairperson of the Impeachment Committee for Section 89 inquiry. And I would like to invite Mr. Gana to come and take his seat and preside over the meeting. And would like to thank you very much, honorable members, for making this process as easy as it was for me. Thank you so much.
The Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature has confirmed a vacancy has been created in the legislature after the expulsion of the NFP provincial chairperson. Speaker Nondembe Goboisi has reportedly acknowledged to Mbali Shinga that the party sent a letter informing her that she's no longer a member of the NFP. Boisi said she will initiate the process of swearing in NFP President Ivan Banse as the party's new MPL, providing there's no court interdict preventing from doing so. Shinga, who serves in the provincial cabinet as MEC for Social Development, lost her appeal against her expulsion from the party on Saturday. She was found guilty of misconduct and gross insubordination in a disciplinary process in April. The process was instituted after she defied the party in voting against the MK party's motion of no confidence in Premier Taminduli in December. Warrant Officer Carl Sander from the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal has told the Madlanga Commission that he does not know how he became a suspect in the disappearance of more than 540 kilograms of cocaine from Port Shepstone in 2021. The Madlanga Commission will this week continue hearing testimony relating to the disappearance of the cocaine from Hawks premises. Although no one has been charged in connection with the missing consignment, estimated to be worth more than 200 million rand, the involvement of suspended Hawks head General Lesija Sinona is being probed. Sander told evidence leader advocate Lee Sigels Ncube that he was subjected to a polygraph test regarding the incident despite being on leave at the time of the narcotics were stolen.
Do you have any personal knowledge about the Port Shepstone theft matter?
I was a suspect. I was called in, I was polygraphed for it. I was never there. That's all I know about the Port Shepstone matter.
When you say you were a suspect, who made you a suspect?
Our general.
General Sinona.
Correct.
Limpopo's Social Development Department says it's processing several number of unaccompanied minors at its child and youth care centers across the province, including in Musina near the Beitbridge border post. This as the world commemorates International Children's Day and the country observing Child Protection Week. Department spokesperson Joshua Kwapa says the children will follow processes to safely reunite them with their families back home.
We've got two categories. Those that are found to have crossed the border in transit, usually they get to be referred to us by BMA. What we do is that we host them at our child and youth care centers for 72 hours. In that period, we start the process of going to court because we need a court order to put them in our facilities. There is then a process that gets to be taken to the National Department, Immigration, processes with the High Commission of the host country so that eventually they get to be referred back to their host country.
Israel has ordered attacks against Hezbollah in the southern suburbs of Beirut, prompting many residents to evacuate the Lebanese capital. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the military will strike targets in the area in response to attacks on Israeli civilians and other violations of a U.S.-brokered ceasefire.
Together with the defense minister, I have instructed the IDF to strike terrorist targets in Beirut. There will be no situation in which Hezbollah attacks our cities and our citizens while its terrorist headquarters in Beirut and in the southern suburbs remain off limits. Hezbollah is on the run. We are determined to restore security to the residents of the north of Israel, just as we did for the residents of the south.
Recapping the top story, Rise Mzansi MP Makashule Ghana has been elected as the chairperson of the impeachment committee. I'm Wandilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
Very good afternoon to you. In your National Pulse Sport, we have soccer. Bafana finally have liftoff as coach Hugo Broos turns his focus from visa drama to World Cup preparations in Mexico. And we have rugby with the Stormers heading into the biggest match of the season without star playmaker Sasha Feinberg in Ngomazulu. We'll find out more at around 4:30.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start with a check on the M1 North through Midrand, and it is busy today. Currently queuing from Buccleuch interchange up to New Road. It looks like possibly a breakdown around that New Road exit. Coming into Joburg, very slow as well. There's backlogs on the Mike 1 today from Boysons heading inbound towards Crown interchange. That's very unusual for this time of afternoon. Durban looking generally okay today. Umgeda Road, Spaghetti Junction on the N2 running nicely. N3 out of town through Pavilion and out towards Paradise Valley checked fine, and that section between Ashburton and Pietermaritzburg also moving quite nicely at this stage. Cape Town, a bit of traffic on the M1 outbound as far as Plattekloof Hill, and the M5 south currently under pressure from Kuba interchange down towards the N2 highway. Also queues on the N2 outbound between the airport and the R300. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 106.6 FM in Bloemfontein.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, it certainly is Youth Month, and while I think it's important to know the level of inspiration that has affected us having and celebrating and commemorating Youth Month every year has been and has always been June 16th, 1976 as a key driver and inspiration. And it's important we reflect on it, look back on it, learn from it. But it's also time that we use Youth Month as a massive galvanizer. So let me put this to you, right? In this Youth Month, only the 30 days of this month, what is the one thing you can do? When I say you, the organizations you work with, that you can collaborate with, what's the one thing, one action you can take where the direct result of that action will see your community of young people, in your community, forget the whole country, just in your community, that can change one thing for the better? Let me know. I'd love to know. And while you do that, I best think about my own one big thing for just this month for South Africa's youth. Interestingly enough, there's more to come, and we're going to talk about South Africa's youth, but I thought I can't let this go. I'm looking at this tweet from Tara Ruiz saying, talking about Liam Jacobs. He says, in 1 year, Liam left the DA and Parliament, joined the PA, served in the Tshwane City Council, served in the Joburg City Council, served in the Cape Town City Council, returned to Parliament, left the PA, rejoined the DA. And you know what? You have to respect the hustle. That's her words. My words are Liam Jacobs practices the political equivalent of football's loan transfer. Don't you think? Never permanent, always on loan. By the way, our feature, The Big Issue, where we look at one big thing for the week and we look at it in 5 different angles, is going to be about the youth and South Africa's youth unemployment crisis. What to do about it. Let's establish the facts first. We'll do that next.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
In Alexander Township, that was now on the 17th, a bullet went past my head, aimed at 2 young women who were saying, "Power, power." I fell to the ground. I got up and took the picture of this woman who was now shot in the stomach.
Hi, my name is Mo'aho Chauke. The June movement was very important because I, in my time, have been to a few protests, for example, for GBV and stuff like that. But I don't think I would have the bravery to be doing that on a daily basis, especially because I've been to peaceful protests. There wasn't police officers shooting at me or whatever. So I think the bravery to, at such a young age, do all of that needs to be commended and remembered.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube and X at SAfmRadio.
Right, so let's talk about this, the big issue. This week it's about South Africa's youth unemployment specifically. But let's understand the numbers. When we talk about an unemployment crisis, let's get the numbers right. How big a crisis is it? Rusenga Maluleke is the Statistician General of South Africa. It's always good to connect with you on the National Pulse.
Let me greet you, Ashraf, and greet the listeners.
Thank you. So, yes, I know I've learned in my many conversations with you, you're hesitant to give analysis because that's not your job, but you can certainly provide the insights based upon the numbers that it shows you, right? But having said that, when we say, do the numbers then suggest that we have a youth unemployment crisis in our country? Yes, no?
Well, the numbers are showing that we have a higher than national average in terms of unemployment. And of course, I will leave the issue of crisis to commentators like yourselves, but it's quite massive. The margins are quite massive. So let us look at the unemployment rate of people aged 35 years to 64 who are adults. It's sitting at 23.4% on the national average. The national average is sitting at about 32.7%. So 23.4 is way lower. Whereas for young people, 15 to 34 years, their unemployment rate is sitting at about 45.8%. Far higher, almost 8 percentage points higher than the national average. No, not 8, even far higher than that, than the national average, about 12 percentage points higher than the national average. Yes.
And that is massive. And when you look at those numbers you gave initially of the ages 35 to 64, then in fact, their 23.4% versus the 45.8 says it's close. It's actually double. It's more than double, right? Does your stats suggest a reason why that would be the case?
Well, one of the things we are picking up, and let us look, for example, at the age group 15 to 24 years, where their unemployment rate is sitting at 60.9%. When you look at that and you look at the absorption rate, which would be closer, the absorption rate is those in working age in that group who are employed is 10.1%. So it does show that young people do not have the requisite skills that the older age cohorts do have. But also, they are far away from places of work. So let us look at young people of that age cohort, 15 to 24 years. There are 10.3 million of them. 3.9 million are not in employment, education, or training. This is the first time I've been statistician general for 8.5 years now. This is the first time I've seen the number climb to about 4 million, 3.9 million, not in employment, education, or training. So when you look at that, it does tell you that the numbers are relatively high. Whether it's a crisis or not, I'm not allowed to get into that space. My job is to provide the numbers.
Yeah, I get that completely right. So having said that, you spoke about the skills requisite on the one hand, and of course we may then talk about the economy. So again, what do your numbers say in terms of if we have a skills requisite deficit, right? Why is that the case? If you can explain that statistically, and therefore what needs to happen to change that?
Generally, when you look at the skills, and there's a report we released as Stats SA between 2014 to 2024, which showed that the skills take the skin of your color. For example, your white population group, the skills have increased in that 10 years. The Indian, Asian population group who are catching up with the white population group, they have increased. The colored population group have increased, but not much. But the black Africans in the age cohort of about 25 to 34 years, they have regressed. So it does show that one of the reasons is that the skill set, not only are we having a deficit, but they've gone backwards.
Now, if the skill set has gone backwards, the next step that's important that hopefully you can share with us, what is happening in that important incubation period, both at primary school, high school, at tertiary level, and then even in the workplace to try and narrow that skills deficit?
Well, I will leave the whole issue of what is happening in the workplace to narrow the deficit because we don't measure that ourselves. But one of the things we do ask young people aged as 8 to 18 to 17 years why they are not attending school. And of course, for those that are 14 years and younger, there is a proxy that must respond to them. One of the things is that we have found that much more young girls are saying that it's family responsibility. So 11% for young girls, 0% for young boys. And whenever there's a family member, an uncle and aunt who is sick, the girl child has to leave school. But not only that, these girl children are looking after their own. I mean, you have cases in our reported live births that show that young girls as young as 12 years are going to Home Affairs to register their children as mothers. And one of the things that you see is that we are talking about those who went to Home Affairs to register their children. Boy children are saying education is not important because they are looking at, even when they finish matric, it's no longer fashionable. They don't get a job. And sometimes they say poor academic performance. So there's a lot and a host of reasons that people are giving.
Would they be right on that? That in fact, whether it's matric or even at university graduates, that in fact the numbers mitigate against them actually getting jobs, and you've got the stats to prove that.
Well, it shows that the higher the education level you have, the more likely you are to get a job. So let us look at graduate unemployment. It is sitting at about 10%. If it goes very high, it goes to about 12%. But generally, when you look at those with matric or higher than matric, their unemployment rate is always higher than national average. So one of the things is that they are not necessarily correct. It's just that when they don't get jobs, when they even have matric, then they don't have aspirations to run to.
Well, now, looking at the numbers you explained up front, right, of that 45.8% unemployment from youth aged 15 to 34, it's the absolute key asset we should be having in our country. Comparing it to any other countries, are you able to tell us what did they do then to shift that needle downwards? Other countries, that is.
We don't measure what the countries do to shift the needle. Our measurement, and I don't want to speculate because I've never been to Zimbabwe to run a survey, nor to the US or England or Somalia. But one of the things is that our unemployment rate is amongst the highest, if it's not the highest in the world, and our youth unemployment rate is still the highest.
Often we speak to economists and they talk about the need to grow an economy. And once you grow an economy, that link between economic growth and more jobs is pretty obvious. Does the stats bear that out?
Our economy is not growing very much. Let us look at what we said in the National Development Plan. We said by 2011 that we would like to grow at about 5%, 2011, 2012. The highest we grew was 2005, 2006, 5.2 and 5.3%. That's the only time we reached that level. And we were riding a commodity boom by then. After 2008 global economic meltdown, the highest we grew was 3.2%. And in the last few years, if we say we have grown much, it's 0.8%, 1.1% in the last year. So an economy that is not growing fast enough will not be able to create jobs.
Yeah, and maybe let's leave it at that, because that's the sober response. An economy not growing fast enough will not create jobs. You've said it, Risenga Maluleke. The big question to all of us is then, what is going to grow the economy in the first place? Much appreciate your time talking to us on the National Pulse. And that feature, part of 105, which we'll do every day, different takes on it regarding youth unemployment, because we feel it's a big issue, because it is a big issue on the National Pulse.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's My Way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My Way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket. Even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation, only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's by the way, reaction from you regarding the appointment or election of Makashule Ghana as the chairperson of the very, very important impeachment committee. Reaction from you regarding the chat with the head of Stats SA regarding South Africa's youth unemployment in Youth Month. And that point, what is the one thing you can do in your community? Just one thing in your community, not the whole country. In this month, the action must be in this month that can be lasting beyond this month. What for you would be the one thing? Right, let's, however, talk about another issue of huge concern. National Child Protection Week takes place, started a few days ago, May 29, up to June 5, so till the end of this week. And this theme for this year is working together in ending violence against children. We've heard that before. Hasn't quite changed. Will it change this time round? Sekofatso Komape is the Child Protection Officer at Spark School. Thanks for your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I mean, I am saying this almost despondently, that issue of protecting children at schools and the bullying that goes with it, and sometimes not just bullying but actual violence too, appears to be an ongoing thing and doesn't have any signs of abating, unless I'm reading it wrongly.
That is true. There's been quite a number of cases across our country, across the world, in fact, around children being unsafe in school, being unsafe around adults, being unsafe in spaces where they should be free to be children and not be looking over their shoulders. And that is a massive concern.
Now, are there any interventions in the last 10 years that has worked, that to be able to reverse that trend?
I would say there's been a number of interventions from the government and from NGO sectors. I know the government has since gotten social workers in some of the schools, not enough, of course. There's been a whole lot of awareness as to how much schools, the type of role that schools play within in terms of shaping our communities beyond just the education part, but in terms of also shaping our learners, shaping children to become positive contributing members of society. I know there's a number of NGOs as well from your Childline that are also doing quite a lot of work on the ground in the communities as well to address these challenges. I think the biggest one is that perhaps we need a lot more of these organizations working around the prevention of the harm.
How do we then, as a starting point, are we able to monitor that there's a child in distress just by looking at them, and there's no physical signs, in terms of being hurt? How then do we monitor that?
I think firstly it's around us, and I think that's one of the reasons why weeks like this, the Child Protection Weeks, and more awareness that is there around the challenges that children are facing, the more we create that awareness, and then it can create, it can allow people to be able to notice that, hey, this sounds a bit amiss. This does not look like something that a child should be doing. This does not look like something that a child should be experiencing, or recognizing or noticing that children should not be in certain spaces. And then when you do, you make it your business to do something about it by either alerting the police, alerting the Department of Social Development, or contacting Childline to let them know that something is amiss. Because as ordinary citizens and South Africans, we have that obligation to report something, whether or not you don't have to investigate the actual abuse. If you notice something that is amiss, that is more than enough cause for you to report it.
Now, so assuming that a child, in school, and it could be child primary school, child high school, is the victim of some form of abuse, and it could be physical abuse, it could be other emotional abuse as well, right? How do they respond? I mean, do they know what to do, or don't they know?
I would say in some instances we found that schools sometimes do not know exactly where to begin in terms of reporting the matter. And that's when now that education and that awareness is needed, so that they are aware that if a child is presenting with suddenly they've lost interest in things, they've isolated themselves, they're presenting with marks, or their mental health is a big scare, or they're being dropped off by cars that, it's looking like these may not necessarily be relatives. And I then report the matter to Childline, or I report the matter to authorities in order to do something about it. I know...
And now it's moved beyond, physical into the digital space too, right? Again, that makes it even more complex to manage that?
It is a little bit more complex to manage that, but I think because we create communities with our parents, with the people next to us, they are able to report something even when they notice something taking place online or in WhatsApp communities. They're able to report it, and we are able to do something about it.
Just lastly then, the partnerships, it could be parents, school, community, others, outside, the legal spaces. What sort of partnerships do you think either have already been implemented, but they need to be strengthened, or are not being implemented, that you would like to see happen?
I think I'd like to see more partnerships within the schooling spaces, with more education of parents and more education of our communities. I know at Spark Schools we have a lot of parent workshops where we educate them about the dangers that scholars are facing on a daily life and the signs that they can look up to, and as well as the spaces they can go to in order to sort that help and sort that particular support. I would say it would start it in the schools, start it in the communities, and look at organizations or NGOs like the Child Welfare that are also working towards the betterment of the children in the society, and volunteer there, do something in those NGO spaces. And that little impact or that little action that you are doing might have a lot more impact than us just sitting and saying, oh, it's happening again, the stats are high again. We need to actively be that village that is safeguarding and protecting our children.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Kofanso Komape, the Child Protection Officer at Spark Schools. Thank you for your time here on the National Pulse. Let's end before we get to the news. Here's just comment about the message for the youth.
A very good afternoon to you and the listeners of SAFM. I want, as we commemorate the Youth Month, to appeal to the young people that they must not sit down folding their arms expecting the government to do everything for them. They must create something for their community, to be in projects like the piggery, the poultry, starting poultry farming in their areas so that they can make ends meet. Lastly, they must also ensure that the crime and the unemployment is defeated. In the issue of migration, they must assist the communities and the government to remove these illegitimate or illegal immigrants. It's Wandile Ngceba.
Thank you,
Polotwa Village.
How does a young person do that and sell poultry to people who don't have money? You know, if you don't have a buyer, how can you be a seller? How do they take on responsibility for something far beyond them? As you spoke about immigrants, I'm talking about young people. Right, news headlines. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, ANC Chief Whip Mdumiseni Nduli says they decided to nominate Rise Mzansi MP Makashule Ghana to chair the impeachment committee after hearing about meetings where alternative candidates to the ANC were being discussed. The South African Revenue Services has launched its foreign vehicle declaration system in the northwest, and Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has warned the United States and Israel would bear responsibility for the consequences of any violation of the ceasefire agreed by Washington and Tehran. A full update follows at the top of the hour with the Grechos.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon, Joburg's Mike 1 North coming into town. A crash at the Crown Interchange. Heavy from Boysons, but heavier going south with the onlooking factor queues from Houghton Estate. R24 into Galilees from Edenvale is heavy, and the M1 North up to New Road. Really big backlogs up through Buccleuch Interchange as you begin a slow trip up through Midrand direction Pretoria. Durban queues on the N3 outbound Sherwood to Spaghetti Junction. In Nunda Road at the N2, trying to get from Springfield out to Parlock. There's a crash scene as well. And Cape Town pretty heavy today on the N1 out of town to Platter Cliff Hill. The N2 currently sitting in a queue between the airport and the R300. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Right, Zai, I have no doubt we're going to talk about the Bafana coach, right?
Yeah, that's the one man that's not panicking. I think he's been to more World Cups before some of the players were even born, and that's Bafana coach Hugo Broos. Just happy that the team's visa nightmare firmly behind them. They're shifting their focus to the FIFA World Cup in Mexico, the United States and Canada. South Africa departed for Mexico after administrative delays left players and staff stranded in Johannesburg over the weekend. Broos admitted the situation was stressful, but says losing one day of preparation will not affect the team's plans as they adapt to the high altitude in Pachuca ahead of their opening World Cup match against the host Mexico on the 11th of June.
Yes, and those 10 days will go very quick. I'm sure of it. Once we are there, we're starting working, focusing on the game, the first game against Mexico. So time will pass very, very quickly. So it's 10 days, but it's short. And again, I think everybody is looking forward to play the game and to start the World Cup.
All right, Bafana will face Jamaica in a final warm-up match. That's on Friday, while defender Aubrey Modiba is expected to be fit for the tournament despite missing the friendly, and that was through injury. On to rugby, and the Stormers have thrown their support behind fly half Yuri Mati ahead of Saturday's United Rugby Championship semi-final against the defending champions Leinster in Dublin. He's set to replace the injured Springbok playmaker Sasha Feinberg Ngomezulu, who suffered an ankle injury in the quarter-final win over Cardiff. Now, forwards coach Rito Shlangwane says injuries are part of rugby and believes that Mathe is more than ready for the challenge, pointing to the fact that he started the Stormers' opening round victory over Leinster earlier this season. Let's go to South African gymnast Caitlin Rooskrantz admits there are areas to fine-tune as the Commonwealth Games draws closer following her second-place finish at the Copa World Cup Challenge over the weekend. She claimed a silver medal on the uneven bars in Slovenia.
On par and exactly where I wanted to be in these next couple of weeks. As much as I have big hopes and aspirations for bar at the Commonwealth Games, I do also have big goals as an all-rounder. And, I think, that was also shown at the African Champs where I competed as an all-rounder. So really hoping to solidify all of those performances and get them exactly where we want to be ahead of the Commonwealth Games in just under 2 months.
And finally, tennis action in the ladies' draw at Roland Garros. Anna Kalinskaya showing incredible resilience to beat the 28th seed Anastasia Potapova 6-4, 2-6, 7-6 and reach the quarterfinals for the first time at Roland Garros. In the men's draw, Franco Caboli survived a brave fight back from Zachary Sveda to beat the American 6-2, 6-3, 6-7, 7-6 to reach the quarterfinals. And João Fonseca triumphed in yet another epic match at this year's French Open, defeating Casper Ruud 7-5, 7-6, 5-7, 6-2. It's the first time Fonseca has reached the quarterfinals of a major tournament where he will face Jakub Menšik. That's your sport.
Well, not quite. I want to ask you a question quickly. So I'm not talking about predictions because I think predictions is just a complete waste of time. Who cares about predictions? More about expectations. What do you think is a reasonable expectation for what will be a successful Bafana World Cup?
Knockout stages. Very simple.
Just the knockout.
Knockout.
Which we've never done.
Which in each group, the top 3 teams, and we've got a red hot chance of that happening.
Red hot. And unlike the president who's saying, we expect,
Can we still get a public holiday though? Regardless.
I would actually ensure that we don't get a public holiday. I just think if we can be more productive, seriously, then that'll be worthwhile. Get to the knockout stages. But look, I tend to agree with you.
Ashraf,
expectations must be realistic. Knockout stages is what I think the best we can expect. Of course, I want us to win the World Cup, but that's another conversation. Okay.
In case you missed it.
The toll on healthcare professionals that work in this sick system is quite immense. The toll on patients. You know how often I get calls where people can't get care, where South Africans are queuing for cancer treatment and they die on the queue. But there's people that go through, there seems to be records about who gets in and who procures the services. The level of corruption in Gauteng is out of this world.
Sure.
Gauteng Health should be put under administration.
Dr. Jose Letlape, an MP of Action SA.
That was National Briefing this morning with Kathy Mutlatlana.
So can you believe it? It's 10 days to kick off. And the whole nation is locked in. Bafana are back on the world stage for the very first time since 2010. So catch all the action live from 11 June on SABC Sport, SABC 1, SABC 3, SABC Plus, and the SABC radio stations. It's all of us, all in Kaufela on the 11th of June at 9 p.m. Every minute of the journey. We're in this together, one heartbeat, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
One day we're going to talk about the money around the FIFA World Cup, but that's another conversation. Not today, Makwe Masilela. Makwe wants to talk about Tiger Brands.
Yes, Ashraf, the interim results, revenue up 1.3%, driven by volume growth of 2.6% and price deflation of 1.3%. Profits as headline earnings per share up 6.5%. The consumer environment, Ashraf, remained competitive with continued value-seeking behavior driving purchasing patterns, and the ripple effect of geopolitical uncertainty are expected to be felt more acutely in second half, not only impacting the supply chain, but also consumer disposable income. And Ashraf, China's manufacturing activity, according to the private survey, eased but remained among the highest observed over the past 5 years. Hours also dropped in May as demand slammed and supply disruption due to the continuing Iran war, but remained above 50% for a second straight month. And the U.S. manufacturing was at 4-year high. Ashraf Sham said he was in no hurry to strike a deal to end the conflict. Now in the 4th month, U.S.-Iran peace deal remains elusive. Market participants are waiting for signs that a deal remains on track. Trump further said the talks with Iran over an interim peace deal will work out well, even as the country's forces clashed again near the Strait of Hormuz. But later in the session, Iran said it is stopping talking with the U.S. That itself led to the yellow metal to fall, as no end to the war means inflationary pressures, which will lead to higher interest rates for longer. We see gold is down 1.7% at 4,457. Platinum is flat, and the very same report led to oil prices to jump as the Strait of Hormuz might be completely blocked. Brent crude is up 6% at $96 a barrel, and higher oil prices putting a strain on global stocks as economic growth will be negatively impacted by inflationary pressures, with the JSE down 1.6%, dragged mainly by resources which are down 3%. The rand fell 0.7% against the dollar, 16.34 to 1.93 against the pound, and 18.98 against the euro.
Right, thanks for connecting with us, Mark. We'll do it again tomorrow. We have an hour of the markets in depth, that is from 6 to 7 tonight.
SAFM, setting the nationwide agenda daily. Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
I have to tell you, it's not a day that I go somewhere. And it could be it could be a social event, it could even be a funeral, it could be a business event, it could be shopping, where someone or the other doesn't bump into me and connects with me and say, hey, I listen to the National Pulse daily. So you know who you are, that person. All I can tell you, you're part of the greater Pulse community, and you listening in is so appreciated. Mongana in Cape Town, hi.
Hi, Ashraf, how are you?
Good, man. Go for it. What's your point?
Yeah, my point is, when I'm looking at the members of the committee, the manner in which they voted, my feeling is the tone of the report will be affected, because you have on one extreme the 12 members whose political parties already found the president guilty. Then you have the 19 who are saying, let's give you the benefit of doubt, let him come and account, then we will decide based on the evidence that is presented. Which shows that at the end of the day, those who are already celebrating that the president is guilty, I think they must just hold their horse, because the likelihood is they may not find him having violated the gross violation of the Constitution. Remember, gross violation, that is the one that would qualify him to be.
I get that. But you're saying effectively they're going to vote on party lines. I chatted to Makashule Ghana early on. I hope you heard the conversation. If you haven't listened to it just now, it's up as a podcast. You can catch it. He was very clear that the people that he represents are the people. Let's hold him to that. The people and the Constitution. Mongana, thanks for that. Right. Anonymous in Cape Town, hi. In KZN, in fact. Go for it.
Yes, good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Yeah, good afternoon. Right. What's your point?
My take is that Makashule Ghana is an outcome of a democratic process that occurred in Parliament. It means that those who are castigating and blaming everything, they stand from a point of view which was not popular. So they should accept that this is a democratic process without casting aspersions. I think they are capable of executing the task given to them by the Parliament. Because people always complain that democratic processes are being undermined, are being undercut, are being weakened. When an open, transparent democratic process gives an outcome which does not favor them, they shift the goalpost. The other parties, they must accept the fact that Makashule Ghana is a popular chairperson, and I guess he is capable, because it's a multi-political party process that is being undertaken. So they must accept that. To say this ANC candidate and all that, I don't think is being matured for parties
Well,
who
look,
have not won.
I think you are right, because this is a democracy in action. And are you right? Okay, and also those who think Makashule Ghana is some stooge. I mean, I think we've seen enough evidence that he's anything but that. Right. On the other hand, we must also concede, Anonymous, that in fact, without those ANC votes, he would not get the majority needed to become the chair, and the same would apply to every other party. That means he would have to have the ANC votes and the DA votes and others to get over that 50% plus tipping point, which is that important. So you can't ignore that too. Anonymous, thanks for that call. Nobody's suggesting that because of that, in fact, he's going to, willingly compromise and pander to them. You're not doing that, are you?
Hi, Ashraf. JJ State Spirit. We know the ANC disappointed us because in Begi's era, the economy was going right, but the ANC didn't have the capacity to grow the economy. But what I heard from those who say they are in the left, I don't trust them. I don't think they have any plan that is going to work.
You don't think they have any plan? In fact, have you been following that conference of the left over the weekend? What for you came out of it that absolutely stood out? That says, hey, these guys are on the right. Yeah, listen to the words. Those on the left are on the right track. Did anything like that come through for you?
Sure. Why should the youth month be celebrated if there is high unemployment rate among the youth? Among those youth, you've got jobless, doctors, psychologists, the youth with scarce skills. So if you celebrate what goes into the pot, you must not forget that what sobers update celebration is this high unemployment rate. Good afternoon, lovely brother. Housing from Ramfish.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, look, I don't think one may say there's nothing to celebrate, because I think that misses the point. That I think this is what I said early on. Why don't you use Youth Month as a catalyst for providing one solution to the problems of the youth in your community? Don't even worry about the whole country. If we can get 1,000 people in 1,000 communities, then we actually are getting to the whole country. But stick around with one community, your community. Just make one change in your community in this month with the wish and the desire that will be a catalyst for lasting change in that community that will impact South Africa's youth. Now you're doing something.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, one other thing that is affecting our kids between the ages of 14 and 18 is the issue of peer pressure. Once a child gets to a situation whereby most of the young ones that are there are doing something that to her or him is interesting, they just fall into that trap and end up not going to school, trying to entertain such a situation. And it's a serious problem. I've seen this in Gauteng, I've seen it in Limpopo, and they end up indulging in drugs as well. Sure.
Okay, we are many things like that. Let's get a few more. So here's one, very topical, yeah?
Good afternoon from the team. I believe this is a wrong decision to have any party that is part of the GNU chairing this impeachment inquiry. Firstly, I believe that it was supposed to come from the opposition because it is because of them that we have this inquiry in the first place. So I believe that this process is going to be managed, and I don't believe we will find any accountability in this. Thank you. This is Kechi from Ekuruleni. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, and there's more. Here's a message for the youth.
A very good afternoon to you and the listeners of SAFM. I want, as we commemorate the Youth Month, to appeal to the young people that they must not sit down folding their arms expecting the government to do everything for them. They must create something for their community, to be in projects like the piggery, the poultry, starting poultry farming in their areas so that they can make ends meet. Lastly, they must also ensure that the crime and the unemployment is defeated. In the issue of migration, they must assist the communities and the government to remove these illegitimate or illegal immigrants. It's Wandile Ngceba, Polotwa Village, Dujwa.
Wandile has made a point, and strongly so. I wonder who concurs with that. Right, let's do this. We're going to get to. We've got a feature called, growing your business. So let's find out how after this.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
In case you missed it.
What we are seeing in South Africa is that corruption is systemic and it's well organized. So it's not the act of an individual who maybe escapes the system. The system itself has been corrupted. And that means that anybody who speaks out, a police officer, an employee, somebody in procurement who was asked to favor one group over the other, they are risking quite a lot because they find themselves having to perform according to the rules in a system that has created sub-rules, which are corrupt rules, maladministration rules.
Lebogang Ramafoko, Executive Director at Corruption Watch.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
Right, 10 days to kick off, right? And the whole nation locked in. Bafana back on the world stage for the first time since 2010. And you can catch all the action live from the 11th of June on SABC Sport, SABC 1, SABC 3, SABC Plus, SABC radio stations. It's all of us, all in Kaufela. On the 11th of June at 9 p.m. Every minute of the journey, we're in this together. One heartbeat, proudly brought to you by SABC Sport, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Right, one of the things we've done is create this new feature called Grow My Business or Grow Your Business because it's just so important. How do you do just that, right? And every week, once a week on a Monday, we'll have different takes. And we say Monday because, hey, if you lose your Monday, you lose your whole week, isn't it? You need to get going on a Monday. But that's just one thing. There's more than that, right? How do you build operational systems in your business? Graham Mitchell is with me, the CEO of Grow Coaching, and is going to help us through that process. Graham, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Thank you. I mean, interesting initial line about building operational systems for your business. We just suggest that, if you don't have systems, the product that you may sell or the service you may offer is zero.
Yes and no. I mean, I think a lot of businesses do run with very few systems in terms of delivering their products and services, and they do it by, I guess, sheer effort and everyone, working incredibly hard to make sure they don't drop any balls. And that's not an ideal situation for a business because often it's not sustainable and then balls get dropped and customers are disappointed. And so the need to put systems in place is very critical if the business wants to grow beyond a certain size where it's not feasible for, a group of individuals to make things happen without those systems in place.
So, what type of systems are you referring to? Because, as I talk to you, you could speak on different levels from the absolute startup business. Startup could be someone who's actually selling apples, at a station, and that's a business, versus, someone who's running a business that has a turnover of, say, a million rands a year, but they want to make it 10 million rands.
Correct. So there would be systems of some shape or form in a business. So if you start out and you're selling apples, you would probably have some kind of system that you are following yourself personally. You need to get to the food market by 5 a.m. to buy your apples is a system. But those systems tend to be informal and not easily known if you started hiring staff. And so that's where it does become more important to formalize systems, particularly when you start employing people. And that's very much the case where you maybe at $1 million turnover and want to go to 10. That usually means you're going to need to hire people, and you're going to need to take out what's in your head, i.e. you need to be at the food market at 5 a.m. and put that in a system that someone else can follow and make sure they're there at that time.
I would think probably the one, maybe it's technically not a system, but it's the one decision that people battle with. You've got a business of 1 or 2 people and you want to grow to 3. You can't afford it. You don't have the money to pay them. But at the same time, if you don't have the person 3 and person 4, you're never going to grow because there's just no way you can sustain the demand on you. How do you get that right?
So there's a few factors there. One is confidence in the business's ability to attract new customers. And so if you've got a good visibility that you can grow revenue to pay for a staff member or a new staff member, it's easier to make that hiring decision. The second one is that's where systems can be very important, because if you can document what needs to be done in a clear system and hire someone in to follow that system, it's likely that you can hire someone in at a lower salary band than if you don't have a system and you're just expecting someone to come in and work out how to do something. And so that definitely can make those steps more affordable. If you have a good system, you can hire someone in to follow.
I mean, and is it fair to say that if you do want to grow, and yes, even if you are unable to even pay at that lower salary that you refer to, however you make the sweeten the deal, that you're unlikely to grow if, for example, the demand requires 5 people in the business, but you are 2 people. And if you can't get that right, you're just not going to grow.
Yes, I mean, if the demand requires 5 people in the business, i.e. from a sales perspective, that would allow you to grow. But obviously what you need to be cognizant of is that you need the new 3 people to be able to deliver on that growth or that revenue. And that's where sometimes things go wrong, i.e. the sales are coming in, but the team are ill-equipped or unable to deliver on those sales. And that's when you lose customers, upset customers, and then you land up in a very difficult situation because the revenue that was going to support the 5 or 6 people suddenly falls off. And so that's where systems can be very helpful to ensure that doesn't happen.
Indeed. Up to now we've been talking about the higher part of it, but there are so many other systems that need to be implemented. Do share them with us.
Yeah, so you're gonna have systems everywhere in the business, and so you'll have it in sales in terms of what is the best process to go through in terms of making a sale. You'll have it in marketing. It could be something as simple as your content calendar in terms of what content you're creating for social media. You're going to have it in the finance department. And so every aspect of the business is going to have systems. The key thing is to identify at an early stage which are the critical systems that need to be formalized and documented, and getting those in place and working. To get everything documented in a business and systematized isn't always that feasible. The most critical thing is identifying which systems are needed at which point in the business's growth cycle.
Let's then talk about these, operational gaps. You often hear people say, well, I'm the CEO, I'm the visionary, so-and-so is head of operations. And sometimes it's almost like it's just a by-the-way thing. But I take it that operationally, if you don't get that right, all the vision will just fall flat, right? So what would be the operational gaps that you see daily in a business and that you suggest that we narrow it?
So probably one of the biggest ones that we see with a business trying to grow is very clear process of winning new business and having a clear sales process that you can train people to win new business. That's not the founder going and winning business. And often we'll see is the founder's really the rainmaker and only they can bring in the sales. And that's because they haven't identified what is required to make a successful sale. They know how to do it because they're making successful sales, but they haven't distilled it out into a process and hired salespeople and trained them in that process. And so that operational gap often then stops the business's growth because the only person selling is the founder.
Which means what you're saying is if it's not replicable, then there's the problem. It means only you can do it and nobody else can do it. And you may have all the ego in the world about it, but in fact it's a major failing in the business.
Correct. And then the second sort of operational gap that we'll often see in a business is not taking the time to understand what is the customer journey through a business, i.e. what are all the points the customer interfaces with the business, and ensuring that there are good processes to make sure that they're not let down at any stage in that process. And so often that customer journey is a little unclear and is sort of stuck together by people making sure they don't let the customer down, which can work, but not if you want to grow. And then that customer journey needs to be very clear, and the systems around delivering that customer service or product offering or whatever it is needs to be very well defined.
Okay, well, let's leave it at that, only because it's 5 o'clock. But I can tell you now, the issue of growing your business is such a critical issue in the South African landscape. So much appreciate the insights that you've just shared. Graham Mitchell, the CEO of Grow Coaching. So bottom line to you, how do you grow your business? Are you? Share examples. I'd like to call it out when you do. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg Hurst.
Thank you. Ashraf Mzansi MP nominated to chair impeachment committee, and Iran warns the US and Israel over ceasefire. Good day to you. The ANC's chief whip, Ndumiseni Ntuli, says they decided to nominate Mzansi MP Makashule to chair the impeachment committee in Parliament after hearing about meetings where other candidates to the ANC were being discussed. Parties from opposition benches as well as GNU partners had talks until shortly before the impeachment committee had its first meeting this afternoon. Nominees for the position for these meetings were BOSA leader Musi Maimane, UAT leader Wonderboy Mkhlatsi as well as Makashule Gana. But before this grouping of parties could nominate their preferred candidates, the ANC nominated Gala. Ntuli says after they heard about the meetings, they considered their options.
For us, it's not a matter of life and death to chair the committee. It was an option available for us, for the biggest party in Parliament. We have to take responsibility, even if there are major difficult tasks that must be undertaken. But when discussions were evolving, especially between us and the DA, we then agreed that the two of us must be responsible. For the biggest parties in Parliament, we have to find each other and identify one of our colleagues who can be given a responsibility within the government of national unity. And Honorable Makashule Gana became the natural person that we agreed on.
ANC members in Mangaung and the Free State have convened in numbers at the ANC's provincial office in Bloemfontein. This is in retaliation to the regional conference that was postponed for the second time. The initial conference was held last month but was nullified due to voting irregularities. Branch executive member Charles Mokleka says this has a negative impact as the conference is where candidates' names for local government elections will emerge.
The ANC. All conferences of ANC have experienced different problems, but extra voters has never been the reason to nullify a conference. But over and above, we want to emphasize that it is wrong for an individual to decide to nullify a conference. The conference, it can only be nullified by the delegates themselves. The constitution dictates as such. But in this one, only one who's deployed by the NEC decided alone to nullify the conference.
Warrant Officer Carl Sander from the Hawks in KwaZulu-Natal has testified about how several police officers became ill after being exposed to fumes emanating from a large quantity of mandrax seized at a container depot in Durban. The mandrax tablets were seized in Durban in 2020, installed at a police facility in Isipingo, south of Durban. Sander further testified that police exhibit bags are designed with micro-perforations which allowed fumes from the mandrax to escape, potentially exposed to police officers.
But that means those fumes are coming off. And the more of a concentrated substance you put in a confined space, that fume increases. Now, in the charge office, there's a small vent coming out of the armory, as per design spec. So all the fumes from the mandrax tablets are going straight into the charge office. I'm fully aware that some members did book off sick.
SARS has launched its foreign vehicle declaration system in the northwest. The SARS Commissioner, Johnston Makubu, is leading an oversight visit to the ports of entry between South Africa and Botswana. From today, all foreign registered vehicles will need to be declared on the Traveller Management System prior to entering or leaving South Africa. Makubu explains.
How this system works is that it allows travelers to be able to go into the traveler management system. Within the traveler management system, they would choose that they are declaring a good, because a vehicle that is coming across the country is a good and must be controlled in terms of Section 15 of the Customs and Excise Act. So the system then allows the person to choose that they are declaring a good, and it's a non-commercial good, and they would enter their biographic data or demographic data, including their passport number. They will include the make of the vehicle, the number plates of the vehicle, etc.
Iran's foreign ministers warned the US and Israel would bear responsibility for the consequences of any violation of the ceasefire agreed by the US and Tehran. Sharon Bryce Peace reports.
Which means that the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed to most commercial shipping while the two countries exchange proposals for a memorandum of understanding to end the military phase of the conflict, while fears for a long-term occupation of southern Lebanon are only growing after Israel continued to deepen control of areas occupied by the Hezbollah group, prompting France to describe the situation as extremely concerning while calling for an emergency meeting of the Security Council.
Top story, the ANC's chief whip says they decided to nominate Rise and Mzansi MP Makashule Gana to chair the impeachment committee in Parliament after hearing about meetings where other candidates to the ANC were being discussed. That's SAfm News. I'm Greg Close.
And welcome to your National Pulse Sport. We'll go to soccer with Hugo Broos set to become Bafana's most capped coach. And in tennis, Serena Williams confirms a shock comeback at the Queen's Club this month. We'll have the details at around 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
North in Joburg, driving into town. It's happened at the Crown Interchange. Traffic coming through from Boysons and Gold Reef City, really badly backed up. And then southbound, everybody having a look at it or maybe caught up in it. Southbound from Melrose down into Crown, very heavy as well. N1 from Buccleuch around to a point just before Bayers Nordier is pretty sluggish today. N3, Alex to Germiston is heavy. And the N1 remains jammed on that run through Midrand between Buccleuch and about the Olifantsfontein Road exit now. Pretoria, all fairly normal, including a heavy backlog on Eskia and Pathlele as you get away from Marabastad up towards the Putco depot on your way slowly in some big volume towards the Mopani Highway. Durban, a crash on Inanda Road at the N2 highway going from Springfield out towards Parlock. There's a very heavy delay and there's some queuing pressure on the service roads, the exits from the N2 that'll take you off at Mgeni up to Inanda Road and then southbound on the off-ramp to Inanda Road as well. Very heavy backlogs around that part of Durban. Umgeni Road outbound through Springfield Park to get into that N2 North ramp, also very slow as well. Cape Town today, plenty of pressure on the N1 from town to Brackenfell. The N2 looking fairly heavy, passing the airport out towards R300, and a bit of traffic between Cork Bay and Main Road up through St James. Slow on your way north on that Main Road into Muizenberg. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 105 FM in Mokopane. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Look, it's an important Bafana question, isn't it, that I put to Zai, that forget about predictions. Predictions are just all over the place. I don't know. But the more important one is what for you would be an acceptable level of Bafana performing at the World Cup. Meaning at what level? Now, Zai's already said the next round of the first round of the knockouts, that is, right? And now it's easier to get in. There's more teams, but there are also 3 go through from most of the groups. So really, it's very difficult not to qualify for the next round. But in the past, 16 teams qualifying for the knockout stages. Now it's 32. I think it is, right? What for you would be the acceptable level of Bafana advancing at the World Cup, and what for you is unacceptable? I'd love to know. And you can apply that to other things too. Thoughts on growing your business? Feel free. Not enough people are telling me about Youth Month. What does that suggest? It's not that important. It has to be important. It's Youth Month. How do you plan to use this Youth Month, 30 days, starting today, as a catalyst in your community, doing one thing for the youth of your community that will galvanize them and that will change their lives? And you don't have to do it on your own. You can bring in 50 people to do so. But what is that one thing that you plan to do? Love to know. Share your thoughts and get others to replicate it around the country. Can't just wait for government. Absolutely cannot. Let's talk about party political donations and what they mean right after this.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Is there ever a bad time for a good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
I tell you what, there's lots around party political funding that sort of puzzles me. Now, the IEC has put out its latest disclosure report, which covers the period of January to March of 2026. So it's very current, right? And all of that, of course, ahead of this coming local government election. So this is what we know. Political parties declared a combined amount of 97.2 million rands in funding, and the DA received the largest share by a wide margin. And there was an interesting conversation around Rise Mzansi's declarations, and then others with non-disclosures, by the way. Let's find out more about it with Matsubani Koko, the IEC party funding manager. Matsubani, welcome to the National Pulse. Hello.
Thank you very much, Ashraf. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Right, let's get to first things first, which is not the fact that the DA received the larger share. We'll get to that in a moment, right? In terms of this political party disclosure, are all parties obliged to disclose?
Most definitely, Ashraf. All parties are required, all parties that are registered with the Electoral Commission. And we're talking in excess of 500 political parties in this regard.
Okay.
Are, as a matter of principle, as a matter of law, required to disclose donations. There are, however, certain dependencies, and those include that donations should be above a certain minimum threshold. In this regard, we're talking 200,000. So if a party receives 200,000 from a single donor and more, then such a party is required to disclose to the Commission at the end of the relevant quarter. Any amount below the 200,000 is not necessary. And I'm talking cumulatively now. If a party receives 110,000 in this quarter and another 110,000 in the next quarter, cumulatively that's 220,000. At that point, the party is required to disclose to the Commission.
Okay. Why that threshold of the 200,000? Why not disclose every single thing? Almost like your financials are being audited. Why not that?
Right. Look, it's a policy choice. It's a policy choice that was made by our lawmakers. As a matter of fact, this is an amount that went up last year, August. If you remember, there was a huge debate around whether the president, who is in some ways an interested party in the matter, should indeed be given the prerogative to decide on this amount. This amount used to be 100,000. A civil society organization called My Vote Counts tried to actually oppose this in court. Unfortunately, they were not successful in that regard. They were arguing that let every amount be declared, but unfortunately, they could not convince the court in that regard.
All right. So in this latest declaration, then how many parties have actually declared? And you don't have to list the many others who haven't declared.
Yeah. Look, only 5 political parties, as our report indicates, and those are Democratic Alliance, Rise Mzansi, HNSA, Build One South Africa, and an unrepresented political party, meaning a party that has no seat in any of the provincial or national legislatures, called Alliance of Citizens for Change, ACC. Those are the only parties that have made a declaration in this last quarter.
Now, obviously, what jumps off the page here is parties like the African National Congress and the EFF and the MK Party, and there could be others to say. It could almost be unheard of to think that they would receive no funding, above that less than the 200,000 threshold. They must have.
Tell you what, particularly during this period when elections are really on the horizon, you'd expect that such political parties that are nationwide, that have massive support, would in some way receive donations. However, it does happen. In fact, you'll notice that over the years, the economic freedom fighters and the MKP have been very minimal on this disclosure list, as a matter of fact. Their argument consistently is that they run their parties on their membership fees, on the levies that they charge on their members of parliament and legislatures and municipal councils in some instances. So they argue that they do not have individuals that put a lot of money behind their parties. For the African National Congress, it's a very curious situation because for the most part, they have been present on the list of parties that declare donations. But, it makes one wonder what has happened in this last quarter.
All right. What about, assuming some of the parties do not disclose, you may have your hunches about it. Is there a way of, what happens to them next?
Look, in reality, the Electoral Commission doesn't necessarily have the powers to just move around and find out, or maybe go on a wild goose chase to say, hey, can we check your books? There has to be some prima facie, evidence of sort that this party may have received money and it did not come forward. Under those circumstances, the Commission is then able to say, in terms of Section 14 of the Act, it's able to say to a party, please open your books, let us see what happened, meaning that your bank statements and so forth and so forth.
Okay.
But ordinarily, the assumption is that the parties have not received the declarable donations, meaning that no amount above 200,000 from an individual. The Act, in terms of the way it's designed, is such that individuals or parties themselves must voluntarily disclose to the Commission. It's only when parties do not, and it's discovered, it's found that they haven't, that the Commission can sanction them heftily.
Okay, so then in a case like that, you can get 1 million people for a large party donating up to a maximum of 199,000 rands. That's okay.
That's absolutely okay, as long as they don't come back and bring another, how much is it? Is it 2 rand to get over, or 1,000 rand, rather 1,100 to get over the 200 mark? If they can all fall below 199,000 and for the whole financial year, then that is fine. However, such information, we will need to see it at the end of the financial year, where political parties must then submit information on every income, and I'm thinking about every little cent that the party would have received. Such information must be provided to the auditor, independent auditor, who is registered with the ERBA, Independent Regulatory Board of Auditors, to indicate that money came from these people and none of it was above the disclosure threshold.
Okay. Having said that, let's talk about those who have submitted, right? And the numbers stand out. Let's start with the DA in terms of the sheer volume that they received. Tell me about that.
Yes. To be quite honest with you, the Democratic Alliance, I think, has for the longest time been running far ahead. I think their fundraising machinery and also just their appeal generally to people with deeper pockets has been very clear over the years. You will realize that constantly entities such as the Fynbos Equitate and Fynbos Capital, these are companies belonging to the owner of Capitec Bank. They are constant on the donation list of the Democratic Alliance. The Oppenheimers, including one Miss Mary Fleck, they are also very, very constant on the donation list of the Democratic Alliance. So it's not surprising that even in this case, they are sitting far, far ahead of any other political party. Once again, I link donations to us keeping the policies of.
Okay, we're just losing you. Hopefully, you're still there, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just the last thing, then, very quickly. So that's the one. There's an anomaly regarding Rise Mzansi. Tell me about that.
Yes. The Rise Mzansi donation is actually a peculiar donation. I'll tell you why. Rise Mzansi took a loan about a year ago. A loan that was falling slightly below this 30 million rand that is declared here, which then was attracting interest. Now, in this year, Rise Mzansi and whoever the donor was, the loan giver, which was an entity called We Are the People, have agreed terms to say, let that loan amount be converted into a donation. It's something that as the Commission we need to understand, and as I indicated earlier, because it's a rather unpeculiar situation, we will be meeting with Rise Mzansi to understand the terms around this particular loan that has suddenly turned into a donation. So it's one of those areas that, the Act says, in the event that you find something that is not very, very clear, you have the right to ask for books, you have the right to ask for more information, and that's what the Commission will be doing.
Let's end with this last very quick answer on this one here. What's the position then regarding businesses and other entities, both locally and globally, who are able to fund a party with the view with the view to influence policy? Just a quick answer on that.
Right. That is totally outlawed. There is a particular section in the Act, I think it's section 13. It's very clear that anyone that donates to a party with the view to gain favors once the party is in government or from a party that's in government, such is criminal offense, and that can be basically tried in a court of law. So we encourage donors to say, rather than give money to political parties with the view to get favors, we've got a multi-party democracy fund, which we encourage for those with deeper pockets to put money into so that they can support this multi-party democracy.
And whether they listen to that, I wonder. Yes. All right, let's leave it at that. IEC's parting funding manager. Yes, no, influencing policy. Think about it.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
I got up very early. 4 cops were marching to the Orlando police station. That was my first picture. Then I went into the township. All hell broke loose.
Do you think that your generation is using social media effectively and impactfully compared to a generation that did not have?
I know with my circle at least that there's a few people in my circle who are activists online. They're always posting things about free this country, free that country. And then I have other mutuals. It's just posting their brunches and their lunches and, I'm in another country, whatever. So it honestly depends on your circle and who you surround yourself with.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAfm. SAfm.
Well, how fascinating is that? And there's so many things around that. The issue of party political funding, non-disclosure, the below the 200,000 threshold, you don't have to disclose. I don't know if I agree with that. What do you think about that, right? That's one. The other is, again, the influence. I can't imagine. Yes, if a business gives 20 million rands, what do they want in return? Do they just like you? They like your face? We're not talking about bribery and corruption, not at all. But you cannot tell me they're not going to influence policy. For example, you're not going to get a big business that is socialist, for example, going to fund a socialist or left-leaning party because they just want to support democracy when they know the party's policies are contrary to their policies. Clearly they're not. So why not? Well, you can work out the answers, isn't it? Let's talk about what's happening in Ethiopia. There's an election there, and it's a very important one at that, with parliamentary and regional elections. There's an expectation that the Prime Minister, Abiy Ahmed's party, will win in a landslide. With me is Dr. Saif Kidani, Director of the Center for Governance and Inter-Africa Trade in Africa at the University of Joburg. Dr. Kidani, appreciate you connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf. Thank you. I'm not with, this is an independent research center. It's not with the University of Johannesburg.
I understand. Okay, we'll make that correction. Thank you for that. Right. Having said that, let's talk about the country, Ethiopia's dependence rather on their Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. If the analysts are right in what they're saying, he's going to be re-elected, which suggests that they support him.
Not really, the election in Ethiopia is not, comparable to the election happening anywhere else in the world, at least in the African continent. So indicating that it's not competitive and it's not also participatory. That is the fact which I know, yeah.
Yeah, when you say not participatory, tell me more. Help us understand that.
Yeah, it doesn't meet any formal procedure that we know in a democratic society, something that's quite peculiar in all standards. If you look at it from the outside, however, it appears to be following standard and operating procedures. To provide you a little clarity, the ruling party is responsible to make all the arrangement in each region, who is running in which poll. And this is backed by the election board to obtain, new mandates to deceive the international community. That is pretty much it. In all categories, it's a sham, yeah.
So if it's a sham, and again it goes back often to what we talk about, what then let's start with the African Union. What do they say and do about it, and what does the United Nations say and do about it, and whoever else would be doing checks and balances in terms of the way a country is running, in this case Ethiopia?
Yeah, if you have a confidence in African Union, I like it. But this is if you remember in Tanzania, immediately, even before the end of the election, it was out the communique. The same thing in Uganda. So it's similar to Ethiopia. We shouldn't expect anything good from the African Union. Remember, it's a club of what do you call it? They call it a club of dictators, but I call it a club of, leaders. It's not, represent any society on the ground. It doesn't represent any citizens. That is the way I understand it. So you can't expect anything good from African Union. There isn't, currently in Ethiopia, there is no other, international observer as such, as far as my knowledge is concerned. Yeah.
But that would be quite bizarre. Why would there be no observer?
Look, they don't want to expose themselves. So this is, as I told you, it's predetermined. Even the ruling party, they know who is running in which poll, who has even they determine the number, the percentage of that person. It's let's put it, it's already cooked, and that's known. The result. So. You shouldn't expect anything, the outcome, except, the PP Prosperity Party will be emerged, as a winner by tonight or tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, do we still call it an election then?
No, this is, let me call it selection, yeah? And it's a selected type of, it's very odd, Ethiopians had been denied for the last 35 years and beyond. That's why, which you can see, insurgency in a number of regions like Amhara, Oromia. The Tigray case is very special, which is not, we can't mix it up with Amhara and Oromia. And the insurgence level it's beyond imagination, The force are more than 1 million troops. So, some they're estimating up to both in Amhara and Oromia. Yeah.
All right. So you talk about insurgents, you talk about no voting in the Tigray region, I understand, and you're saying effectively the whole election is even run by Abiy Ahmed's party itself, right? What then is there? Is there a level of support? So never mind whether it's rigged or not. Is there a level of support amongst people in that country because they see economic benefit anyway, notwithstanding all the ethical reasons you've just given?
Look, for any political party, there should be a level of support. There are inner circles, there are beneficiaries out of this ruling party, no doubt about that. Also, the ordinary people, they can't be, critical to think about what's going on. They are fed by, regular, propaganda. There is no access, for the outside world. As someone says, Ethiopia has been sleeping, for 1,000 years, which I do agree. Yeah. So, a total isolation, in that part of Africa. Ethiopians are aware, there are more than 2-3 million Ethiopians are outside of Ethiopia itself. So there are, a critical mass. But in Ethiopia, 120 or 30 million people are, doomed by this dude, by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Lots to consider. Well, we'll see whether he wins that election. We'll maybe talk about it tomorrow. Dr. Saif Tadel Kidani, Director of the Center for Governance and Inter-Africa Trade in Africa. Interesting one indeed in terms of what may come out. Appreciate your time. You may comment about it as well, particularly if you are from Ethiopia. And here's the thought. While we're talking about that, there's a sense of, economic investment in Ethiopia in terms of the airports and its strategic location, connecting Africa and the Middle East, especially the Gulf, just across the road, really across the sea. It is such an important connection to the world. You just wonder. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg House.
In the headlines, the Secretary to Parliament says there are no rules preventing the MK's parliamentary leader, John Flope, from taking part in the newly established impeachment committee. Warrant Officer Carl Sander from the Hawks has highlighted at the Matlanga Commission the importance of using forensic experts when collecting evidence. And the SARS Commissioner says the newly launched Foreign Vehicle Declaration system will assist in efforts to modernise cross-border customs operations. A full update at 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Joburg's Mike 1 north from Boysons. Coming up at a Crown remains heavy. It's an earlier crash. It's a big delay inbound to Joburg, but also if you're driving south, Peterborough getting caught up in that as well. So from Melrose down into Crown, it's heavy. M2 from Joe Slovo driving west into the Crown, also equally backed up. Also a crash on the M12 eastbound at Craft Road. That's holding traffic from around the R24 split on the M12 if you're trying to get through to Boksburg and Benoni. Olifantsfontein home to Clayville, backlogging towards Republic Road. And Pretoria's SKM Pathleli, heavy out of Marabastad towards the Van der Hof Junction and up to Putco. Durban crashing on Inunda Road at the N2, causing major delays from Springfield from Seacow Leg. Inunda Road towards the highways busy. N2 South clogged up on that off-ramp to Inunda Road, and Umgeri Road outbound to join the N2 North and get up at Inunda Road. Also a pretty heavy backlog there as well. Higginson Highway getting to Chatsworth, that's all jammed up from Havenside, Big Q into that central Chatsworth area. Issues there down towards the Shallcross Road Junction. And Cape Town smash and grab teams are active as we speak on the N2 at Borchard's Quarry. Put your valuables out of sight there, please, between Kainglicha and the airport to avoid being hit. And a bit of pressure on Marine Drive today, outbound at Pardon Island. Then more queues through Milnerton towards the second lights at Sunset Beach. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
I don't know, Si. We have a World Cup coming up in like 10 days or whatever's time. And should the focus be on the players or the coach? Yours is on the coach.
Oh, it's on the coach, yeah. I think after the visa drama, Coach Hugo Broos deserves an extra cap just for patience, because he's on the verge of making history ahead of the FIFA World Cup in Mexico, the United States and Canada. Should South Africa's friendly against Jamaica go ahead later this week, the Belgian mentor will move to 56 matches in charge of the national team, on course to surpass Shakes Mashaba's record of 58 games during the World Cup. Now, Broos has led Bafana since May 2021, guiding the team to 26 wins, 21 draws and just 8 defeats, while also ending South Africa's 16-year wait for a return to football's biggest stage. Now, Coach Broos admitting those visa delays ahead of the team's departure to Mexico have been a little stressful, but they're now fully focused on the upcoming FIFA World Cup. Broos' team was left stranded at OR Tambo International Airport over the weekend. They could not board their chartered flight due to some players and members of technical staff still being without the necessary travel documents, but he did say he's happy now to focus on the games.
And now we are very happy, and everybody is happy that we can go to Mexico. So the past days it was a little bit stressy, also with all the problems we had. But again, those problems are behind us now, and now we focus on what's coming.
So Bafana departed for Mexico without assistant coach Helman Mkalele and head of security Mdu Mbata, who are still waiting for their visas to be processed by the U.S. Embassy. SAFA President Danny Jordan has the details.
Well, we still need one passport from the Americans. Of course, they refused the visa, but they give no reasons. So it's very difficult to deal with the process where you don't get information, and they don't oblige to give you information. And we hope that that will also be resolved and that all of our people will be gone. But all of the players are there. 99% of the technical staff are on the plane. And they will now focus and begin for the match against Jamaica on the 5th, and then the match on the 11th against Mexico. That's the opening of the World Cup. And we said to Hugo Broos and the players, we want to wish them all the best.
And South African gymnast Caitlin Rooskrantz admits there are areas to fine-tune as the Commonwealth Games draws closer. She claimed a silver medal on the uneven bars in Koper, Slovenia at the World Challenge Cup. She has started her year in red-hot form, having also won silver at the African Artistic Championships in Cameroon, where she set a new personal best. She says she's given everything she needs going into the Commonwealth Games.
Definitely does make me feel like I'm in the right direction heading into Commonwealth Games. We know exactly where the problem areas are. We know exactly what to focus on now for the next couple of weeks before we head out to the Commonwealth Games. And yeah, that'll be our focus, just taking all of the mistakes and lessons from this World Cup and really going back and trying to zone in on that and focus.
The Commonwealth Games is scheduled to take place in Glasgow, Scotland from the 23rd of July to the 2nd of August. And finally, tennis legend Serena Williams is set to make a surprise return to competitive action. The 23-time Grand Slam singles champion has accepted a wild card into the women's doubles event at Queen's Club in London later this month. The 44-year-old Williams has not played competitively since the 2022 US Open, but has fueled speculation about a comeback after re-entering the anti-doping program late last year. The American says grass courts have provided some of the most meaningful moments of her career, and she's excited to begin this new chapter. That's the chapter we close.
Talk about chapters. Here's one, and close may be the right word. If you're saying Hugo Broos is said to be the most capped coach for Bafana of all time, right? Which coach has been the coach for the least number of games or the least number of days? And I don't have an answer. I'm asking you. Somebody has an answer. I'd love to know.
I think, where does Hugo Broos rank amongst our greatest coaches?
No, not so much ranking, but just who's coached the least number of days or least number of games for Bafana? I'd just love to know. Somebody must help us. Okay.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later, a month-long national conversation, only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAfm. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, talking about stats and facts and figures, Jimmy Muya has always got that on a Monday in particular when it's a busy day after, well, sort of a lull during the weekend. Jimmy, top of the agenda, we're going to talk about tariffs, which will infuriate many people. I know that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Not nearly as infuriating as the fact that the oil price is almost back at $100 and it's only the first day of the trading month of June, but we'll come back to that. Yes, we're going to be speaking to NERSA, the electricity regulator of the country, around the tariff relief that they've provided to ferrochrome producers. They've also concluded their tariff reviews. They were looking at some of the tariff decisions that they had to make, that they'd asked for postponements and extensions around. They managed to conclude those before the end of last month. We're going to be speaking to NERSA directly around this and getting a sense of where these new tariff adjustments leave South Africans. We've also got a conversation with the South African Petroleum Retailers Association on the impending fuel price adjustments. Petrol price set to go up on Wednesday, diesel price set to come down on Wednesday, but as I said, with the oil price now moving in the direction it's moving, I don't know how much longer that relief will last in the market. We've got conversation with the Chief Executive Officer at Dis-Chem, Rui Moresh, on their performance for the year that was. There was a significant increase in revenues. Despite that increase in revenues, markets still sold off the share by more than 5% on the day's trade. So we're going to speak to Rui. We're going to get his thoughts around the moving parts within that business and what happened there. And because it's Monday, every other Monday we've got a digital drive conversation. I recently took a trip down the N3 towards Durban for the launch of one of the charging stations by the team at Zero Carbon Charge. They were launching 2 sites along the N3 as part of their efforts to increase the infrastructure we have on our roads. And we're going to take a look at that with our resident tech and EV specialist, Nafisa Akabo. But there is also quite an interesting launch that took place recently from the team at Ferrari. They've launched an EV. I can't make sense of it, so I'm going to ask our resident EV specialist if she likes the car. But those conversations come up a little later on, just after the 6 p.m. news. A quick look at some of the market movements before we go. It's been a rather abysmal start to the month of June from a local equities perspective. Let's perhaps start with those equity movements. Resource stocks down almost 4%, industrials 1.2% to the red, resource stocks 2%, financial stocks 2% to the red, the all share down 2.2%, the top 40 down almost 2.5%. Interestingly though, we somehow are still above 110,000 points in the case of the all share, so not all bad considering where the all share or rather considering the fact that the all share hasn't broken below 100,000 points since coming above that level. The gold price, $4,476 a fine ounce, about 1% weaker. Platinum pricing $1,940, palladium still below $1,400, and the oil price, as I mentioned, at $97 a barrel. We were at $90 a barrel at the start of this morning, not even at the start of this week. So early hours of the morning, we kicked off where we closed off last month, around the $90 a barrel level. So not very happy to see where we are here. Obviously, the peace talks in the Middle East are driving those price movements quite significantly. On the currency side of things, the rand, 16 rand 33 against the US dollar, 0.2% weaker. Against the British pound, 21 rand 95, still below 22 rand, and still below 19 rand against the euro. 1 Australian dollar, 11 rand 68. 1 Bitcoin, $71,200 a Bitcoin. Rand terms, with that slightly firmer rand, puts it just under the 1.2, well, significantly under the 1.2 million rand mark, actually, around 1.16 million rand. Anyone interested in the gold price, that's around 2,350,000 rands per kilogram of gold. I'm going to be looking at these and other market movements with Gerabile Nonyana of Prime XBT when we come back after this 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Okay, enjoy your show. Lots to come out of that, 6 to 7 on SAfm.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio. Are we ready for a real conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
SAfm. Prime time all day long.
I need to hear you. It's prime time, so what is it you want to get off your chest? There's a lot that I've raised today. Let me prompt you. First of all, your one word, just one word, in reaction to the news that Ace Magashule is now the chairperson of that impeachment committee. It's a big committee with a big responsibility, with huge impact, surely. Second point, so if we know that Hugo Broos may well be South Africa's longest serving coach, imminently so, who's been the shortest in days and in caps? I don't have the answer. You can tell me. The party funding issue is really puzzling. Really is puzzling, isn't it? Can't believe that the ANC cannot submit to the point that they say nobody has, in that period of 3-4 months, donated anything above the 200,000 rands. Or what? But they're not the only ones. There are many others in that same category, including the EFF, including the MK Party, and many, many others too as well. And there's more. What else is there to talk about? The conversation with Pali Lahotla just around rethinking the economy inside out as opposed to outside in. You have your own thoughts about that. I'm sure you do. Ethiopia. You must have an opinion. Are you from Ethiopia? Would you be voting? Can you vote? Tell me what you think about that too. And then the idea of growing your own business. How do you grow your own business? I hope you heard the conversation we had earlier on. We'll do it every Monday. And then just finally on that point, it's Youth Month. Had this very, very sober conversation regarding the stats. 16 to 24 to 34s, 35s, like over 40% unemployed. It's crazy. What to do about that? And how can we use Youth Month less to reminisce and be nostalgic? I'm not saying don't do that. Think about June 16th as the catalyst, but to use that month, the entire month, as a catalyst to say, they fought a cause. What's the cause you can fight? And you don't have to use it on a national level. What cause in your own community can you provide the catalyst for, where young people in your community can be given an opportunity, one thing that you could do for them that will change their lives? And it doesn't have to be you on your own. Get 10 people together. Think about one thing that will change their lives. And if that's the case, I'd love to know. Right, let's hear from you. Here we are.
That was my first picture.
And Ashraf, I really don't understand this, that the notion that just because one party has received large funds from donors, therefore others would have or should have received them as well, but they are not declaring them. What gives rise to that? I want to understand what is this debate about? Do you not trust that some parties did not get this funding from the likes of the Oppenheimers? Or what are you saying?
Well, I think it's very clear they got their money, and that question can be linked again to the issues of business power and how business influences political parties, and you can see where they get their money from. So if it's skewed towards middle class and wealthier people, then those businesses support them. There's been a counter argument to that to say the ANC are not receiving that much. It's because they haven't grown enough businesses. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I am asking that. I'm talking about the ANC in particular. I cannot believe that in 3 months they've not received a single funding over 200,000 rands. Now you can get 10 people giving you 199. I get that, but I mean, doesn't that suggest something strange? I'm not suggesting anything untoward. I'm just saying, does it not puzzle you at all? Right. Right, let's get to here's another one on. Let's get to this.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the team. On political funding, what if the funders or the donors don't give hard cash, but they pay for marketing, they pay for posters, they pay for all of those things, which means it could be into the millions that is not declared because it's not hard cash coming into the account. Just asking, is this correct? Bye.
Well, look, that's also possible. If you look at the funding part that we got now in terms of the declarations, they actually do say you can receive cash in kind, so or rather support funding in kind. So that is possible. You're quite right. But still, all I'm saying is still, even if that's the case, you can't tell me nothing over 200,000. does concern you. Someone's correcting me to say, Ashraf, you didn't say Makashule Ghana. You said Ace Makashule. Really? Okay. That would be interesting. Ace Makashule, chairperson of the of this committee. No, let's correct that, because that would be dramatic, don't you think? Even more so. Here's another.
Hey Ashraf, I hope you're having a good day. You asked a question about Youth Month, and I just, funny enough, just remembered this one American stand-up comedian. I think it's Tim Dillon. He once said that we have totally forgotten about the kids. When last did you ever hear presidents or someone speaking about the kids are the future? Now everybody says AI is the future. So that's why no one is talking about Youth Month, because everybody's focused on how AI is going to take our jobs. That was a really funny one.
Sure, that's an interesting point. AI is the future. AI is the present. Maybe the children are the future still. Anyway, good point. Interesting one. Are international citizens and companies allowed to donate? I think that's gone. We touched on that to a degree. Here's another.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and all listeners of SAFM. With the story of Makashule Ghana of Rise Mzansi being elected as chairperson is really suspicious. You will remember that Rise Mzansi just received 30 million rands in donation. Then all of a sudden, this guy is elected the chairperson to chair an impeachment of Ramaphosa. Something doesn't add up.
Well, listen, to the best of my knowledge, let me correct that. In fact, they got that money last year already, if I'm not mistaken. In this term, they just corrected it because it was initially given as a loan from we, the people, and then changed into an actual grant, like money given. They don't have to pay back. So that, I believe, happened before, but they just changed it in terms of the financials in this term that's been declared. So the III may not be what you think it is, right?
Hi, Ashraf. Yeah, in terms of the left, I think they are on the right track. I think it's been proven that over the last 15 years, the economic policy has done nothing to the economy. The economy is growing at less than 1% on average. I mean, that's crazy. So let's have the state get involved, capacitate the state, get rid of tenders, employ people who are capable, and stop the rot and the middleman who's wasting money.
Okay, I'm looking at these pictures of Liam Jacobs. You know, he leaves the DA, joins the Patriotic Alliance, they say, welcome home. He comes back to the DA, they say, welcome home. Everything's like just welcome home. I just wonder how, and I haven't seen a statement from him, perhaps if the East Keys will dig it up to say, why actually has he moved? What was so dramatic for him to leave as the rising star of the DA to become a rising star of the PA? Otherwise, he left from being a rising star of the PA to the rising star of the DA with this welcome home sign. What has happened? What's the deal? Bonga Musa Matibula is saying the appointment of Makashule Ghana, interesting one. Interesting is what you say. There's another which I want to just pick up. Somebody has picked up a football comment, soccer, regard that I must see if I can find it. I think it talks, maybe I'll get Keys to assist me with this one here. He talks about Steve. He says Steve Compella could be the person who had the shortest stint, but I need to double check that one there.
Yeah, good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. Ashraf, why Mr. Makashule is thanking the parties that nominated and supported him, including NC, why is he doing that? Is there any salary or so much money linked to this position or what? You can see he's going to return the favor as well because he's already thanking them. Thank you, JCK Johannesburg.
But how do you say? I mean, he could thank everybody. In fact, when the president or anybody from any party, gets elected into a position, they say, thank you. They just, you find that unusual? There's a comment. I think Steve Compella was the shortest lived Bafana coach. 1998, was sacked after AFCON. So that means what? But is it like 3 games of AFCON or 4 games or was it more than that? 98 AFCON? Was he the coach then? Was it Jomo Sono who then took over during AFCON. Anyway, there's one about from the DA. Today we welcome Liam Jacobs back to the Democratic Alliance. Liam's return to the DA is a reflection of the kind of party we are building, a big, growing and inclusive political home for all South Africans who want our country to work. Now, let's see. Liam Jacobs left the PA because he saw firsthand that the PA never delivers on promises. There we are. People sometimes take the wrong road. What matters is whether they are willing to correct course and recommit themselves to the work of building a better South Africa. This is a sign of maturity and braveness. Liam has done that, and we welcome him back. By the way, there's no direct quote from Liam, which I find it quite strange, by the way, right? Afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. The former statistician general is quite right. The only problem South Africa is facing is a failure to distribute wealth. But I do understand that a few capitalists are to be blamed from Tumelo Molefe. Right. Looks like Ramaphosa is the darling of the GNU, DA, IFP, Al-Jama. I wonder if he's the darling of South African silent voice in Durban. Listen, I think there's no surprise they've actually voted along party GNU alliances. Which party would vote against an alliance if you're part of it? Who does that?
Afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, listening to Mr. Paul Huta, with all due respect, I think it's too much theory and less practical solutions. You know, when you have so much happening right now and you want to talk about so much of theorizing things without having practical and measurables that can happen, it's the right away. The conversation becomes